Transmigrating into the Male Supporting Characters X Chapter 1 to Chapter 57. Splash splash splash, Xianxia was woken up by the sound of running water. She rubbed her eyes in confusion and looked at her surroundings. Without a doubt, this was a luxurious suite in a hotel. The soft white sheets were sprinkled with rose petals, and a glass of red wine was upside down on the sheets, staining them red. The glass in the bathroom was made of a translucent frosted material, and she could vaguely see a slender figure. Xianxia was even more confused. Last night, she had stayed up all night to finish reading a rebirth novel and fell asleep before she could complain. Who would have thought that she would run to a place that looked like a hotel, and she was in the middle of getting a room? Xianxia sat up and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Even though she was a flat-chested girl, she felt a heavy burden on her chest. She wore a pair of thin high heels that she rarely wore, and her long, straight legs were resting on the side of the bed. However, the scars on her knees that she had when she was 6 years old were gone. She reached out her hand in disbelief, and her eyes widened in shock. Her fingers were slender, fair, and soft as if they were boneless. It was obvious that they were well maintained. Her nails were delicately colored, and her fingertips were soft. Her skin was so fair that she could easily see the purple veins on the back of her hand. Her family was well off, and she was a beauty. This was Xianxia's first impression of her. After a moment of silence, she picked up her phone and turned on the front-facing camera. In the camera, the woman's eye makeup was so thick that it looked like she had dark circles under her eyes. Her eyelashes were already long, but she was wearing fake eyelashes. She had an exaggerated European and American-style face, purple-colored contact lenses, big red lips, and old-fashioned makeup. Even under such abuse, one could still vaguely see the outline of her gorgeous facial features. However, her aesthetic was so ugly that it made one's hair stand on end. The woman in the camera widened her eyes in horror, and her exaggerated contact lenses looked scary and funny. Xianxia was stunned. It was not her face. The phone fell to the ground with a thud, and the man who walked out of the bathroom happened to see this scene. He looked young, in his early 20s. His face could be considered handsome, and his well-proportioned body could be seen even with a towel wrapped around him. He looked at Xianxia, and the curve of his lips was a little cold and disdainful, but his eyes were gentle and affectionate. "I'm done. When do we start?" Xianxia was stunned. "Start what? Who are you?" The other party showed obvious impatience and walked forward with a faint smile. "What? After you divorce that Qingjun and take the money, you don't plan to acknowledge me anymore? Didn't you say that you would marry me with money? You're not going back on your word again, are you?" He was an expert among the hunters. He knew that every time he provoked the woman in front of him, she would immediately surrender and coax him nicely. She would even be happy that he took the initiative to propose marriage. However, the Xianxia in front of him was not as submissive as he had imagined. Xianxia stared blankly at the man in front of her. Her mind was in a mess. It couldn't be. Isn't this the plot of the rebirth novel that I read last night? This book was called Before the Rebirth Engagement. It was a novel about rebirth. In the book, the female lead had been in love with the white moonlight Qingjun in her previous life. In order to pursue love, she gave up her gentle and considerate childhood friend and secretly ran away to the city where the white moonlight lived on the day of their engagement. However, reality was cruel. She tried her best to get in touch with the white moonlight, only to find that the other party only had a good face and knew nothing. He had been divorced, and his personality was still cold. He always ignored her. The female lead's dream was shattered. Only then did she find that her childhood friend had already become a rising star in esports and had a net worth of tens of millions. Looking at the happy childhood friend hugging his lover on the screen, the female lead's heart was like dead ashes and she committed suicide in despair. After waking up again, the female lead found that she had returned to 3 years ago. At this time, nothing had happened. The female lead swore that she would not do anything evil in this life. She would hug her childhood friend's thick thigh and live her own happy life. As for Xianxia, she had transmigrated into a cannon fodder with the same name as her. The article did not describe the original owner much. It only said that she despised the poor and loved the rich. she was stupid and vicious. Her marriage with the white moonlight Qingjun was only a contract marriage. They had no feelings for each other. After the divorce, her life was poor and her ending was miserable. She wanted to remarry but failed. She was laughed at by the female lead. As for why she had transmigrated into the world of the book, Xianxia suddenly remembered that there were a few big words written in the text of the rebirth novel. If you want to ridicule the author, you must be a vicious supporting female lead, you must be a vicious supporting female lead, pay. This was simply the author's greatest malice. If she remembered correctly, the current plot had already developed to the point where she divorced Qingjun. It was also the beginning of the original owner's vicious supporting female lead's unfortunate second half of her life. Xianxia quivered. She did not want to step onto that old road. She could not divorce. After seeing Xianxia's wonderful struggle, her lover Xiangrong was a little impatient. He asked, "How long are you going to dawdle for?" Xianxia recovered and nervously asked, "I haven't divorced yet, right?" Xiangrong coldly looked at her. "Didn't you say that you would sign it when you got back?" Speaking of which, she hadn't signed it yet. Xianxia stood up straight. It was difficult for her to stand on her 10-centimeter high heels. She simply threw away her high heels and took out the hotel slippers to put on. She looked like she was about to go out. Xiangrong's face sank and he stopped Xianxia. "Where are you going?" "I'm not going to divorce. Let's end it here, okay?" Xianxia was too lazy to pretend to be polite with him, but the other party suddenly grabbed her wrist. Xiangrong's strength was great. She was no match for him and was thrown onto the bed by the other party. "What, are you learning to throw a tantrum?" He had one hand on the edge of the bed and the other hand was already grabbing his belt. His tone was full of ridicule. "Or do you like other tastes?" Their four eyes looked at each other and were very close. Xiangrong saw the calm before the storm on that gorgeous face that was so vulgar to him. "Hey! Didn't your mother teach you not to be rough with women?" As soon as he finished speaking, the woman lying on the bed suddenly bent her leg and hit his vital part. His face immediately changed. It turned black and blue. He twisted into a ball in pain and knelt on the ground directly with his hand covering his vital part. Xianxia picked up her windbreaker and wallet, took out a few hundred yuan from the wallet and threw it at him. "Money for the room. If you think it's not enough, I'll transfer you Alipay." "You." The sky in the evening was gloomy and as heavy as ink. A cold rain washed over the steel jungle. Xianxia stood outside the hotel. The large glass reflected the lace miniskirt on her body. Her cleavage was exposed and attracted the attention of the surrounding men. She immediately buttoned up her windbreaker and turned up her collar. She successfully found the address from the courier address on her phone and called a taxi. The address was not far from the hotel. Xianxia sat in the back seat, thinking about what to do next. Even though her heart was in a mess, as if she was trying to survive, she still had to force herself to calm down. She suddenly transmigrated into the world of the book. She did not know when she would be able to go back. She had to prepare herself. Her lover, Xiangrong, bombarded her with phone calls and text messages. Xianxia was too lazy to pay attention to him and blocked him. The driver turned a corner. "We're here." Indeed, as written in the novel, Qingjun was not very rich like the overbearing CEOs in other novels. The house was in the city and the surrounding transportation was convenient. However, it was not in a good location. The neighborhood was at least 10 years old and was not a new building. Fortunately, the greenery was well done. The rain was still drizzling non-stop. Xianxia did not care about the money and used the Louis Vuitton bag as an umbrella. At this moment, she only wanted to keep her coquettish ghost face without removing her makeup so as not to scare the ordinary people. There was a key in the bag. Fortunately, it was not a password lock. Otherwise, she would not be able to enter. The house was not big, less than 100 square meters. Xianxia turned on the lights and looked around. It was a 2-bedroom layout. The door of one bedroom was open, and the door of the other bedroom was closed. The open bedroom was full of women's products. She did not need to guess to know that the two of them would never sleep on the same bed. Xianxia opened the wardrobe and chose a more normal shirt and jeans. After changing, she sat on the chair and took the makeup remover to remove her makeup. Just as she was busy, the door was opened with a click. A thin figure walked in. Xianxia mentally prepared herself and raised her head. However, she was stunned. She thought, no wonder the book emphasized that he only had a handsome face. No wonder he could become Su Being's white moonlight. No wonder the utilitarian female protagonist could not forget him. She spent years of futile effort in the hope that one day he would turn back and look at her. The man standing at the door was thin and tall. His black hoodie was soaked and his face was pale from the cold. The plastic file in his hand was well protected. It was clean and did not get wet. He lowered his eyelids and put on his slippers. His black hair was soaked in water and was a little messy. However, it made his skin look fairer. He had a pair of unusual sleepy eyes. His eyes were slender, and his eyelids were slightly drooping. He looked gentle and harmless, and sleepy, as if he was indifferent to everything. The lines of his jaw were sharp, and his lips were light and thin. He should have had a sharp and aggressive appearance, but because of his eyes, he was much more neutral. Xianxia was a little stunned. She suddenly understood why Qingjun was indifferent to the female protagonist's ardent pursuit. With this face, could there be any woman who was more beautiful than him? Qingjun did not feel Xianxia's silent criticism. Under Xianxia's gaze, he walked to the bedroom door, opened the file, and put the contract on the table. He did not look at her from beginning to end. There were 2 divorce agreements on the table. If it were not for this matter, he would not have come back so late. Xianxia's eyes followed Qingjun until he walked into the kitchen. Click. The kitchen cabinet door was opened. Qingjun skillfully took out a bowl of instant noodles. He did not change his clothes. His hair was wet, and his wet black hoodie looked cold. He stood there with his back to Xianxia. The white tiles, the white refrigerator, and the black stove. His lonely back blended into the black and white world. There was no trace of human life. Looking at his back, Xianxia stood up. I'm not getting a divorce. Hearing Xianxia's words, Qingjun looked at her for the first time since he entered the house. It was as if he was looking at a stranger without any emotion. I can't give you the house. House? Xianxia was stunned. There were 2 divorce agreements on the table. Xianxia hurriedly flipped through them. It was clearly written that the relationship between the 2 was broken. The woman, Xianxia, was willing to give up the ownership of the real estate. As compensation, the man would give her all the shares of the Qing Group, which was about 5 million yuan. The original book mentioned that the Qing Group was owned by Qingjun's father. The company was not large. However, since his mother passed away and his stepmother came, the relationship between the father and son had long been broken. Qingjun only had a few shares, but it was still worth several million yuan. Xianxia was a little surprised. This house was only an ordinary residential building of less than 100 square meters near the city. According to the female lead's estimate, it was at most 3 million yuan. Qingjun actually wanted to compensate her so much, no wonder the original owner immediately agreed to the divorce. According to the description in the book, the original owner was very happy to accept Qingjun's conditions, so much so that the female lead also wrote her down. At first, the female lead wanted to marry Qingjun, and the original owner took away several million yuan, which was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for the rest of their life. Xianxia closed the contract and shook her head. I'm not negotiating with you, and I'm not asking for the house. I don't plan to divorce. At the moment when there was no clue, the most important thing was to stabilize the surrounding environment. Xianxia had experienced several twists and turns in a short period of time. Until now, her mind was a mess. She just wanted to stay in a place to calm herself down and accept reality. She would not divorce for the time being. After confirming the development of the plot in this world, she would decide what to do next. Qingjun did not care about Xianxia's change at all. Okay. Perhaps for him, it was not important whether there was someone around him or what kind of person they were. Looking at the instant noodles in Qingjun's hand, Xianxia frowned. She went to the kitchen and looked at the food in the fridge. It was either fast food or instant noodles, soda, or other food. There were no vegetables or fruits. Wanchocho was silent. Don't you ever cook at home? Qingjun, let's go out after you finish your instant noodles. Let's go to the supermarket to buy something. Qingjun glanced at her slowly. The meaning in his eyes was very obvious, as if Wanchocho was a stranger who had made an abrupt request. Wanchocho was indignant. I can't lift it. Besides, it's dark and raining outside. Usually, the original owner and Qingjun didn't interfere with each other. They could even go months without saying a word. The original owner had once coveted Qingjun's beauty, but Qingjun was recognized as a wooden beauty. He was a stubborn stone that couldn't be warmed up, so she gradually lost the thought of sticking her hot face to his cold butt. Wanchocho only wanted to maintain the politeness and concern that a cohabitant should have towards Qingjun. Go change your clothes after you're done eating. You'll catch a cold. Qingjun didn't say anything. He carried the instant noodles back to the study and closed the door. Wanchocho glanced around and found that there seemed to be a single bed in the study. Thinking that there was no man's clothes in the room she was sleeping in, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, they didn't have to sleep in the same bed. Before Wanchocho transmigrated, she was also alone. She had no family, no boyfriend, and lived alone in a strange city. She rarely had contact with others. Now that she had a cohabitant with a good temperament, she was somewhat happy. Maybe this kind of life would be very good. Qingjun changed his black hoodie and wore light gray sportswear. Just looking at his face, no one would doubt that he was a high school student. He carried a few bags of trash. The empty-handed Wanchocho followed behind him. She looked around and was familiar with the surroundings. The two didn't speak on the way, so it wasn't awkward. There was a Walmart supermarket nearby. It was only a few minutes away. Wanchocho skillfully looked for things needed at home. Qingjun was responsible for pushing the shopping cart. The two had a clear division of labor. Buzz buzz. Qingjun's phone suddenly vibrated. He stopped in place and held the shopping cart with one hand to answer the call. On the other end of the phone was a young male voice. Boss, the bug is fixed. Do you want to go online to take a look? I'm busy. Qingjun's gaze fell on a row of shelves not far in front of him. Wanchocho was tiptoeing to reach the top row of sanitary napkins. Because of the effort, her cheeks were flushed. She raised her head and stretched her hand high. It was so clumsy that it didn't seem like her. His expression was thoughtful. Why don't you have time? Didn't you go home? Qingjun's tone was gentle. At the supermarket. Supermarket? The other party was in a joking mood. Don't tell me you're with sister-in-law? His reply was light as a feather. Yes. The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. Then, a shocked roar erupted. How did you? Qingjun directly hung up the phone and cut off the source of the noise. He walked forward, past Wanchocho, and easily took a pack of tissues and threw it into the shopping cart. Wanchocho gratefully breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. What responded to her was Qingjun's back as he pushed the shopping cart away. He turned to the opposite shelf with ease. Wanchocho. Come back. Don't take junk food. At the same time, Tu Nan, who was hung up on, was stunned. Several people beside him asked, what's wrong? Did the boss say he had to work overtime? No. He came back to his senses and said mysteriously, guess what earth-shattering secret I've heard? The boss actually went to the supermarket with his wife. Oh my god, he even went out with someone else. It's raining red from the sky. As soon as the words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Usually, the boss never mentioned anything about his wife. When they got married, they didn't even have a wedding banquet. They still didn't know what the legendary Mrs. Ching looked like. Now, it seemed that the two had a good relationship. It was just that Qingjun was introverted and didn't like to show his emotions. Didn't you hear that his wife is asking for a divorce? The only female, Enro, bit her lip and said carefully. Don't talk nonsense. The boss doesn't like people gossiping. No way, my friend and his wife occasionally hang out together. I only found out recently. The group of bachelors immediately became interested. What does sister-in-law look like? Is she pretty? What's her personality like? This was the key question. Thinking of the face with heavy makeup from afar, compared to her exquisite nude makeup, it was easy to tell who was vulgar and who was superior. And Ro covered her mouth and just shook her head with a smile. The makeup is a bit thick, I can't see clearly. After a short time together, Xianxia discovered many good points about Qingjun. He would take the initiative to pick up the trash, push the shopping cart, and pay without Xianxia saying anything. He was silent and not noisy. The most important point was that he didn't care about Xianxia's abnormal behavior. This allowed Xianxia to unrestrainedly reveal her true nature without any disguise. No, it should be said that he didn't care about anything, including himself. Xianxia wanted to kindly ask if he wanted to eat together, but Qingjun put down the shopping bag and went straight to the study. Watching him close the door, Xianxia shrugged and decided to make herself a bowl of noodles. At night, Xianxia comfortably rolled around on the double bed. She had already decided to sleep until dawn tomorrow and go to the mall to buy some clothes. Ding ding dong dong, his phone started ringing again, over and over again as if it was urging him on. Xianxia glanced at the name of the contact. It was an unfamiliar number. She didn't pick it up and her expression was very calm. Soon, the other party sent a few messages. It seemed that he was very angry and didn't even bother to hide it. In the WeChat chat history, there was a note for this person, little darling. Xiangrong, a pretty boy who was scheming for money, had bad intentions. She didn't know if the original owner was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. She had an unclear relationship with this kind of person and even spent money on him. She even promised to marry him with the money after the divorce. Stealing people's money, destroying people's families, any one of these was an irreconcilable hatred. Xiangrong kept sending messages, one after another, as if he was afraid that Xianxia would disappear. He almost chased her to the door. Just as he was sending the messages, a close friend under the name Yunyun also sent a message to persuade her. Xiao, are you angry? Xiangrong's personality is like this. Don't be calculative with him. We are still waiting for your good news. By the way, how's your divorce going? Do you want to hold a celebration tomorrow? Xianxia looked at this name. It was very familiar. There were many photos of her, Xianxia, and Xiangrong in her WeChat moments. And this close friend was obviously close to Xiangrong. Xiangrong was introduced by this close friend. To put it bluntly, he was a pimp. There was no guarantee that there was a clean relationship between them. Trouble could never be avoided. There was no other way except to solve it personally. Xianxia calmly sat up straight and sent a message to both sides. Xiangrong, let's meet tomorrow. Yunyun, I will bring Xiangrong to meet you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Xianxia closed her phone. She wanted to see what these people were up to. Xianxia got up very early. The sky was just beginning to brighten. There were only a few stars hanging in the cold sky. After a night of rain, every breath of air was filled with the smell of dampness. Xianxia opened the window and felt the fresh and cool air. Not many people were up at this time. It was quiet and comfortable. Xianxia thought that she wouldn't be able to sleep in a strange bed. She didn't expect that it would be dawn as soon as she opened her eyes. Fortunately, there was an alarm to wake her up. There were a lot of things to do today. It was not the time to sleep in. Xianxia opened the bedroom door in slippers. A tall and thin figure came out of the kitchen. She was startled. Qingjun was holding 2 pieces of dry toast and a carton of milk. They looked very nutritious. He didn't react to Xianxia's existence and slowly returned to the study. Thinking that Qingjun probably didn't eat dinner last night, Xianxia scratched her head and stopped him. Do you want to eat some eggs or udon noodles in the morning? Qingjun stopped. His eyes turned to Xianxia's direction. The light in the living room was not turned on. His dark eyes were long and narrow, but there was a kind of lazy beauty without any sharpness. His eyes didn't seem to be probing, but it made Xianxia realize that she might have talked too much. The original owner definitely didn't know how to cook. How could she touch the stove with her slender hands? Her nails were beautifully made, but they were also very inconvenient. Xianxia washed them with nail polish remover and cut them short. Only then did they look like they could do something. Xianxia's body stiffened. Oh no, she might have been too complacent. Qingjun wouldn't start to suspect anything, right? Just as she was feeling guilty and thinking about how to remedy the situation. Qingjun stretched out 3 fingers. Xianxia, ? Qingjun's tone was gentle. 3 eggs. Xianxia, the fried eggs, ham, bread, and milk were heated up in the microwave. Finally, it had the temperature it should have. Xianxia didn't eat much for breakfast. She guessed that if she ate too much, there would be leftovers. Who would have thought that the leftovers would be eaten by Qingjun? He didn't eat fast, but he ate a lot. Under Xianxia's surprised gaze, he finished all the remaining food. Qingjun silently looked at Xianxia. No more. Xianxia was really afraid that he would eat so much in the morning and hurt his stomach. She liked to cook, but the thing she hated the most was washing the dishes. Qingjun was quite calm. Not only was he not angry, but he also obediently put away the bowls and chopsticks and went to wash the dishes. Xianxia was very satisfied. Xianxia woke up early today to change her outfit. Xianxia had a lot of opinions about the lace leopard print clothes in the closet. She could wear anything with her beautiful face, but she liked to wear cheap and sexy clothes. It was a waste of her good figure. What she couldn't stand the most was her curly hair, so Xianxia decided to start with her hair. When she arrived at the barber shop, her figure immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the shop. The woman who pushed the door open was wearing a long windbreaker, wide-legged pants, and low-heeled shoes. Her facial features were gorgeous and exquisite. She almost didn't need makeup. Only her plump lips were painted a dazzling red. A pair of slightly raised peach blossom eyes glanced into the shop. Her eyes drifted and didn't fall on a single point, making their hearts itch. Someone immediately came up and asked, "What are you doing?" Come, sit down first." Xianxia sat on the chair and said, "Make the hair soft and smooth. Cut it short and perm the ends of the hair into bigger curls." Okay. The stylist in the shop kept praising Xianxia's hair volume and good hair quality. Xianxia only smiled slightly and didn't say anything. The stylist wanted to strike up a conversation, but he was a little embarrassed. Even if he was tempted, he didn't dare to ask too much. They had seen countless people. With Xianxia's cold appearance, her identity might not be ordinary. It wouldn't be worth it if they accidentally touched a mouthful of dust. Spending almost an entire morning in the barber shop was very effective. Xianxia fiddled with her long hair, paid the money very satisfactorily and left. The balance in the account was already quite satisfactory for Xianxia. Qingjun transferred her this month's living expenses as usual last night. With Xianxia's spending level, it was definitely more than enough. She didn't pursue luxury goods. Even if she spent extravagantly, she wouldn't be able to spend it all in a month. Xianxia was in a very good mood. It turned out that having an income without working was such a good feeling. Thinking of this, Xianxia decided to cook a few more dishes for dinner to reward Qingjun and ease their cohabitation relationship. Xianxia didn't plan to spend all the money. She opened a new bank account and planned to transfer a sum of money every month. Qingjun would definitely not raise her like this for the rest of her life. Xianxia had already thought about it. When Qingjun found a girl he liked, she could happily take her savings and leave for a city with lower prices. In this way, whether it was a job or a house, she definitely wouldn't have to worry. Xianxia carried her bag and walked towards the shopping mall with relaxed steps. At this time, 2 young women walked towards her. One of them squeezed out a flattering smile and held a cup of coffee for the latter. The other one had exquisite makeup and a yin-yin smile. Both of them looked very gentle. As they walked past each other, the 2 of them looked up and coincidentally met Xianxia's gaze. Their reactions were obviously stunned for a moment. Xianxia nodded politely, stepped up the stairs, and entered the shopping mall. Along the way, it wasn't just the 2 of them. Many passers-by stopped to take a second look. Wow! Sister Ro, I've never seen such a beautiful woman. The little girl holding the cup of coffee sighed with envy. look at that skin. It's so tender that you can pinch water out. She didn't even put on much makeup. That figure, TSK TSK TSK. Suddenly, she noticed that the woman named in row was a little embarrassed. She realized that she had just praised the other person as a great beauty. For a moment, she awkwardly tried to save the situation. That's not what I meant. Both of you are beautiful in your own way. She's a gorgeous rose and you're a lily. You two don't have the same style. And Ro really lived up to her name. She pursed her lips and smiled. Glancing at the nervous intern beside her, she said gently, "It's okay. There are so many beauties out there. It's too difficult to compare them all." The intern breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister Ro, you're so kind." And Ro covered her mouth and laughed. "Let's go. We haven't finished our work yet." She looked away, but there were some doubts in her heart. Strange, why did she feel that the back view was a little familiar? But if she had really seen such a beautiful woman, she would definitely have an impression. Who could it be? Xianxia didn't know that a small episode had happened. She had already begun the long journey of trying on clothes and buying clothes. Although the design of the clothes she was wearing was very ordinary, they were all branded goods. Coupled with the Chanel bag in her hand, she looked extraordinary. As soon as Xianxia stepped through the door, she was targeted by the salespeople. They enthusiastically introduced the newly released clothes. Xianxia casually flipped through the brand and couldn't help but be speechless when she saw a string of zeros behind it. She just wanted to buy a few clothes with a normal aesthetic. They didn't need to be expensive. At first, the salespeople were still enthusiastically introducing the clothes until Xianxia's eyes kept drifting to the discount section. The items in her hand weren't expensive, so their smiles gradually faded. However, as salespeople, they had the necessary manners. Their enthusiasm dissipated and they didn't surround Xianxia, which made Xianxia feel relieved. She successfully bought a few clothes. After trying them on, the salespeople's eyes lit up and they praised her with some envy. "These clothes are very picky. It's nice to have a good figure." Of course, she was happy to be praised. Xianxia smiled and thanked them. It was almost time. Xianxia carried 2 shopping bags and took a taxi to Green Island Cafe. When she got out of the taxi, she bumped into Xianxia, who had a cold and handsome face. Xianxia was wearing a checkered shirt and a coffee-colored sweater vest. His slender figure made the girls along the way blush. Xianxia muttered. He was indeed good-looking, but compared to Qingjun, he paled in comparison. She walked forward and called out to Xianxia from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Xianxia coldly turned his head with one hand in his pocket, but he was stunned when he saw Xianxia. He was stunned at first, but then he remembered who the woman in front of him was and was stunned. He stared at Xianxia and sized her up from head to toe. Then he asked with great difficulty, "You are Xianxia?" Xianxia remembered that the original owner didn't like this name. She would use the name Xianxia when she hooked up with rich men or pretty boys. It was the same for Xianxia. "It's me." She took a step forward. Her peach blossom eyes had a faint smile that could suck a person's soul in. Xianxia swallowed his dry throat. He was stunned for a moment. Although they had been together for a while, Xianxia was very satisfied with her European and American-style makeup. She didn't want to remove her makeup and didn't want Xianxia to touch her face. Xianxia knew that such a ruined appearance must be beautiful, but when he saw Xianxia's ugly face blinded by greed and her stupid intoxicated expression, he completely lost his appetite. Not to mention intimate contact, he felt disgusted when he saw those spider-like fake eyelashes. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia could get several million, he wouldn't have wasted so much time on her. But now, not only did she not want to get a divorce, she also changed greatly? Xianxia gritted his teeth, "I find that I don't recognize you." Xianxia walked past him with a smile in her eyes, but her voice was cold. "You must be joking. I'm afraid you've never met me." There were 2 well-dressed women sitting in the private room. One was Li Yun and the other was Sun Lan. Li Yun was the one who introduced Xianxia to Xianxia. They had met at the mahjong table. Compared to the 2 of them, the original owner didn't have much money and was anxious to meet people of the same class. Who would have thought that they were here to see a joke? When Xianxia came in, the two of them were stunned. Miss, can't I recognize you? Xianxia leaned against the door. Xiangrong entered the room with a stiff face and finally calmed down. On the other hand, the two friends covered their mouths in shock. They couldn't believe that the person in front of them was the vulgar Xianxia. But if they looked carefully, their facial features were indeed very similar. Li Yun quickly stood up and squeezed out a smile. Xiao, sit down. Look at you. I haven't seen you for a few days and you've become so beautiful. I won't go in. It's just right to stand here. I don't want to be misunderstood and gossip. The two of them, who had been spreading rumors behind their backs, had awkward expressions on their faces. Li Yun's outstretched hand was raised stiffly in the air, and she also smiled in agreement. How can that be? Who's gossiping? Xianxia was too lazy to pay attention to her. She crossed her arms and threw down a heavy bomb. I'm not getting a divorce. What? The three of them changed their faces. Looking at their exposed faces, the woman leaning against the door smiled and said in a relaxed tone, just in time. I came over to break up with Xiangrong. I hope he won't disturb me in the future. This? They looked at each other and didn't speak first. Only Xiangrong's face was dark as he stared coldly at Xianxia. Why? Are you unhappy that I'm not getting a divorce? Xianxia asked. No. Why did you suddenly? They were all confused by Xianxia's sudden change in attitude. Xianxia sighed, I'm a little embarrassed to talk about it. Li Yun, you're so unkind. How could you introduce me to someone who can't get it up? Li Yun was dumbfounded. What? If you don't have it, don't do porcelain work, right? Xianxia glanced at Xiangrong in disdain. For a moment, the two of them were a little embarrassed. Xiangrong's face was dark. Xianxia did not care what Xiangrong thought at all. Her goal today was to completely cut off all ties with them so that they would no longer have any thoughts of taking the money. But this is not the most important thing. Xiangrong is very open in this circle, so he shouldn't be angry, right? Xianxia's voice was soft and gentle. At the very least, Li Yun will take over. Her thoughts being exposed, Li Yun suddenly sat up straight and looked at Xiangrong with a bit of anxiety. She thought that a stupid woman like Xianxia would not know that they had an affair. But now it seemed that she knew. Xianxia crossed her arms and looked at them. I, on the other hand, did some calculations yesterday. We once invested in a project together, didn't we? I invested all my savings into it, and I even borrowed a sum of money from others. It's been so long. Are there profits or losses? Where are the accounts? The accounts are with the finance department. Don't worry, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Xianxia shook her head and said in a melancholy voice, but my husband might not be easy to talk to. Because I asked for a divorce, my accounts were checked and now the large sum of money is missing. He said that he might call the police or a lawyer, so you have to be quick. Don't. Before Li Yun could stand up, Sun Lan sitting on the sofa could not hold back and said anxiously, I'll give you the money back tomorrow. I'll give it to you along with the investment. They knew that the original owner wanted to get the shares of the Qin Group because she knew that her husband would not give her a house. They originally wanted to ask for compensation after the original owner got divorced, but now they had gone for wool and come home shorn. The Qin Group was not a large company, but it had tens of millions in funding and had good prospects for development. When Xianxia said this, they could not help but misunderstand. They thought that the president of the Qin Group had noticed their plan and panicked. By chance, Xianxia's threat had hit the nail on the head. Xianxia did not think that it would be so effective. After being stunned for a while, she quickly recovered and calmly nodded. This is good for both of us. She could be so calm and look like she had the situation under control. This made the two of them panic even more. They wanted to immediately throw back the money that the original owner had invested. After the discussion, Xianxia did not plan to stay for long. She carried the shopping bag and turned to leave. Behind her, a figure immediately followed and blocked Xianxia's way in the corridor. It was the gigolo Xiangrong. Xianxia looked at him coldly. What else do you want? Xiangrong ground his molars and glared hatefully at Xianxia, who had changed greatly. He had originally planned to get rid of this vulgar woman, but now it made his heart burn with unwillingness. This little thought made him restless. Aren't you afraid that I'll take revenge? He narrowed his eyes. How else can you take revenge on me? Xianxia sighed. Do you think I don't know about your relationship with Lian? In the past, I didn't want to talk about it. Now, I'm too lazy to talk about it. Xiangrong, when a woman doesn't love you, that's when she's the most ruthless. Her tone was as light as a feather, like a breeze that could not be caught, disappearing in an instant. You can't take revenge on me anymore. When he heard the last sentence, Xiangrong was stunned. He looked at the beautiful face that used to be covered in makeup. When those eyes looked at him, there was no longer any eagerness. The smile on her lips was cold, and it made him shiver. Xiangrong stared at Xianxia's back in a daze. He suddenly thought, did she hate him, so she mocked him back like how he used to play with her in the past? She was like a prickly hedgehog, not caring about other people's reactions at all. She just wanted to use her sharp thorns to prick everyone. A tiny thorn lightly pricked his heart, and he actually didn't know what to say. Xianxia silently applauded herself in her heart. She was possessed by a drama queen. She had put on a big show, and her body and mind were happy. Especially when she saw the gigolo Xiangrong's silly look, she almost couldn't control herself and laughed out loud. Let this daffodil be immersed in her own romance. She still had to go back to cook. Thinking of this, Xianxia took out her mobile phone and searched for Qingjun's name on WeChat for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia sent a message. What do you want to eat tonight? In the past few days, they had been busy testing the new game. Due to the large number of people entering the server and the upcoming Chinese Valentine's Day, the game was preparing to officially launch the marriage system. All kinds of activities and advertisements were hyped up one after another. They were very busy. Today, they finally completed the task. They heard that the usually secretive big boss was in the office. The young ladies in the company were very enthusiastic. They just wanted to see the big boss with their own eyes. A few employees in the pantry fought to bring coffee to the big boss. At this time, a beautiful figure in a white dress walked up. It was the beautiful and elegant Enro. She pursed her lips and smiled slightly. She took the coffee and said, "Let me do this. You can get off work now." A few of the employees were immediately discouraged and resentfully looked at her back as she walked away. I'm so envious. I also want to work hard to get promoted and meet the big boss. I heard he's super handsome. But why did I hear that the big boss is married? Hey, no way, if he's married, why isn't Ro so attentive? Is she trying to steal him? And Ro brought the coffee into the meeting room. Tu Nan was analyzing the data. There were only a few people sitting around the table. The most eye-catching person was a man in a gray hoodie sitting in the corner. His eyelids were lowered. His slender eyes looked absent-minded. No one knew what he was thinking about. His phone suddenly buzzed. He opened the screen and glanced at it. For the first time, he didn't put it down. He stared at the phone for a long time. His strange behavior made even Tu Nan forget what he was reporting. He secretly glanced at Qingjun's direction. The others also looked in Qingjun's direction, including Enro. She carefully smoothed out a few strands of hair to make her look more lively. Qingjun's slender fingers quickly tapped on the phone screen a few times and sent a message. He slowly raised his head. Facing the attention of a group of gossipy onlookers, his expression was calm. I'm not working overtime tonight. Boss, where are you going? Tu Nan's question represented the hearts of the bachelors. Qingjun closed the document. Home for dinner. The bachelors were stunned at first, then they let out a mournful howl. Oh my God, there are still wives in the 21st century who ask their husbands to go home for dinner. Can you please stop showing off? Boss, please tell us what sister-in-law's dinner looks like. I've only seen it online. I'm sorry, I can't think of what kind of heavenly day this is. I'm crying, I'm autistic. The group of bachelors wailed and howled. Ever since they entered the IT industry, even if they weren't single, they were still single. They also wanted to start a family, only Enro held the paper coffee cup in her hand. The scorching hot temperature made her palm feel hot, but she didn't realize it. Her smile was a little stiff. Dinner. Xianxia specially made 3 dishes and a soup to reward Qingjun. The way they ate was very harmonious. Xianxia was in charge of cooking, Qingjun was in charge of washing the pot. Xianxia ate a small bowl, and Qingjun could finish all the remaining dishes and rice. Xianxia looked at Qingjun, who was immersed in eating. She felt a sense of accomplishment and happiness from being recognized. Unlike other people who had a huge reaction to Xianxia's change in appearance, Qingjun was indifferent. He didn't even panic for a second. This made Xianxia have an illusion, as if he was really looking directly at the real soul. Under this skin. After dinner, Xianxia sat on the sofa and played with her phone. Qingjun wore the pink floral apron she bought and washed the dishes. There was a strange kind of cute picture. Xianxia held her hand and silently told herself not to take pictures. She was a little bored, so she picked up the paper in the drawer to practice. Xianxia hadn't drawn for a long time, and she almost couldn't find the touch. The simple strokes of the gel pen took shape step by step. In Xianxia's imagination, the back of a cute little person wearing an apron appeared on the paper. She grasped the cute point very well. The little person in the picture was a little silly, but also a little clumsy and cute. There was a strand of a hog on the head. After finishing the picture, Xianxia received a message from Li Yun, saying that she would send her the account details. She glanced at Qingjun, who was still washing the dishes. She put down the pen and went back to the bedroom, happily calculating the account details. Qingjun took off the apron and walked toward the study. Passing by the sofa in the living room, he saw a piece of paper on the coffee table. The cute version of the little person on it was very eye-catching. His footsteps paused. Xianxia woke up with the dream of becoming a rich woman. Because Li Yun had transferred more than 700,000 yuan, it was no wonder that the original owner of the book could live in poverty after the divorce. She could easily give all her wealth and even borrowed money to Li Yun for investment. It would be a good thing if she wasn't sold off. Xianxia did some calculations happily. If things continued like this, she might have more than enough money after the divorce. She could even open a small shop. Xianxia's dream was to open a book cafe and raise a fat orange cat. She would sit at the door every day to bask in the sun and pet the cat. She would also draw a few pictures in her spare time. Now, her dream was just around the corner. She had already begun to imagine a beautiful and happy life. After taking a shower while humming a song, Xianxia applied the body lotion. The mirror in the bathroom was covered with a layer of mist. It was hazy, but it reflected a gorgeous face. The beauty's eyebrows were full of affection, and her beauty had faded away, making her look even more delicate and beautiful. Xianxia patted her face with satisfaction and put on a mask. She pushed open the bathroom door with light steps. Her happiness came very quickly along with the tragedy. Xianxia lost her balance and her feet slipped. She screamed and failed to grab the door handle. She slid forward and fell hard on her but on the wooden floor. Dong! She cried out in pain. Pada! A bottle of Waha rolled on the ground and stopped at her feet. Xianxia was stunned. She looked up and met Qingjun's gaze. The beauty was lying on the ground with her elbows on the floor. Her bathrobe was open, revealing some beautiful spring scenery. Her legs were long and straight. Her full chest was tightly wrapped by the bath towel. Her collarbone was slender. Perhaps it was because she had just come out of the bathroom, her skin was fresh and pink. It was very attractive. Any man would not be able to hold himself back from such a scene. Qingjun, you scared me. Xianxia? Was this something a person could say? Could you please turn off the mic? Because of Xianxia's serious statement, there was no Coke at home. There were only various dairy products left, including Waha Yakult. Xianxia suspected that Qingjun was deliberately provoking her because he couldn't drink soda. It turned out that she had been overthinking things. Qingjun didn't have the slightest intention of helping her up, nor did he spurt out blood or have his heart stirred. Under Wan Qiuqiu's gaze, he calmly picked up the Waha and left. Wan Qiuqiu. He left just like that. She was so angry that she picked up a slipper and threw it at Qingjun. The slipper hit Qingjun's butt and bounced off. He finally stopped. Wan Qiuqiu's gnashing voice came from behind. Help me up. This fall was not light. Wan Qiuqiu's elbow was bruised, and her whole body hurt as if it was falling apart. Qingjun acted as if nothing had happened. He helped her to the sofa and began to peel off a piece of chocolate. Wan Qiuqiu retaliated by grabbing it and eating more than half of it in one bite. Only then did she proudly demonstrate to Qingjun. Qingjun stared at her in silence for a long time. The feeling of being stared at by Qingjun was very strange. His eyes were slender, and his pupils were quite beautiful. The emotions in his eyes were inexplicable, so Wan Qiuqiu gradually couldn't smile. She swallowed her dry throat and said, "What are you looking at?" "I know I'm beautiful." Qingjun continued to stare at her. "It's not bad?" Wan Qiuqiu. Qingjun, it seems to have passed its expiration date. Wan Qiuqiu, she suddenly remembered that when they went to the supermarket that day, they didn't buy any chocolate at all. So where did Qingjun find this piece of chocolate? As if he could feel Wan Qiuqiu's mood, Qingjun slowly added, "This was found in the pocket of last winter's coat." Wan Qiuqiu felt as if there was a fishbone stuck in her throat. She didn't know whether to eat or spit out the rest of the chocolate. "Qingjun, you bastard," she glared at Qingjun fiercely and announced, "No breakfast." Qingjun regained a little desire to live because of the delicious food, and he seemed to be trying to ease the atmosphere between the two. "I seem to have a bag of chocolate that hasn't expired. Do you want to eat it?" Wan Qiuqiu, "Thank you." However, it seemed that because of this small episode, the feeling of estrangement between the two of them like strangers was broken a little. Although the two of them had been eating at the same table these days and could occasionally say a few words, in the end, Wan Qiuqiu didn't know anything about his past, including his door that was closed almost 24 hours a day. However, she didn't need to know too much about it, right? Wan Qiuqiu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. The current way of getting along was very good. Two strangers helping each other, this was the definition of their relationship. "Are you going out today?" Wan Qiuqiu asked this question for a reason. Qingjun almost always stayed in his study room, and occasionally went out. He often wore his sweater and sportswear, so he definitely wouldn't go to a formal occasion. Therefore, in Wan Qiuqiu's mind, Qingjun was equal to a homebody. Some people looked serious on the surface, but who knew how much information they had on their computers? Wan Qiuqiu had already imagined the scene of the room full of figurines. Qingjun looked at her with a gentle expression, not knowing what Wan Qiuqiu was thinking about with a strange expression. "Yes. Then wait for me for a while. We can go together." It just so happened that she needed to tidy up and throw away a bunch of things in the room, including a few strange underwear. The woman said to wait for a while, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a long time. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. When Qingjun checked his phone for the nth time, she dragged a black bag out of the door, tired and sweaty. "Let's go downstairs together. Help me throw it away." Qingjun got up, picked up the plastic bag without any complaints, and took the lead to go out. Wan Qiuqiu followed behind with her bag. Qingjun was very tall. Wan Qiuqiu looked at him and estimated that if she didn't wear high heels, she would at most reach his chin. Wan Qiuqiu's heel was aching from the fall, and her walking pace gradually slowed down. At this time, a figure passed by Wan Qiuqiu and walked forward quickly. They went out of the building, and there was a flight of stairs outside the door. Wan Qiuqiu knew the little girl who passed by her. She was the daughter of a family upstairs. She often wandered around the door in the name of taking out the garbage. She didn't meet Qingjun, but repeatedly met Wan Qiuqiu. Wan Qiuqiu inexplicably received a few supercilious looks, but she still felt a little innocent. The little girl was wearing a white dress and thin high heels. She was like a light lotus, jumping in the direction of Qingjun. Wan Qiuqiu still didn't understand what the little girl was planning. Under her blank gaze, the other party suddenly screamed and pretended to sprain her ankle, aggressively throwing herself at Qingjun's back. Wan Qiuqiu was shocked. This was not a shy lotus. It was more like a tiger coming down the mountain, a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, or a grandette jewelry box. Biting the mountain and not letting go, no matter the wind, she could already see the next scene. At the critical moment, Qingjun, who was holding the plastic bag, paused. Little Lotus was immersed in the excitement and shyness of hitting the target in one shot. He calmly took a step back, causing Little Lotus to miss. The little girl was so scared that she revealed her true colors and screamed miserably. Wan Xiaoqiao, Qingjun loosened the plastic bag in his hand and it rolled down. Little Lotus just happened to fall on the soft plastic bag that was half a person's height, so she didn't hit her head and bleed on the spot. Something awkward happened. The bulging plastic bag was crushed by gravity in an instant. The other party didn't have time to react and her head plunged into her clothes. The little girl was lying on top of the garbage bag with lingering fear. She suddenly realized that she was a little indecent. She raised her head, and a ribbon with a lace texture and bright red color was hanging down from her head. Looking at this scene, Wan Xiaoqiao inappropriately thought of Chang'e for a second. The little girl with the sexy bra on top of her head noticed that something was wrong. Her expression changed. She trembled as she pulled down the slender ribbon from her head. When she saw what was in her hand, her face suddenly turned pale. Qingjun stood on the first step of the stairs with one hand in his pocket. He looked at her with a gentle expression and didn't have any intention to help. The little girl finally couldn't hold back her grievance and cried out loud. She threw away the bra and ran away quickly. Wan Xiaoqiao, this wasn't her fault. Qingjun slowly went down the stairs and bent down to pick up the bra. He naturally tied up the bag again. Wan Xiaoqiao looked a little embarrassed. Although she didn't wear this thing, it was still her underwear in name. She quickly went down the stairs. Wait, let me take a look. Ah. Wan Xiaoqiao suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ankle and her legs went soft. Wan Xiaoqiao was caught off guard and almost fell. Wan Xiaoqiao swore that she definitely saw Qingjun, this dog of a man, dodge. Open up, she reacted quickly and grabbed Qingjun's clothes. Sure enough, Qingjun didn't manage to stabilize himself. Like a tree that was blown by a strong wind, he fell straight to the ground. Wan Xiaoqiao happened to be in Qingjun's arms and wasn't hurt at all. The beauty in his arms was soft and fragrant. Her black hair was like a waterfall and her fair cheeks were flushed. She asked softly, "Are you okay?" Qingjun, their eyes met. A big question mark floated above Wan Xiaoqiao's head. She gritted her teeth and sneered, "You're not going to say that I'm too heavy, are you?" Qingjun swallowed the words that he was about to blurt out. No. Wan Xiaoqiao, Qingjun, my hand is fractured. Wan Xiaoqiao? She quickly sat up and looked at Qingjun awkwardly as he raised his soft left hand. Qingjun sighed softly. Wan Xiaoqiao was even more embarrassed. I'm sorry, let's go to the hospital. I'll definitely reimburse your medical expenses. If Wan Xiaoqiao knew how much insurance Qingjun bought for his hand, she would never dare to say such a thing. Absolutely. Wan Xiaoqiao followed Qingjun to the hospital with her head down. She felt ashamed and embarrassed. She was like a balloon that had been poked and immediately deflated. The couple in name had a good appearance and was the focus of attention wherever they went. For a moment, people didn't know whether to look at Wan Xiaoqiao or Qingjun. They all sighed with envy. Sure enough, they were a perfect match for a golden boy and a jade girl. Look, the relationship between the two was so good. When the husband was injured, the wife was also sad. Fortunately, the injury wasn't serious and he only needed to rest for a few days. Wan Xiaoqiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. The two sat in the taxi and were so silent that the driver felt a little uncomfortable. He silently turned on the music and Zhang Yu's hoarse voice sounded, "The rain has been falling and the atmosphere is not harmonious." Hearing this, the driver chose to silently turn off the music. Qingjun looked out of the window and suddenly said slowly, "I want to eat stewed mutton." Wan Xiaoqiao readily agreed, "Okay." Braised pork ribs. Wan Xiaoqiao. "Okay." Sweet and sour fish. Wan Xiaoqiao gritted her teeth and cast a death stare at Qingjun. The next second, Qingjun sighed faintly, "My hand is starting to hurt." Wan Xiaoqiao. "Sorry." She would cook for him. The driver saw the strange atmosphere between the couple from the rearview mirror and was immediately amused. His left hand was tightly bandaged, but his right hand could still move freely. It almost didn't affect his normal life. Wan Qiuqiu's eyelids twitched. She looked at Qingjun gorging himself and only hoped that this guy would shut up quickly after eating. She had always thought that according to the description in the book, Qingjun was a flower on a high mountain. After knowing him for a long time, her understanding of Qingjun had completely changed. After dinner, Wan Qiuqiu turned on the TV and casually changed the channel. Qingjun sat next to her and lowered his head to type on his phone. Wan Qiuqiu glanced at him and found that his typing speed was extremely fast. Wan Qiuqiu was secretly speechless. Just as she was distracted, it happened to stop on the entertainment channel. It was a discussion show and the host introduced them as esports rookies who had great potential. A long-lost memory came to her mind. Wan Qiuqiu almost forgot that she had transmigrated into a book. In this book, she was just an insignificant supporting character. After the real female lead was reborn, she lived happily with her childhood sweetheart and successfully became a full-time housewife, living the life of her dreams. The Qingjun in the book didn't have much description, only the memories of his previous life. After the female lead was reborn, she was trying her best to maintain a romantic relationship with her childhood sweetheart, so she gradually forgot about this. Wan Qiuqiu thought that according to the description in the book, as long as she didn't provoke the female lead shouldn't have anything to do with them. That was for the best. Wan Qiuqiu turned off the TV and lay on the sofa without a care for her image. She also picked up her phone. Recently, she had been playing a competitive mobile game. The game was average, but the graphics were exquisite. The reason why Wan Qiuqiu wanted to play this game was because of a new activity that had recently come up. She wanted to form a team to fight monsters and draw a lottery for puzzles. If she was lucky, everyone could get the latest model of Apple computer. Although her hand speed was not good, she had perseverance and time. Wan Qiuqiu had a flash of inspiration and asked Qingjun with interest, "Do you play games?" Qingjun, yes. Sure enough, generally speaking, the gaming skills of a hardcore otaku were higher than other groups. Wan Qiuqiu continued to ask with hope, "Then what are you good at? King of Glory? Chicken? Or League of Legends? Call of Duty?" Qingjun said slowly, "Happy pastime, happy do diju." Wan Qiuqiu, she really shouldn't have had any hope for Qingjun. She sighed and opened the game's homepage to do her daily missions. She didn't have the luck to be a koi, nor did she have the strength to KO. She could only be the lowest level of pay-to-win players. It seems that I can only find someone else to form a team with. Qingjun glanced at Wan Qiuqiu's game ID from the corner of his eye. Qingjun. It seems that she really likes this name. The two of them returned to their respective rooms. The atmosphere was harmonious. Wan Qiuqiu lay on the bed and continued to play with her phone. The time when she had nothing to do was leisurely and beautiful. At this time, a team invited her to form a team. The name was Waha. The strange name made Wan Qiuqiu's eyelids twitch. Was it that magical? Just as she was thinking about which team to join, someone sent her an invitation. There were a total of 4 people in the team. The team leader was called Yakult, and the others were called Southern Black Sesame, Delicious Dumplings, and Kong Shifu Instant Noodles. Wan Qiuqiu was hesitant because of the strange names and combinations. Seeing that each of them had spent money to buy the best equipment, she thought about it and felt that they could still play together if they spent money, so she agreed readily. "Qiuqiu, are you sure you want to bring me along? My skills are very average." After a few seconds, the team leader, Yakult, was a man of few words and sent an yes. Wan Qiuqiu looked at the name Yakult and the way they spoke, and subconsciously thought of Qingjun. But soon, she rejected this guess. Qingjun had never said that he liked to play competitive mobile games. Moreover, how could he play with an injured hand? The most complicated and annoying part of this mobile game was that there were a lot of skills and actions. Wan Qiuqiu was dazzled by it and it took her a few days to get used to the game. They were all new accounts. She guessed that they wanted to play a team mission and were missing a person, so they randomly picked someone from the ID to make up the numbers. Xianxia didn't think that she would really get the prize computer. Everyone in the small team was new, so it was very unlikely that they would be able to collect all the fragments for the lucky draw. But Xianxia was still quite happy to have someone to play with. Yakult, let's go. Delicious dumplings, okay. Little sister-in-law, let's go, the other two sent ellipses. Delicious dumplings has been muted by the team leader. Xianxia? She suddenly understood the other party's name. Delicious dumplings? She was the only female, so she became the little sister-in-law? Xianxia was a bit angry. If the team leader hadn't muted her quickly, Xianxia would have left the team immediately. Yakult, his brain isn't working well. Southern Black Sesame, that's right, that's right. He's been working overtime. Don't be angry. Kongshifu instant noodles, I just gave him a slap. Xianxia, who was frightened by their enthusiasm. Thank you. The atmosphere in the team was quite good. After they finished fighting the monsters, Xianxia felt relieved and followed them. She originally wanted to lead the new team so that they could familiarize themselves with the game faster. Xianxia was already prepared for the team to be wiped out in the first round. But who knew that before she could react, she saw the other people fighting the monsters quickly and easily. They were even chatting while fighting the monsters. Southern Black Sesame, Aya, we're so lucky. Kongshifu instant noodles, that's right. Everyone's not very good. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Xianxia? This monster, when she was in a team with others, she couldn't even defeat it a few times. Xianxia silently comforted herself. This was just a small monster. When they fought a few more, they would know that it wasn't easy. The new accounts gained a lot of experience. They moved skillfully and excitedly to the next mission. Xianxia was a little confused. She followed them to the next map in confusion. Before she could react, the other people rushed forward. Dozens of gorgeous fireworks seemed to explode on the screen. Xianxia didn't even see where the monsters ran to, and she won again. Especially the team leader, Yakult. His moves were accurate and his hand speed was shockingly fast. Xianxia only wanted to worship him. Southern Black Sesame, luck. Xianxia, seeing the team solve more and more puzzles and the team's ranking rise, Xianxia couldn't describe the feelings in her heart. Xianxia, are you guys gods? Yakult, who only said one sentence from the beginning, explained, there are more people in the game, so the rewards are average. We are the tallest among the shortest. Xianxia somewhat believed his words. If they were really gods in the game, why would they team up to play this broken game with bugs? The reward was not even enough for them to livestream once. The number of missions for the day was used up. Everyone agreed to continue the next night. Coincidentally, the time was right after Xianxia finished her dinner. This also avoided the awkward situation of her schedule not meeting. Although today's battle situation was a little magical, Xianxia was still very happy. This was probably the reason why it was more interesting than a standalone game. From this, Xianxia thought of Qingjun, an older child who liked to play puzzle games. She went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. When she passed by Qingjun's room, it was very quiet. There was no light coming in from the crack of the door. He should be asleep. Xianxia muttered. She didn't know if this guy remembered to cover himself with a blanket when he slept. She was afraid of waking Qingjun up. Her footsteps were light, and she tiptoed back to the room. Separated by a door. Qingjun leaned on the pillow, half sitting on the single bed. The game interface was not closed yet. The game ID on it was Yakult. When the game went offline, Tunan and the others were bored. They couldn't stand seeing so many bugs in the game. They quietly snuck into the game system, and in a friendly spirit, fixed a few fatal bugs for them. As they fixed the bugs, the group was still complaining. Oh my god, I can't stand it. Why can't I just walk? There are so many bugs that I don't even have the strength to complain. Did their programmer go to university properly? Maybe they can come to our Wadayaku Vocational Technical College to study. I think it'll be a whole new game after we're done. The atmosphere in the group was relaxed and happy as they chatted and fixed the bugs. The mobile game team full of complaints would never have thought that by the time they reacted the next day, it was already a whole new world. In another corner of the world, the woman lying on the bed suddenly began to toss and turn uneasily. She was covered in cold sweat. She suddenly opened her eyes amidst the chaos and pain of her memories. Su Being's face was pale. Her hand trembled as she touched her face. Wasn't she dead? Why was the scene in front of her so familiar? Wait, wasn't this her home? Su Being realized that something was wrong with the environment. She suddenly sat up and hurriedly picked up her phone. She still remembered this phone. It was a birthday gift from her father a few years ago. After she unfortunately lost it, she changed it. She opened the phone in disbelief. The time was clearly displayed on the screen. It was 3 years ago, a week before she wanted to break off the marriage, abandon her childhood sweetheart, and sneak off to another city. Su Being stared blankly at the phone. After a while, she suddenly cried tears of joy. This is great. Everything was still in time. She must have been blind in her previous life to think that Qingjun was hiding something. She must have thought that Qingjun, this emotionless iceberg, would be melted by her. Fortunately, she could still go back on her words. Fortunately, God gave her a chance to start over. She must not court death. She must properly hug her childhood sweetheart's golden thigh. The next day, Xianxia stretched and didn't want to wake up from the bed for a long time. Recently, she was used to being a rice worm and almost forgot that before she transmigrated, she was an office worker who worked from 9 to 5 and didn't get overtime pay. At that time, her only hobby was drawing. She could sit on the chair and draw for a long time with a drawing board. Since her hands were itching recently, she might as well buy a new drawing board. Ding dong. The phone showed a message notification. Xianxia rubbed her eyes sleepily and turned over to open the phone. The contact's name was Chu Wei and the content of the message was very simple. Call Qingjun to have lunch together in the afternoon. I'll send you the location later. Xianxia shivered and sat up. The contact's name was Chu Wei and there was no other relationship. Xianxia had never heard of this person's name. So, who was she? Chu Wei's name wasn't on WeChat and the message records were probably deleted. Not a single message was left. The only call record was about half a month ago. At that time, Xianxia hadn't transmigrated yet, which meant that she had called the original owner before the divorce. Who was Chu Wei? Xianxia quickly sat up and sent Qingjun a WeChat message. Where are you? I have something to ask you. The other party replied quickly. In the kitchen. Xianxia. Oh. Qingjun took out a carton of milk from the fridge and drank it. Xianxia had never seen a man of his age who loved to drink milk. The fridge at home was always filled with rows of milk. There used to be Coca-Cola, but it was replaced with Yakult and Waha. Xianxia's long hair was loose and her slippers made clicking sounds. Qingjun didn't look back and patiently removed the plastic packaging on the straw. Qingjun slowly said, you don't have money? Xianxia. No. She wasn't a spendthrift. How could she be out of money in a few days? Xianxia cleared her throat and said, are you free this afternoon? Yes. There's a dinner party, you know. Xianxia's words were vague. Chu Wei sighed. She thought that Chu Wei might be a friend or relative, and was worried that she would expose herself. Hearing Xianxia's words, Qingjun raised his head and looked at her thoughtfully for the first time. His gaze made Xianxia quiver. What's wrong? Nothing. In the afternoon, she changed her clothes and went to a luxurious hotel with Qingjun. Xianxia was secretly speechless all the way. On the surface, she raised her chin slightly in a reserved manner. Walking beside Qingjun, her aura did not lose out at all. The waiter led the two of them to their reserved seats. Xianxia looked at a seat by the window. Then, he was dumbfounded. The man and woman sitting at the side looked to be in their 40s. Their manners were elegant and dignified. The point was that they were obviously elders, and Qingjun's elders, unfilial son, don't you call me dad when you see me? Qingjun's father looked angry. His thick eyebrows and big eyes were even more shocking. Xianxia, this was his father. Then, Chu Wei was his mother? No wonder he looked at her strangely and directly called her mother-in-law by her original name. Qingjun was giving her face by not being angry. However, Qingjun didn't look like either of them. Moreover, if she was Qingjun's mother, the original owner of the body actually called her by her real name. That was too unscrupulous. Fortunately, the other party quickly revealed her identity. Although Wei Wei is your stepmother, she cares about you as much as anyone else. She heard that the two of you are not living well recently, so she suggested to have a meal. You brat, don't be so tactless. Wan Qiuqiu frowned slightly when she heard Qingjun's father's words. These words were too unpleasant to hear. Even if Qingjun couldn't accept being a stepmother, it was understandable. Forcing his son to admit it so harshly and crudely was pushing him and his son further and further apart. Qingjun was like a block of wood the entire time. He didn't respond at all, making Qingjun's father feel like he had punched cotton. He could only change the topic. Qiuqiu, how have you been recently? Wan Qiuqiu didn't want to call them father and mother, so she smiled and continued the topic, pretty good. The two of us are living very well. You might have misunderstood. When she said this, Chu Wei looked at her with a subtle gaze. His expression was a bit dark. That's good. This brat only knows how to eat and wait for death. He's just a piece of trash. He has wronged you. Qingjun's father snorted. Wan Qiuqiu glanced at Qingjun from the corner of her eyes. Compared to the others who were sitting upright, he was the only one who was too relaxed. His back was slightly bent, and he was sitting in his seat lazily. He was indifferent to his father's disrespectful words. His slender fingers fiddled with the napkin under the plate. His eyelids were lowered, and he looked indifferent. Wan Qiuqiu inexplicably felt a little irritable. Why did his father talk to his son like this? Was this fair to Qingjun? Was he treating his son as an adult with dignity and a family? Wan Qiuqiu took a deep breath and decided to say something. I'm hungry. Qingjun interrupted her without looking up. His tone was gentle and soft. Serve the menu. Wan Qiuqiu pursed her lips. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Qingjun seemed to know what she wanted to say and interrupted her at this moment. She sighed softly. She knew that anything she said would be strange in such a situation. Perhaps she could only endure it and figure out the situation first. Qingjun's left hand was injured, so it was inconvenient for him to eat Western food. It was inevitable that the knife and fork would make a slight sound on the porcelain plate. Qingjun's father couldn't stand his good-for-nothing appearance, so he kept a straight face. Wan Qiuqiu felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles during the meal. She didn't know what to talk about and was afraid that she would expose herself. The dishes were okay, but the portions were small. It was better to eat noodles at home. At this moment, she felt a kick on the tip of her foot. Wan Qiuqiu was stunned and looked at Chu Wei, who was sitting opposite her. Chu Wei took good care of herself and was graceful. She smiled at Wan Qiuqiu's surprised gaze. I'm going to touch up my makeup. Shall we go together? Wan Qiuqiu clenched the knife and fork in her hand and realized that the situation wasn't as simple as she thought. She nodded and picked up her bag. Okay. In the bathroom, Chu Wei's expression changed immediately. The smile on her lips was cold, and her eyes were as if they were dipped in poison. She stared at Wan Qiuqiu coldly. What's wrong with you? You don't want a divorce. Do you want to raise the price? Wan Qiuqiu was stunned and immediately understood the other party's meaning. So, the original body's divorce had something to do with the stepmother? Are you coveting his house again? Didn't I tell you that once you get the shares, you can transfer them to me? I'll give you 2 houses and you can choose the location. If you're not satisfied, be careful that you won't get anything. Wan Qiuqiu sucked in a cold breath in her heart, but she didn't show any shock on the surface. She turned her face and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Chu Wei was a bit anxious. She grabbed Wan Qiuqiu's wrist and her brown nails dug into Wan Qiuqiu's white skin, making Wan Qiuqiu feel a burst of pain. Chu Wei's expression was very ugly. Don't try to play tricks with me. You have to remember that you have no parents and no one to rely on. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been able to marry Qingjun. You shouldn't be stupid enough to think that he likes you, right? Let me tell you, he only agreed to marry you because of this house. This house is the only inheritance left behind by his dead mother, so don't even think about it. Xianxia listened to her telling the truth and finally understood why Qingjun would marry the original owner. In short, you better understand the situation and don't be stupid again. Xianxia gave a vague end sound. Chu Wei glared at her with hatred. For Qingjun's shares, she had planned for so many years just to wait for this day. How could she let Xianxia ruin it? Xianxia's wrist was aching and she felt very tired. She realized that it wasn't easy for her to be a well-behaved supporting female lead. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. She had to solve them all before she could live a peaceful and happy life. After the awkward meal, Xianxia and Qingjun went back as usual. The cold wind blew her long hair and the two of them entered the residential building in silence. When Xianxia stepped on the steps, she suddenly turned around and looked into Qingjun's eyes. The two of them stood still. Xianxia didn't want to mention what Father Qing said today. Under Qingjun's puzzled gaze, Xianxia scratched her hair in annoyance. With Qingjun's personality, he definitely didn't want to fight for the family property. He might be framed by his stepmother one day and become a pauper completely. Xianxia suddenly felt a lot of pressure. It was time for her to shoulder the burden of this family. Qingjun was good to her and she wasn't a heartless person. It's okay. I have money too, although it's not a lot. So if she wanted to fight back, she should fight back. Yes. In Xianxia's mind, Qingjun didn't care because he didn't want to cut off his father's source of income. His mother had passed away, his father didn't love him and his stepmother was always eyeing money. It would be strange if he wasn't depressed. Xianxia could completely understand his reason for avoiding reality. Qingjun, he put one hand in his pocket and stared at Xianxia with a serious expression. Under the dim light, the lines of his cheeks were soft and slender. His slender eyes were very beautiful and his pupils were tinged with a warm halo. Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Okay, I know you're very touched, but, wait. He leaned forward slightly and the distance between the two of them narrowed a little. Xianxia asked warily, "What are you doing? I know I'm very good-looking and kind. But this dog of a man was wrong to want to kiss her. She was only in the mood to protect the little chick, she didn't want to talk about feelings, thank you." You, Why are your eye boogers glowing? Qingjun's eyes were full of probing seriousness. Xianxia, there was a long, dead silence. An angry voice that sounded like it was grinding its teeth rang out. We call this, lying silkworm. Xianxia didn't want to talk to Qingjun. Xianxia held a grudge against him for his untactful and suicidal behavior. She forgot about the game and went back to sleep. The next day, when Xianxia opened the game, she was stunned by the series of updates. The most gratifying thing was that the broken game that always lagged was actually smooth. Smooth. Great, it seemed that programmers were still useful. Once the game was opened, a notice board with bold words popped up along with cheerful music. It was as big and eye-catching as a small advertisement on the street, but it was so ugly that Xianxia couldn't bear to look at it. The notice only had a few words, tears in my eyes, I don't know what to say. Thank you, master. Fist salute / fist salute / fist salute. Xianxia, the creator of this game, was getting more and more confused. Who would release such an announcement without any head or tail? What the hell was this? Xianxia was speechless when she went online and found that everyone had been waiting for a long time. They were leisurely completing the action of jumping off the building, going up the building, and jumping off the building. Only Captain Yang Lidwa stood there calmly without moving, as if he was watching these idiots. Xianxia, hi. Sorry, I'm late. Yang Lidwa moved, let's go. Forming a team to do missions as soon as she went online had become Xianxia's daily pastime. Everyone was quite casual when playing the game, but sometimes their tone was inexplicably ambiguous, making Xianxia unable to understand their true meaning. Xianxia classified this as an exclusive signal between straight guys. Xiao, do you guys know each other? Southern Black Sesame, yes, we're all good friends from the same company. Delicious dumplings, our boss is so handsome. He's such an upright person, he'll definitely give me a raise at the end of the year. Kongshifu instant noodles, yes, yes. The boss is wise and mighty, he'll definitely reward us, the bottom employees, with a raise. Wan Chocho felt that they were implying something. Without waiting for her to think carefully, Captain Yang Lidwa said, do missions. In just a few days, the team's ranking climbed up, and they actually obtained a large number of puzzle pieces with a 100% success rate. Wan Chocho was surprised and suddenly began to hope for a prize that she didn't dare to imagine. Kukyukyu, can we get a reward? Kongshifu instant noodles, we can try. There's a pattern. Wan Chocho was a little surprised, but seeing how confident they were, she also looked forward to it. She had never to pick a prize, she had picked would be the last 2 out of 3 people. It was like being a lucky was to be lucky like a lucky. They Chocho instant lucky was. The lucky draw was done by the captain, and Yakult had to collect all the shards and draw 10 out of 10. The first time, the second time, Wan Chocho was a little discouraged, but the others were very calm, as if they had a card up their sleeves, which inexplicably infected Wan Chocho's mood. There were only 2 times left. Wan Chocho stared at the screen nervously. He missed. The first prize the first place that was on the screen showed was the first prize. The first prize was displayed the first prize. Did he really win? Qingjun, who was in the study, heard the cheers from the other side of the wall. He blinked, lowered his head and typed a line in the group. Send my share to the company. It was the first time Wan Chocho got such a big prize, she was in a good mood. She clearly understood that she was basking in everyone's glory. Without them, she wouldn't have gotten anything. Wan Chocho enthusiastically said that she wanted to send everyone a red packet, but they rejected her. It's just a game, as long as you're happy. Yeah, let's play another game next time. Sister-in-law, remember our IDs, Delicious Dumplings has been muted by the team leader. Kukyukyu, Wan Chocho had an illusion that they were Santa Claus who came to fulfill her wish. When her wish was fulfilled, it was time for them to leave the game. But she wasn't disappointed. Life was like this, meeting and then parting. Some people stayed with you for a long time, while others only bloomed for a short time. Wan Chocho sent a smiley face, said goodbye to them, and agreed to go offline together. There were only 4 people in the WeChat group. Other than Qingjun, the others were Tu Nan, Jiao Fan, and Fu Zicheng. They were Southern Black Sesame, Delicious Dumplings, and Kongshifu instant noodles. Tu Nan's voice was rippling, sister-in-law is so gentle. Jiao Fan, sigh, a sigh from a single mother. Fu Zicheng, boss. When are you going to let us see her? You're too good at hiding your mistress. They secretly thought that their boss was unhappy in his marriage and didn't dare to mention it, afraid that he would think of something sad. Now, he dragged them to play with him and didn't even let them see her in person. This was too heartless. Qingjun didn't reply on WeChat. What the bachelors didn't know was that their boss had abandoned them and answered his sister-in-law's summons to eat. In order to celebrate getting a laptop for free, Wan Chocho decided to drag Qingjun out for a big meal. It was her treat. The two went to a Yunnan restaurant. There weren't many customers at this time. To avoid trouble, Wan Chocho booked a private room for the 2 of them to eat in peace. The waitress blushed when she saw Qingjun. Her eyes swept to Wan Chocho's room, and the passion in her heart was mostly extinguished, leaving only envy. The so-called golden couple was just like this. They ordered 5 or 6 dishes. Compared to the awkward Western food last time, this time it was much more natural. Wan Chocho was in a good mood, and her eyes were smiling. Is it good? She asked as she poured a glass of water for Qingjun. Under the soft light, her eyes twinkled like stars. Her intoxicating peach blossom eyes were slightly curved, and the ends of her eyes were upturned. She looked stunning and charming. It was unknown whether it was the rouge on her lips or her jade-like cheeks that were more beautiful. Qingjun took a second look, then calmly looked away. It's not as good as yours. He was telling the truth. Xianxia, who was praised so seriously, curled her lips. Thank you. The two of them continued to eat in silence. There was no topic of conversation, but it was quite harmonious. The company sent a package containing several Macs signed by Tu Nan. And Ro saw the package and helped Tu Nan to take it to the office. Her movements were a little strenuous, and her delicate and weak appearance made Tu Nan, who was a rough man, immediately wake up. He quickly took it. I'll take it myself. You still have to draw your hand. Don't hurt it. And Ro was in charge of the animation design department, which could be considered to have made a lot of contributions to the company. She studied abroad in Japan and was a disciple of a famous master. She also had her own unique design concept. Although she wasn't particularly outstanding, her aesthetic had always been on the line. Qingjun wasn't in the office. And Ro glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She was a little disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. She chuckled. By the way, why did you buy a computer? We opened it while playing games with sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? And Ro's expression became a little subtle. She forced a smile and asked, You two are playing games together? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? The series of questions was a little aggressive. Tu Nan scratched his head and said, Boss told us not to talk nonsense. It's a small matter. And Ro bit her lip. I thought our relationship wasn't so distant. Hey, what's there to be calculative about? It's just a game. We haven't even met sister-in-law yet. Are you that curious? Boss doesn't even want to meet her. It can only mean that he doesn't love her. And Ro, who was tortured by jealousy, spoke without thinking. When she realized that Tu Nan's expression wasn't right, she immediately changed her expression and added a few words. What I mean is, you guys shouldn't have too high of an expectation. Tu Nan touched his nose, indicating that he was referring to something. I think boss treats sister-in-law quite well. You better not think too much. In a place where he couldn't see, and Ro silently clenched her fists. Her nails dug into her palms without her noticing. The company's logistics were very fast. In just 2 or 3 days, Xianxia received an Apple computer. She happily installed the computer. Fortunately, with Qingjun's help, she was soon connected to the internet. Xianxia put one hand on the desk, raised her eyebrows and said, You definitely don't know where my computer came from. Qingjun glanced at her slowly and didn't answer. Instead, he turned on the computer and checked the security system. I got it from a game. Oh. Xianxia. This person was really boring. He was like an old man in his 70s or 80s with no vitality at all. She really didn't know what he would be like when he fell in love. Would he lie down with a girl who was as warm as him, live on junk food and figurines every day, and communicate with his mobile phone? Xianxia's eyelids twitched. This scene was too ugly. Just as she was distracted, the computer was installed and showed that the internet was connected. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Little brother, you have some skills. I want to eat dumplings in the afternoon. Xianxia's smile broke. Dumplings are very troublesome. Let's buy frozen ones. The man in front of her was very tall. He was wearing a black hoodie, which made his skin look milky white. He lowered his slender eyelids. From Xianxia's angle, she could see his thick and long eyelashes and his overly tall nose. He was so good-looking that it made people's hair stand on end. He sighed softly and said faintly, My hand hurts. Xianxia. Didn't you take off your bandages and want to blackmail me? Qingjun answered seriously, Yes. She was speechless. The hot dumplings were thin and full of fillings. They looked very appetizing. Xianxia filled a big bowl for Qingjun and was busy scooping dumplings for herself. She hadn't eaten yet, and Qingjun didn't eat either. He waited for Xianxia to sit down and eat together. Xianxia's mobile phone was placed on the table. Suddenly, the screen lit up. From Qingjun's position, he could see the content on the screen. Xianxia, I'm Xiangrong. I have something to tell you. Do you have time tomorrow? Wow, it's so hot. Xianxia carried a plate of dumplings and quickly walked to the table. She saw her phone light up. Qingjun lowered his head to eat dumplings as if it had nothing to do with him. She picked up her phone and saw a message from Xiangrong. This guy was really persistent. She had blacklisted him countless times, but he was still not discouraged. Xianxia was so annoyed that she was about to lose her temper. Just as she was about to continue blacklisting Xiangrong's number, Xiangrong sent another message. If you don't want to see me, I might have to take some special measures. Xianxia sneered and replied immediately. Screenshot. If you dare to do anything, I'll call the police. If you don't want to see me, I'll expose some evidence of us being together. Xianxia wanted to roll her eyes. If he wanted to send the so-called evidence to Qingjun wouldn't care at all and would delete it without even looking at it. If it was posted online, Xianxia wouldn't care. Her lover wasn't hers. She had a clear conscience and didn't care about what the internet would say. If Xiangrong wanted to embarrass her, she would accompany him. Xianxia replied very quickly. Do whatever you want. The dumplings were a little cold. Xianxia had lost her appetite because of Xiangrong. She absent-mindedly poked her chopsticks a few times. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough ability to make Xiangrong not dare to disturb her anymore. She could only think of other ways. Qingjun stopped eating dumplings. When Xianxia didn't see him, he had a thoughtful expression. Xiangrong really did what he said. At night, Xianxia went back to her room to sleep. She thought that Xiangrong wouldn't be too ruthless. Who would have thought that her expression would stimulate Xiangrong? He even began to think about the good of the original owner. No matter what, he wanted to destroy their marriage. He didn't believe that even if they had no feelings for each other, when they saw their wife wearing a green hat, they would still be indifferent. Xiangrong had Qingjun's mobile phone number. When the original owner was completely unprepared, he saved the mobile phone number, thinking that he could use it one day. He coldly sent a long message with a link to the email so that Xianxia's husband could understand what his wife was doing. Xiangrong proudly waited for Qingjun's response. He didn't receive a reply for a long time. He was a bit annoyed, wondering if the other party was arguing with Xianxia. At this moment, Xiangrong didn't know that Qingjun never received messages from unknown numbers. The long message he sent with the link had long been intercepted and automatically rolled into the trash to accompany the spam. Xianxia was lying on the bed playing with her phone. The sound of her happy voice could be heard from time to time in the room. She thought that Xiangrong would act out, but there was no news at all. As she waited, she felt a bit sleepy and gradually fell asleep. Xiangrong waited for several hours, but there was no response from Xuehua. He sent several messages but no one responded. His handsome face was cold. He used Qingjun's mobile phone number to search for WeChat and sent him a friend request. The note read, "Are you not going to respond to my messages? Very well, you'll regret it." After a few minutes, she received a message from Qingwan. Where are you? Xiangrong? Where are you? Was this guy provoking him? He suppressed his anger. Didn't you see the messages I sent? After a few more minutes, Qingjun replied. Found it. It's in the trash. Xiangrong. Qingjun quickly skimmed through Xiangrong's message. It was nothing more than saying that the original owner was using his money to support other people. It said that the original owner wanted a divorce in order to marry Xiangrong. At the end, there was a link, saying that it was proof of their intimate bed photos. In the dark study, the computer screen lit up. Qingjun's side profile was expressionless. He could tell at a glance that the photos were all photoshopped. The other party's Photoshop skills were superb. If it was an ordinary person, they might really be deceived. But this was Qingjun. He clicked the mouse very quickly. There was only a series of clicking sounds as he tapped on the keyboard, but he deliberately slowed down his movements. He quickly hacked into Xiangrong's computer and deleted all the so-called evidence on the cloud drive and hard drive. He also logged into Xiangrong's several communication devices and sent a copy of his bed photos with other women. He didn't even forget to send it to Xiangrong's parents. This was a clean and neat action. In a short period of time, he completed the act of repayment. Qingjun was very calm the whole time. He was so calm that he even drank another bottle of Yakult. He turned off the computer and slowly went to the bathroom to wash up. At this time, Wan Qiuqiu was sleeping soundly. She didn't know that the trouble with Xiang Rong had been completely solved in her sleep. On the other side, by the time Xiang Rong reacted, his family and friends were calling him so hard that his phone almost blew up. He was so busy that he turned pale with fright. Half of his life was ruined overnight, and he was even found out by his family. Now, he no longer had the face to stay in the circle of rich women. Everyone knew that he had slept with several women and used them to climb up the social ladder. Even the plastic sister, Li Yun, quickly broke off their relationship with this old lover. This time, he was completely finished. Wan Qiuqiu waited for a few days for Xiang Rong to act out, but she didn't receive any news from him. She wondered if Xiang Rong had backed off or found another way out. No matter what, it had nothing to do with Wan Qiuqiu. She was happy to cut ties with Xiang Rong. After not logging into mobile games for a few days, Wan Qiuqiu lost interest. She suddenly remembered that when they first played games together, either Black Sesame or Kong Shifu had mentioned the name of another game because of the beautiful graphics of the game. It was called A Dream Token. Wan Qiuqiu had heard of the name A Dream Token from several hot searches. This large-scale ancient online game had beautiful graphics and many interesting settings. It was a high-quality and conscientious domestic game in all aspects. It had only been a month since the server was launched, but there were already so many players that the server was often full and people had to queue to enter. However, the name A Dream Token seemed a little familiar. Wan Qiuqiu didn't think too much about it. There were too many names in the genre. Perhaps it was only because of the song lyrics that it felt familiar. The drawing board she bought was still on the way. Since she had nothing to do these 2 days, she decided to change to another game. This was it. A Dream Token was an ancient Chinese game. It had attracted a lot of players before the server was released, and it had received a lot of good reviews. It was no wonder that everyone had such high expectations. Before this, the Jiaqing company was a new force to be reckoned with. The company was not big, and the investment was not high. In the beginning, they did not have enough funds, so the games they made were all simple games. However, they gradually gained the recognition of a group of players because of their unique thinking, interesting graphics, and strong playability. Then, under the premise of having enough funds, a classic mobile game made by the company became completely popular. All the major streamers tried the game, and the discussion posts went up layer by layer. The Jiaqing company's name spread like wildfire, and everyone had more expectations for them. In just a few years, the company had released dozens of games, big and small. Many of them had high ratings, and people were talking about them now. There were rumors that the current boss of the company, Tu Nan, was not the real boss, but someone else. As for who the other person was, there were different opinions. However, everyone was not particularly interested in the history of the boss. In addition, Tu Nan's personality was lively, and he often appeared in various social events. He had countless fans, and reports about him would often be on the hot search list for a long time. After a long time, no one cared who the legendary boss was. Wan Qiuqiu found this piece of gossip when she was downloading the game. She closed the web page uninterestedly and quietly waited for the game to load. She did not know what Qingjun was doing every day. He often stayed in his room during the day and came out at night. Occasionally, she could hear the sound of the keyboard, but most of the time, it was silent. There were many times when Wan Qiuqiu thought that he was not there, and that he was eating alone. Later, Wan Qiuqiu learned her lesson. Whenever she wanted to confirm whether Qingjun was in the room, she would make something to eat. Qingjun was like a cat that smelled fish, and he would follow behind her, waiting to be fed. Wan Qiuqiu was not sure if she was living with someone or with a cat that stole food. While she was distracted, the game's music sounded. It was like a ring, and the sound of a guqin suddenly became louder. The sound of metal and stone made people's hearts surge. Accompanied by the sound of the flute, it gradually calmed down from its high pitch, and a scene of the Jianghu slowly unfolded. What a good song! Like a dream, like a dream. Wan Qiuqiu only wanted to applaud the composer. The newly created character was analyzed with the character's skills, difficulty, and so on. Xianxia thought about it, and decided to play the easiest character to control. Her skills were not good, so she could pay. It was the victory of a pay-to-win player. Dressed in a moon-white robe, her black hair was tied up with a white jade hairpin. Her robe was fluttering in the wind. The beautiful jade fairy was holding a jade flute with 3 big words above her head. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to think of other names. It was a game, and the process was the most important. Xianxia was stuck several times when it came to the bandit chasing mission. She could not complete it. There would be 2 parties in this mission. One party was chasing the bandit, and the other party was helping the bandit escape. Xianxia's damage output was low, and she did not have a team to play with, so it was easy for her to die in the chaotic battle. However, there was a player who was quite despicable. She seemed to be bored and waited at the place where the horse was. Every time Xianxia came, she would trip her horse. Every time, Xianxia would fall and be beaten to death. Xianxia was anxious. She was bullying people. She immediately bought a luxurious package and wore her best equipment to torture the other party. Sure enough, the despicable swordsman sat at the same place as if waiting for Xianxia. She got down from the horse elegantly. She was wearing a black robe with golden embroidery. What Xianxia appreciated in the game was that the female clothing was not sexy. There were clothes that exposed flesh, but there were not many, and they did not deliberately exaggerate the breasts and buttocks. The Jade Immortal named Xianxia used her killer move without saying anything. Then, she lost half of her HP. Xianxia, it would be a big mistake to underestimate Xianxia's patience. She said before that she did not lack patience. Although the other party's skill was good, her equipment was far inferior to Xianxia's. Moreover, Xianxia's character had a lot of HP, so the HP she lost was quickly recovered. It was like a blunt knife sharpening meat, a wise guard filling the sea, a foolish old man moving a mountain. What the hell, this was a long and drawn-out battle. The 2 of them went back and forth for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no winner. Xianxia was determined to fight him to the end. She was like a turtle biting its mouth, not letting go no matter what. The drawn-out battle between the 2 of them attracted the attention of a group of people. Above their heads were the words 8,000 Cloud Moon. They were just passing by, but someone called out, causing the others to stop. Their interest was piqued by the battle between the 2 of them, and for a moment, they watched with relish. Xianxia was so busy that she did not notice that she was being watched by a group of players. White Dragon Horse. The wet nurse's desire to live is very strong. Hoofs facing the sky, 6666666 I am Xianxia, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, meat bun hitting dog. Do you guys think the wet nurse will win? White Dragon Horse, I think so. Hoofs facing the sky, whatever my wife says. I'm Xianxia, you die quickly if you show off your love, country wandering, pft. White Dragon Horse, God, hoofs facing the sky, God, I'm Xianxia, God, meat bun hitting dog, God, F***ck me, others. Can a damn otaku like you have some shame? White Dragon Horse, God, when did you get here, country wandering? I've been watching for a while. Probably because he had never seen a pay-to-win player like this, he also watched with interest. When he saw the words chirp 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 above Jade Fairy's head, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He probably imagined a scene of a little bird pecking at someone. It was a bit cute. The swordsman named I Am Second Master stopped. I'm old too, sister, don't hit me. My hand is cramping. Chirp chirp chirp, you deserve it. Why are you always chasing after me and beating me up? I'm old too, actually. I wanted to stop you and make an advertisement. Chirp chirp chirp, I'm old too, sister, help leveling the game plus V letter 792-7332. Chirp chirp chirp? I'll be damned if I believe you. When she came back to her senses, there was only a bunch of people laughing in the chat. Xianxia was a bit confused. What are they laughing about? Just when she was about to add someone to continue the mission, someone sent her a friend request. White Dragon Horse, sister, add me as a friend. Chirp chirp chirp, no, thanks. What Xianxia didn't know was that the girl named White Dragon Horse immediately took a screenshot of their conversation and sent it to the guild's group chat. Another group of people laughed until they fainted. Just when Xianxia was feeling depressed, she suddenly realized that a bunch of people were standing behind her. They didn't move as if they were watching a show. Her eyelids twitched. She recalled that they were already standing behind her when she was arguing with the advertisement. Chirp chirp chirp, she seemed to understand what they were laughing about. White Dragon Horse sent you a guild invitation. Would you like to join the Long Moon Songs Guild? Xianxia didn't know that Long Moon Songs was one of the top guilds in A Dreamlike Command. She just thought that she could join a team in the game, so she happily agreed. When she entered the guild, a group of people called her name happily as if she had entered a bird's nest. Xianxia, chirp chirp chirp, is anyone playing a bandit mission? Please form a team. Immediately, a few people replied happily, I'll bring you. Xianxia thought, this guild is quite active and the people are quite friendly. Before she could reply, a sword practitioner named Fugue of the Homeland said, I'll bring you. I have time today. White Dragon Horse, wow, Guru, are you going to do it yourself? Hoofs facing west, be careful, Being might get jealous seeing the familiar name. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The sudden alarm made her scalp numb. She subconsciously pushed the keyboard away. Wait a minute, Being, was this the Being she was thinking of? The female lead of the novel, Su Being? Was it such a coincidence? She suddenly remembered a passage in the novel. After her rebirth, the female lead, Su Being, wanted to develop her relationship with her childhood friend, Gu Yu. At this time, she found out that there was a female supporting character. In order to defend her fiancé's position, the female lead personally entered the game to show her sovereignty. Xianxia had spent money to buy the full text. She read the end with a disdainful heart, so she only skimmed through it. She didn't remember the name of the game and their game IDs. Now, she matched them one by one. Fugue of the Homeland was the male lead in the novel. Everyone was envious that the guru could bring Xianxia to play games. Unexpectedly, she quickly rejected them. Chirp chirp chirp, sorry, I don't have time. Next time. Then she went offline, leaving the group of people dumbfounded. The group of people sent a super long question mark. Even Fugue of the Homeland was stunned. Usually, people would pay him a lot of money to play games with them, but he was too lazy to respond. Now, he was clearly rejected. White Dragon Horse said with some schadenfreude, oh, now Being doesn't have to worry anymore. She usually guarded the guru as if he was a thief and wouldn't let any of the girls in the gang go. She was already impatient. Now, the newbie didn't care about the guru at all. She really wanted to show the chat history to Su Being in the group. Across the screen, Guyu stared at Chirp Chirp Chirp's name and smiled. Xianxia wasn't afraid of the female lead at all. She didn't like her personality either. She just didn't want to have anything to do with the male lead, Guyu, so she didn't want to get into trouble. The guru was very prideful, so he probably wouldn't have anything to do with her anymore. She pushed open the door and went to the kitchen to get some water. A dark shadow stood in the dark living room. Xianxia was so scared that she took 2 steps back. Why didn't you turn on the lights in the living room? Qingjun's reply was slow and infuriating, I was about to turn on the lights. Xianxia, she decided to eat noodles tonight. She would lay 2 eggs for herself and let Qingjun eat a bowl. Xianxia had a nightmare. In her dream, the female lead, Su Being, was choking her. She couldn't breathe and her lungs hurt. Xianxia struggled weakly. She heard Su Being yelling in her ear, give me back my white moonlight. Give me back my childhood horse. Give me. Xianxia woke up with a start. She was sweating profusely. The feeling of suffocation on her neck was still there. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. When her hand touched her throat, she realized that it was probably because she didn't sleep well last night. She had actually wrapped the pillowcase around her neck. No wonder she couldn't breathe even in her dreams. Xianxia was speechless. She was really stupid. Drip, 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 drizzle, drizzle, drizzle. The withered yellow leaves were trampled into the mud, and the sight of it made one's mood somewhat sour. Xianxia took a shower. The house was quiet. Qingjun probably went out. He ate a few slices of bread and a carton of milk in the fridge. He always did this in the mornings when Xianxia didn't wake up early. Xianxia was puzzled. Did he need to wake up so early? He could sleep early and wake up early, but he didn't eat properly. This guy was really strange. Xianxia had nothing to do, so she logged into the game. The people in the guild were chatting and laughing. When Xianxia went online, she immediately turned into a bird's nest. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp chirp chirp. I almost can't recognize this word. She cleared the spam and saw that there was a new friend request. The name was Lost in My Homeland. Xianxia was speechless. Why did this guy suddenly want to waste time with her? She rejected it decisively and continued to play the game as if nothing had happened. White Dragon Horse and the others that she chatted with yesterday were all there. They enthusiastically took Xianxia to do missions. Xianxia had an expert with her, so she leveled up quickly. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Everyone chatted about a lot of things. Someone asked Xianxia how old she was. She only said that she was freelancing and emphasized that she was married. White Dragon Horse, Sister Xiao, turn on your mic. Everyone can chat and voice chat. Xianxia didn't want to reveal too many details, so she vaguely said that her voice wasn't nice. Just as she was about to reject him, a gentle voice suddenly cut in. What are you guys talking about? Xianxia's eyelids twitched when she saw the ID. Breeze Bying was the real female lead, Su Being. Su Being seemed to be hostile to her. She kept chatting with Xianxia, saying that she wanted to find out who she was. Xianxia was annoyed by her attacks, but she found everyone interesting and did not want to leave the gang. At this moment, Xianxia felt a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. The other girls in the gang hurriedly blocked for Xianxia. Su Being's best friend wasn't a pushover either. She helped her from the side. Xianxia suddenly understood. Su Being. Did she think of herself because of the game's name? She was probably disgusted by everything that was related to Qingjun's memories. It was just a game. There was no need to be so unhappy. Xianxia added the others as friends and quickly logged out of the guild. She didn't want to be entangled with the female lead. Xianxia looked at the time. Qingjun hadn't returned yet. The rain outside was getting heavier. Qingjun didn't seem to have the habit of carrying an umbrella. Should she call him to ask? Ding ding dong dong, her phone suddenly rang. Xianxia thought it was Qingjun. When she picked it up, she saw the name of her stepmother, Wei. She knew that this woman was definitely up to no good. Just as she was about to throw the phone on the bed to fend for itself, the ringtone suddenly stopped. Xianxia was surprised. It wasn't her stepmother's style to give up so quickly. While she was puzzled, the other party sent a message. Either come downstairs or I'll go up to find you. Choose one. His tone was like that of a domineering CEO. Xianxia didn't know that the other party was just talking to her. Wei dared to snatch Qingjun's shares, but she didn't dare to enter this house. Because she knew that this house was Qingjun's bottom line. Wei was a smart person. How could she be stupid enough to anger Qingjun? In her eyes, Qingjun was a second-generation heir who had nothing. However, a rabbit would bite when provoked. Qingjun was her biological son. At this critical moment, she couldn't be too presumptuous. Xianxia sighed. Wei must have given her an ultimatum. Their days as a tycoon were about to come to an end. She put on a coat and went downstairs with the determination of a warrior. A bright BMW was parked downstairs. Wei was standing on the steps of the building to hide from the rain. Xianxia said, I didn't expect you to get out of the car. Usually, when negotiating in TV dramas, didn't they have to get into the other party's car? Wei took off her sunglasses and said coldly, I'm afraid you'll dirty my car. Xianxia choked and immediately retorted, I'm afraid you'll hurt your old arms and legs. Wei almost broke the leg of his glasses. Wei versus Xianxia. Wei, KO. Wei took a step forward and tried to oppress Xianxia with his aura. What are you still doing? I think I've made myself clear enough. Wan Qiuqiu asked very seriously, if I don't get a divorce, what can you do to me? What can I do? She sneered and said, I'll freeze your bank cards and leave you with no way out. I have plenty of ways to make you divorce. Do you think I need you? This method is the simplest, but I'm not afraid of trouble. She was indeed a ruthless character. She was not interested in other people's affairs at all. How much money she had and who would get it had nothing to do with her. Wan Qiuqiu was not like the female protagonists in other novels who were well-versed in martial arts and could fight with rich families. In her previous life, she was just an ordinary person from a well-off family. She did not know anything about such internal conflicts and did not want to make things worse. However, Qingjun was probably going to suffer. He did not work hard and could not distinguish between food and drink. No matter how she looked at it, he was going to live on the streets. Wan Qiuqiu said, then I'll ask you for 3 million yuan. That's my condition. This was the only thing she could do. She could stall for time and make Chu Wei anxious. Naturally, she could get more money. 3 million yuan and 2 houses from Chu Wei, one of which was given to Qingjun. If he did not spend extravagantly, he would not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. This was the only way Wan Qiuqiu could repay him. In Chu Wei's eyes, Wan Qiuqiu's calm appearance could be said to be quite thick-skinned and shameless. She said mockingly, I thought you had changed. After all this, you just want more money. Wan Qiuqiu said, so? Let's not talk nonsense. Chu Wei said, deal. The raindrops fell to the ground and made pitter-patter sounds. There was a sense of moisture in the air. A black figure stood at the corner of the building and clearly heard the conversation between the two. His whole body was soaked by the rain. His black hair was soaked and water droplets fell from the ends of his hair, merging with the rainwater on his body. His black sweater was soaked and looked as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. His skin was fair, but it made his long and narrow eyes look even more dazed. His eyes were dark and there was a hint of indifference. It was only when he heard the word deal that his eyes blinked. Wan Qiuqiu returned to the house and took off her jacket. Not long after she stepped in, Qingjun, who was covered in rain, quietly walked in and closed the door. As expected, he did not bring an umbrella. Wan Qiuqiu handed him a long towel. Didn't I leave an umbrella at the door? Why didn't you bring it with you when you went out? He slowly raised his eyes and glanced at Wan Qiuqiu. That glance reminded Wan Qiuqiu of the first time they met. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a stranger. Qingjun did not take the towel and returned to the study. Wan Qiuqiu? This guy must have had too much to eat. Why did he suddenly turn his back on her? She turned on the stove and started cooking gloomily. The door to the study was closed, and the food Wan Qiuqiu left for him had turned cold, but he did not come out. Wan Qiuqiu was confused by this strange Cold War. She covered the food and was too lazy to argue with Qingjun. She returned to her room and logged into the game. As soon as she went online, she saw several people asking Wan Qiuqiu why she left the guild. One of them was lost in thought of homeland. Lost in thought of homeland, is it because of buying? Sorry for causing you unhappiness. White Dragon Horse, Sister Qiuqiu, come back quickly. Let's play together Kaki Am Yi Lianchin, that breeze and Buying are just like that. Don't mind them. The girls in the group are used to it. Come on, let's play together. Just as Wan Qiuqiu was explaining to them, she heard a thump, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. She jumped in fright. She quickly ran out and turned on the lights. Qingjun was lying on the ground in a daze. Water and white pills were spilled all over the floor. Even the glass was broken. Wan Qiuqiu reached out to touch his forehead. It was scalding hot. Oh my God, why is your fever so bad? Wan Qiuqiu was shocked. It's so hot that you can roast an egg. Qingjun, who was still in a daze, suddenly opened his eyes. Roast an egg? Wan Qiuqiu, she was really touched by the spirit of food that had abandoned life and death. Wan Qiuqiu was a little worried. You're so hot. Let's go to the hospital. Qingjun closed his eyes, his voice was low and hoarse. I'm not going. Usually, Qingjun would not listen to her. Today, however, he was especially disobedient. Xianxia couldn't do anything to him. You're having a fever. It's better to go to the hospital. What if it gets worse? Qingjun just repeated the same sentence. I'm not going. Xianxia rubbed her hair in annoyance. Alright, you should lie on the bed first. If your fever doesn't go down in a few hours, we'll go to the hospital for emergency treatment. Is that okay? After a long time, Qingwan hummed in response. His cheeks were burning red, and he was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. Even though he was in a daze, he was still a little cute. When Xianxia wanted to pull him up, cute my foot. Why was he so heavy? Was he the reincarnation of Brother Steel? Xianxia struggled to help Qingjun up. She found that he was usually thin and tall, but now, he was so heavy that Xianxia almost couldn't breathe under his weight. Xianxia gritted her teeth and carried Qingjun as if she was carrying rice and continued to walk forward. I'm really using all my strength. Qingjun, who was still in a daze, opened his eyes slightly. Pure milk? Yogurt? Xianxia, whenever it was about food, this jerk was really clear-headed. Her mind was full of complaints about Qingjun. Seeing that he was sick, she endured it. Finally, when she was almost exhausted, she put Qingjun on his single bed. Qingjun looked rather pitiful when he was so weak. Xianxia wet a towel and wiped his forehead and palms to make him feel better. Qingjun's fingers were very good-looking, slender and straight. As Xianxia wiped his fingers, she turned them over and over to look at them. She fed Qingjun 2 cups of warm water and took some fever medicine. Finally, she could sit beside him and relax. At this time, Xianxia started to look at Qingjun's room. Ever since she came to this world, she still didn't know what Qingjun's room looked like. What made Xianxia disappointed was that there were no figurines, no erotic magazines, no CDs, and no airplane cups. On the contrary, Qingjun's room was very clean. There was a bed, 2 computers, a chair, and a bookcase. That was basically all the configuration he had. There were no comics on the bookcase. Xianxia couldn't understand most of them. The most familiar book was The Little Prince, which was placed on the highest floor. Xianxia did not expect that Qingjun would also like to read such books. She looked around and returned to Qingjun's bedside. She wiped his forehead with the towel again. Qingjun, who was lying on the bed, suddenly grabbed Xianxia's wrist. Xianxia was startled by his actions. What are you doing? His hand was very strong, and he held Xianxia's wrist tightly without letting go. His palm was very warm. His fingers easily wrapped around her slender wrist. Xianxia was a little confused. She didn't know what Qingjun wanted to do. At this time, Qingjun slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Xianxia. There seemed to be a lot of complicated emotions in his long and narrow eyes. Xianxia couldn't tell for a moment. Xianxia couldn't help but feel nervous. What? I want to eat dumplings. His voice was hoarse. After saying these few words with great effort, he loosened the strength of his hand. Xianxia, Qingjun thought about it in a daze and added, mutton stuffed. His words were immediately interrupted. You have a fever and you still want to eat mutton? Do you want to die on the spot? Xianxia felt that Qingjun had the ability to anger her to death. Qingjun was a little disappointed. Shrimp dumplings then. Xianxia asked faintly. Do you want to try the dishcloth? Qingjun didn't get to eat the dumplings as he wished. However, he was also very satisfied with the preserved egg and lean meat porridge and a small plate of refreshing side dishes. Xianxia watched him cheer up. The temperature on his forehead gradually subsided. She was finally relieved. While Qingjun was eating, Xianxia thought of Chu-Wei's matter. She held her chin and asked carefully, will you inherit your father's company in the future? Forgive her for asking directly. They didn't have much love for each other. Qingwan paused in his action of scooping the porridge and replied gently, no. Xianxia sighed. You're really anxious. They're already at your door, and you're still so calm. She was silent for a moment. Xianxia had long been ready for a divorce. It was just that. This day came sooner than she thought. I'll be frank. Chu Wei asked me for your shares. I know you don't want to compete with her. You may not even want the shares, but you still have to eat. So, I promised that as long as you can give me 3 million more after the divorce, I'll also give you 2 houses. You need money more than me. I only need 1 house. I'll give you the rest. She still had 700,000 yuan, which was enough for her to live for a long time. She could live in the house and cash it out. Qingjun suddenly raised his head. For me? Yes, I can't spend so much money. You should worry more about yourself. You almost killed yourself with a cold. Wan Chocho rolled her eyes. Qingjun stared at her in a daze. His long and narrow eyes were slightly raised. His eyes were dark and full of vigor. This was something that Wan Chocho rarely saw. It was different from his usual lifeless eyes. He was silent for a long time and repeated, "For me?" Wan Chocho asked, "Are you possessed by a repeater?" Qingjun didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "Why?" Take it as repayment for letting me eat and drink for free and giving me money. Is this a good reason? But, at the end of the day, this money is yours. I'm just taking advantage of it. If you don't have any questions, the divorce contract is in my drawer. I'll sign it later. After Wan Chocho said so much, Qingjun finally put down the spoon in his hand. His tone was calm and gentle. There's no need for a divorce. Wan Chocho said, "Huh? You'll support me if we don't get a divorce?" Yes. Wan Chocho was stunned. Huh? I have savings. Wan Chocho stretched out her hand. 500,000 yuan? 1,000,000 yuan? 2,000,000 yuan? Don't tell me it's 5,000,000 yuan. Qingjun looked at her uneasy expression. He was afraid that he would scare her, so he said calmly, "I still have 2 houses. So, she shouldn't think about the 2 houses that Chu Wei gave her. Actually, his savings should be increased by 2 more zeros." Wan Chocho was shocked. I didn't expect you to be so rich. Qingjun's father had been in business for so many years, but his total annual income was less than his monthly income. The difference was too big. Qingjun had never thought that his shares were worth a lot of money. This amount of money was not even enough for him to develop a game. In his eyes, Chu Wei was like a clown jumping up and down. He would do his best for a little bit of money. He hid it too well. Or rather, Qingjun's father and Chu Wei didn't think that he could achieve anything. In their eyes, he was a good-for-nothing. They didn't care about what he was doing. This also caused them to miss out on a shocking secret. In their eyes, he was an idiot who had nothing. His listed company was valued at billions. It had only been a few years. Wan Chocho was shocked. Oh my God! Is this the savings your mother left you? This was the only reason she could think of. Qingjun was silent for a moment. Yes. Wan Chocho heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. If you're a big boss, I'll definitely move out. She was most afraid of trouble and didn't want to get involved in other people's business. If Qingjun started his own business, the situation would become very complicated. Qingjun's eyes drifted. With this thought, Wan Chocho was no longer anxious. She asked, "So, I'll still be giving you money every month, right?" Qingjun was very calm. Double, including food expenses. Wan Chocho, okay, I'll make you a Manchu Han Imperial feast. Qingjun immediately caught the key words. Manchu Han Imperial feast? What's there? Wan Chocho. Well, there's also a bowl of porridge. Do you want to eat it? As for what would happen to Qingjun's father's company and how Chu Wei would deal with it, Wan Chocho didn't know. The next day, there was another piece of good news. Qingjun's father's company was facing cash flow problems. Coincidentally, one of his projects was exposed as having serious problems and became a trending topic. Some investors withdrew their investment, followed by a sharp drop in the company's stock price, and their shares immediately shrank by at least half. Suddenly suffering such a heavy blow, Qingjun's father was so anxious that he couldn't sleep day and night. Chu Wei even cried and wailed. Her shares. Her money. It was gone before she could get her hands on it, Because of this, Chu Wei, who was usually obedient and considerate, suddenly became a shrew. She quarreled with Qingjun's father every day, and it hurt so much that she couldn't wait to bite him. Qingjun's father was extremely shocked and pained when he saw her true colors. The company experienced a reduction in staff, but fortunately, it didn't lose too much money and didn't go bankrupt. Qingjun's father was badly battered. He only wanted to maintain the company until the last step, so how could he care about what his son was doing? Qingjun's cold was more than half recovered the next day. Wan Qiuqiu was rich and competent, so she decided to cook a good meal for Qingjun as a reward. Qingjun received a message from Tunan. "Boss, do you still want to withdraw the last investment?" Qingjun tapped his finger lightly. "No need." Wan Qiuqiu was both surprised and pleased that her father's company had gone bankrupt. She sent a message to Chu Wei and asked leisurely, "Have you prepared the house and the 3 million yuan? I'm waiting for you." On the other end of the phone, Chu Wei was so angry that he almost smashed his phone when he received the message. Her face was twisted and she fiercely jabbed her phone a few times. "No. It's none of my business whether you're divorced or not." Wan Qiuqiu said righteously, "How can you curse?" Chu Wei directly blocked her. Wan Qiuqiu didn't get a response for a long time. She knew that Chu Wei probably didn't want to see her anymore. Wan Qiuqiu shrugged. What a pity. She wanted to tease Chu Wei a bit more. In fact, Wan Qiuqiu had always been puzzled. According to the plot of the original book, her father's company was hit hard and went bankrupt a year later. Why did the plot develop so quickly now? She really didn't know which butterfly started the storm. However, this book was a sweet novel. It mainly developed the relationship between the male and female leads. It didn't matter if the plot changed slightly. Wan Qiuqiu still remembered that the male lead Guyu's career wasn't always green. There were ups and downs in the middle. If she remembered correctly, Guyu would be set up by a villain this year and fall into decline for a while. The female lead had memories of her previous life and knew that he would definitely soar. She didn't give up on Guyu at the critical moment. Instead, she gently counseled him and urged him to continue working hard. This made the childhood friend very touched. It was also at this time that the two finally fell in love. The childhood friend ran in the direction of the loyal dog. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the childhood friend to become a new esports tycoon. His value soared, and the female lead got married in a grand manner. Wan Qiuqiu thought, could one really live a good life if they could start over again, as long as there was a mistake in the memory and the difference between what they expected became bigger and bigger, it would probably make people panic. In this way, it was truly admirable for a Buddhist-like person to be able to remain calm and collected from beginning to end. Wan Qiuqiu picked up her phone and looked at her face. She felt a kind of melancholy. She sighed. Qingjun, who was passing by to get a drink, heard the sigh and looked at Wan Qiuqiu. She faintly said, "Why am I so beautiful?" Qingjun, he logged into the game again. As soon as Wan Qiuqiu went online, she saw that her friends were online and happily asked them to play the game together. It just so happened that there was a group quest recently that could drop the latest equipment. The White Dragon Horse happily called a few people over. "Dumbledore, I'm still missing a hero." "Who's going to do it, White Dragon Horse? Wait for me. I'll go to the guild and get one." Not long after, the White Dragon Horse sent Wan Qiuqiu a private message. "White Dragon Horse, Qiuqiu, the great god said he has time. Do you mind?" Wan Qiuqiu hesitated for a moment. If she were to reject him now, it would seem like she didn't know what was good for her. Everyone was here. If she didn't play because of Guyu, others might think that there was something between them. It would be fine as long as the two of them didn't talk alone. Qiu, okay. White Dragon Horse, okay, the monsters in the small map were harder to kill. Wan Qiuqiu only planned to obediently follow behind and heal everyone in time. Dazed Nation turned on his mic and calmly guided everyone on how to fight later. His voice was very pleasant. It was a low and smooth voice. Everyone turned on their mics to chat. The White Dragon Horse said in voice chat, "Sister Qiuqiu, you come too." Qiu, no, my voice isn't nice. White Dragon Horse, how bad can it be? Qiu, so bad that you can block me. Dazed Nation chuckled, causing a few fangirls in the team to scream, "Great God, your voice is too nice." Xianxia pretended not to hear. Dazed Nation led this wave of the game very steadily. Xianxia didn't even heal a few times. She just followed along. She watched as Dazed Nation commanded while calmly killing one monster after another. His last attack was a critical hit that completely killed the monster. He was definitely the best player of the game. No wonder little girls liked game gods. Xianxia had to admit that Dazed Nation was very charming at this time. Some equipment dropped. The white dragon horse enthusiastically let Xianxia pick. Xianxia's RMB equipment was much better than these. She symbolically took a ring and followed them out of the map. Xianxia planned to quit. "Dumbledore, let's play a few more rounds. It's rare to have a healer girl who isn't whining and her skills are okay." He had been cheated a lot when he played in the team before. Some Jade Fairies didn't play well. When good equipment dropped, they would softly call him brother and act coquettishly. A pure straight guy like him who only liked games hated this kind of girl the most. Unfortunately, his teammates liked it. He wasn't depressed to death. In comparison, he suddenly felt that the quiet and reliable Xiao was really good. Xiao. Thank you for the compliment. Several teammates changed their equipment and prepared to enter a more difficult abyss map. If it wasn't for Dazed Nation, they wouldn't dare to enter so easily. Taking advantage of the great god's presence, they might be able to get god-level equipment. Xianxia continued to be lazy. Hoofs facing west, Sister Xiao, you don't need equipment or upgrade when you play games. What are you playing, Xiao? Look at the scenery. The scenery is very beautiful. White dragon horse, you're so interesting. Dazed Nation, it is indeed beautiful. White dragon horse, yo, who are you talking about? Are you talking about the scenery or the people? White dragon horse looked down on Xiao. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Dazed Nation was interested in Xiao. She definitely supported the two of them being together. At this time, she was creating a scene for them. Xianxia frowned. Logically speaking, you should be engaged to Su Being. You shouldn't be flirting with someone else. In the book, Guyu was gentle and strong. No matter what, this shouldn't have happened. Why would he want to hook up with another woman when he already had a fiancé? Could it be that Guyu's persona has collapsed? Just as she was complaining in her heart, the white dragon horse paused for a moment. Well, Breeze and Bying said they wanted to play together. Breeze and Jade Shadow were also Jade Immortal's support characters, and Xianxia took the opportunity to slip away. Dumbledore, there's no need for that. We're still missing a spot, and it's going to be quite dangerous. I think we'll need both of your help. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. Breezy Jade Shadow's name appeared in the party list. She quickly turned on her microphone and said in a soft voice, Sister Xiao, my equipment isn't as good as yours. Carry me later. Xianxia wasn't sure if she was being sarcastic or just being heartless. Xiao, oh, I'm a RMB player. I can find you a better top-up package. His words successfully made the other party choke. Fugitive, Breezy Jade Shadow was unhappy. Brother you're making fun of me. Fugitive, nope. Let's continue the game. Xianxia was shocked by the soft brother you. Her scalp went numb, and she fumed. Oh my god, how did such a shameful voice come out? The white dragon horse privately messaged Xianxia before the party started. White dragon horse, a woman's coquettish tone is a killer weapon. Xiao. Is that so? White dragon horse, you should use it too. Men all like it. Xiao. Okay, as they were talking, the map finished loading. Fugitive's gentle voice sounded. 2 Jade Immortals are behind me. Don't worry, they'll protect you. This battle was extremely difficult. The boss had a lot of health, and not only did it have its own health regeneration, it could also summon undead minions. Xianxia had always been a peaceful player. She was shocked by this brutal scene, but still conscientiously guarded the front line. Oh my god. Heal, I'm dying. Go, don't get trapped. Hold on. This was the only calm fugitive. Xianxia was so tired that her fingers were cramping. She carefully dodged the attacks while paying attention to the cooldowns of her skills. Although her level wasn't high, her equipment was good, and she was diligent. She helped a lot. Xianxia continued to heal, get killed, wait to revive, and continue the cycle of healing. Unlike Xianxia, Breezy Jade Shadow, who was dozens of levels higher than her, obviously only cared about fugitive. He only used his healing skills on his childhood friend, leaving the others aside. This battle was very difficult. As soon as it ended, Dang Bai spoke. Hey, Breezy Jade Shadow, why did you only revive Guru? We're not human. Luckily, Sister Chocho is here. Otherwise, I'd be depressed. Yeah, you're too biased. The few of them were dissatisfied, and all of them were talking at once without stopping. At this moment, Fugitive spoke, I'll give the best equipment to Chocho. Does anyone have any objections? Chocho had risked her life to save them just now. The equipment was a godly item, suitable for a character like Jade Fairy. Everyone agreed. Only Breezy Jade Shadow grumbled, Brother Yi, you were the one who killed it. This time, Fugitive's tone was a little heavy, Jade Shadow, stop talking. Xianxia wasn't very happy to receive the equipment. Su Bing definitely hated her. She just didn't know what kind of tricks she would use against her. To Xianxia, this was just a game. She could log off at any time. It was a small matter. But to Su Bing, it was a big deal. Not only did she not get any benefits, but Guyu was also unhappy. She cried and complained to her best friend for comfort. Her words were accusing Chocho of stealing her boyfriend. Chocho took advantage of her but still acted innocent. On the other side, Xianxia came out of her room just as Qingjun entered. For some reason, she thought of the white dragon horse's words. Xianxia leaned forward and called out sweetly, Brother Jun, I want to eat lobsters. Before she could finish her sentence, Qingjun looked as if he was shocked. His usually lazy eyelids slightly opened, and his gaze froze. He didn't even have time to change his shoes before he turned and walked towards the living room. Xianxia? Where are you going? Qingjun came back quickly with a thin thermometer in his hand, take it. Xianxia, did he think that she was confused by the fever? Wasn't it said that all men would fall for this? Xianxia felt that her self-esteem had been seriously hurt. Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation, what kind of man are you? She then went back to her room unhappily and closed the door. Qingjun stood there and stared at the closed door in silence. His phone beeped. It was a WeChat notification. Xianxia, I want to eat suji lobsters. You can only reply with yes. Otherwise, we'll be in a cold war for a week. Qingjun replied quickly. Okay. Suji worldwide commerce wasn't far from home. Qingjun didn't like to eat out, so he went out to buy lobsters. Xianxia was about to praise him when a WeChat message suddenly popped up. It was White Dragon Horse. Chocho, I think you've been posted on the game forum. A lot of people are watching. Xianxia was taken aback. Her first reaction was, could it be that the news of her spending money but her skills were trash had spread? White Dragon Horse sent a link to the 818 post. Xianxia opened it and skimmed through it. The gossip post already had tens of thousands of views, and it had only been a few hours. The title of the post was 818 Green Tea Bitches Who Want to Steal My Best Friend's Boyfriend. The post described the whole thing in the first person. It mentioned that her best friend and boyfriend had a stable relationship and were recognized as a couple by the gang. But ever since a green tea bitch called Jay came, she used all kinds of methods to attract her boyfriend's attention. Since then, the green tea bitch started to hook up with her boyfriend openly and secretly. On the surface, she quit the gang, but secretly asked her boyfriend to play games with her. Her best friend was a soft girl who only knew how to cry. As her best friend, she really couldn't stand it anymore. So, she chose to expose the green tea bitch on the forum and let her know that she shouldn't mess with other people's boyfriends. Xianxia, what do you mean by look out for yourself? Shouldn't this sentence be said for Fugue? When Xianxia quit the gang, there were more or less people talking about it. Plus, they were a big gang with all kinds of people mixed in. The OP even put a lot of ambiguous keywords in the post. Soon, the comments revealed that Green Tea Bitch J was a Jade Immortal player with the ID chirp chirp chirp. Then, the so-called best friend and best friend's boyfriend naturally found out who they were. Although Breeze Being had never publicly said that she was Fugue's girlfriend, she often talked to Fugue intimately. Their actions and words often revealed that they were childhood sweethearts in real life, so the fangirls didn't dare to be presumptuous. But who was this chirp 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 of unknown origin? She actually dared to have thoughts about their great god and used such despicable means. Xianxia received a lot of friend requests, accompanied by all kinds of unbearable insults. Some people advised her to stop, while others advised her not to ruin herself, lest she get involved in the real world. She pressed the delete button and changed her status to no one is allowed to add friends. Only then did the message page stop. Anyone would be angry after being bombarded with such a barrage of attacks. The White Dragon Horse had been persuading Xianxia to calm down. First, report it to the officials and delete the post with false information. Xianxia logged into the game and very calmly asked the White Dragon Horse to invite her to join the Moonstride Guild. She very calmly typed a line of words in the group chat. I am chirp chirp chirp. That one sentence caused an uproar in the group. With over 100 people in the guild, there were plenty of spectators. Very soon, a new post was posted on the forums. Live post, J Chick is about to have a fight with Breeze Jade Shadow. The people below were all squatting on the rooftop waiting for the live broadcast. Many people were begging to join the group. They really wanted to see fresh and hot melons. Unfortunately, only the members of the guild could see what was going on. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Breeze and Buying to come out so that they could confront each other. A lot of people were wailing, they were really envious of their home country's mental travel. There were actually girls fighting over a man's affection. Xianxia waited patiently for a moment, and Su Being came out. Her tone was very innocent. What's wrong? Sorry, did something happen? I just got online. Chiu, nothing. I just wanted to tell you not to let your boyfriend harass me again. I really don't want to add him as a friend. Breeze and Jade Shadow, are you imagining things? Why would he harass you? Chiu, are you imagining things? Do I need to harass him, Breeze Jade Shadow? Haha. Breeze Jade Shadow, brother, you're not that kind of person. Maybe you gave him some wrong hints. Both openly and covertly, they were saying that Xianxia was the one who started it. Breeze Jade Shadow, I know. Everyone likes Guru. He has a lot of fangirls. If you have any misunderstandings, I'll apologize in advance. I didn't post that post. You can check it out. Of course, she didn't post it. It was her best friend who did it. Xianxia thought that Su Being was really a woman with a glib tongue. No wonder she could climb up the social ladder in this life. She couldn't be bothered to argue with Su Being. Su Being had said so many things today. Most people could see clearly who was right and who was wrong. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Qingjun's gentle voice could be heard. Have some prawns. Xianxia's mood instantly improved. Wait for me. Chiu, whatever. My husband is calling me. Breeze Jade Shadow's best friend, the world's first little princess, immediately mocked her. Who knows if you have a husband? You're still dating online when you have one. Shameless. As soon as this was said, the other people in the gang couldn't take it anymore. They all joined in and began to suppress the two of them. They said that they had gone too far and were spouting nonsense without evidence. The world's first little princess was very strong. Not only did she block the attacks for Breeze Jade Shadow, but she also continued to mock Xianxia. She said that she was flirting. You only know how to show weakness, other people play with their husbands. Does your husband know what you're doing online? I don't even know if you're being cuckolded. Sentence after sentence, the insults were very vulgar. However, they didn't use any profanities, so there was no way to report them. Chiu's ID lit up, but she didn't reply. Everyone thought that she had been scolded to tears. Unexpectedly, not long after, the game's kill order was updated. Player Cho 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 has posted a wanted order to kill players Breeze Jade Shadow and the world's first little princess 100 times. The reward is gold. Limited to 1 month. The player with the highest number of kills will receive the best equipment from me. The bright red words repeatedly scrolled on the screen. For a moment, the whole world was in an uproar. She was rich. She was really a pay-to-win player. The two people who were being hunted immediately became red-named and their faces turned green. Normally, they would argue with each other. Why didn't this Cho 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 play her cards according to the rhythm? Ruan Cho Cho hid her achievements and fame. It was troublesome to argue with others. Didn't they care a lot about this game? In a month's time, they could either change their avatars or fight in the group chat. They couldn't do a single mission. A few friends on the list sent a few lines of 66,666. They were completely impressed with Ruan Cho Cho's move. After she did this, not to mention Su Bing and the others, even the other people who had scolded her were a little afraid of being remembered and hunted down. They resentfully shut their mouths. Ruan Cho Cho happily went to the restaurant to eat lobsters. Qingjun was very obedient today. He probably knew the consequences of angering a woman, so he behaved himself and didn't say a word. Ruan Cho Cho said as she peeled the shell, "I just spent a lot of money in the game. It's a little painful. In order to save money, I plan to spend less." Qingjun asked, "You don't have money? I'll transfer it to you." Ruan Cho Cho was a little surprised by his understanding of the situation. No. However, she was still quite happy that Qingjun asked her this. In any case, they were still living together. Qingjun said slowly, "That's good. Don't skimp on the food money." Ruan Cho Cho, could they still have a pleasant chat? Ruan Cho Cho impolitely stole the peeled lobsters. She chewed and said vaguely, "Why don't you ask me where I spent the money?" Qingjun silently moved the peeled lobsters in his direction slowly. I was scolded badly in the game. It was even posted on the forum. People said that I cheated on my husband. I'm so wronged. He blinked his eyes. Cheated on? Ruan Cho Cho. Isn't the point that I was wronged? It's just that a skilled expert kept hitting on me. Moreover, they didn't have any feelings for each other at all. How could she have cheated on him? Ruan Cho Cho said gloomily, "It's a pity that my skills are too bad. Otherwise, I would definitely challenge that Breeze being and beat her up fair and square." Qingjun was silent. "Are you angry?" "Not really. I just don't like being wronged." Ruan Cho Cho raised her eyebrows. "But I've already taken my revenge. I've successfully shut her up." Qingjun looked at her with a thoughtful expression. After the big meal, Qingjun cleaned up the mess. Ruan Cho Cho went to take a shower. After she put on a mask and went out, she heard the familiar sound of music coming from Qingjun's study. Ruan Cho Cho was stunned. She went to the door and asked, "What are you doing? Don't tell me you're playing a game?" Qingjun nodded calmly. "Looking at who the adulterer is." Ruan Cho Cho, she walked behind Qingjun and saw that Qingjun was controlling the vigilante named West River Moon. He was slowly repeating the moves a few times. Ruan Cho Cho had an epiphany. She asked mischievously, "You've never played this kind of game before, right?" Qingjun replied, "My skills are not good." Ruan Cho Cho nodded. "Me too. My skills are not good. I can only be a casual player who enjoys the scenery." Ruan Cho Cho put a hand on his shoulder and leaned closer to the screen to see Qingjun's location. She said, "I'll add you later and take you to do some quests. If you don't mind people watching you wherever you go." Her attention was all on the game. Unknowingly, she was a little closer to him. Her soft fingers were cold. He could feel her warmth through her sweater. Her long black hair was wet and carried the fragrance of shampoo. When she spoke, her warm breath seemed to brush past his face. Qingjun was dazed for a moment. However, he remained calm and composed on the surface. Ruan Cho Cho immediately went back to her room and logged into her game account. She added Qingjun. "Cho Cho, I'll take you to do some quests." "Wait, where are you going?" "West River Moon, go buy some clothes to play with first." "Cho Cho?" Ruan Cho Cho gloomily watched his figure disappear. Only then did she enter the guild chat. Everyone was quite happy to see her. They kept calling her Gold Mine. Su Bing and her best friend did not dare to show their faces in the game. If they hid for a month, Wan Qiuqiu would achieve victory without spending a single cent. Wan Qiuqiu almost applauded her own intelligence. White Dragon Horse, Sister Qiuqiu, where did you go just now? Qiuqiu, oh, my husband said he wanted to play a game, so I brought him along. Everyone was shocked at the mention of her husband. Everyone was chattering and asking for her husband's name. She could use this opportunity to clear her name. She generously typed out the words West River Moon. She didn't think it was shameful that Qingwan's level was low. Her level had been raised by money, and the two of them just needed to be happy players with paywalls. She never cared about other people's opinions. The guild chat suddenly went silent for a few seconds. Hoofs facing west, is that the West River Moon in the World Channel? White Dragon Horse, your husband is awesome. Dumbledore, he's manly enough. I support him. Qiuqiu? She opened the Hidden World channel in confusion. She saw rows of glaring red words that kept refreshing and were drowned out by the players' comments. West River Moon has issued a challenge to Fugue of the Homeland. Wan Qiuqiu almost jumped up. Qingjun, what are you doing? Qingjun's slow voice floated over from the other side of the door. Practicing. Only Qingjun could come up with such a refreshing reason. Wan Qiuqiu was speechless for a moment. She walked to the door of Qingjun's study, only to find Qingjun eating the bear biscuits he had bought yesterday. The sound of crunching continued, and his other hand was controlling the mouse to move around on the map. Hundreds of players followed him wherever he went. They were all here to see what West River Moon looked like. Wan Qiuqiu was speechless. The duel was about to begin, and he was still eating biscuits leisurely. She really wanted to show the White Dragon Horse and the others what the so-called real men were doing. The game's forums were about to explode. Today was supposed to be a working night, but because of this, many players flocked into the game to watch the show. Ever since the launch of Dream Token, players were busy leveling up because of the high pay-to-win rate and the high playability of the game. The topics were all about the game, and there were very few posts like this. Everyone was used to seeing scum on the internet, so they were numb to it. The group of people was very excited after suddenly eating a big melon. It involved almighties, 3 dimensions, 4-sided romance, catching adulterers, and other melodramatic elements. Some people had already imagined a big drama. Now, they were beating drums and gongs, waiting for the show to start. However, the two people at the center of the storm, one was busy eating biscuits, while the other was silently watching the other eat biscuits, speechless. Wan Qiuqiu suddenly remembered that Qingjun wanted to come online to help her vent her anger because she had mentioned that she couldn't PK Breeze and Buying because her skills were too weak. She appreciated Qingjun's intentions, but Wan Qiuqiu was afraid that he would lose face if she was beaten up too badly. Crunch crunch crunch, Qingjun was eating biscuits at the speed of a hamster. Wan Qiuqiu was speechless. He didn't seem to take it seriously. His homeland was online, but there was no response. By the time he found out what Su Bing had done, things had already reached a point of no return. He didn't even know how to apologize. Looking at Xianxia's name that was constantly challenging him, he felt both amused and slightly sour. He borrowed a number from Hoof facing west and sent a message to Wan Qiuqiu. Mental traveler of homeland, tell Xianxia to stop. I'll apologize to you on behalf of Being. Qiu, sorry, this is my husband's decision. If he likes it, I have no right to stop him. He frowned slightly. Lost in thought of homeland, I don't want to make things too awkward. Qiu, it's okay. If he loses, he loses. If Qingjun didn't care, she would just treat it as a farce. At the very least, he had the courage to challenge the Almighty. Wan Qiuqiu suddenly felt that Qingjun was really courageous. Xianxia was still sending out PK requests. Everyone was waiting for a response from their homeland. After waiting for so long, they thought that the Almighty had no intention of paying attention to the cannon fodder. The onlookers started to disperse. At this critical moment, the world channel refreshed. Lost in thought of homeland agrees to Xianxia's challenge. Wow, the Almighty actually agreed. Those who had said in the forum that the Almighty was so powerful that he didn't need to be calculative with a newbie were instantly slapped in the face. The arena had 10 minutes to prepare. There were spectator seats and bullet screens. Players could all enter the arena to watch the battle between the two of them. Before the two of them entered the arena, the bullet screens were filled with comments from onlookers. The Dreamy Token Arena was a hot topic from the moment it was set up. The requirements were as follows: both players had to have no level bonus and no special equipment bonus. The bonus from equipment above red level would be counted as average. In other words, both players could only use real skills to defeat each other. The arena was equivalent to a starting point for Lost in Thought of Homeland. Not long after the opening of the server, as a newbie, he challenged the Almighty, who had used a closed beta account. While everyone was criticizing him, he made a beautiful comeback. It was also from then on that Lost in Thought of Homeland became extremely popular in the game. After that, he went on the arena a few times and won quite handsomely. He was considered the Almighty with the highest exposure and popularity in the game. Some people said that Xianxia was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. The embarrassing part was yet to come. Others said that it was honorable even if he lost. After all, he was fighting for his woman. All in all, tonight would be the night to leave a glorious mark in Dreamy Token. When the time was up, the two of them changed their equipment and were automatically sent to the arena. They were both chivalrous swordsmen and both of them were wearing white robes. Their clothes fluttered in the wind and they looked handsome. They both held the same bronze longsword in their hands. If it wasn't for the names floating above their heads, it would be hard to tell who was who. Lost in Thought of Homeland didn't agree with Xianxia's approach. Even if it was to show that he was a real man, he should have worn better equipment to prevent himself from losing health too quickly. He calculated what moves he should use later so that he wouldn't lose too badly. The bullet screens were a mess. This is a battle between men. Oh my God, this is too romantic. This is my husband. Come out and take a beating. I can already foresee the tragic scene that's coming. Let's see how the god will make his opponent lose with dignity. Everyone was noisy. Xianxia looked at the bullet screen silently. She didn't know what to say, so she sent Qingjun a message saying, "Good luck." The guild's group chat was also noisy. They were a bunch of onlookers who were watching the show. Since the two of them were there, they were much more reserved. Many of them comforted Xianxia and praised her husband for being so awesome. Xianxia didn't look anxious at all. She was even more relaxed when she heard the sound of biscuits being eaten coming from Qingjun's study. The system's gentle notification sounded. "Player, please be prepared. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, begin." The onlookers quieted down. Everyone stared at the screen without blinking. They were waiting for a good show. The two people in the center of the crowd stood calmly. Neither of them moved. It was unbelievably quiet. The onlookers were silent for a few seconds before someone sent a message weakly. "Is he stuck?" Fugue of the Homeland was waiting for Xianxia to make the first move. He didn't want his opponent to lose half of his HP. However, his opponent was as steady as Mount Tai. He looked like he wouldn't move if his opponent didn't move, which made him a little impatient. Finally, Fugue of the Homeland moved. He drew a beautiful and sharp sword flower and suddenly rushed towards the other party. In a flash, Xianxia, who was as steady as a salted fish, moved as well. He dodged Fugue of the Homeland's attack with amazing agility. Before anyone could see clearly, the long sword in his hand disappeared. When it reappeared, the cold sword light pierced through Fugue of the Homeland's back. It lit up with a dazzling light. Fugue of the Homeland's HP bar instantly dropped by a quarter. Time froze at this moment. The onlookers were stunned, and the bullet screen was dead silent. Even Fugue of the Homeland was stunned. He forgot to counterattack. They didn't know what kind of expression he had on the other side of the computer. Xianxia? Was that done by Qingjun? Why did she find it a little hard to believe? That move was the basic move of a chivalrous master, Cloud-Piercing Dawn. It was a move that everyone had used countless times. Everyone knew the weakness of this move and how to avoid it. Logically speaking, Cloud-Piercing Dawn shouldn't be a threat to Fugue of the Homeland. To be able to hit Fugue of the Homeland and make him freeze in place, it could only mean that this unknown player named Xianxia had a much faster hand speed than Fugue of the Homeland. The screen was filled with shocked exclamations. 6666666 F asterisk CK. Amazing. Where did this deity come from? Oh my god, did anyone see it clearly? Great god, please explain what happened just now. I want to see it in slow motion, but I don't dare to move. I'm afraid I'll miss the next move. Just as everyone was in awe, Fugue of the Homeland controlled his character to take 2 steps forward. It seemed like he was about to make a move. The white-robed chivalrous master leaped into the air and unsheathed his sword. In an instant, thousands of silver lights appeared in the air and surged forward like a storm of needles. With Xianxia's eye speed, she couldn't keep up with their movements. She could only see Xianxia struggle futilely under the opponent's 100% confidence in locking her down. Then, she was completely locked down by the opponent's combo. She could only see thousands of fireworks exploding as Xianxia's character's health bar dropped rapidly. Then. Round 1, Fugue of the Homeland wins. The spectating bullet screen instantly became lively. Fugue of the Homeland underestimated his opponent just now. Sure enough, it's a mistake. This Xianxia has no chance of resisting at all. As expected of a deity. Praises of Fugue of the Homeland came one after another. The guild didn't know what to say anymore. Only Breeze Jade Shadow, who had been online the whole time, spoke up. Breeze Jade Shadow, sorry, Sister Chocho. My deity didn't stop. Xianxia ignored her smug face. She was a little worried that Qingjun would be disappointed. She pushed away the computer chair to see what Qingjun was doing. When she came out of the bedroom, she saw Qingjun walking back from the kitchen with an open bottle of Yakult in his hand. Xianxia? Wait, wasn't he playing a game just now? When did he go to the kitchen? Facing Xianxia's shocked expression, Qingjun's reaction was casual. He said calmly, I ate too many biscuits. I'm a little thirsty. Xianxia. So. This guy, he actually went to drink water halfway. The 5-minute break ended very quickly. The noisy crowd quietened down and waited for the next round of the competition. Some people had lost interest and directly left the spectator area. They could already foresee the result. It would definitely be the Almighty bullying the noob. Of course, there was nothing to see. Xianxia returned to her seat and waited for the next round. She looked at Qingjun's calm face and was speechless for a moment. Everyone in the group was still comforting Xianxia and telling her not to be too embarrassed. God of Homeland was the almighty in the game. It was normal for him to win against others. Xianxia was speechless. If they knew that Qingjun went to get the Yakult, would they still say such things? The second round of the competition was about to begin. Everyone was looking forward to the almighty bullying the noob. They wanted to let this arrogant guy have a good look at himself. God of Homeland looked at the motionless Xianxia on the screen and suddenly felt a little dazed. Why did he have a subtle sixth sense that the other party was just testing his strength? Ordinary players couldn't tell, but God of Homeland knew that Xianxia didn't get the first blood by luck. He definitely didn't perform exceptionally well. This kind of calmness that was as steady as a veteran's made him feel a sense of familiarity. He frowned and typed a line of words in the chat box. God of Homeland, I'll try my best. Xianxia, okay. The onlookers were instantly enraged. Damn, who does he think he is? The #1 site in the country? What's there to be proud of? He's too arrogant. Almighty, please beat him up. Bro, you're talking to the Almighty with such an attitude. God of Homeland wasn't angry. Instead, he felt a little uneasy because of the other party's calm reply. Just as he was thinking about where this uneasiness came from, the system notification sounded. The second round of the competition had begun. Although some of the onlookers had left, there were still many of them. The bullet screen continued to flood. It was nothing more than confessions and hindsight. Almighty, torture him. Send him to heaven in one move. Guru, I love you. Ah. There were a few comments praising Xianxia's courage, but they were quickly suppressed by other players and disappeared. The two chivalrous players who stood in the middle of the arena did not move an inch. It was as if the stalemate from before had reappeared. However, the silence was broken by Xianxia in the next second. He moved. His murderous aura surged, and his aura was magnificent. 8 words could be used to describe the shocking scene that the audience was witnessing. They couldn't even see the opponent's combo clearly. They could only see Fugue of the Homeland being beaten to the point that he was unable to fight back, and his HP rapidly decreasing. The Fugue in his homeland was locked down once more, and he crashed to the ground from high up in the sky. Black and gold flames exploded with Xianxia as the center. He was like the god of death, coldly standing where he was, staring at his lifeless homeland. Second round, West River Moon wins. Whoosh, the surrounding players were dumbfounded. After a long period of silence, they only had one question. What happened just now? Can we request an official replay? Please replay it at 0. 5 times the normal speed. No, 0. 1 times the normal speed. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did anyone see it clearly? Please explain, brothers and sisters. They looked at Xianxia, who was still calm, dumbfounded. The voices that were clamoring for Fugue of the Homeland to kill this piece of trash instantly disappeared. No one dared to make a sound. Even the original poster of the livestream in the forum was dumbfounded. He did not know what to say for a moment. Someone posted a post. Second round, Xianxia wins Fugue of the Homeland. As soon as the post was posted, it immediately ignited everyone's emotions. Even the players who had just exited the arena to watch the match were stunned. It was too late for regrets, and they hurriedly asked what had happened. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of players came to watch the match, and it almost caused the system to crash. Guyu's face was filled with shock. This decisive aura and familiar technique. No, it was definitely not that person. With that person's divinity, how could he lower himself to come to a game like this and even PK with him? It could only mean that there were still many masters in this world that he had never seen before. His muscles tensed up, and he became nervous for a moment. His opponent's speed was so fast that he could not match it at all. If this continued, he would definitely lose in the same way, but, in such a short time, what should he do? While everyone was talking, Xianxia was also stunned. She did not dare to interrupt Qingjun's steps. She could only wait until the competition ended and then go over to find out what was going on. However, the winning rate was 1-to-1, and no one could predict who would win next. The spectating players were so excited that they were about to explode. They could not wait for the next match. The system notification sounded. The third round of the competition. Begin. Fugue of the Homeland first. Almost as soon as the system announced the start of the competition, he immediately revealed his best killer move. However, for Xianxia, it was still too slow. It was so slow that it was full of flaws, and there was no way to defend against it. He was like an emotionless war machine, directly and mercilessly crushing Fugue of the Homeland without mercy. Fugue of the Homeland was knocked to the ground. Fugue of the Homeland was knocked to the ground again. It was like a one-sided bloody massacre. Fugue of the Homeland was so miserable and powerless in the face of his opponent's resistance. The spectating players could not help but be drawn into it, and their hearts were tightly clenched. It was too tragic, too tragic. There was no room for negotiation at all. If Fugue of the Homeland's technique could be said to be perfect, and there were no flaws, then Xianxia was using textbook techniques to vividly show them what a real chivalrous person was. As a chivalrous person, he completed several high-damage critical strikes. Every move was cruel and merciless. He was like a ghost in the dark night, ready to take a life at any time. The suffocating feeling made them tremble helplessly. For a moment, the bullet screen was silent. The players held their breaths, and their hearts beat faster. They did not even dare to blink. Then, the system notification sounded like a death knell, hitting their hearts hard, and almost suffocating them. The third round, Xianxia wins. In this competition, Xianxia won 2 matches and lost 1. He wins. The players were instantly stunned. They realized in hindsight that today they might have witnessed the most classic competition in a dream token that could not be replicated. What was called playing a game? This Xianxia had turned the game into a form of art. They came back to their senses, and there was only one question: who was Xianxia? Such a magnificent aura, gorgeous and brilliant technique, exquisite and flawless defense, and incredible speed. He was like a human-shaped machine, and it was not something a human could do. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Fugue of the Homeland recalled the fear of being dominated a year ago. He had been famous in the gaming circle for many years, and he was very lucky to get the chance to challenge the #1 site in the country. At that time, he was like this, unable to fight back, and could only watch as he was beaten to a pulp. That kind of terrifying feeling of powerlessness, other than him, there was no other person. Fugue of the Homeland's trembling fingers typed a name, and even he could not believe it. Fugue of the Homeland, Li Site. Xianxia, yes. As soon as the two of them spoke, the crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect that they would be mocking the #1 Li Site in the country. That mysterious god who didn't even participate in the competition? The onlooking players went crazy, and the bullet screen was filled with confessions to Li Site. They wanted to add him as a friend, but they found that he had changed his settings to not allow any players to add him as a friend, and so he quietly went offline. The video of the competition between the two was already popular, and with the tag of Li Site, the number of likes and shares increased rapidly. The game was replayed again and again, and many game uploaders made videos overnight to explain the 3 matches between the two. Xianxia, who was still online, was very calm. The guild was silent, and they were still thinking about Breeze and Bai Ying's smug words. Xianxia coughed dryly and replied, "Xiao, sorry, Bai Ying, my husband did not stop." Comparing the words of the two, it was a slap in the face. The onlookers in the guild laughed, and only wanted to give Xianxia 666 likes. To think that Breeze and Bai Ying treated their childhood sweetheart as some sort of treasure. Kukiukiu was nothing in their eyes at all. Compared to List, how could the Fugue of the Motherland be considered a god? Dozens of posts on the forum were immediately updated. Shocking. Xiao's husband is actually the #1 Li Site in the country. Pretentious but got slapped in the face, this green tea is not very good. Scolding my wife, hitting your man. Follow-up of the face-slapping incident, awkward, who would stay in the game? Perhaps Breeze and Bai Ying were angry, or they had already gone offline, and did not speak for a long time. The gang's group chat had already been flooded with the cries of a group of bootlickers. "Sister Xiao, please let the great god say something, I've been his fan for 5 or 6 years. Oh my god, I just want to know what List looks like. Mama, I'm crying. List, I love you, please look at me. Xiao, it's time to eat, I'll go offline first." She casually found an excuse and quickly went offline, so that the group of crazy netizens could calm down. On the other side, Qingjun's study was also not quiet. Tunan's hysterical screams on the phone hurt his ears. "Boss, when did you log into the game, why didn't you tell me?" His boss logging into his own game should have been a good thing, but this caused a huge uproar, and Tunan really did not know how to deal with it. The sound of biscuits crunching came from the other end of the phone, and the boss's unclear and slow voice, "I want to eat a big meal." Tunan, what? The boss hung up the phone in response. Tunan, bastard boss. Wow, this is really infuriating. In order to reward Qingjun, Xiao cooked a table full of dishes for him. She heard the sound of the study door being opened, and Qingjun behind her slowly walked forward, casually took a bottle of Yakult, and tore open the packaging. Xiao was still a little nervous for a moment. She looked at Qingjun, and cautiously called out, "That guru?" Qingjun was originally drinking Yakult with his head tilted up, and she could clearly see his Adam's apple moving up and down a few times, and the curve of his jaw was neat and slender. When he heard Xiao call out to him, he paused and glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. That pair of long and narrow eyes were lazy and listless, but they conveyed a message. "Are you crazy, Xiao? Pretend I didn't say anything. Wash your hands and eat." She should not have thought of Qingjun as someone who was so detached from the world. Li Site, #1 in the country, guru. At the end of the day, there was a filter through the internet. The Qingjun in front of her was a real person. The hand known as the hand of God was wide, with slender fingers, and was tentatively reaching for the sweet and sour pork ribs on the plate. He did not notice that Xianxia, who was silently approaching from behind, reached out with a long-handled spoon, and hit the back of his head with the spoon handle. Xianxia asked faintly, "Have you washed your hands?" "No." "Go wash your hands." "Oh." Su Biying regretted it very much. She should not have acted so presumptuously just because Guyu was an expert in the game. She should not have been so suspicious just because Guyu's wife in his previous life had met in the game. As a result, Guyu's ID had become a complete joke in a dreamy command. Everyone was laughing at him for overestimating himself. He had been praised so highly in the past, but now, he had fallen so miserably. She was so remorseful because Guyu had performed so well in a dreamy command in her previous life that he had been poached by Jiaqing Company. Su Biying knew that she had probably destroyed most of his chances of success. Su Biying panicked at the thought of Guyu's career ending because of this. No way. Knowing the memories of her previous life was her greatest cheat. She could not let things develop out of her control. Knock, knock, knock. Guyu's deep and magnetic voice came from outside the door. "Biying, I have something to tell you." That night, when Su Biying woke up in bed and realized that she had been reborn to the time before they were engaged, she immediately called Guyu excitedly and asked to see him. Guyu could not stop her from crying, so he rushed back from another city. However, he got into a car accident on his way back. Fortunately, he only sprained his ankle. Because of this, their engagement was put on hold for the time being. Su Biying could not wait any longer even though they had agreed to wait for a week. She tidied her clothes and opened the door delicately. Guyu was standing at the door. He was tall and handsome, but he looked a little tired. His tone was always light and gentle. Whether it was when Su Biying called off the engagement in her previous life or when he proposed the engagement in this life, he always looked so calm and indifferent that Su Biying could not figure him out. "Biying, we'll see about the engagement later." "What?" Her expression changed instantly. Ever since the incident last time, Xianxia would always be bombarded by her friends whenever she logged into the game. She left the guild and would occasionally look at the scenery in the game. For a time, there were many imitations of her name in the game. Chio 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 chio, chio chio chio, chio chio chio. Most of them were Jade Fairy characters. Even if someone saw the real Xianxia's ID, they would be stunned for a moment and wonder if it was real. Xianxia hummed a song as she drew on the drawing board. She clicked the mouse from time to time. In less than half a day, a painting was basically formed. In the painting was a spring scene in Jiangnan. Cherry blossoms were shining brightly and scattered all over the ground with the wind. It was the most beautiful moment of the middle of spring. Red bricks and white tiles, pavilions and terraces, plated with a layer of golden halo. A jade immortal dressed in a red shirt and a white skirt was sitting on the slanted eaves. She crossed her legs and raised her jade-like arm to play a green flute. Her long black hair was scattered and her clothes were fluttering. Only her graceful back was left for people to daydream about. Xianxia was a little unfamiliar with it, so it took her a long time to modify it. Looking at the basically formed painting, she stretched and only felt that her back was a little stiff. Before she transmigrated into the book, she was an art student and was quite talented in drawing. She became famous during her university years. After graduation, she chose to freelance and provide drawings. She was not very ambitious. When she had drawings, she would accept them. She did not force herself. Her life was quite comfortable. Since she transmigrated into the book, she was busy being a cook and almost neglected her own skills. Xianxia thought that this period of time could be considered as a rehabilitation period. After she divorced Qingjun, she could continue her old profession and draw whenever she wanted. She would not have to worry about money and could live the life she had dreamed of in her previous life. Thinking of this, Xianxia happily posted it anonymously on the game forum. A dream token was looking for character CG drawings. The selected artists would have the opportunity to participate in the new game. Xianxia had a good impression of them. A big company like Jiaqing was very particular about talent competition. When the time came, it would be based on skills. Xianxia turned off the computer. She had not thought about what to eat for dinner, so she planned to go out for a walk. The temperature had dropped recently, and the wind was cold. The weather forecast said that it would snow next week. Xianxia remembered that she did not have a thick coat, so she packed up and went to a bigger shopping mall nearby. The evening sky was close to dusk. The gray clouds that were as thick as paste filled the sky. The cold wind was unexpectedly cold, and the fallen golden leaves were blown everywhere. It made people feel a chill that penetrated from the bones inside out. Wearing a mask, Xianxia shrank her neck. She was so cold that she was shivering. When she entered the mall, the warm air blew on her body. Her stiff limbs gradually became able to move. Xianxia rubbed her cold cheeks as if she was kneading dough. She did not care about her image at all. Suddenly, she heard a faint chuckle beside her, which was quickly covered up by the other party. She turned around in surprise and saw a slender man. He was wearing a shirt with a knitted vest and black trousers. He had a jacket on his arm. His face was clean and gentle. He seemed to have a very good personality. The two of them looked at each other. The man was a little stunned at first, but then he smiled apologetically and nodded slightly. It was just a momentary smile. Soon, it turned into a deep frown with his lips tightly pursed. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. Xianxia looked away, but she looked like she was thinking. Strange. Why did that laugh sound a little familiar? Did she hear it from somewhere? The elevator door opened, and the other party motioned for Xianxia to go in first. Xianxia had just found a secluded place to warm her hands and feet. She felt embarrassed to refuse the stranger's offer, so she went in politely. "Which floor?" he asked. Xianxia looked at his tall and slender back and said confidently, "Second floor." The man was stunned. The other party first pressed the button for the second floor, and then the button for the fifth floor. The fifth floor was basically a restaurant. The restaurants in this shopping mall were of a higher class and expensive. Xianxia had always wanted to eat at a Western restaurant, but she could not bear to part with it. "I'm sorry. I'm the one who caused you trouble." He seemed to be sighing and laughing at the same time. Xianxia waved her hand. "No, my feet hurt, and I don't like to go up the stairs." Just as they were talking, they arrived at the second floor. He politely blocked the elevator door with one hand. Xianxia walked out of the door and looked back. The elevator door was gradually closing, and the man smiled at her. The elevator door closed. Xianxia frowned. The feeling of déjà vu lingered in her heart, but her hippocampus was not strong enough. She could not remember where she had heard such a clean voice. Her doubts were quickly put aside. The shop assistant from last time still remembered Xianxia. After she came over, she enthusiastically recommended the cheapest discounted goods to her. Xianxia put one hand on her waist and carried her Chanel bag. "Give me the new clothes. Try them all." She had to know how to buy clothes. In summer, she could buy cheap single rooms. In winter, she had to buy a good coat. This shop was not very expensive. The new clothes were within Xianxia's spending power. She had liked the design of this shop from her previous life, but she had no money. Now, she could finally buy without any burden. Xianxia tried on one set after another in front of the mirror. Her figure was exquisite, and she was so beautiful that she looked good in anything. Behind her, a few men who were accompanying her to shop sat neatly on the sofa and stole a few glances at her. They did not notice the dark faces of the first and second wives behind them. When they turned their heads, they were ruthlessly pinched on their waists. "Ouch! It hurts." For a moment, the shop assistant laughed secretly. The sound of pain rose and fell one after another. When she came out of the shop, Xianxia changed into a camel-colored windbreaker, a light-colored cashmere sweater, and trousers. She was the center of attention wherever she went. During this time, some people came to hit on her, but she coldly rejected them. Xianxia changed into a pair of boots and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking at herself. She was in a calm mood. The woman's exquisite and beautiful face was reflected in the glass. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were hazy with affection, but when she was cold, it was a little more fierce. It was a sharp weapon to dissuade people. Even though her back view was beautiful, no one dared to hit on her. F***ck she looked at the sudden rainstorm outside the door expressionlessly. If she went out at this time, she would definitely be drenched and her clothes would be dirty. Xianxia thought that this was God's will. Why don't I go to that Western restaurant? At this time, Qingjun should be back soon. Xianxia took out her phone and sent a message to Qingjun. I'm still outside. I'll just eat a little. You can solve it yourself. If Qingjun knew that she came to enjoy delicious food alone, he might have a problem with it. It was better not to mention it. After sending the message, Xianxia hummed a song and walked to the restaurant with a few bags of clothes. Qingjun was about to go home when he received the message. When he saw the line on the screen, he suddenly fell silent. Tunan and the others beside him were still asking, "Boss, are you really not coming with us to meet Gugu? I think he's a good seedling." Qingjun asked calmly, "Which restaurant?" At the mention of this, the Jiao fan was happy. "It's nearby. It's a very good Western restaurant. You definitely won't be disappointed." Qingjun nodded and said, "Let's go." "I'll go too." And Rose suddenly interrupted. She was wearing a suit and skirt today. Her makeup was decent and she looked very beautiful when she smiled. The Jiao fan blushed a little. Tunan did not give her face. "This has nothing to do with your design department. We're talking about business. Don't get involved." The Jiao fan quickly said, "It's raining outside. It's not easy for her to go back alone. I'll send her back after we finish eating." And Ro pursed her lips and smiled very politely, "Thank you." However, her eyes fell on Qingjun the whole time. Qingjun was wearing a simple black sweater. His eyes were lowered and long, and she did not know what he was thinking. From this angle, she could see the bridge of his tall nose and his beautiful lips that were pursed into a straight line. His lips and eyes were very light. She did not know what a man like him would look like when he was passionate. And Rose's face suddenly turned red. Tunan laughed and said, let's go. They're waiting for us." At the same time, Xianxia was arranged to sit by the floor-to-ceiling window. She was about to sit down when she saw an acquaintance diagonally opposite her. What a coincidence. It was the strange man she met when she entered the building. Xianxia greeted him, "Hi, are you waiting for someone?" The other party was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Yes, I'm waiting for a friend." Xianxia expressed that she couldn't be stingy when it came to having a big meal. She originally only wanted to order a few dishes. Seeing that this one was delicious, that one was also delicious, she unknowingly ordered more than the usual amount. The waiter poured a bottle of red wine and poured it for Xianxia. The environment of the restaurant was excellent. The melodious sound of the violin was just right, the slightly hazy lighting, the exquisite decorations, and the well-dressed guests were holding wine glasses and chatting in low voices. There was very little noise. Looking out of the floor-to-ceiling window, one could overlook half of the night view of the city. This place was adjacent to the riverbank, so the view was wide and just enough to avoid the rows of high-rise buildings. The night was like a dragon's lantern, bright but misty in the city's night, which was the opposite of the restrained daytime. The majestic rain fell on the ground with a pitter-patter, but no sound could be heard. For a moment, Xianxia was a little absent-minded. Qingjun should have returned home by now. The waiter came forward with the dishes. Xianxia smelled the tempting smell of the food and immediately forgot about Qingjun. She guiltily thought that if the food in the restaurant was good, she could bring Qingjun to eat next time to make up for it. She wasn't eating alone, so there was nothing she could do about it. At the same time, Qingjun and the others took the elevator upstairs. Tunan looked very excited. The boss hadn't eaten with them for a long time, which made the Bachelor Alliance feel that something was missing. He was very concerned about what his sister-in-law had been doing recently, whether the game was fun or not, and hoped that his sister-in-law could give him an answer about the game experience and so on. And Rose certainly knew that Qingjun was angry for a woman in the game. Her face was a little ugly. A faint sense of crisis lingered around her. The woman who could make Qingjun go to this step was definitely not simple. What happened during this time? And Ro frowned, looking very unhappy. But, tonight was a good opportunity. She should seize it. Looking at the heavy rain outside the window, the corners of her lips slightly raised, and she was confident again. No man could refuse a beauty throwing herself into his arms. Especially when the coarse and gaudy flower at home served as a foil, it made her look even more elegant and refined. Qingjun was only a little passive, but she didn't mind taking the initiative. Tunan coughed and said, "And Ro, get out of the elevator. What are you standing there for?" The Jiao fan was a fool who had never been in a relationship before, so he was in a daze. Unlike him, he had already noticed that Enro had been staring at his boss along the way. His gaze was so gentle that it could overflow with tears, which made Tunan feel awkward. He really didn't want Enro to do anything that crossed the line. Not to mention other things, if he angered Qingjun, it would be very difficult for him to stay in this position. Tunan sighed inwardly. He really had a lot to worry about today. The table at the restaurant had already been booked in advance. Fu Zicheng had something to do and was not around. There were originally 4 people, but with the addition of Enro, they had to change the table again. "I'm sorry, sir. There are no more slots for 6 people at the moment." "Then what should we do?" The Jiao fan said, "Then I'll squeeze in and add another chair." Looking at his enthusiastic attitude, Enro didn't say yes or no. He pursed his lips, smiled, and said thank you. Guyu had been waiting in his seat for a long time. He glanced at Ruan Chocho from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but smile when he saw that her table was full of food. Recently, he seemed to always meet interesting girls, whether it was the one in front of him or the Kukyukyu on the internet. When he thought of this name and the challenge with Li Site, Guyu fell into a heavy heart again. He was too impulsive, and now he deserved the retribution. Jiaqing's boss gave him a chance to talk face to face. He only hoped that he would have a chance to make up for it. As he lowered his head and pondered, he saw a group of people gradually walking in his direction. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and all of them were good-looking. The leader was the Jiaqing's boss, Tunan. He was in high spirits and had a smile on his face. Guyu's gaze involuntarily fell on the figure behind him. He was stunned. As a man, he had to admit that the other person was good-looking. However, the other person seemed to be a little careless. Qingjun looked tired and had nothing to do. He put one hand in his pocket and thought about what to eat later. However, the moment he turned around, he saw a very, very familiar figure. Qingjun. The woman sitting by the window was in a good mood. Her eyes were smiling. In front of her were 7 or 8 plates of delicious food, an open bottle of red wine, and a red rose in the center of the table. The flower was more beautiful than the person. She was leisurely enjoying the seafood pasta and didn't notice the death stare a few meters away from her. Qingjun watched as Ruan Chocho, who said that she was just making do, sat in her seat and ate alone. "Is this what you call just making do?" He was silent. On the other side, Tunan and the others exchanged a few pleasantries with Guyu. When it was Qingjun's turn to be in a daze, Tunan quickly laughed and said, "The company's employees like to daydream. You'll get used to it." Guyu was a little surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. They politely asked each other to sit down. Enro consciously sat opposite Guyu. She calculated well. Qingjun would never sit next to Guyu. He didn't like to sit with strangers, so he would definitely sit next to her. Tunan's eyelids twitched. He thought that Qingjun would directly sit on the extra chair. Unexpectedly, he ignored Guyu's surprised gaze and naturally sat next to Guyu. The others, "This is really strange. Did the boss take a liking to Guyu? Or was he warning them not to talk nonsense to Guyu?" For a moment, the few of them were a little confused. They couldn't figure out what Qingjun meant. They didn't know that Qingjun was sitting in a position where he could easily see Ruan Chocho's movements when he looked up. "Guyu, is there something wrong?" Nothing. Enro quickly said, "Then I'll sit on the chair. I'm just here to be a bystander. It'll be more convenient for you to talk." She quickly moved to the chair and indirectly sat next to Qingjun. At this time, the few of them were in such a position. Tunan Jiao Fan and Ro Guyu Qingjun and Ro sat up straight, as if she was deliberately showing off her beautiful figure. She suddenly noticed that Qingjun glanced in her direction and then looked away. The shyness and joy of a young girl in her heart leaked through the tips of her brows. And Ro didn't know that her position happened to block Qingjun's view of Xianxia, which annoyed him a little. He simply leaned lazily against the back of the chair, picked up his phone, and tapped it a few times. When she heard the phone beeping, Xianxia wiped her mouth and picked up the phone. It was a message from Qingjun. Qingjun, what did you eat? Do you want me to bring you dinner? Looking at the phone, Xianxia felt guilty and embarrassed. She didn't know whether to swallow or spit out the steak in her mouth. This was very awkward. Qingjun was thinking of bringing her food when he ate, but she was eating alone. It seemed a little inappropriate. However, she couldn't reveal what she was eating at this time. She could only thicken her skin and continue to reply, it's just some fruit salad. You can eat. I'm on a diet recently. I'm not hungry. With a beep, Qingjun, who received the message, glanced at the phone and glanced in Xianxia's direction from the corner of his eyes. Diet? Not hungry? Of course not. She ordered spaghetti, steak, lava cake. The table was full of high-calorie food, and she drank half a bottle of red wine. It was estimated that she would eat until she was full today. It would be a problem for her to go home. At this time, Xianxia didn't have time to look up at others. Of course, she didn't notice Qingjun's faint gaze. She sped up her eating, wanting to finish eating early and go home early. She had to disperse the smell of her body, so that Qingjun wouldn't smell it. Old Cheng, what do you want to eat? Tunan looked at Qingjun's absent-minded appearance and almost blurted out boss. He quickly shut his mouth and pushed the menu to Qingjun. Strange, the boss who usually only cared about eating, drinking, and working was not interested in food today? Tunan thought that this was a very serious problem. But at this moment, he could only suppress his curiosity and wait for Qingjun to order. Qingjun's slender fingertips tapped a few times. It was clearly the part of the meal that Xianxia had ordered. He raised his eyelids lazily and glanced in Xianxia's direction again. What else was there? And Ro thought that he was looking at her. She womanly tucked her hair behind her ear and raised her arm to block Qingjun's view of the scammer who was eating alone. He turned his head impatiently and said, hurry up and talk. If they talked too late, the scammer would have to leave. Guyu was quite sensitive when it came to emotions. He immediately realized that this taciturn old Qing must have a high status. He pulled himself together and sat up straight. He lowered his posture and said gently, to be honest, I've always been aiming for Jiaqing. I hope you can give me a chance. I believe that if others can do it, I can definitely do it. Tunan had a good impression of Guyu, but the decision was in Qingjun's hands. Qingjun did not agree, so he could only play around. Mr. Gu, there was a bit of unhappiness in the game dream token earlier. It's not a good opportunity to join at the moment. We hope that you can make some achievements. Guyu's heart sank, but his expression did not change. I understand. I've already signed up for the Jiaqing Club player selection competition. I'll do my best. Tunan was really satisfied. He stole a glance at Qingjun, hoping that Qingjun would give him some advice. Guyu was a good seedling. He had been observing for a long time. He was good in all aspects and would definitely leave his name in the esports circle in the future. Tunan suddenly froze. Qingjun was absent-mindedly looking in a certain direction. He followed his gaze and saw an extremely beautiful woman sitting alone at the table. She was wolfing down food at lightning speed. When Tunan looked over, she burped and immediately blushed. She hid it by drinking red wine. What a cute girl. Tunan was a bit moved. But he immediately realized, wait, that's not right. Boss is actually staring at a woman he has never met before? What are you looking at? Jiao Fan asked curiously. And Ro pursed her lips and smiled. She seemed a bit shy. It's nothing. Tunan was confused. Missin seemed to be thinking too much. Qingjun still looked like he was in a daze. Tunan's face was sullen. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, then, let's eat first. We'll talk after eating. Guyu breathed a sigh of relief. His facial expression was very stiff. He had never been so nervous before. He almost couldn't control himself. He almost wanted to laugh bitterly. He was in his 20s, but he was still as shy and reserved as a young man. No wonder they thought he was inexperienced. The delicious food and red wine brewed on the tip of the tongue. It was very appetizing. Qingjun had the most plates in front of him. They looked like they were used to it. Du suppressed the doubts in his heart. Qingjun tasted a few mouthfuls of various dishes. He lowered his head and sent another message. The steak isn't tender enough. The others are okay. Sitting diagonally across from him, Wan Qiuqiu heard her phone ring. She opened it and saw Qingjun's message. She was a bit puzzled and asked, "Are you eating Western food?" Qingjun, yes. Which restaurant? If it's delicious, we can go together next time. Qingjun's reply was very fast. The location shown was the restaurant where Wan Qiuqiu was now. She was drinking red wine when she opened the message. She was suddenly shocked and choked on the red wine. She covered her mouth and coughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Oh my God! Qingjun was in the same restaurant as her? The noise from Wan Qiuqiu's end attracted Tunan's attention. Coincidentally, Wan Qiuqiu was looking around sneakily for Qingjun. Then, in an extremely awkward moment, her eyes met with a pair of slender eyes in the vast sea of people. He had his arms crossed. His eyes were distant as he held his phone and tapped a few times. Wan Qiuqiu subconsciously looked at her phone. Qingjun, are you happy eating alone? Wan Qiuqiu, it was supposed to be very happy. But now? Not at all. Not at all. Happy, Wan Qiuqiu's appearance was definitely far better than Enro's. Even if she sat there and coughed awkwardly, it couldn't hide her radiance. Tunan looked away and said with a smile, "She's a very beautiful lady." Qingjun stared quietly at Tunan. His presence was so obvious that Tunan couldn't smile. Qingjun asked, "Is she beautiful?" Tunan nodded without hesitation. Yes. Qingjun, is she beautiful? Tunan, who had a strong desire to live, said. Actually, it's just so. Tunan glanced at the boss and felt that something was wrong. From the moment they entered the restaurant, the boss had been paying attention to the unfamiliar woman. His expression just now was clearly a little unhappy. This time, Tunan was really shocked. Boss, oh boss, you can't do anything stupid. You're a married man. Tunan had already imagined Qingjun getting divorced and continuing to live a lonely life of instant noodles and keyboard. No one would know until he died of old age at home. Too miserable, too miserable. Qingjun's death stare made Wan Qiuqiu very embarrassed and restless. Feeling guilty, she didn't even want to eat. She hurriedly called the waiter to pay the bill and leave. The door happened to pass by Qingjun's table, so Wan Qiuqiu couldn't go around it. She hesitated for a moment and decided to pretend that nothing had happened. She raised the collar of her windbreaker to cover her face, lowered her head and carried the bag towards the door. She was close. She was about to pass Qingjun's table and welcome the victory of the door. Wan Qiuqiu's steps were a little excited, so she didn't notice Qingjun put down his knife and fork and slowly turned his head. Don't you want to go back together? Wan Qiuqiu stopped in her tracks in front of the stunned eyes of others. She reluctantly turned around and faced the group of surprised eyes. She waved awkwardly and said, "Hello." Tunan had a hunch. This is... Wan Qiuqiu didn't know if the original owner had seen them before, so she didn't know what to say. She could only stand there and let them look at her. Qingjun calmly said, "My wife." Tunan and the Jiao fan almost blurted out a curse, but in front of Buyu, they forcefully swallowed it back down. The two of them were stunned. They never thought that their sister-in-law would be so beautiful. Their company was a monk company, so there was a huge disparity between men and women. And Ro was so elegant and beautiful that she was recognized as the company's goddess. Even when she occasionally threw a tantrum, they couldn't bring themselves to be angry. Now, compared to Wan Qiuqiu, and Ro who was so beautiful before suddenly lost some of her luster. When they heard Enro say that she was a woman who wasn't very good-looking, they were already mentally prepared. When they suddenly saw the great beauty Wan Qiuqiu standing in front of them, they were still a bit stunned. They stuttered and didn't know what to say. The two men's faces and necks were red as they scratched their ears and cheeks. They were so envious that their eyes were about to turn green. Their wife was so beautiful, had a good personality, and was also good at cooking. She was simply a winner in life. The two of them really wanted to call her sister-in-law, but they restrained themselves. Qingjun's identity was a secret to outsiders, not even Guyu. In contrast to the others, and Ro's face paled. She tightly gripped her knife and fork in her hand without realizing it. She clearly remembered that when she first heard about Qingjun's wife, she was coquettish and pretentious. It made people want to vomit. Why did she seem like a different person now? No. This was impossible. Tu Nan thought that his sister-in-law was simply too beautiful. He was also very enthusiastic as he wildly praised her. Old Cheng's wife is so beautiful. Jiao Fan, cough. Why did this sentence sound so strange? Qingjun very calmly introduced them to Ruan Qiuqiu, a group of friends here for dinner. He knew that Ruan Qiuqiu would never ask any questions. He also knew that they would never take the initiative to expose his identity to Ruan Qiuqiu, so he wasn't worried about exposing his identity. Who would have thought that a big boss like him actually had to hide his identity from his wife to avoid a divorce? Ruan Qiuqiu had never paid attention to Jiaqing gossip. She only felt that Tu Nan looked a little familiar, but she couldn't tell where she had seen him before. At this moment, she only had one thought in her heart: Qingjun actually had friends. He had grown up. The old auntie was very pleased. Instead, it was Guyu who said in surprise, "What a coincidence, we actually know each other." Ruan Qiuqiu nodded in embarrassment. She didn't expect it to be so coincidental. She smiled like a flower and said, "Hello, I'm Ruan Qiuqiu." When the two of them said this, everyone else was stunned. They didn't expect Guyu to know sister-in-law. Tu Nan and the Jiao Fan had strange looks in their eyes. In their imagination, Qingjun was wearing a 10-ton green hat that was personally put on by Guyu. Guyu was silent for a moment. Half surprised and half doubtful, he asked with certainty, "Are you chirp chirp chirp?" Ruan Qiuqiu was surprised. "You are?" He smiled and very politely revealed his identity, but also with some regret, "My hometown's mental journey." Everyone in the game knew that Guyu was interested in chirp chirp chirp. Tu Nan and the others had eaten the big melon and knew that chirp 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 was sister-in-law. At this moment, the two of them were a little embarrassed. It's over, it's over. Of all people, Guyu just had to like the boss's wife. Letting him into the jiaqing was tantamount to letting a wolf into the house. Ruan Qiuqiu looked at him and was a little confused for a moment. There was an internet connection in the game, as if everyone didn't exist in real life. But now, Guyu was standing in front of her so vividly. Ruan Qiuqiu still remembered his glorious experience in the next few years, remembered the pain he had suffered and the confession he had made. For a moment, it was as if there was a string that completely pulled the character in the book in front of her. Qingjun had only mentioned a few words in the book. Unlike Guyu, Ruan Qiuqiu had witnessed his relationship with Su Being. At that time, Ruan Qiuqiu felt that it was a pity that Guyu matched up with Su Being. She had a stomach full of complaints but had nowhere to vent. Now that she thought about it, it was really a miraculous thing. She was actually in a novel, the others were different. They only saw Ruan Qiuqiu staring fixedly at Guyu with a complicated expression. Tu Nan secretly cursed. Sister-in-law couldn't really be interested in my hometown's mental journey, right? But thinking about it, the boss was dull and didn't understand romance. At first glance, it was obvious that he had a passive personality. How could he be as attractive as my hometown's mental journey? Guyu said, "What a coincidence, why don't we eat together?" Qingjun suddenly reached out to help Ruan Qiuqiu carry the shopping bags, interrupting Guyu's next words. His body happened to block Guyu. He said in a gentle tone, "Let's go home." Ruan Qiuqiu blinked her eyes. Okay. She also wanted to go home. Being stared at by so many people made her feel a little uncomfortable. The two of them left first. And Ro couldn't keep a straight face. She, who had always been known as a gentle beauty, had a faint smile on her face. She stared at the backs of the two of them as they left. Her beautiful lips were pursed into a tight line, and her eyes were a little sharp. She didn't believe that the two of them were together. She also didn't believe that Qingjun would fall in love with such a woman. I really didn't expect her to be such a beauty. Yeah, sigh, don't mention it. I'm so jealous that I'm about to cry. Yu looked at their expressions and fell into deep thought. He asked, that old Qing is from Li's site, right? Although it was a question, his tone was certain. Tu Nan said, remember to keep it a secret. Yu said, don't worry, I'm not a gossipy person. He smiled slightly, but his mind was filled with Ruan Qiuqiu's charming smile and her tender fingers. For a moment, he was a little dazed. After the two of them left, the rest of the people didn't have the mood to eat. They paid the bill hastily and left. Tu Nan planned to chat with Guyu on the way back. The Jiao fan volunteered to drive and row back. And Ro's face was gloomy the whole way. When she thought of Qingjun going home with that woman, her jealousy almost swallowed her whole. She knew a little about Qingjun. When he said go home, he must have treated Ruan Qiuqiu as family. The Jiao fan glanced at Ro through the rearview mirror and asked carefully, Ro, are you not feeling well? You don't look too good. And Ro, who was sitting at the back, suddenly asked softly, tell me, who's prettier, me or Ruan Qiuqiu? The Jiao fan was a straightforward man. He answered without hesitation, sister-in-law, of course you're prettier. You're 1 in a million. But, he softened his voice, you're the prettiest in my heart. And Ro was almost angered to death by his comforting words. On this side, it was not as harmonious and loving as everyone imagined. It was very awkward throughout the journey. Ruan Qiuqiu sat in the taxi as if nothing had happened. Qingjun, who was beside her, did not say anything. Both of them were very quiet. Feeling guilty, Ruan Qiuqiu decided to break the silence. Well, I saw that you haven't eaten much. You're not hungry, right? Qingjun replied faintly, I'm fine. I'm just making do. Ruan Qiuqiu, fine, she was caught red-handed. It was her bad luck. Ruan Qiuqiu cleared her throat and intended to atone for her mistake. Do you want me to cook something for you? Qingjun said faintly, just make do. Ruan Qiuqiu, she'd better keep quiet. She turned her head away and looked out of the car window. It was a little stuffy in the taxi. Ruan Qiuqiu rolled down the window and left a gap for the air to circulate faster. The cold wind blew on her face. She caught a cold and burped. Qingjun's faint voice came from beside her. Are you full? Ruan Qiuqiu's face was full of tears. She understood how painful it was to offend a foodie. She would never eat alone again. Never. When they got out of the taxi, the rain had stopped. The wet and muddy ground was a little slippery. Fortunately, Qingjun helped to carry the shopping bags. Ruan Qiuqiu was able to free her hands and carefully pulled up the hem of her windbreaker to prevent mud from splashing on it. Qingjun didn't walk slowly. Ruan Qiuqiu followed him all the way. Her heels made thumping sounds on the stairs. By the way, Ruan Qiuqiu was still a little confused when she thought of what happened just now. Why did Gugu eat with you? Is it because of the game? Qingjun nodded slowly. Ruan Qiuqiu waited for his follow-up explanation. To her surprise, Qingjun didn't say anything else after that. Ruan Qiuqiu? This guy was very vengeful. Ruan Qiuqiu made a face at Qingjun's back. He suddenly turned around and happened to see her making threatening gestures. Time froze at this moment. Ruan Qiuqiu, cough, can you let me know the next time we go back? Qingjun stared at her for a long time. In the dim light, his eyes were very dark. It was so dark that she couldn't see the bottom. Ruan Qiuqiu forgot what she should say. Qingjun swallowed the question of, do you care about Gugu very much? He said slowly, I want to eat egg noodles. Ah. So that's what he wanted. Ruan Qiuqiu immediately relaxed. She thought that Qingjun was going to say something important, but this guy only cared about eating. Okay, no problem. While Qingjun was eating noodles, Tu Nan changed the original group chat to dumplings are better than delicious. The few of them crazily spammed the screen. In a short while, the group chat had 99 plus comments. Tu Nan, sister-in-law is so beautiful, Waldemar. Amazing. Jiao Fan, I can testify. You don't know, everyone was stunned when they saw her. Fu Zicheng, F***CK. I just worked overtime. How did I miss such a big event? Why didn't you call me? Fuzi Cheng, how beautiful is she? What should I do? I really want to ask the boss for a photo. Have I lost my mind? Tu Nan, don't talk about you. I might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Jiao Fan, Tu Nan's face is too ugly. When he saw sister-in-law, he was like a dog seeing meat. He didn't even blink. Fuzi Cheng, I'm depressed. Oh my god, I'm crying. I want to see sister-in-law too. 10 minutes later. Qingjun changed the name of the group to group chat. Tu Nan has been removed from the group. In a short while, there was a voice message from Qingjun in the group. His voice was clean and pleasant, and his tone was flat. You want to work overtime? The two pitiful people were left trembling. Regarding Du Yu, Tu Nan and the others knew that their boss would never bring his personal feelings to work. He didn't seem to have any personal feelings either. Qingjun's words were very simple: let Du Yu compete, and let your strength speak for itself. What they needed was a player with a stable mentality, not someone who could not recover from a setback or become arrogant and complacent. This kind of player would easily have problems with their mentality. No matter how good their strength was, they would still be weak. Tu Nan complained behind his boss back, who was as stable as him. At that time, he just made a lot of money and his assets increased by 100 times, but he didn't even feel happy. Fuzi Cheng asked, then is he stable in front of sister-in-law? Stable, very stable. He took the initiative to carry her bag and bring her home. He's simply a wife slave. Speaking of this, Tu Nan was a little envious. I also want to marry such a woman and have her at home. At night, when I go home, I still have a wife to warm my bed. I'm so envious. Jiao Fan was a little shocked. Boss also knows how to do that. Aren't you talking nonsense? He's a man. Jiao Fan muttered, I always thought that he reproduces asexually. The other two people, very good, full marks for this point. Recently, Wan Qiuqiu's attitude towards Qingjun had been very good. She was indeed in the wrong for stealing food, but when Qingjun said make do, she was immediately defeated. She regretted the mistake she had made so much that Qingwan had a hold on her. It was like being bitten by a tortoise, and whenever there was any disagreement, she would faintly say, then, I'll make do. Wan Qiuqiu, she was so angry, but she still had to maintain a smile. Jiaqing Company's collection of CG paintings quickly attracted tens of thousands of votes. Among them, number 233 Wan Qiuqiu's painting was far in the lead. This time, the collection of paintings was anonymous, and no one was allowed to reveal their identity. This was exactly what Wan Qiuqiu wanted. Under her painting, there were many praises. They all said that the colors were very comfortable and that it was more beautiful than the Jade Fairy character. After the farce ended, the attention on Wan Qiuqiu increased instead of decreasing. Wherever her game character went, people would greet her warmly and invite her to play with them. They looked like they could not wait to call her mother. Wan Qiuqiu almost quit the game. Even the usually cheerful white dragon horse became shy when Li Site. I'm an old Li Site fan. In order to emphasize this sentence, she used a dozen exclamation points. Wan Qiuqiu, what made this matter even more popular was the mental journey to the homeland. He didn't quit the game, but in the note attached to his personal information, he stated that he had to play in a competition and was temporarily quitting the game. Jiaqing Jiaqing Jiaqing? Tu Jiaqing, Jiaqing Jiaqing, Jiaqing. Breeze Being, who was still in the game, was also in an awkward position. Her best friend's account had been banned due to her repeated defamation posts, and she could no longer do anything. Even so, she didn't quit the game. It was just that the people in the guild didn't like to talk to her. It was rumored that Li Site had signed a contract with the Jiaqing. Perhaps the last competition was Li Site's test of Jiaqing's strength. The rumors grew, and in the end, no one could tell what was going on. Wan Qiuqiu saw the Jiaqing news again. The man in the picture was Tu Nan. She was a little surprised, but then she realized that the rumors were true. Qingjun was actually related to the Jiaqing. During dinner, Wan Qiuqiu picked up a piece of eggplant and asked, the person who had dinner with you that day was the boss of the Jiaqing, right? Qingjun didn't even look up. Wow, you're working for the Jiaqing? He thought for a moment. You can say that. That's great. Wan Qiuqiu looked envious. I hope I can be selected. As soon as she said that, Qingjun stopped eating and asked, you want to go to the Jiaqing? Yes, I think it's a good place. It's worth fighting for. Wan Qiuqiu looked at him with a smile. I'll work hard. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but during dinner, Qingjun's expression was a little subtly happy. Ever since Wan Qiuqiu found out about Qingjun's true identity, she had been observing Qingjun Li's sight was a godlike player who hadn't played in a competition for many years. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost and never revealed any personal information online. It seemed that he hadn't played in a competition for a long time. At home, Qingjun often stayed in his study, but she rarely heard the sound of the keyboard. He definitely wasn't playing games. Wan Qiuqiu observed for a few days and gave up. This was the daily life of a nerd. When she was thirsty or hungry, she would go to the fridge and go back to the study to rest. She found it strange that Qingjun hadn't gained weight and his skin was still so good. Thinking of this, Wan Qiuqiu was sincerely envious. In order to maintain her figure and skin, she had been dieting and exercising periodically. She was afraid that if she had a soft belly, it wouldn't look good in clothes. Qingjun, who was being stared at, held the last bottle of Yakult and was about to open it. Wan Qiuqiu's presence was too strong and couldn't be ignored. He looked at Wan Qiuqiu and then looked at the last bottle in his hand. After thinking for a while, he handed the bottle of Yakult to Wan Qiuqiu. Holding the bottle of Yakult, Wan Qiuqiu was a little confused. What did this mean? Wan Qiuqiu didn't know that this was definitely a great sacrifice for a foodie. Recently, Qingjun had been going out more often, so Wan Qiuqiu was too lazy to ask more. They both lived their own lives, so it was better not to get too involved. Qingjun went out. She opened the game as usual, but saw that the officials had sent her a notice. It wasn't about the ranking of the collection of cinematics. What surprised Wan Qiuqiu was that she had actually won a prize. Dear player Qiuqiu, you were very lucky to have drawn a 3-day private vacation voucher in this month's card draw event. You can bring a family member there. Please reply within a week whether you want to redeem the reward. I wish you a pleasant trip in advance. Wan Qiuqiu, who was not a tribal person, was shocked. She couldn't believe it and repeatedly read it several times. Only then did she confirm that she had really won a prize and not a small advertisement. She immediately replied, redeem the reward. Wan Qiuqiu was just about to go out for a walk. A good opportunity had come to her door, so she definitely had to go. As for bringing a family member, at the same time, Qingjun was in his office looking at the data analysis report. Tu Nan, who had just entered the door, chuckled mysteriously. He looked excited and happy. Boss, good news. Qingjun ignored him. Tu Nan touched his nose and continued to say, you should have asked me. Qingjun was speechless. His emotionless gaze fell on Tu Nan, which made Tu Nan realize that he seemed to be too close to Qingjun. Tu Nan took a step back and said, you've been working overtime recently. Why don't you go out and have some fun? Qingjun glanced at him with an expression that said, don't be a busybody. Tu Nan didn't get the response he expected, so he sighed in frustration. I've been so worried about you too. I'll just tell you the truth. I sent a message to sister-in-law saying that she had drawn a 3-day vacation voucher and can bring a family member there. Sister-in-law will definitely take you there. You two have a good time. If there's not enough time, you can add it yourself. Qingjun finally raised his head and said gently, if you have time, you should work overtime more. The boss didn't seem to be happy. Tu Nan understood that his flattery was probably useless. He said dejectedly, then I'll continue to work overtime. That night, Qingjun opened the door and smelled the aroma of food. Wan Qiuqiu was happily busy. Without thinking, he knew that it must be because of the prize. Tu Nan's words appeared in Qingjun's mind. Sister-in-law will definitely take you. You two have a good time. Qingjun was quite disgusted with the idea of going on vacation with others. But when he put Wan Qiuqiu in his shoes, it didn't seem too annoying. Wan Qiuqiu turned around and smiled brightly, go wash your hands. Wow, I'm super hungry. Perhaps the smell of the food was too warm, or perhaps her smile was too beautiful, but he was stunned for a moment. It was as if the fatigue of the day had been removed and his whole body relaxed. The two of them sat at the dining table. Xianxia asked Qingjun to eat quickly so that the braised prawns wouldn't turn cold. Qingjun was a little absent-minded when he ate this time. He had been waiting for Xianxia to talk about winning the prize. Until the whole meal was finished, until he washed the dishes, until Xianxia took a shower, put on a mask, and even watched soap operas and played with her phone, she didn't mention winning the prize. Then, she returned to the room. The lights were turned off and the room was dark. Qingjun fell into deep thought in the dark. Xianxia didn't deliberately ignore Qingjun, but she didn't consider Qingjun as a candidate at all. She thought about it. She didn't have any friends or relatives. At first, she thought about selling the tickets, but because the 3-day trip only allowed family members, they would have to participate in all kinds of activities together. After careful consideration, Xianxia decided to go alone. Qingjun? Qingjun would never go with her. Xianxia didn't want to be snubbed. So, she simply rejected this possibility. She happily prepared for the trip. After confirming the information with the customer service of a dream token, she explained that she was going alone. Then, Xianxia checked the temperature and specific location and found that there was even a private beach. She happily went to prepare a bikini. Although she couldn't swim, it didn't hinder her from sunbathing on the beach. At this time, Xianxia suddenly felt a little regretful. If she could go with her friends, she would definitely take a lot of good photos. Unlike Xianxia, who was 10 times happier, Qingjun seemed a little quiet in the office today. If you knew him for a long time and knew his personality, you would know that he wasn't in a good mood at the moment. The others were a little confused. They thought that there was a problem with the game and ran to check on it in fear. Only Tunan knew what was going on. This time, it was over. Not only did his bootlicking go wrong, but it also ruined his reputation. He was also puzzled. Did the two of them have a fight? Why didn't sister-in-law bring the boss along? He was crying in his heart, but on the surface, he was still a sincere advisor. He quietly walked to Qingjun's side. In the next second, Tunan's expression was complicated. He thought that Qingjun was busy with work, but who would have thought that his laptop showed a WeChat interface with Xianxia? It was empty and there was nothing on it. Qingjun had been waiting patiently in this position since morning. He didn't know how long he had been looking at it, but he didn't move. Tunan, boss, did you have a fight? Qingjun was still deep in thought. Tunan, how about this? I'll send an official message saying that you've also won a prize. You can go together? Qingjun didn't say a word. His vague outline was reflected on the laptop screen. Those eyes were staring at him faintly, which made Tunan feel uncomfortable. He began to cry in his heart again. Why did he come up with such a crooked idea? Tunan pulled a long face. I didn't know that you two were quarreling. If I knew, I wouldn't have come. If Tunan heard Tunan's words, she would probably die. Fight? Whoever quarreled with Qing would lose, at night. Bye-bye bot ss bye-bye. There were still 3 days before they were ready to set off. She had to prepare early so that she wouldn't leave anything behind. She suddenly feel STOSTs, as she subconsciously looked up and saw Qingjun standing next to her, looking down at her movements. Qingjun's face was expressionless. He held the Yakult in one hand, slowly tore off the packaging, and looked at Xianxia very calmly. Xianxia. Are you very free? Qingjun, yeah. Just in time, help me tidy up these little things. After saying this, Xianxia suddenly remembered that Qingjun still didn't know that she was going to go on a holiday. Plus the 4 to 5 days of travel time, Qingjun would have to solve the problem of food by himself. Xianxia suddenly understood. No wonder Qingjun was silently watching. He must be confused. By the way, there's something I forgot to tell you. Go ahead. Qingjun turned his face to drink the Yakult with a very calm expression. He glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes and could already predict what Xianxia was going to say. I won the lottery. I'm going to go out and have fun for 3 to 4 days. You can solve the problem yourself during these days. Don't eat junk food. Qingjun, for some reason, Wanchocho felt that he didn't seem to be very happy. After spending a long time together, they had developed a tacit understanding. Wanchocho immediately caught Qingjun's message. She patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, when I come back, I'll definitely cook a feast for you. You can eat whatever you want." Qingjun, Wanchocho was stunned when she saw that his expression was still indifferent. She didn't understand what Qingjun was waiting for. Qingjun asked slowly, "You're alone?" "Yes, is there a second person?" Wanchocho retorted matter-of-factly. "Why, is there a problem?" "No." "Then come and help. There's still a lot of things to do tonight. My hands are sore." Wanchocho, ? He turned back to the study and closed the door. Wanchocho was left staring at the closed door with a dumbfounded expression. In less than an hour, the officials of A Dream Token sent Wanchocho several messages, all to confirm whether she was really going alone. Since it wasn't convenient for a single woman to travel, they suggested that she should go with a partner. The other party emphasized that this trip was mainly for the food and scenery, and suggested that she bring along a partner who loved to eat and see the scenery. When it came to food, the first person that came to Wanchocho's mind was Qingjun. What she didn't know was that all the messages were sent by Tunan, who was working overtime at the company while crying. He was just short of begging Wanchocho to bring Qingjun along. If she didn't bring Qingjun along, she was afraid that the few days she spent playing outside would be hell for them. The boss was a workaholic, so he would definitely drag them to work overtime together. He still wanted to use his annual leave to go on blind dates. He didn't want to be single and be loved by no one. "Sister-in-law, please do me a favor." Wanchocho belatedly realized that Qingjun was probably unhappy that she didn't invite him. When this conclusion came out, Wanchocho couldn't believe it herself. However, Qingjun's expression just now was indeed not the same as usual. Wanchocho quietly walked to the door of Qingjun's study and knocked twice. "Qingjun? Are you asleep? I have something to tell you." As soon as she said this, the door suddenly opened. Qingjun was wearing blue checkered pajamas and looked tired. He lowered his eyes and looked at Wanchocho. "I'm going to sleep. Hurry up and finish." Wanchocho was speechless. Who would believe him? He hadn't even changed his pants yet. Why was he pretending to be sleepy? Wanchocho leaned against the wall, crossed her arms, and asked, "Do you have any thoughts about the trip?" Qingjun paused his action of putting one hand in his pocket. "You want to invite me?" Wanchocho felt that he was taking advantage of her. "Yes." Qingjun sighed. "I have to pack my things. It's tiring to fly back and forth. It's not comfortable, and the food is not good." Wanchocho's eyebrows twitched and she interrupted him. "So, do you want to go together?" "Yes." Tunan, who was in the office, let out a cheer and almost burst into tears. "That's great. Boss is going on a vacation. We can finally have fun." And Ro happened to come in as he was speaking. And Ro looked a little disappointed. In the past, Qingjun would be in the office at this time. Recently, Qingjun had been coming home more frequently and earlier. And Ro couldn't believe it when she heard Tunan's words. "He's going on a vacation?" Qingjun was going on a vacation. Tunan chuckled and said, "Of course, he's going with sister-in-law. That resort is not bad. They'll definitely have fun. At the same time, they could mend their relationship." And Ro's smile was a little stiff, but she immediately recovered her usual gentleness. "That's great. I haven't used my annual leave yet. I want to go there too." Tunan had a bad feeling. "You mean, I'm going to that resort too?" "No, don't mess around, and Ro." "What do you mean I'm messing around? Don't we usually work together? It's not a big deal to go out and have fun. Don't be too nervous." Tunan tried to persuade her. "Why are you going alone?" And Ro said, "Jiao Fan will accompany me." Tunan said, F***ck. He was a bit angry, but he couldn't scold Ro. Tunan frowned and said with a serious expression, "You know the consequences of doing this, right? It's very likely that you'll pack up and leave." And Ro said, "I came here for Qingjun, otherwise, how could she come back from the other side of the ocean?" now that the development of the new game had reached a stage, and Ro was responsible for most of the core animation design as the chief designer. It was impossible to fire her. She thought that she couldn't hold it in any longer. She had to either take the position or leave. She had to act fast. Tunan said, "You will be suspended." And Ro looked at him and said, "I don't believe you." If Qingjun really didn't have any feelings for her, why didn't he reject her every time she explicitly or implicitly? So that she would give up. And Ro didn't know that Qingjun was indifferent because he didn't care about her life at all. Tunan said, "You. Sai, I hope you'll wake up." In Qingjun's eyes, there was no reason why he couldn't do without anyone. He had ways to turn the situation around. And Ro was probably going to suffer from her own actions, but Tunan hoped that she would remember this. And Ro smiled. "Am I that kind of person? Don't worry, I just want to rest." And so. That night, Tunan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. After some thought, he decided to tag along. His annual leave was wasted on this kind of thing. He was really angry, but there was nothing he could say. Tunan quickly chatted with the Jiao Fan for a while and confirmed their plans for their annual vacation. Fu Zicheng, who was the last to know the truth, was dumbfounded. Then, he let out a wail of anguish. "What? Are we going on vacation? I don't want to eat dog food." It was Huan Xiaoqiu's first time sitting in first class. She began to look around excitedly as soon as she boarded the plane. Qingjun looked at her like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Although he didn't understand why Huan Xiaoqiu was so happy, his mood improved. Huan Xiaoqiu whispered, "I've only been in economy class before. Almost every time, there would be a lot of people, unlike here. It was empty and spacious with only a few people. She could stretch her legs whenever she wanted. It was as comfortable as it could be. Even the in-flight meal was better than usual." To Huan Xiaoqiu's surprise, Qingjun wasn't very interested in the in-flight meal. "You don't like it?" In Huan Xiaoqiu's impression, Qingjun's stomach was like an oversized trash can that could throw anything into it. How could a man who could survive on junk food like instant noodles be picky? Qingjun answered slowly, "I ate too much." Huan Xiaoqiu, oh. She didn't even dare to think about such a sweet burden. After drinking a cup of yogurt, he leaned back lazily and didn't have any intention of moving from the warm meal. On the other hand, Huan Xiaoqiu ate very happily. She was a little embarrassed to ask for another serving, lest she really looked like a country bumpkin and be laughed at by the flight attendants. However, after one serving, she didn't seem full. Huan Xiaoqiu. Her gaze fell on Qingjun. Qingjun should be asleep. He didn't move at all, his eyes were closed, and his breathing was even. He often left early and returned late a few days ago. His eyes were a little dark, probably because he didn't sleep well. Huan Xiaoqiu didn't want to disturb him. She stealthily moved the warm meal away from Qingwan, opened the lid quietly, and scooped up a spoonful. Qingjun wasn't asleep at all. He never slept on the plane. He opened his eyes slightly and saw Huan Xiaoqiu eating like a hamster. His faint voice sounded, "Didn't you say you were on a diet?" Huan Xiaoqiu choked and was speechless. This guy was actually still thinking about her taking all the food for herself. "Huan Xiaoqiu, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you when we get back." Qingjun, Manchu Hanquan, Huan Xiaoqiu, okay, pretend I didn't say anything. The flight was about 3 hours long. After Huan Xiaoqiu had her fill, she happily put on her headphones and watched a movie. What she didn't know was that at the same time, there were a few other peers sitting in the economy class. Fu Zicheng was terrified the whole way. Oh no, we'll die if the boss finds out." Tunan, how could I not know? Wasn't this because he was afraid of causing a family crisis? Tunan ate a mouthful of chicken rice gloomily. He was very unhappy. In order not to expose his identity, he could only book economy class. The food was not delicious at all. Most importantly, he had the highest exposure in front of everyone, so he could only wear sunglasses while traveling. He could not show his entire face to avoid being discovered. That's it, happy? The 3-day holiday was about to begin. Huan Xiaoqiu was stunned when she arrived at the hotel. She actually forgot to ask how many rooms they had booked. When the receptionist raised a finger, Xianxia realized that something was wrong. She asked, "Can we add another room? We can pay for it ourselves." "I'm sorry, all the rooms here are reserved in advance for VIPs. There are limited spaces." The receptionist was almost seduced by Qingjun. Her face was red. Xianxia sighed. Okay. Fortunately, it was a suite. They could just treat it as if they were at home and sleep separately. Qingjun, who was beside her, was in a daze. Xianxia pulled him towards the stairs. When they arrived at the door, Qingjun looked at the hall thoughtfully and did not say anything. This was the only hotel in the area. Tunan and the others had to choose the remaining rooms. The receptionist said politely, "Sir, the lady who booked in advance asked for 2 rooms." Tunan's heart tightened. "You gave it to her?" "Of course not." She showed a professional smile. "When couples come here, there will always be only one empty room." It could be said that she was very professional. Tunan gave her a thumbs up. "Sir, which room do you want?" "The one that's closer to the couple just now." It was easier to control their next trip. It just so happened that the 3 of them would stay in one room and Ro would stay in another room. The 3 bachelors squeezed into the room. Each of them held a bottle of beer and sat on the carpet. They sighed at the same time. "What was going on?" Tunan said, "And Ro has been with us for a few years." Fu Zicheng nodded. "It's been a year or 2. It's been so long. Why can't she understand the boss's temper? I'm doing this for her own good." He was angry when he thought of the young lady being muddle-headed and walking into the muzzle of the gun. Only Jiao Fan was slow to react. He exclaimed, "What do you mean? She likes the boss?" The other 2 were speechless. "What do you think? Serves him right to be single." At the same time, Xianxia packed up and was ready to change into her swimsuit and go out to play. She excitedly took out her newly bought camera from her suitcase and called out to Qingjun, "Take a picture of me later." When she turned around, she could not find Qingjun's figure. Xianxia successfully captured him in the kitchen. Qingjun drank a can of Coke and sat on the sofa. Xianxia said, "We can go out in a while." When he heard this, he skillfully took out a pile of nuts and snacks from the drawer and slowly ate them. Sure enough, after eating for more than an hour, Xianxia, who had changed into her swimsuit, put on a jacket and finally walked out of the room. Her body proportions were extremely good. Her slender and fair legs, her curvy body, there was not a single part of her that was not graceful and moving. Any man would be fascinated by her. His gaze paused on her snow-white skin for a moment. Xianxia raised her head and said, "I know I'm beautiful. You can look at me if you want." Qingjun pointed at her chubby belly. "You're fat, Xianxia, shut up." The sunset in the evening was charming. The water on the beach was clear and clean. The sky and the sea met in a line, and one could see the gradually sinking sun. Xianxia's mind was full of all kinds of photos of supermodels. She found a good angle, stood on the reef, and slowly raised the veil. From afar, she seemed to be flying with the floating veil. This position was not easy. Xianxia could not look back. She asked Qingjun loudly, "Is it okay?" "Yes." "Let me see how it is." Xianxia trotted over excitedly and picked up the camera. Her originally curved peach blossom eyes instantly froze. This scenery was indeed very beautiful. The clear sea was plated with a layer of gold. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with magnificent clouds. It was like a holy land on earth. However, Xianxia looked around and asked, "What about me?" "Here." Qingjun pointed. Xianxia zoomed in and finally found a black shadow on the reef. It was fine if she didn't see it, but seeing it made her even angrier. From this angle, it was like an eagle squatting on the reef. It could be called the angle of death. Xianxia's expression was complicated. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Her face was sullen. Her death stare finally aroused Qingjun's desire to live. Qingjun asked seriously, "Is it too small? What do you think?" She was exasperated. Only Qingjun, a straight man, could take a photo of her as an eagle. In order to make up for his mistake, Qingjun took another photo of Wan Qiuqiu. Wan Qiuqiu emphasized several times that he should find a good angle for her and not take a photo that was too small. He had to take a photo that had a dreamy feeling, as if she was the goddess in the Dunhuang murals, floating in the air. While Qingjun was looking for a good angle, Wan Qiuqiu glanced back and saw that his position was not far from her. She continued to take a pose with satisfaction. After waiting for a while, Wan Qiuqiu asked, "Is it done?" Qingjun's tone was very ethereal. "It's very beautiful." "Wan Qiuqiu?" She had an ominous premonition. She jumped off the reef and ran to Qingjun's side to take the camera. For a moment, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She almost didn't recognize that the person in the photo was actually herself. This time, the distance was indeed close enough. It was so close that he almost took a photo of her. The most terrible thing was that Qingjun took such a photo from an upside-down angle. In the photo, Wan Qiuqiu's figure was huge and directly occupied the entire frame. Her imposing manner covered the sky, directly blocking the beach, the sunset, and the sky. She was not the goddess in the Dunhuang murals. She was simply a heavenly dog eating the sun. This angle was so stupid that Wan Qiuqiu couldn't wait to tie a rocket to Qingjun and send him to heaven and never come back. Wan Qiuqiu gritted her teeth gloomily. Her little fairy was driven crazy. "Have you heard of the beach murder case?" Qingjun, who silently took 2 steps back, tried to change the topic. "It's almost time for dinner." Wan Qiuqiu's face was full of unhappiness. At this time, the wind was a little cold. She gave up the idea of taking beautiful photos, put on her coat, and decided to go back for dinner. She walked forward angrily, and Qingjun soon fell behind her. Not long after, Qingjun tried to ease the atmosphere and said in a friendly way, "I took another photo of you." Wan Qiuqiu stopped doubtfully. "Are you sure you didn't take a photo of me as a retard?" Qingjun raised his hand. "Absolutely not." Wan Qiuqiu took the camera and carefully moved forward. Then, she fell silent. To be honest, she really shouldn't have had any hope for Qingjun. This D*MN man could actually make her 1.2 meters tall. He was really capable. In the camera, Wan Qiuqiu was wearing a coat. Looking down, she looked like a 1.2 meter tall dwarf. She was also aggressive and cold. She really didn't want to scold herself, but at this moment, she really looked like an angry pheasant, the kind whose wings and feathers had exploded. Wan Qiuqiu, so, in Qingjun's world, she looked like this, she wanted to cry. However, Qingjun didn't know what was good for him. "I'm so hungry." That night, Qingjun calmly ate a lot of seafood under Wan Qiuqiu's faint gaze. Wan Qiuqiu stared at him and fiercely stabbed the fried fish with a knife and fork, as if the person in the porcelain plate at this moment was Qingjun. She regretted it. She thought that she could take a lot of beautiful photos with a friend, but now, Qingjun was simply making a special trip to annoy her to death. After going back to the room to wash up, Wan Qiuqiu angrily closed the door and went to sleep. She lay on the unfamiliar big bed and turned off the lights. The room was dark. The thick curtains were tightly closed. There was a fragrance in the pillow, and the quilt was very soft. It was indeed a high-end hotel. The configuration was good in all aspects. However, Wan Qiuqiu couldn't sleep after tossing and turning. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling. Suddenly, she saw a dark shadow on the ceiling, which almost scared Wan Qiuqiu out of her wits. She screamed and sat up abruptly. It took her a while to realize that she had been frightened by herself. What an annoying hotel. Why did they install a mirror on the roof? It's not like this is a ghost movie. There was a knock on the door and Qingjun asked gently, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Wan Qiuqiu turned on the bedside lamp with cold sweat on her forehead. Her voice was weak. "I was shocked by my own beauty." She would never say such a shameful thing like scaring herself. Qingjun, Wan Qiuqiu didn't hear any footsteps outside the door and felt uneasy. She turned over and couldn't fall asleep. She opened her eyes slightly and called out softly, "Qingjun, are you asleep?" After 2 or 3 seconds, the other party responded. "No. He should be in the living room." His voice was very close. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. "Good night," she said in a low voice, as if she was talking to herself. The living room was pitch black. All the lights were turned off, and the curtains were half drawn. One could vaguely see the serene beach shrouded in the quiet night. It was indescribably beautiful. A tall and thin figure leaned against the wall of Xianxia's bedroom door. His lips opened, but no sound came out. The shape of his lips was, "Good night." It was a good night's sleep. The next day, Xianxia dressed up energetically. She changed into a beautiful navy blue dress. Today, she could lie on the beach chair and have a good sleep. The sun was shining, and even Amazon couldn't protect her from the sun. Xianxia just wanted to lie quietly on the beach chair and daydream. On this point, she and Qingjun had reached a perfect consensus. Compared to the two of them, the other group was not so happy. Although it was a holiday, there was still a lot of work to do. The three of them hugged their laptops and worked hard for the whole night. They relied on beer to survive. Tunan sat on the carpet and was lost in thought. Why do I want the boss to go? It's because I want to spend my annual leave. So what are they doing now? Fu Zicheng was crying. Damn, the blind date was cancelled because I didn't keep the time. I hate you guys. And Ro changed into the bikini that she had prepared in advance. Her figure was exposed, and it was very different from her usual innocent image. Even the Jiao fan was stunned for a moment. She smiled happily and said, "Let's go. This is the best time to swim." The two people under the umbrella squinted their eyes, eating fruit and enjoying the scenery. There was no one on the beach at this time. It was quiet and leisurely. Xianxia stretched comfortably. It's so nice. I hope we can have a holiday here next time. The sun, the beach, the waves, and the untimely sound of eating watermelon could be heard. Xianxia's face darkened. I'm here alone. At this time, a few people walked over. Xianxia was wearing sunglasses and couldn't see clearly. She squinted slightly. Qingjun, who was beside her, calmly wiped his hands. He was wearing a loose half-sleeved shirt and shorts. The lines of his limbs were not soft and weak. It was obvious that he often exercised. Xianxia suspected that Qingjun went to the gym every day behind her back and pretended to be a fat otaku in front of her. The few of them gradually got closer and greeted each other somewhat awkwardly. When Xianxia saw them walking over and saw their faces clearly, she was immediately shocked. Strange. Was the Jiaoqing's boss here for a holiday? This was too much of a coincidence. Tunan and the others saw Xianxia lying lazily on the beach chair from afar. Her skin was snow-white and dazzling, her slender legs were lazily crossed, and her small toes were painted with red nail polish. It was very beautiful. She looked like a sleepy cat or a seductive siren. The few uncouth men coughed and turned their faces away, not daring to look. Realizing that her current actions were somewhat indecent, Xianxia hurriedly sat up straight and pulled at her skirt in a ladylike manner, covering her slender, white, and tender legs. Qingjun seemed to have known that they were coming back and continued to eat fruit slowly. Xianxia reminded him softly, "Hey, the Jiaoqing's boss is here. As an employee, aren't you going to greet him?" The real Jiaoqing boss calmly took a sip of coconut juice and vaguely nodded. The one who should be nervous now was definitely not him. When the few people saw Qingjun, they were nervous and almost called him boss, but they swallowed it back. Qingjun only told them not to call him boss or sister-in-law in front of Xianxia. They didn't know what was going on, so they didn't ask anymore. What a coincidence. The only ignorant spectator, Xianxia, greeted them enthusiastically. What a coincidence, what a coincidence. Xianxia asked, "Are you here for a holiday?" Yes, yes. The few people were under pressure and were sweating in the hot weather. Xianxia? Was it her imagination? Why did she feel that they were all very nervous? While she was thinking, a graceful figure swayed and walked in front of her. Her body proportions were very good. She had practiced ballet for a few years in her early years. Her body was beautiful like a little swan. She walked in front of Xianxia uninvited and smiled. "Hello, my name is Enro. I'm a Jiaoqing animation designer. and Ro was originally there to show off. She was standing while Xianxia was sitting, which made Xianxia look less imposing. And Ro imagined that Xianxia looked unfriendly and guessed that she had a relationship with Qingjun unexpectedly. When Xianxia heard that she was a designer, she immediately grabbed her hand and shook it enthusiastically. Like a poor person in the mountains who saw a leader who was helping the poor, her eyes lit up and she smiled brightly. "Hello, my name is Xianxia. Please remember my name." Everyone else, and Ro, she panicked and immediately pulled Xianxia's hand away. She said in a daze, "Okay." Xianxia did not expect that she would have the opportunity to meet their designer. When she thought of the opportunity to work with Enro, Xianxia became even more enthusiastic. She patted the deck chair a few times, indicating that Enro could sit beside her and chat. Enro panicked and took a few steps back. No, no, no. If she did not know Xianxia, she would have thought that Xianxia was a lesbian. Tunan and the others. They originally thought that Enro would cause trouble, but now it seemed that they had thought too much. Enro said with a dark face, "I'm going to swim." After thinking about it, she smiled gently. "Do you want to go with me?" Xianxia shook her head. She was afraid of getting tanned. Seeing that she rejected, Enro did not force her. She swayed her waist and went to swim in the sea. Jiaofan also went to join in the fun. The two of them sat on the deck chair far away. Xianxia muttered that the Jiaqing's boss was indeed a big shot who could not be reached. She did not force them. It would be bad if she was too enthusiastic and made them unhappy. So, Xianxia continued to sit on the deck chair and silently watched Enro flip up and down in the sea. Her graceful figure was like a mermaid. The place where she swam was right in front of Xianxia and Qingjun. The scene was too beautiful. Even a blockhead like Qingjun would be tempted. Xianxia turned her head away. Qingjun actually fell asleep. He then looked at the distant Enro, who was swimming around painstakingly, and felt that it was a waste. Enro's stamina was good. After swimming for a long time, she was the only one who watched Enro's graceful swimming. She almost applauded Enro. Xianxia was not a fool. The young lady was swimming around and glancing at her from time to time. How could she be looking at her? She probably had her eyes on Qingjun. Of course, Xianxia was not worried. As long as it did not affect her, they could still be happy little sisters. She and Qingjun were married by contract. In fact, they were both single. If he wanted to pursue her, he could pursue her. She did not mind at all. Xianxia had already thought about it. If Enro and Qingjun got married, as a colleague, how much money would be appropriate for her to give as a wedding gift? If Enro knew that Xianxia's attitude was so passive, she would probably be secretly angry. Finally, Enro was tired from swimming. She came up to the shore and showed her graceful figure without any hindrance. Her swimsuit was wet and stuck tightly to her skin. Her wet black hair was smoothly combed to the back of her head. She looked extremely attractive. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Enro thought that even a woman would have to admit her charm at this moment. Xianxia continued, "Didn't you wear sunscreen today?" Enro raised her arm. Indeed, it was tanned. It formed a perfect contrast with the fair skin around the bikini. She guessed that she must have been badly tanned. She did not dare to imagine how her face looked like after being tanned. After a dead silence, Enro cried with all her heart. Xianxia could not help but laugh. Sorry, this was definitely not her fault. After Xianxia laughed out loud, she felt that she was being unfair. As a woman, she sympathized with Enro. She would apply sunscreen whenever she went out, even on cloudy days. She did not even dare to think about being exposed to the sun for so long. She might not be able to recover until next year. Seeing that the girl's eyes were red and she was sobbing, Xianxia went over to comfort her. Hearing her comfort, Enro cried even harder. In the evening, Enro came out of the room with a sunscreen that they bought at the last minute. He wore long sleeves, long pants, a sun hat, sunglasses, an umbrella, and a mask. His whole body was covered up tightly. The staff had already set up a barbecue grill by the beach. They could eat barbecue and drink beer while enjoying the cool breeze. It was as comfortable as it could be. And Ro was the only one who seemed to have dark clouds above his head. He did not fit in with the joyous crowd. The Jiao fan did not think that getting tanned was a big deal. She had long forgotten about it and followed them to pick out ingredients. A few chefs were preparing the barbecue seasoning and charcoal when they saw a beauty in a long dress with a jacket over her shoulders. She was happily playing with small stones with her head down. She was innocent and cute. Her black eyes were like two twinkling stars that were full of curiosity about everything. It was so beautiful. They could not help but take a few more glances at her. Then, they saw the beauty pick up a big crab and laugh. "Qingjun, look. I caught it." Qingjun, who had silently retreated to the safe zone, the onlookers, the chefs took the crab that they caught and washed it. They planned to marinate it with sauce. Wan Qiuqiu was very satisfied. She picked up many small stones that had been polished by the seawater and planned to find a shop to pierce them so that she could wear them as a bracelet. This was probably the handmade world's Pandula bracelet. When Wan Qiuqiu turned around, she almost bumped into someone. She straightened her body and saw that it was Enro. "I have something to say to you." Enro was expressionless. He did not have the gentleness and dignity he had during the day. He stared straight at Wan Qiuqiu. "I don't care if you're acting crazy or if you have a plan. Qingjun, I'm determined to win." Wan Qiuqiu, "Sure." Enro, "I'm not joking." Wan Qiuqiu, "I'm not joking. We can still be sisters, right?" Enro, Wan Qiuqiu smiled and said, "Let's put it this way. We don't have much of a relationship between husband and wife. If you want to steal from me, go ahead. You don't have to show off to me because Qingjun doesn't like me either." Enro was a little surprised. She didn't dare to say that he liked her, but she was sure that Qingjun cared about Wan Qiuqiu. But looking at Wan Qiuqiu's expression, it was clear who cared more. Enro was both jealous and indescribably sad. In her heart, Qingjun, who was like a flower on a high mountain, was actually unilaterally protecting another person. She had thought that a person like Qingjun would only be loved. But that cold stone heart of his would never melt. Enro didn't say anything. Wan Qiuqiu thought for a long time and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what she said. For a moment, she really didn't know what she was thinking. Enro bit her lip and said, "I don't believe that you can bear to do that. How many men like Qingjun could there be in the world?" Wan Qiuqiu was puzzled. Why didn't a good girl like her find a tall, rich, and handsome man like Guyu, who had a high EQ? Why did she have to make life difficult for Qingjun, who could anger people to death? She kindly advised, "What's there to be reluctant about? Men, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come." When Wan Qiuqiu said this, Qingjun and Tu Nan happened to walk over and heard everything. When they heard what their sister-in-law said, the others silently looked at their boss. They felt that the green hat on his head was getting greener and greener. "Qingjun, ahem, it's time to eat." Tu Nan hurriedly stopped Wan Qiuqiu from continuing. Wan Qiuqiu was caught red-handed and didn't feel guilty at all. She happily went to eat the barbecue. The fresh marinated meat was brushed with a layer of oil and roasted over the charcoal fire, making sizzling sounds. The rich aroma made Wan Qiuqiu swallow her saliva. Enro sat on the chair motionlessly. Wan Qiuqiu walked past and asked, "You're not eating?" She frowned in disgust, "I'm a vegetarian." Wan Qiuqiu, "Sorry to disturb you." She really couldn't communicate with Enro because she liked meat. Enro walked to the side of a red bucket and looked at the fish swimming in it. She said gently, "Don't eat these fish. Look at how lively they are. Let's set them free, okay?" Her voice wasn't loud, but Qingjun, who was sitting nearby, heard it clearly. Wan Qiuqiu directly refused, "No, I want to eat. You're too cruel. Fish are alive." "Wan Qiuqiu? I participate in a release event every year. I set free fish and turtles." Enro showed her a photo on her phone. "Look, this turtle is so big. I don't know how long it has lived." Wan Qiuqiu hesitated. "This is a Brazilian turtle, right?" Brazilian turtles were known as ecological killers. They were ferocious omnivores and even dared to bite people. Xianxia had already expected that the turtle that Enro set free would have eaten most of the fish in the lake. What kind of release was this? Enro knew about Brazilian turtles, but she didn't know what they looked like. She was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. She could only look at Qingjun for help. Then, she watched as Qingjun pointed at a pile of fish and said, "Roast them all." "Enro, didn't they say that good men liked girls who were kind and loved animals?" Tunanga smiled and pulled Enro back so that she would give up and stop bothering them. Xianxia returned to her original seat. Seeing that the prawns were ready, she reached out her hand greedily, but someone was faster than her and picked up the prawns. Qingjun looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned and thought that he was helping her. She reached out her hand and said, "Thank you. Big head." Seeing that the prawns were in Qingjun's mouth, Qingjun was a little scalded. He exhaled and commented with puffed cheeks, "Delicious." Xianxia gritted her teeth. She went to get the squid, but Qingjun was faster than her. His slender arms easily reached over Xianxia and picked up the squid. This time, he remembered to blow on it before eating. "Delicious." "Xianxia. Do you want to die?" She lost her patience and reached out for the oyster. This time, Qingjun did not stop her. Xianxia reached out her hand proudly. "Hot, hot, hot." "Qingjun, ha." She heard it all. "Thank you." Xianxia wanted to tie Qingjun to a rocket and soar into the sky. It would be best if he never came back. She looked at Qingjun's warm and beautiful face and continued to chew as if nothing had happened. The more she looked at him, the angrier she got. Before Qingjun could react, she suddenly grabbed Qingjun's cheek and rubbed it hard. Qingjun's face was thin, and after rubbing it a few times, it turned red. Xianxia said gloatingly, "Who told you to snatch it again?" Qingjun was suddenly stunned. The beauty in his arms had a unique fragrance. It was usually light, but at this moment, it suddenly became clear in his arms. Her palm was warm and her fingertips were still warm from being scalded. She pressed them tightly against his cheek. His heart also seemed to have been scalded. At this moment, Xianxia saw her own face magnified in his eyes, and it almost occupied half of his pupils. She was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that she was holding Qingjun's face as if she wanted to kiss him. The two of them looked at each other and were very close to each other. "Your eyes are..." Xianxia's face instantly darkened. "Shut up." The few people sitting side by side opposite them saw clearly. Tunan drank a mouthful of wine and said, "Enro, have you given up? Do you think the boss will let you move like this?" They were not stupid. Qingjun's expression was warm, and he looked like he did not care about anything. He even deliberately provoked Xianxia. Other than the words just now, there was no other reason. Enro pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. "You'd better apologize as soon as possible. You're keeping it now, but it doesn't mean that the boss will allow you to do this." Enro suddenly felt sad. "I really don't understand what I lack compared to her. Why are all of you so loyal to her? Does a marriage in name only need to be protected? What era is it now? Isn't it freedom to like someone? How can you compare people? Enro, your thinking is too simple." Jiao Fan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly became serious. "No reason can be an excuse to interfere in other people's marriage. Don't make me look down on you." Xianxia had already fallen asleep, but Qingjun was standing outside the door, enjoying the sea breeze. His loose clothes fluttered in the wind. He stood alone on the soft and fine gravel. No one knew what he was thinking. Behind him, a figure gradually walked towards him. It was Enro. Enro said softly, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Qingjun put one hand in his pocket and turned his back to her. His tone was calm. "Don't use your work reputation in exchange for other things." "You mean?" Her face instantly turned pale. "Write a resignation letter." Enro couldn't believe that Qingjun would take the initiative to resign. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "If I leave, no one can take over my job. Think about it carefully." Qingjun hesitated to turn around. In the night, his eyes were dark. It was an alienation and coldness that Xianxia had never seen before. He was calm. Even though Enro couldn't stop crying, he didn't move at all. When it comes to work, no one is unique. Therefore, it was a big mistake to try to use one's experience and status to gain privileges in other aspects. Enro's whole body was trembling. She thought of Tunan's words. Enro, you still don't understand Xingjun. She really didn't seem to understand why he could downplay everything. Enro wiped her tears and asked unwillingly, I only have one last question. In your world, is there anyone who is unique? The man in the night stood straight. His long and narrow eyes casually glanced at the sea. His voice drifted and almost instantly disappeared in the movement of the waves on the shore. I don't know. The next day, Enro's room was empty. Only a resignation letter was left. Everyone who received the news was stunned. The Jiaofan quickly called her, but she was stopped by Qingjun, who had walked in at some point. No need. Boss, you're letting them go when they're only halfway done? Yes. Once Qingjun's words came out, there was no room to refute. Tunan sighed, scratched his head and said, then what do you think we should do? Qingjun's reaction was quite calm. Aren't we already recruiting artists? Let's train them well. It would be very easy to get started. Recruiting cinematics, the others looked at each other. First place, wasn't it Ruan Qiuqiu? Achoo. Ruan Qiuqiu sneezed and rubbed her nose hard. She didn't sleep very well last night, and her hair was messy. She picked up her phone while combing her hair, but saw a message from an unknown number. The other party was obviously very angry and used a lot of exclamation marks. I will never be your sister. Ruan Qiuqiu? Then, she realized who this person was. Ruan Qiuqiu looked innocent. Enro was quite interesting. As the boss of the Jiaqing, Qingjun was quite fair. He saved the last bit of face for Enro. After all, after being fired by the Jiaqing, people in the industry would definitely re-evaluate Enro. The outside world said that Enro could not stay in the country due to family reasons. Before leaving, she was given an extra year's salary and bonus as compensation for her contributions to the company. When Ruan Qiuqiu heard the news, Enro had already boarded the plane and left. Ruan Qiuqiu was really shocked. When she heard the news that she was going to the Jiaqing, she felt a little complicated. The 3-day holiday ended early because the Jiaqing was currently working on a project. Ruan Qiuqiu would probably have to go through urgent training as soon as she returned. She would be so busy that she would not be able to rest. Sitting on the plane, Ruan Qiuqiu glanced at Qingjun, who was eating dragon fruit, and called his name softly. Qingjun. Qingjun looked at her. You have a high position in the company. Between Enro and Qingjun, he actually let Enro leave. Ruan Qiuqiu sincerely felt that the Jiaqing was really bold and decisive. Qingjun took a bite of dragon fruit and did not answer. Ruan Qiuqiu was bored and resentfully sat up straight. She suddenly remembered that she did not know if the Jiaqing's boss, Tunan, and the others had returned. They were not in the first-class cabin. Maybe they were still on vacation. The 3 people that Ruan Qiuqiu was thinking about sat in the economy class and sighed. They wanted to go to the first-class cabin, but they did not dare to. The boss was cultivating a relationship with his sister-in-law. If they went there now, they would be 3 shiny light bulbs. Tunan looked at the chicken rice in front of him and sighed for the nth time. If it was not chicken rice, it was fish rice. Could they not change it up, just like that? A perfectly good vacation ended just like that. Back at home, Ruan Qiuqiu ran straight to the big bed and threw herself onto the soft bed, rubbing against her favorite quilt. Compared to a luxurious hotel, his own kennel was still the most comfortable. Ruan Qiuqiu was in a good mood. Tunan gave her 2 days to prepare. Ruan Qiuqiu was a little reluctant to part with the comfortable and beautiful time that was about to leave her. But soon, she felt genuinely excited about being able to work for a large company like Jiaqing. What's the first thing to do before going to work? To buy work attire. Using work as an excuse, Ruan Qiuqiu decided to buy a few more good-looking clothes. Her previous wardrobe was mainly for casual wear, and very few of them could be worn to the office. At the thought of going shopping, Ruan Qiuqiu immediately regained her energy. She changed her clothes, put on makeup, and went out in high spirits. Witnessing all of this, Qingjun suddenly felt that if she could work with such spirit and boldness, Perhaps the Jiaqing would be a small temple in the future. While Xianxia was shopping for clothes, she also brought along a lot of pretty stones that she had accumulated. The handmade jewelry store could help with polishing and piercing, but Xianxia only asked them to help with the piercing. As for the shape, it was very nice to keep the current shape. After a day of shopping, Xiaoqia's back was sore, and her feet were about to hurt. She carried more than a dozen bags and finally remembered that she still had some stones. When she arrived at the store, the boss had been waiting for a long time. The boss said with a smile, "Miss, the stones are very pretty. I'll give you a few bracelets." With a small bag of stones, Xiaoqia took a taxi home with satisfaction. The taxi drove smoothly. Xiaoqia opened the bag and carefully picked out the stones inside. Suddenly, a round and flawless black stone attracted Xiaoqia's attention. The stone was very beautiful, and it reminded her of Qingjun's lazy eyes. It seemed that when he stared at people, his emotions were also as pure. Xiaoqia decided to give this stone to Qingjun. As usual, Qingjun stayed in the study and didn't come out. Xiaoqia ate outside, but she still had lingering fears and didn't dare to eat alone. She took the initiative to bring him food. He was a little tired of eating seafood in the hotel every day, so Xiaoqia brought him barbecued meat rice, fruit scoops, and a few snacks. He really didn't know how she could bring back such a big pile of things when she looked so weak. Xiaoqia warned Qingjun, "Don't talk about this again." Qingjun responded slowly. While he was eating, Xiaoqia thought of something. She went back to her room and took out the small bag. After searching for a while, she finally found the black stone. When she came back to the living room, Qingjun had already finished his barbecued meat rice and was slowly eating the fruit scoops. Xiaoqia. Did this guy really not have two mouths? One on the front and one on the back of his head. She made a face and didn't forget her purpose. Xiaoqia sat across the table and waved the stone at Qingjun. "This little gift is for you." "Qingjun, what is this?" Xiaoqia said, "Guess." He pondered for a moment under Xiaoqia's encouraging gaze. "A ball of sheep dung?" There was dead silence. Xiaoqia said with a fake smile, "Why don't you guess that it's a kidney stone?" When Qingjun said that the small stone looked a little like a ball of sheep dung from afar. This was very awkward. Xiaoqia was speechless. "Forget it, if you don't want it, I'll keep it." Qingjun was one step faster than her. His arms were long and he easily took the small stone from Xiaoqia's hand. He casually stuffed it into his pocket and continued to eat. "Xiaoqia? Not bad." He gave his evaluation slowly. "Xiaoqia, some people really knew what it meant to take advantage of others." The villain in her heart immediately grabbed Qingjun and gave him a round of beating. Xiaoqia going to work in Jiaqing meant that Qingjun would have fewer chances to meet her in the company. Tunan really didn't understand why the couple was hiding things from each other. Thinking about it from the perspective of a straight man and a single dog, he felt that this was probably what it meant to be fun. On the first day of work, Xiaoqia had put on exquisite makeup and braided her long hair, revealing her slender and fair neck. She looked very capable. Her low-heeled shoes made a clattering sound on the floor. She had been busy since early in the morning and only left home after a long time. After a long time, Qingjun rubbed his eyebrows and walked out of the study in his slippers with a sleepy face. He habitually took a bottle of Yakult and opened it. His phone beeped. It was a message from Tunan in the group. "Sister-in-law hasn't arrived yet? What should I do? I'm so nervous, boss." Tunan, who had returned to the group chat, didn't dare to be presumptuous and obediently waited for Xiaoqia to arrive. "Jiao Fan, I want to report that Tunan hit Morse with his hair today." Fu Zicheng, wearing the most flirtatious shirt. "Jiao Fan," Fu Zicheng changed into new shoes. Fu Zicheng. "Brother, are you looking at me like a pervert? There's only one white stripe between the two pairs of shoes." "How can you tell?" The group was noisy and very quickly, there were 99 plus comments. Qingjun looked at them and didn't say anything. In the end, he thought for a moment and said, "You don't have to give her special treatment." Although Xiaoqia was cheerful on the surface, she was actually very strong-willed. the truth would be revealed one day. If she mistakenly thought that her achievements were all because of connections, then it would be a very bad perception. Tunan didn't have time to reply to him because the front desk called and said that Miss Ruan was waiting downstairs. There was a rumor in the company that an unknown parachutist had come to take over in Ro's position. Everyone was waiting to see a good show. When Xianxia stepped through the door, they were instantly stunned. Was this an employee selection or a beauty pageant? There were already too many wolves in the company but not enough meat. The programmers were so excited that they almost howled like wolves and asked about Xianxia's background. For a moment, the whole office was so excited that it couldn't be quiet for a long time. The person who guided Xianxia was a senior employee. He was quite old and was a somewhat cute uncle. Old Meng. The studio was filled with posters of Hui Yuni. He had a good personality and was very patient when he explained. Xianxia was a little nervous at first, but gradually, she was immersed and asked questions from time to time. Tunan was a little absent-minded the whole day. What he needed was Old Meng's evaluation. While Xianxia was studying in the office, Old Meng sneaked into Tunan's office and said, "I thought she was a parachutist. Her skills are good." Tunan was suddenly happy. "Can she do it?" "No problem. As long as she's willing to work hard, she'll definitely learn quickly." Xianxia was more hardworking than they thought. On the first day, she stayed in the company and worked overtime until night to study. She didn't reply, and Tunan didn't dare to reply. He still had to ask the driver to send his sister-in-law back. Thinking of this, Tunan was even more miserable. Both husband and wife were workaholics. There was no way for him to survive. His phone lit up with a ding. "Qingjun, it's not over yet?" Tunan trembled as he replied, "I'll send her back later." He didn't dare to tell Qingjun that because of Xianxia's overtime today, half of the bachelors in the company were excited and worked overtime together. This was a good thing. It would be even better if they didn't covet the boss's wife. Xianxia was still busy looking at the proposal. From the game background to the overall style, to the character's story and characteristics, she carefully read it over and over again, adding her own inspiration every time. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Xianxia stretched and thought it was Old Meng, but it turned out to be Tunan. "You've made good progress today. Go back and rest. You can continue tomorrow." Tunan laughed and praised her. "The body is the capital. We have to be sustainable and can't overexert ourselves." Xianxia nodded in understanding and then realized that her shoulders were stiff and sore. "I'll ask the driver to send you back. It's not convenient for a girl to go back so late." "That's too embarrassing, it's okay. There are few female employees in the company. They are all treated like treasures. Especially his sister-in-law. Not a single hair could be missing." Xianxia sighed. "You're indeed a jiaqing. The treatment is so good." Tunan smiled awkwardly and suddenly felt guilty. Music rang. It was Tunan's phone call. He didn't treat Xianxia as an outsider and directly picked up the phone. "Guyu?" Xianxia's heart tightened when she heard Guyu's name. If she remembered correctly, this was probably the time when Guyu suffered the most serious setback in his life. Guyu's voice on the other end of the phone sounded depressed. "I'm sorry. My hand is injured. I can't participate in the competition." Xianxia had an impression of this plot because when she finished reading the entire book, it was all about love and affection. There was almost no change in the plot. The only time the male lead suffered a setback was when the author didn't write much, but she could truly feel the male lead's pain. Esports players didn't have a long career, and they relied on their youth. Guyu, on the other hand, had bad luck even though he was skilled. There were a few times when he was about to reach the pinnacle of his life and met with failure. This time was the most serious accident. If Xianxia remembered correctly, Guyu saw a robbery on the road. He acted bravely but injured his hand. He needed to rest for at least a few months. For him, this was tantamount to an unexpected disaster. Fortunately, the female lead, Su Being, accompanied and encouraged him. She gave him warmth in the darkest moments of his life. At that time, Guyu really fell in love with the female lead. Then, there was a sudden turn of events. He quickly reached the pinnacle of his life and married the female lead. After a year or two of marriage, Guyu moved from being in front of the stage to being behind the scenes and became the Jiaqing's right-hand man. Wan Qiuqiu had forgotten about it. At that time, she stayed up all night to read the novel. She only wanted to complain about all kinds of ridiculous logic and worldviews. Who would have thought that when she opened her eyes again, she would really transmigrate into the novel? Tu Nan's expression was very serious. He nodded and asked about Guyu's situation. He told Guyu to focus on recuperating and not let his hand be injured again. Then, he hung up the phone. Sister-in-law. Let's go. The driver is waiting for you in the parking lot. I'll give you a ride. Wan Qiuqiu sighed silently in her heart. No matter what problems Su Biying had, she was Guyu's medicine at this time. Wan Qiuqiu only hoped that she could help Guyu recover quickly. She followed behind Tu Nan. The eyes of a few programmers who passed by lit up. They immediately realized that their boss's expression was more serious than usual and didn't dare to be rash. Wan Qiuqiu was able to return home without being harassed. She opened the door. The living room was dark and the lights were not turned on. Qingjun was probably asleep. Wan Qiuqiu quietly changed her shoes and turned on the lights. Suddenly, she staggered backward with a cry. Why are you sitting on the sofa and not saying anything? She was exasperated. Suddenly seeing a man in black sitting on the sofa, Wan Qiuqiu had goosebumps all over her body. She almost raised her shoe and threw it over. Compared to her panic, Qingjun was very calm. He lay on his back on the sofa, slumped peacefully. However, he didn't close his eyes and just stared at the TV wall like a puppet. Wan Qiuqiu. What are you doing? It was quite frightening to do this. Qingjun's faint voice floated, fasting. Wan Qiuqiu, ? He continued faintly, in layman's terms, he fainted from hunger. Wan Qiuqiu really hoped that Qingjun would succeed in fasting and become an immortal in heaven. Master Chef Wan Qiuqiu had successfully saved Qingjun, immortal, with noodles with a poached egg. She looked at Qingjun eating the noodles and suddenly realized that this guy was no longer interested in junk food after she started cooking. He was just waiting to eat delicious food all day long. This kind of thinking of reaping without sowing was not desirable. Wan Qiuqiu said seriously, you can't always expect me to cook. What if one day I'm not here? You have to learn to take care of yourself. There were too many unstable factors in the future. Perhaps one day she would wake up and return to the original world. By then, Qingjun would not be able to find her even if he wanted to. Thinking of this, Wan Qiuqiu suddenly felt a little melancholy. She found that she liked this world more and more. Qingjun stopped eating for a moment. He said gently, I won't. Wan Qiuqiu came back to her senses. Huh? What won't you know? Qingjun just buried his head in eating the noodles and did not answer Wan Qiuqiu's question. Wan Qiuqiu thought that sometimes she really couldn't understand Qingjun's thoughts. She really didn't know if he was really wise or if he was really smart. He always talked without saying anything. After a tiring day of work, Wan Qiuqiu felt a little sleepy when she got home. She rubbed her eyes and told Qingjun to go to bed early after eating. She went to the bathroom to wash up. After a while, the sound of water gushing out of the shower could be heard. It was only at this time that the cold home seemed to have a real smell of smoke and fire. The next day, Wan Qiuqiu woke up early. Her movements were very light. She quickly prepared 2 meals and put them into 2 lunch boxes. She took one with her and put the other in the most conspicuous position of the refrigerator. Seeing that she was going to be late for work, she hurried out to catch the car. At noon, Qingjun finished his work in the study. He stood up, put on his pajamas, and walked lazily to the refrigerator. He habitually wanted to get a bottle of milk to drink. The moment he opened the refrigerator, there was a prepared lunchbox in front of him. He slowly grunted and opened the lid. It was filled with food and meat, and there were 2 eggs that had been cut in half for him. For the first time, Qingjun hesitated for a moment. At this moment, his phone dinged. It was a WeChat message from Wan Qiuqiu. Wan Qiuqiu, I forgot to tell you. The food must be heated in the microwave. He looked down at his phone. Half of his face was blocked by the refrigerator door, so his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Xianxia, who had started her work life, quickly adapted to the atmosphere here. Unlike other companies that had a clear hierarchy, Tu Nan and the others were big bosses. They were also very close to Xianxia. According to Tu Nan, when they first started their business, they also worked together. It only took a short time for a small company to grow to its current scale. They were just ordinary employees. Besides, the boss was lively, funny, and approachable because they were young. However, Xianxia could clearly feel that they were also very interested in the lunchbox in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia really wanted to cover her lunchbox while eating. How strange. What hasn't the big boss eaten before? Why is he interested in my lunchbox? Tu Nan really wanted to try his sister-in-law's cooking, but he didn't dare to say it. People who didn't know him would think that he was being a hooligan. He suppressed the restlessness in his heart and silently ate his curry rice. He was very envious of the boss's beautiful life. Look at the color scheme. The nutrition combination. The warmth of the small lunchbox. This was the kind of love that nutritionists and chefs couldn't feel no matter how meticulously they made it. The single dog finally felt incomparable desolation this winter. Xianxia stared blankly at him as he ate. Suddenly, she sighed inexplicably and was confused. Recently, work had been very stressful. Fortunately, Xianxia had a good foundation and was in line with the Jiaqing's aesthetic. In addition, she was willing to work overtime every day. At first, Tu Nan was worried about how to continue. He didn't expect Xianxia to do better than he expected. He finally didn't have to worry about the progress being delayed. Not bad, not bad. It's really not bad. Tu Nan looked at the design drawings and his eyes lit up. He generously praised Xianxia for the nth time. Continue with this progress. There won't be a problem. Xianxia was a little embarrassed by the praise. She glanced at the clear blue sky outside the window and suddenly thought of Guyu. Half a month had passed. She didn't know what changes the male and female lead's relationship had undergone. At the same time, Su Bing felt really wronged. From her previous life until now, Guyu had never been so cold to her. She comforted him and encouraged him, but it didn't have much effect. This made Su Bing start to doubt whether she was doing the right thing. She thought that she should be responsible for her own decisions in her previous life. In this life, she should also be responsible for her own decisions. Since she had chosen Guyu, she should definitely continue with her heart and not give up halfway. Guyu hadn't walked out of the door for a few days. Su Bing was also at a loss for what to do. She didn't know how to continue. Her mind was in a mess. In her mind, she kept repeating the reports of Guyu's legendary experiences that she had read in her previous life. She definitely remembered correctly. In her previous life, Guyu had suffered a heavy blow at this time. This was the beginning of his rise. He was a piece of gold that would definitely shine. Jiaqing, a dreamlike place. When she thought of Jiaqing and the city where she had stayed for a few years, Su Bing thought of the face that had woken her up from her dreams countless times. Ever since her rebirth, Su Bing swore that she would never think of Qingjun again. This man was a complete idiot. He had nothing but beauty. Compared to Guyu, they were like heaven and earth. She had nothing to think about. However, the more she thought about it, the more Su Bing recalled the bitter memories of her previous life. She thought that according to the time in her previous life, Qingjun would still be idling in that dilapidated house that couldn't be sold. His money was taken away by his ex-wife, and he lived a life without a future. Su Bing really wanted to see him with nothing. She suddenly felt a little moved. People always had a desire to compare. Seeing Qingjun's broken appearance would only make her more certain that she had made the right choice. How about taking a look at Qingjun from afar, so that she could completely forget about her previous life's obsession? It was snowing today. The dark sky reflected an orange-red halo, and the world was white. The wind was very cold, and it was bone-chilling. If the fridge at home had not been emptied, Xianxia would not have chosen to go out. She dragged Qingjun out with her. In Xianxia's impression, Qingjun seemed to have not gone out for a week. It was a rest day now, and he was still at home. She was really afraid that he would fall sick from boredom. It was a good opportunity to find a little coolie to carry things. Qingjun did not intend to wear a jacket when he went out. He only wore a thin black sweater and planned to go out. Wan Qiuqiu's face darkened. She took the black down jacket hanging on the hanger at the door and put it on him. The down jacket she wore was loose, and it was just right for Qingjun to wear. Qingjun put his hands in his pockets and did not say anything about wearing her jacket. He slowly followed behind Wan Qiuqiu. The two of them walked one after the other, and they walked much slower than usual. Wan Qiuqiu carefully stepped on the stairs. There was a thick layer of snow. Fortunately, she was wearing anti-slip boots, so she did not fall. Wan Qiuqiu walked a few steps and reminded Qingjun, "Be careful, be careful, be careful, be careful." Her feet slipped, and her toes went up. She instantly lost her strength and fell on the stairs, sliding all the way down. The scene was as funny as it could be. Wan Qiuqiu was stunned by the continuous fall on her buttocks. Actually, it did not hurt. The thick down jacket was soft and proper under the cushion, but it was a little embarrassing. Wan Qiuqiu looked around nervously. She was relieved when no one saw her embarrassing appearance. The next second, she heard a clear and short laughter behind her. "Qingjun, ha! Wan Qiuqiu." This dog dared to laugh at her. She was angry and wanted to stand up, but the soles of her feet were too slippery and she fell on her buttocks again. The anti-slip boots were simply roller skates at this moment. Wan Qiuqiu really wanted to give the store a big bad review. She watched as Qingjun walked down the stairs very easily. She asked slowly and with a puzzled expression, "Aren't you going?" "Wan Qiuqiu. Help me." "Qingjun, oh." Wan Qiuqiu pulled his arm and slowly stood up, patting the snow off her body. She originally wanted to throw a few snowballs at Qingjun, but considering how torturous his cold was last time, Wan Qiuqiu was afraid that he would remember the Manchu Han Imperial banquet, so she decided to continue with her business. Just as she was about to walk towards the supermarket, she caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of her eyes. It was the figure of a woman. It was such a cold day, and she was wearing a thin windbreaker. Her hair was messy from the cold wind, and her pretty face was pale as if it had been covered with frost. Her eyes were fixed in the direction of Wan Qiuqiu and Qingjun. Motionless and lifeless. It reminded Wan Qiuqiu of Xianxia in her high school textbook. Occasionally rolling her eyes could also indicate that she was a living creature. Wan Qiuqiu. Sorry, all she could think of was Mao. Wan Qiuqiu had a strange premonition. Perhaps it was because the other party's shocked gaze was too obvious, but a person's name suddenly appeared in her mind. Su Biying. Could it be Su Biying? She actually ran to another city at such a critical moment? Wan Qiuqiu really didn't understand what she was thinking. Su Biying stood not far away. She originally just wanted to take a look at the familiar window downstairs. Almost every night, the window of Qingjun's study would be lit up, as if it was guiding her, who was ignorant and naive at that time, step by step, like a moth to a flame, to lose herself in his indifference. She came here with such a mood today. She thought that she would be completely relieved when she saw the lonely window. In the end, Su Biying watched Qingjun interact with a woman, stretch out his arm to let her stand up, and listen to her obediently like a large dog. His eyes were never cast on Su Biying, not even a little bit of tenderness. Su Biying's world collapsed. She couldn't remember other women, but Wan Qiuqiu's appearance, even if she turned into ashes, Su Biying would still remember it clearly. At this moment, she was shocked. They actually didn't divorce. Early on, when she saw the news on the internet that the Chung Group was on the verge of bankruptcy, a seed of uneasiness was planted in Su Biying's heart. Her greatest goldfinger was the ability to start all over again. Without this goldfinger, she would have nothing. She secretly prayed that this was just a small flutter of the butterfly's wings. Now that she saw the harmonious scene between the two, Su Biying was suddenly stunned. The Qing Group could go bankrupt in advance, Qingjun could not divorce, then Guyu could also be unable to recover from the setback, and there would be no room for a comeback. The winner in life she was familiar with could be reduced to a bedbug in an instant, beyond redemption. Su Biying suddenly thought of a terrible thing. What if Guyu could not make a comeback? If he completely gave up on her, then what should she do? Guyu was in an awkward situation now, and there were many difficulties. When Su Bing thought of him obeying God and becoming an ordinary company employee, the feeling in her heart was infinitely magnified. Especially when she saw that although Wan Qiuqiu was dressed very simply, she was wearing branded goods from head to toe. She was also energetic, delicate, and sweet. It was obvious that she was living a good life. Compared to herself, her family was average. Guyu would occasionally give her things, but they were not valuable things. Su Bing was a little disappointed. She could not even bring herself to continue being good to Guyu. Qingjun, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, followed Wan Qiuqiu's gaze and then looked away disinterestedly. He said slowly, "Let's go." At this time, they could still buy Odin at a 24-hour convenience store. Qingjun had already thought of what he wanted to eat. Wan Qiuqiu came back to her senses. She saw that the other party was frozen in place, and she was even more certain. That woman should be Su Bing. In her memory, Qingjun had already divorced. She did not know how she felt when she saw Wan Qiuqiu at this moment. Wan Qiuqiu was not afraid of Su Bing. Su Bing did not have the red envelope group, portable space, the beauty system, and the opportunity to enter the azure battlefield. Her only way was to cling tightly to Guyu, like a daughter flower clinging to him, so that she would not wither. In contrast, Wan Qiuqiu had finished reading the book, and she knew the plot more accurately than her. "Let's go, I'm freezing to death." Even after they had walked far away and disappeared, Su Bing still felt a little lost. How was she going to continue on this path? Wan Qiuqiu put her hands in her pockets and was a little absent-minded. After all, every time she saw the male and female lead in the original novel, the impact was very big. Qingjun, who was beside her, suddenly said, "Stay away from her." Her? Wan Qiuqiu immediately understood who Qingjun was referring to. Wan Qiuqiu asked, "Do you know her?" Qingjun shook his head. If Su Bing heard this, she would probably die of anger. She had clearly hinted at Qingjun so many times, but he had no impression of her at all. The most important thing was that Qingwan really shook his head sincerely and wasn't pretending not to know her. Wan Qiuqiu, if she had a crush on Qingjun, she would probably die of anger on the spot. When she thought of this, Wan Qiuqiu suddenly became interested. She pressed her shoulder against Qingjun's arm. "Hey, haven't you been in a relationship before?" Qingjun glanced at her and was too lazy to answer. Wan Qiuqiu did not give up and asked, "Then you have to have someone you like, right? Without love, there is no youth." Qingjun asked faintly, "Do you have one?" Wan Qiuqiu immediately put on a starry-eyed expression. "When I was in university, there was a little campus singing king who was super handsome. All the girls in the faculty were infatuated with him." Hey, slow down." Qingjun suddenly quickened his pace, making Wan Qiuqiu immediately forget what she was saying and hurriedly chased after him. She was very afraid of the dark and absolutely could not be more than 2 meters away from Qingjun. Qingjun's background was a mystery to Wan Qiuqiu. She did not know what kind of past he went through to become like this, but Wan Qiuqiu could imagine that it was definitely not a very good memory. From the few words she heard from her stepmother Chu Wei, Wan Qiuqiu could roughly confirm that the only thing Qingjun missed was his deceased mother. She had already imagined Qingjun being bullied and envied by the boys in school because of his slow personality. During lunch chatting, Tu Nan inadvertently revealed a key piece of information. "Qingjun and I were classmates. We went to the same high school and I went abroad for university, but I still have some contact with him." "High school classmates?" Wan Qiuqiu was shocked. "Then do you know what he was like in high school? Could it be that he was really bullied like I imagined?" Tu Nan choked on the words that he was about to blurt out. He looked at his sister-in-law who was as pure as a little white rabbit, thought for a moment, and decided to swallow the truth. Women were emotional creatures who loved to pity the weak and were easily moved by men. If his sister-in-law treated his boss well, his life would be better. Tu Nan took advantage of the situation and said worriedly, "Of course. As pitiful as you can imagine. His life is not easy." "Not easy my ass." Who didn't know the famous person from back then? Tu Nan continued, "Recently, the alumni who founded the school will be returning. We will all go back. Old Qing will probably go. After high school, Qingjun's life became more and more inhumane. Clearly, he still had some human feelings in the past. Tunan looked at them worriedly and noticed that their relationship was progressing at a snail's pace. He only hoped that Ruan Qiuqiu would understand Qingwan more, so that Qingwan could come out of his shell better. Tunan's pitiful act made Ruan Qiuqiu overflow with love. When Ruan Qiuqiu returned home, she looked at Qingjun, who was sitting on the sofa, and suddenly became cautious. She patted Qingjun's shoulder and asked softly, "What do you want to eat? Are you tired today? Let's talk about life." Qingjun was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up. Ruan Qiuqiu thought that he was moved by her. Unexpectedly, he walked to a familiar place and picked up a familiar thermometer. Qingjun, measure. Ruan Qiuqiu, you're cold, really. Early in the morning, Ruan Qiuqiu got up early and prepared to go to work. She made a lunchbox, put one in her bag, and put the other in the refrigerator to cool down. Qingjun walked out of the study and rubbed his eyes sleepily. He put one hand in his pocket and went to the refrigerator to take out a bottle of Yakult. For a while, his eyes followed Ruan Qiuqiu to the chopping board on the left, and then to the lunchbox on the right. He looked very leisurely. Ruan Qiuqiu glanced at Qingjun, who had nothing to do, and suddenly felt a little depressed. She always felt that she was the husband who worked hard to earn money to support the family, and Qingjun was the little wife who was supported by her to eat, drink, and spend money every day. Ruan Qiuqiu, however, it was not a loss to spend money to support such a good-looking man like Qingjun. It would be better if his EQ was higher. When she thought of her sheep dung ball, the black pebble, Ruan Qiuqiu suddenly felt both new and old hatred in her heart. She glared at him. Qingjun looked at her innocently and did not understand why Ruan Qiuqiu was so angry so early in the morning. "I'm going to work. You wait for me at home." Qingjun was very obedient. "Okay." He watched Ruan Qiuqiu put on her shoes and went out energetically. The door closed with a bang, and the house was suddenly very quiet. Qingjun sat alone at the dining table and suddenly felt that it was not a good idea to hide his identity. The house would be empty for another day. Qingjun took a sip of Yakult and lowered his eyelids. His eyelashes were long and thick. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh. "It's so cold. He should have put it out for a while." Ruan Qiuqiu took a taxi to work as usual. She had never learned to drive. Recently, because of the trouble of going to work, Ruan Qiuqiu had to consider whether she should get a driver's license and buy a car. She did not get a driver's license before because she was afraid of a car accident. Now that she thought it through, life and death were up to God. It was not up to her to decide how long she wanted to live. Today, she went out a little late and there was a traffic jam on the road. Although the driver tried his best to change the route to bypass the traffic jam, Ruan Qiuqiu still did not successfully make it to work. Ruan Qiuqiu told Elder Meng in advance that they would definitely be late. It was reasonable for them to have their wages deducted. Elder Meng was very good-tempered. He sent a voice message to Ruan Qiuqiu and asked her not to worry. If she was in a hurry and didn't have breakfast, she could come back after having breakfast. Ruan Qiuqiu. The seniors in the company were too friendly. After rushing to the company, Ruan Qiuqiu ran all the way, no longer caring about her image. She turned around the corner from the building and arrived at Jiaqing's company not far away. She carried the lunch box, and the sound of her heels clicking could be heard. Then, someone almost bumped into Ruan Qiuqiu. Ruan Qiuqiu hurriedly said, "Sorry, sorry." The other party first called out, then grabbed Ruan Qiuqiu in disbelief. "Why are you here?" It was Su Biying. This direction was clearly towards the Jiaqing. Su Biying was shocked. She didn't understand how Ruan Qiuqiu could enter the Jiaqing. Ruan Qiuqiu wondered, "Why can't I be here?" Su Biying's hand was very cold. Ruan Qiuqiu shook it hard to get rid of it. She frowned. She really didn't like Su Biying's rude behavior. "I'm going to be late for work. Please make way." "Work?" Su Biying couldn't believe it. "You?" It was the biggest joke in the world that a person like Ruan Qiuqiu could enter the Jiaqing. Ruan Qiuqiu didn't want to talk to her at all. In Su Biying's eyes, she was guilty because she didn't dare to admit it. Su Being sneered. No wonder you changed your makeup. It turns out that you relied on your face. Xianxia was stunned at first. Then, she was angry and amused. When she thought that Su Being said this because she admitted that she was really beautiful, she was not angry anymore. Once upon a time, Xianxia also hoped that one day someone would scold her like this. You think you're great because you're rich? You think you're great because you're good-looking? Xianxia thought that was really great. She said with a faint smile, yes, I relied on my face. Why don't you try it? She was the most beautiful woman in the world. Xianxia was so shameless. Her joke was taken seriously by Su Being. Su Being gritted her teeth. I'm not worse than you. Since her previous life, she had been secretly comparing herself with Xianxia. She couldn't compare in terms of appearance and figure. She would compare in terms of character and ability. Su Being came to the conclusion with satisfaction. Xianxia was simply a good-for-nothing on the outside. She was far worse than her. Now, Su Being felt a sense of difference that made her extremely angry. Su Being watched as Xianxia, who was exquisite from head to toe, walked past her. She watched as Xianxia confidently entered the gate of Jiaqing. Even the security guard was very polite to Xianxia. Then, Xianxia disappeared into a place that Su Being could never set foot in. Unknowingly, her fists were clenched tightly. Su Being was jealous of Xianxia for the first time. In order to hug Guyu's thigh, she did everything she could to let Guyu enter the Jiaqing one day and usher in his glorious life. Now, Xianxia was so easy that Su Being couldn't accept it. Su Being, who was in a daze, returned home and asked to meet Guyu. She sat in the coffee shop and looked at Guyu, who looked a little haggard. His right hand was wrapped in a layer of gauze that hadn't been removed yet. His chin was bruised, and his beard was not shaved clean. There was also an inconspicuous cut. At this moment, he didn't look like a hero at all. He was simply like the setting sun that was about to sink into the cold sea and never see the sky again. Su Being clenched her fists. Brother Yu, I hope you can pull yourself together. Guyu pursed his lips tightly and blinked. Thank you. Su Being's heart was broken by his depression. His negative emotions wrapped around her tightly, making it hard for her to breathe. She increasingly doubted whether Guyu could really turn over this. After all, there had been a lot of changes between her previous life and now, and Guyu's future wife had been strangled in the cradle by her. The wind that was stirred up by a butterfly could change a lot of things. Su Being stared at him and said slowly, if you continue to be like this, even I will have to give up on you. Guyu blinked and remained indifferent. Su Being was angered by his indifference and said without thinking, fine, very good. If you want to be a piece of trash, then go ahead. You'll be like this for the rest of your life. I was wrong to think that you would succeed. Su Being immediately regretted her words. Because in front of her, the childhood sweetheart that she had known for more than 10 years finally lost the last bit of accommodation when he looked at her. He stared at her as if he was staring at a stranger. Guyu said, if you want to buy stocks, I'm sorry, but this stock has been sold at the limit down. There won't be any more miracles. Su Being felt a chill down her spine and quickly stuttered to explain. No, I didn't mean that. Guyu said coldly. Only success and recognition are not the real me. You'd better find someone else. After that, he turned around and left the seat without looking back. Time passed quickly and in the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Xianxia gradually adapted to the company life and seemed to enjoy it. Except for the employees who often took the opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. Everything went very smoothly. Xianxia calculated the time and salary happily and imagined that she could be a rich woman in the future. Then, she could get married if she wanted to, and only be responsible for dating if she didn't want to. This was the beautiful life that she used to dream of. Recently, Tu Nan went on a business trip and only Old Meng could talk in the company. Old Meng was an uncle who lived in the 2D world. He could talk about the development of Japanese comics clearly and logically. He once bragged that he didn't wash his hands for a week because that hand had held Gong Qijuan's hand and he couldn't bear to wash it. Xianxia was speechless. When she thought that Old Meng was a man and a man going to the toilet, sorry to disturb him. Old Meng instantly became a sloppy old uncle in her heart. Old Meng complained about the changes in TV shows and said that he didn't want Hui Yuan'ai and Kunan to have any relationship scenes. Wan Qiuqiu's brain was numb and she made an excuse to go out for a walk to avoid Old Meng's brainwashing. There was still a lot of work in the afternoon. Wan Qiuqiu just wanted to bask in the sun and go back to continue. The sun was shining brightly outside. Wan Qiuqiu squinted her eyes and saw a familiar figure. It was Gu Yu. He stood outside the door with a thin figure and a dazed expression. He didn't seem to notice Wan Qiuqiu's existence. Wan Qiuqiu was stunned. Strange. Did these two people take turns to guard the place? Why did they come and go one after another and stay at the door of the Jiaqing in a daze? Wan Qiuqiu walked forward. Gu Yu. Gu Yu's dazed eyes suddenly froze. He stood up straight and turned his head, only to find Wan Qiuqiu standing beside him with a yin-yin smile. You are? Wan Qiuqiu nodded and pointed at the building behind her. I'm working here, painting. He was a little surprised, but then his expression softened. Last time, the number 233 who ranked first in the CG gathering was you, right? You still remember? It's my honor. Wan Qiuqiu thought Gu Yu had gotten over it and looked at him with a smile. How about it? Do you want to go in? It's just that Boss 2 isn't here today. Gu Yu was silent. Today, he originally came to see the Jiaqing for the last time and then bid farewell to the absurd and destitute first half of his life. Now, Wan Qiuqiu smiled and asked him in a relaxed tone, but he couldn't open his mouth. She thought that he was strong. That was what he had thought as well. Looking at Wan Qiuqiu's high-spirited appearance, Gu Yu thoughtfully sighed. What kind of iron will a man like that had? He was only in his early 20s, but he was already planning to give up the meaning of his life. It was so embarrassing that he couldn't say it out loud. What's wrong? Wan Qiuqiu asked. It's nothing. His voice was a little dry. It was not as gentle and pleasant as usual, but when he raised his head again, there was a certain emotion in it. I won't give up. Gu Yu repeated, as if he was swearing an oath for himself. Gu Yu went back after saying that. Wan Qiuqiu felt that he was different from before. Perhaps it was because he had experienced too many unforeseen events that added some stability to his high-spirited calmness. This was a very good thing for Gu Yu. During dinner, Wan Qiuqiu and Xingjun chatted across the dining table, carrying out a fake couple's daily life in a friendly manner. Wan Qiuqiu said, when I get my salary, I'll treat you to a big meal. To repay each other, Wan Qiuqiu expressed that she had to be kind. Xingjun knew very well how much her salary was. After all, he was the one who decided the salary. Xingjun lowered his head and took a sip of soup. He said slowly, okay. Oh, right. Wan Qiuqiu said, I think I have to learn how to drive. Otherwise, it'll be inconvenient for me to get to work. Xingjun said, you can drive. He was interrupted by Wan Qiuqiu. Wan Qiuqiu said righteously, although you're rich, money will depreciate. You have to save some money on gas. Besides, sometimes you might not be able to drive. Otherwise, you can hire a chauffeur. But do you think you can afford it? I don't think so. Xingjun blinked. Actually, she could. She could even hire a fleet of cars to escort her to the company. However, he could not say this out loud. He was so busy with work that he could not squeeze out time to go to driving school recently. It got dark early in the winter, and it was dangerous to practice driving alone at night. Wan Qiuqiu thought that perhaps she could do some warm-up exercises. For example, she could find some games to practice her driving skills. Wan Qiuqiu sat on the sofa and looked at her phone with a serious expression. Those who did not know would think that something big had happened. Her back was straight as she muttered the basic principles of reversing into the garage. She nervously continued to practice step by step. Xingjun, who was passing by, glanced at her and fell into a strange silence. He watched as Wan Qiuqiu drove a car in a PUBG game. She slowly turned a corner, stopped, turned back, and stopped. Wan Qiuqiu did not turn on her voice chat, but her teammates did. What are these ladies doing? F***ck. Why are you reversing into the garage in a game? I'm really convinced. Last time, I saw a girl who treated PUBG as if she was playing with Nuanyuan. I thought that was the limit. Now, there are even people who practice driving? If you want to learn how to drive, then go to QQ. Wan Xiaoqiu, who had not turned on her voice chat, was stunned. She suddenly felt that what they said made sense. Qiu, thanks for the tip. With that, she drove her car into a wall and killed herself. His teammates, he had never seen anyone who was so ruthless to themselves. Thus, 10 minutes later, Wan Xiaoqiu's figure appeared on the flying cars page. Everyone else was rushing forward in the direction of the map, but she was retreating silently. It was as if she was stuck in the same place, and after a few steps, she was sent back to the starting point. Wan Xiaoqiu expressed that she was a person with determination and endurance. This caused her to almost not get out of bed the next day. Wan Xiaoqiu had 2 dark circles under her eyes and exhaustion written all over her face. She swore that she would never test herself with games again. Last night, as they practiced, they began to play. As they played, the sun rose. Wan Xiaoqiu was left in a daze. She only wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. She yawned. Elder Mei was stunned and said, I always felt that you didn't fit in with the company. Now, I finally found a harmonious place. Wan Xiaoqiu, what place? Dark circles under my eyes. Elder Meng said very kindly, that's why people always say that if you want to find a partner, you must find a programmer. The more you earn, the faster you die. Remember to buy more insurance. Wan Xiaoqiu was speechless. She was amused. She shook her head and smiled, my husband is not a programmer. There was a big difference between an esports player and a programmer. Now that Qingjun was living a leisurely life, how could he suddenly die? It was possible that he choked to death. Elder Meng smiled mysteriously. He thought that Wan Xiaoqiu did not want to mention Qingjun, lest others say that she got in through connections. Elder Meng, okay. If you say so, then so be it. Wan Xiaoqiu? Why did it feel like they were not in the same world? By the way, Boss 2 came back today, but he is meeting someone else. Wan Xiaoqiu looked at the information and asked absent-mindedly, who is it? I think it's... What's his name? Guyu? He went to ask Boss Tuesday. It's probably about the club. The registration time had passed, and the preliminary selection was over. She did not know if he would have such a chance if he wanted to join in the middle. This part of the story matched Wan Xiaoqiu's memory. She still remembered that Tu Nan gave Guyu a chance. Guyu also encountered some thrilling situations in the competition, but generally speaking, you did not make any mistakes until the end. You shone brilliantly and finally achieved a successful leap. It seemed that Su Bing had played a key role. Wan Xiaoqiu thought that although Su Bing was not a good person, she was able to support Guyu through the most difficult times. It could be said that they shared weal and woe. Guyu would definitely not treat her badly. She only hoped that she would cherish everything in front of her and stop staring at Qingjun. The way Su Bing stared at Qingjun, to use an inappropriate word to describe it, was like a ferocious dog seeing a meat bun. Wan Xiaoqiu still felt disgusted when she thought of it. On the other side. After the conversation with Tu Nan ended, a figure walked out of the office. It was Guyu. Beside him was Tu Nan's assistant. He walked with Guyu for a while and sent him to the door. Guyu took a few steps and suddenly asked, where is your animation design department? The assistant said, 1 floor down. What's the matter? Nothing. He smiled and recalled the fact that the assistant was married. His expression suddenly became gloomy. An acquaintance is there. It was already dark when Wan Xiaoqiu reached home. Qingjun did not go out of the study room, so Wan Xiaoqiu changed her clothes first. She lay comfortably on the soft sofa, using the cushion as a pillow and peeling oranges. Her legs were crossed and swaying. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Qingjun opened the study room door and saw Wan Xiaoqiu's disgraceful appearance. She was usually dignified and polite to strangers outside, but at home, she was sprawled out on her back. Wan Xiaoqiu raised her head and greeted, hey, good evening. Qingjun nodded and sat on the single-seater sofa. Wan Xiaoqiu was peeling oranges when she suddenly asked curiously, what do you think of Guyu's strength? The battle with Qingjun had no suspense, so Ruan Xiaoqiu did not have any idea of Guyu's strength. Qingjun glanced at her. He was obviously unwilling to talk to Ruan Xiaoqiu. Not bad. His not bad was already a very convincing compliment. Ruan Xiaoqiu breathed a sigh of relief, then I wish him success. From Ruan Xiaoqiu's words, Qingjun knew that she definitely knew that Guyu was going to continue participating in the preliminaries. As for how she got the news and what kind of interaction happened between the two of them, Qingjun did not know. At this time, Ruan Xiaoqiu still looked very happy, as if today's good mood was because of Guyu. She said Guyu, but her mood swings were because of Guyu. She did not even bother to ask about Qingjun's past, but she took the initiative to mention Guyu's name. She wanted to know about Guyu's strength. Guyu, it's all because of Guyu. Qingjun's usually lazy and undisciplined eyes finally changed. At this moment, he did not want to see Ruan Xiaoqiu's smiling face. He always felt that it was a bit glaring. He suddenly stood up and walked towards the study. Ruan Xiaoqiu, who was behind him, asked in surprise, "Hey, aren't you going to eat? What's wrong with you?" The sound of the door closing was the response to Ruan Xiaoqiu. What's wrong with him? He was just temporarily controlled by an inexplicable, despicable and ridiculous emotion that suddenly surged up. Ruan Xiaoqiu thought that Qingjun was just inexplicably emotional. Unexpectedly, Qingjun did not go out for a long time. Ruan Xiaoqiu was also a little angry. She went back to her room angrily and closed the door. Her purpose was to show Qingjun that she was also unhappy. Ruan Xiaoqiu lay on the bed and played with her phone. She planned to wait for Qingjun to reconcile after a while. She waited and waited, but there was no movement. She lay on the bed and fell asleep without even knowing. When she woke up in a daze, her stomach was very hungry. Ruan Xiaoqiu quietly opened the door and found that Qingjun's study was still closed. She angrily closed the door and decided not to cook today. She would let Qingjun starve. The sound of her stomach rumbling made Ruan Xiaoqiu unconsciously touch her flat stomach. Ruan Xiaoqiu, she silently opened Meituan and decided to eat a good meal. She simply spent a lot of money and ordered a spicy crayfish, Dragon Gate flying armor, and barbecued skewers. Ruan Xiaoqiu had already begun to swallow her saliva. She was about to click on the payment button when she suddenly remembered that if she ordered takeout, Qingjun would definitely hear it. When that happened, Qingjun would probably attribute this matter to her eating alone. Thus, Ruan Xiaoqiu thought of a clever idea. She wrote in the note, "Restaurant owner, please don't go through the front door. Go to the south window. There will be a rope hanging down. Remember to tie it tightly." Ruan Xiaoqiu happily clicked on the payment button. Ruan Xiaoqiu imitated the plot in the TV shows. She twisted the two bed sheets into thick ropes and tied them tightly together. She patiently waited for the delivery guy to deliver the food. The delivery guy, Xiaoli, was very confused today. He read the note several times before he confirmed the strange delivery method. The customer said that he would be paid for his hard work. He gritted his teeth and rode to the other end of the building. Like a thief, he sneaked downstairs with a bag of takeout and confirmed the location. A window opened and a rope hung down. Xiaoli swung it at the delivery guy. He did not understand the reason for this, but he did as he was told. The delivery guy tied the bag tightly according to the customer's wishes so that the bag would not loosen. He was so busy that he was sweating profusely. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief and raised his head to wait for the other party to pull the bag up. Then, Xiaoli saw that the other window was open. A man was standing in front of the window next to the rope hanging from the window. His eyes were looking at the rope hanging from the window next door. The delivery guy was dumbfounded. Should he not remind him or not? The cold wind blowing in through the window made Ruan Xiaoqiu shiver. Her nose was itchy, and she almost sneezed, but Ruan Xiaoqiu quickly covered her nose. She didn't want Qingjun to find out that she ordered takeout, so it was better to be careful. Thinking of this, Ruan Xiaoqiu became more careful. At this moment, Ruan Xiaoqiu was completely unaware that from a few meters away, someone was staring at her with a death stare. She thought that she had not been exposed. Rumble, her stomach growled. Ruan Xiaoqiu swallowed her saliva and was already imagining the beautiful life of eating spicy noodles while watching soap operas. She waited patiently for a while. The delivery guy downstairs hadn't shaken the rope yet, but the rope in her hand already felt something falling. That's weird. Is it better or not? Xianxia pulled the rope in with one hand and pulled the window open halfway. The cold wind was instantly unobstructed and suddenly rushed in, almost blowing Xianxia into facial paralysis. She shrunk her neck and regretted that she didn't put on a jacket. While Qingjun was quiet, Xianxia sneakily peeked out of the window. The delivery guy downstairs, Xiaoli, stood in the same place with a confused face. He was still struggling to decide whether to remind her or not. He also had professional ethics. What if he didn't remind her and she lost her tip? From Xianxia's angle, she could only see the delivery guy standing in the same place and looking up at Xianxia. Xianxia made an okay gesture to him. She tentatively pulled the rope and found that it was tied quite tightly, so Xianxia simply pulled it up step by step. Her movements were very slow, and she tried to maintain a vertical speed so that the takeout could successfully reach the destination. Not to mention, it was quite heavy. The next second, Xianxia was dumbfounded. The takeout was stuck on the guardrail downstairs. Xianxia's face turned red. She stretched out her arm and tried to pull the takeout. The takeout was quite heavy. Xianxia was so tired that she was sweating and her arm was slightly trembling. She was very depressed at the moment. Why was it so difficult to eat it all by herself? The delivery guy suddenly rode away on a small car. In the dark night, a yellow figure ran very fast and disappeared in a few seconds. Xianxia's phone rang. It was a phone call. She was afraid that the phone would disturb Qingjun, so she quickly grabbed the rope with one hand and answered the phone with the other. Hello? Xianxia lowered her voice. Don't worry, I'll send you a red packet later. No, it's not about the red packet. I'm also a person with professional dignity. Xiaoli's voice was very calm. Out of conscience, I suggest you stick your head out and look at your east window. That's all I can help you with. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Do. The other party hung up the phone. Xianxia? Puzzled, she stuck her head out of the window and looked at the window on the left. Then, it was as if there was a tacit understanding between the thousands of glances. The two of them looked at each other. Qingjun was standing in front of the window. She didn't know how long he had been staring at her. His gaze was faint, just like the awkward scene in the restaurant that day. Xianxia was stunned. She subconsciously loosened her grip and saw the heavy takeout box falling down along with the rope. Xianxia quickly came back to her senses and tried to save it. She stretched out her arm to grab the rope that was falling down quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xianxia watched the takeout box fall in a tragic manner and hit the lawn with a thud. The takeout box broke into pieces and the contents flowed out of the plastic bag. Looking at this scene, Xianxia hugged her head helplessly and almost cried out loud. Her takeout. Her money. Her crayfish, everything was gone. 10 minutes later. Xianxia was wrapped in a thick black down jacket and walked downstairs dejectedly. Qingjun followed behind her. Both of them didn't say anything along the way, which made Xianxia feel very awkward. She turned on the flashlight and shone it on the lawn. She easily found the scene of the tragedy. Qingjun was carrying an empty plastic bag and a roll of paper in his other hand. He was accompanying Xianxia to deal with the tragedy. Xianxia felt a little uneasy about letting the takeout box fall asleep. After all, this was a public place. Xianxia was even more depressed. Who would throw 200 yuan worth of trash on the lawn? Could she be more wasteful? The two moved to the crayfish and squatted down, looking at each other in silence. In order to ease the atmosphere, Xianxia joked, I heard that you can still pick up the food after it falls on the ground for a few seconds. We've only been here for a few minutes. Can we do the same? Ha 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 ha. Listening to Xianxia's words, Qingjun, who was squatting at the side, fell into deep thought. He stared at the cold crayfish lying on the lawn. Xianxia said, Stop, you can't eat it. Qingjun took the initiative to deal with the mess. He put on plastic gloves, collected the residue into a bag, and wiped it a few times with paper. Xianxia used the flashlight on her phone to illuminate him. Qingjun didn't say a word the whole time. He picked up the oversized crayfish and remained silent. Wan Qiuqiu lowered her head. I'm sorry. He picked up the cold skewers again and remained silent. Wan Qiuqiu lowered her head even more. I'm sorry. If it was very embarrassing to be caught secretly ordering takeout, picking up the evidence of her eating alone in front of Wan Qiuqiu was like a death by 1,000 cuts on the spot. Wan Qiuqiu almost burst into tears. Oh God, she swore that she would never eat behind Qingjun's back again. Wan Qiuqiu asked dejectedly, how did you find out that I ordered takeout? She almost suspected that Qingjun had a nose like a howling celestial dog and could smell the food from thousands of miles away. Qingjun was very calm. I just happened to open the window for ventilation. Wan Qiuqiu, her luck was really unparalleled. In fact, Qingjun had been standing in front of the window in a daze. Before Wan Qiuqiu fell asleep, he had been standing by the window, looking at the empty ground. It wasn't until he saw the figure of a delivery guy walking downstairs that Qingjun quietly opened the window. He saw that the window next door was cracked open and that someone was throwing rope down. Wan Qiuqiu sighed. Her stomach growled, and Wan Qiuqiu's face immediately turned red. Qingjun stood up, carried a bag of garbage, and took the lead to walk forward. His cold voice came in the cold wind. Let's go and make up for it. Wan Qiuqiu knew that she was in the wrong, so she could only pretend that she didn't hear it. Qingjun's make up for it was really not. The two of them sat in a room of a restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes. There were ma xiaos and barbecue. The color was attractive, and the smell was so fragrant that people couldn't help but drool. Wan Qiuqiu didn't stand on ceremony with him and started to peel the red ma xiaos. Her mouth was full of oil, and she kept slurping the spicy food. After a while, her face turned red. As she ate, Wan Qiuqiu suddenly remembered the reason for the Cold War today. She asked gloomily, what's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly ignoring me? Hearing this, Qingjun stopped peeling the prawns for a moment. It's my own fault. It has nothing to do with you. I'm sorry. What's wrong with you? What are you unhappy about? I'll help you adjust. Wan Qiuqiu smiled and went up to him. I'm definitely unhappy. Qingjun said slowly, happier than eating alone. Wan Qiuqiu. You're still unhappy. Qingjun didn't want to say anything, and Wan Qiuqiu couldn't do anything about it. She simply stopped asking Qingjun and ate by herself. It was a harmonious scene. Wan Qiuqiu was full. She lay on the chair and didn't want to move. She asked worriedly, will I get fat if I continue eating like this? Qingjun slowly explained, your basic metabolism is only about 1,200 kilocalories a day. If you don't exercise, your metabolic rate will be lower. At night, you also eat high oil, salt, and carbohydrates. Not only will you get fat, but also, do you want to die? Wan Qiuqiu interrupted him with a sneer. Women only want to hear one sentence at this time, I will never get fat. Qingjun, who was forced to shut up, thought that women only liked lies that were harmful to themselves. Qingjun paid the bill, and Wan Qiuqiu waited behind him with her hands in her pockets. Their good looks attracted the attention of other people in the store. Even the cashier was very polite. She said that she would give them a 60% discount and even gave them a VIP card, hoping that they would come again next time. Wan Qiuqiu put on the hood of her down jacket and tried to cover half of her face. Fortunately, Qingjun moved quickly. After paying the bill, he left with Wan Qiuqiu. The sky outside was dark, and Wan Qiuqiu was so cold that she shivered. She followed Qingjun's footsteps towards her home. The two of them had only taken a few steps when suddenly a car sped by and almost hit the pedestrian area. Wan Qiuqiu's eyes blurred. Before she had time to panic, she was pulled back by a strong force. She staggered a few steps to the side. Fortunately, Qingjun's movements were very steady, so she didn't fall awkwardly. Then, she bumped into Qingjun. Qingjun pressed Wan Qiuqiu's head with one hand and asked, are you hurt? He lowered his head, and the distance between them suddenly shortened. Under the dim yellow light, his eyelashes trembled like crow's feathers. When he stared at Wan Qiuqiu, his drooping eyes were not as careless as usual. His pupils were extremely dark, like the ink of the night. Wan Qiuqiu couldn't see clearly the heavy emotions in his eyes. She was not hurt. With Qingjun's fast reaction, they were still far away from the car. Wan Qiuqiu's slow nerves finally made her feel the lingering fear. Her small face was snow-white. It's nothing. Let's go home. Qingjun grunted, but he didn't let go of her hand. He took Wan Qiuqiu's arm and walked towards their home. His footsteps were a little fast, so Wan Qiuqiu couldn't help trotting along. Qingjun seemed to realize that she couldn't keep up. He deliberately slowed down his footsteps so that Wan Qiuqiu could keep up. Wan Qiuqiu suddenly felt that Qingjun was quite charming when he was serious. At that moment, even she was a little dazed by his peerless beauty. The two of them were silent along the way. Only the pitter-patter of their shoes on the ground could be heard. Wan Qiuqiu didn't feel uncomfortable with her arm being pulled. She walked a few steps and whispered, "Thank you." Although he was only her husband in name, Qingjun was still quite reliable. Qingjun grunted lightly. He was wearing a long black down jacket. He was tall and slender, leaving Wan Qiuqiu with his usual lazy and careless side profile. It was as if he was indifferent to Wan Qiuqiu's gratitude and had a cool aura. Wan Qiuqiu glanced at him, then glanced at him again. Well, Wan Qiuqiu looked hesitant. Why are you walking with the same hands and feet? Qingjun. Wan Qiuqiu had recently become addicted to QQ racing. In the name of practicing reversing, she began to forget about eating and sleeping. On weekends, she would wake up in the morning to do quests and play until noon. It could be said that she was very dedicated to her job. White Dragon Horse hadn't seen Wan Qiuqiu come online for a few days and sent her a private message. "Qiuqiu, what are you doing? Why haven't you come online to play games recently?" Wan Qiuqiu's reply was quite calm, "I'm practicing driving. I'm busy with business." White Dragon Horse, practicing driving. Wan Qiuqiu, yes, for work. She lied through her teeth without batting an eyelid. When she lied, her face did not turn red and her heart did not skip a beat. It was very easy to fool the White Dragon Horse. White Dragon Horse, right, we're planning to organize an offline party in a few days. Do you want to come and play? It's just us, no one else. Wan Qiuqiu, forget it, I won't go. She was also afraid that some netizens would know the previous host and dig out some of the previous host's messy private life. That wouldn't be good. White Dragon Horse, small party, the kind with 5 or 6 people. How about this, the party will be next week on the weekend. You think about it first. Although I really want to see you, I can't go against your wishes. Wan Qiuqiu, okay, I'll think about it. Speaking of this matter, Wan Qiuqiu suddenly remembered that she didn't know if Qingjun went to his alumni association. She combed her messy hair and tied it up before going out to see what Qingjun was doing. Wan Qiuqiu's face darkened. You're not fasting again, are you? Qingjun lightly responded. He was just short of ascending to immortality. After a meal, Qinwan regained his vitality, and his eyes were no longer listless. Instead, he regained some energy. Wan Qiuqiu awkwardly sat beside him and asked, Hey, did you go to your alumni association? Qingjun slowly said, Not going. With this, Wan Qiuqiu immediately imagined 10,000 ways Qingjun would be hurt by school violence. She lowered her voice and said, It's fine if you don't want to go. Qingjun cast a sidelong glance at Wan Qiuqiu with an expression that said, What the hell are you thinking about? Qingjun, as the outstanding graduate representative of his school, was invited back to attend the school's anniversary celebration. However, Qingjun didn't like to join in the fun, so he simply donated 1 million yuan to his alma mater, which made the principal very happy. Wan Qiuqiu was blindly imagining a bunch of scenarios. She looked at Qingjun tenderly, trying to think of something to say to comfort him. Qingjun, I'm getting goosebumps. Wan Qiuqiu? She really shouldn't have overestimated this D*MN man. Recently, in order to let Qingjun go to the company for a few days, Tu Nan forced Wan Qiuqiu to take a break. Actually, it wasn't really a break. He just let her prepare for her classes at home so that she could attend a meeting with him in a few days. Finally, they welcomed their boss, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Tu Nan and the Jiao fan breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if they had been freed. They were like a few happy birds flying around Qingjun. Boss, you're finally here. I missed you so much. Qingjun glanced at the disgusting Tu Nan, who then resentfully withdrew his disgusting ability and sat obediently to the side to wait for Qingjun to start the meeting. The Jiao fan rubbed his crew-cut hair and looked puzzled. Boss, I don't understand. Why can't sister-in-law know that you're here? Qingjun calmly replied, because she doesn't know that I'm the Jiaqing's boss. Everyone else, what? Fu Zicheng had a complicated look on his face. Boss, you're not being kind. You're already married, why are you still hiding things from your wife? The Jiao fan, that's right. You can't go overboard. Tu Nan, boss, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Faced with the criticism of several people, Qingjun continued to calmly show his tablet. So, today we're mainly here to discuss the following issues. It was clearly written on the screen, how to effectively let your wife know the truth and accept your husband's true identity. Everyone else, was he afraid to tell sister-in-law about his feelings? They suddenly felt depressed. Nowadays, who would hate money, let alone women? Knowing that her husband was a big boss in a company that she liked, wasn't it a great thing to have a windfall? What was there to be afraid of? Tu Nan said casually, you don't have to worry about telling her your true identity. At most, she'll be angry at you for not telling her earlier. Then she'll start shopping even more happily. If she gets angry again, you'll buy her a house full of beautiful clothes and bags. She'll definitely calm down. Besides, even if she's unhappy, what can she do? Do you think she'll get a divorce? Qingjun said faintly, yes. Tu Nan. I'm sorry to disturb you. Pretend I didn't say anything. This was not just a family crisis. Tu Nan had been completely defeated by a woman's brain circuit. After an hour of heated discussion, everyone agreed that it might be a bit abrupt for Wan Qiuqiu to accept reality all of a sudden. They had to do it step by step. First, they had to leak some information, then let her slowly know more about the truth. Everyone effectively listed out a plan ABC. There were 3 or 4 suggestions for each point. They turned a simple matter into a business case. It could be said that it was very efficient. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Tu Nan, come in. The door was slowly pushed open and a figure walked in. It was Wan Qiuqiu, who was supposed to be at home. She was holding a proposal in her hands and her footsteps were light. Then, Wan Qiuqiu suddenly froze. She looked blankly at a group of people sitting in the office, surrounding Qingjun. The laptop was open. Before Wan Qiuqiu could see it clearly, it was slammed shut. A meeting of death. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Tu Nan was caught off guard and revealed his real name. The next second, he gave himself a slap. Sorry, my mouth is loose. The few people who were talking non-stop just now were instantly mute. They pretended not to know anything and lowered their heads, not daring to look at Wan Qiuqiu's eyes. Only Qingjun was very calm. He was very calm. He was so calm that he forgot to say anything. Why is Qingjun here? Wan Qiuqiu was even more confused. Did I interrupt your work discussion? Qingjun pressed one hand on the tablet and said, we're just casually discussing my work. Wan Qiuqiu. But why are you sitting on the boss chair? Qingjun, the others were even more terrified. Before Wan Qiuqiu could continue to ask, they confessed everything. The plan ABC that they had agreed on was useless. They had agreed to take it step by step and not confess too abruptly. They had also forgotten about the truth. Sister-in-law, it's the boss who said to hide it from you. Please, I beg you to settle your family matters yourselves. That's right, that's right. Let's not stay here. Wan Qiuqiu? Wait, tell me clearly, don't run away. As soon as she finished speaking, the few people immediately slipped away, leaving only her and Qingjun in the conference room in silence and awkwardness. Wan Qiuqiu was not a fool. She had been suspicious of Tu Nan and the others' warm attitude for a long time. Now, everything seemed to make sense. Her previous doubts about Qingjun's whereabouts and the mysterious relationship between him and Tu Nan finally had an explanation. Wan Qiuqiu heaved a sigh of relief. So that's the case. No matter how good you are, you're just a retired esports guru. Why are the bosses so respectful and warm to you? No wonder they take care of me in every way. Qingjun continued to remain silent. You're actually the boss of Jiaqing? Wan Qiuqiu couldn't believe it herself. How could the boss of a big company live in an old house and live a leisurely life as an otaku every day, not showing off his abilities? Wan Qiuqiu was a little dazed. Her rationality told her that this was logical, but she still couldn't accept it emotionally. Qingjun stood up and walked in front of Wan Qiuqiu. I don't need you to bear any responsibility for the business or family matters. You just need to do the work you like and spend money as you wish. Wan Qiuqiu was stunned. You're going to support me? Qingjun, yes. Wan Qiuqiu, sorry, this sentence was too domineering. Wan Qiuqiu's mind was a little messy. She took a few steps back and said, let me calm down. She originally just wanted to be a happy little rich woman, but now she had become a rich person. Wan Qiuqiu instantly realized that from the beginning until now, Qingjun's status was not on the same level as hers. He was the big boss of Jiaqing and the former heir of the Qing group. And she, Wan Qiuqiu sighed. I think we should. He lowered his head and suddenly grabbed Wan Qiuqiu like a beggar who had nothing. His voice was very low. Don't go. Qingjun's eyelids were lowered, so his eyes could not be seen clearly. His voice was very low and not loud. When he pulled Wan Qiuqiu, he was only holding on to a small corner of her clothes. He was like a dying fish trying to struggle in front of a water source, only to find that he was already exhausted. When he said that, Wan Qiuqiu was stunned for a moment. For a moment, she did not know how to continue. What was Qingjun thinking? She originally wanted to say, I think, let's go back and sit down to have a good talk. Other than transmigrating, Wan Qiuqiu had never experienced such a big thing. Qingjun's identity was related to her future. Wan Qiuqiu was really afraid that one day, Qingjun would not be able to come to an agreement about work. In his anger, he would hire a hitman to kill Wan Qiuqiu. Qingjun did not let go of her hand. He was obviously taller than Wan Qiuqiu, but at this moment, he was as pitiful as a child. Wan Qiuqiu's heart softened. She hated it the most when others showed weakness. When she saw Qingjun's pitiful look, Wan Qiuqiu could not continue. She said gently, let's go back and talk, okay? If other people saw this, it would not be good for Qingjun. Qingjun, you're not leaving? Wan Qiuqiu said, we have to talk. He pursed his lips and did not say a word. It was as if there were two small pointed ears on top of his head that were drooping. Wan Qiuqiu. The lethality of this move was really too strong. She could not bear it. The two of them went back in silence. Wan Qiuqiu walked in front, and Qingjun followed behind. Tunan and the others hid in a corner and watched Qingjun and Wan Qiuqiu go downstairs. When he was about to go downstairs, he suddenly turned his head. His sleepy eyes were half closed, but his pupils were very dark. He quickly captured their position. That death stare scared them so much that they trembled, and their hearts were filled with unspeakable pain. It's over, it's over. The boss is holding a grudge. At that moment, Fu Zicheng and the Jiao fan grabbed Tu Nan and gave him a good beating. Tu Nan was screaming in pain, but he did not dare to fight back. Tu Nan's assistant saw his boss being beaten up from afar. She was quiet for a moment and decided to pretend that she didn't see anything. She took the long way back to the office to rest. When Qingjun turned to look at Wan Qiuqiu with a sharp look in his eyes, he became weak, pitiful, and helpless again. Usually, Wan Qiuqiu was unreasonable. If Qingjun dared to be unreasonable, she would be even more unreasonable than him. However, Qingjun had precisely poked at her weak spot, causing her to be at a loss for a moment. Wan Qiuqiu didn't clear her head until she got home. Qingjun's personality was relatively slow and antisocial, and he was relatively indifferent to strangers, although she, an acquaintance, was not much better. The two of them had been together for a long time, and he probably regarded her as a family member, so he did not want her to leave. He lacked maternal love and familial affection, so he probably wanted someone to accompany him. Wan Qiuqiu automatically put herself in the position of a stepmother and elder sister, and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. This little brat was really not easy to raise, and he was also very infuriating. The two of them sat on the sofa. Wan Qiuqiu took out the divorce agreement from before and said seriously, then I'll sign this agreement. If there's a problem, I can leave at any time. The shares mentioned in the agreement are gone, and I don't need the money. If you're afraid that I'll cheat you, you can write a new agreement. Qingjun remained silent. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take it that you agree? Wan Qiuqiu signed the agreement without hesitation. A few months ago, he found someone to draft the agreement in order to let her leave. A few months later, she signed her name, but it was not the result he wanted. After Wan Qiuqiu signed, she shook the agreement in her hand. Little did she know that the man in front of her was already thinking of a way to make the divorce agreement disappear. Oh yes, there's also a handwritten agreement. You can sign it too. This was what Wan Qiuqiu had thought about on the way here. The general content of the agreement was that the husband and wife had no feelings for each other. If either party asked for a divorce, the other party had to agree immediately and could not go back on it. Wan Qiuqiu handed the pen to Qingjun to sign it. Qingjun, Wan Qiuqiu added fuel to the fire. We're both young. It's easy to find a second spring. Neither of us will delay the other. A second spring. For the first time, Mr. Chung realized that his marriage was in danger. The green hat on top of his head could be planted on a green grassland, and it made him worried. Putting the two agreements away, Wan Qiuqiu decided to be a happy rich woman without any pressure, just like Qingjun had said. It felt good to be relied on. Wan Qiuqiu was in a good mood. The feeling of finally having the upper hand made her smile the whole time. She patted Qingjun's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Where there was money, there was her. Qingjun, that's great. Wan Qiuqiu, I can't help it. I'm just so kind, charming, and, finally, I don't have to worry about eating instant noodles anymore, Qingjun said slowly. Wan Qiuqiu. Cute my ass. Wan Qiuqiu glared at him fiercely. Qingjun looked innocent. What do you want to eat tonight? Wan Qiuqiu sneered. Instant noodles. The next day, Qingjun gave Wan Qiuqiu a card. Wan Qiuqiu was shocked when she took the card. Could this be the legendary black card used by the domineering CEOs? Gold card. Amazing. Amazing. Wan Qiuqiu looked at it several times in amazement before asking with certainty, "Is this for me?" Qingjun, yes, use it as you wish. Wan Qiuqiu blushed. Say that again. Qingjun looked at her with a "are you crazy" expression. Wan Qiuqiu continued to blush. Oh my god, men are so cool when they say this. Even if it was Qingjun, although he said she could use it as she wished, Wan Qiuqiu did not have anything to buy at all. Other than the daily expenses for food and drinks, she could only buy a few nice clothes, which was not enough to support the card. Now that the couple had solved the problem, Qingjun could finally go to work normally. Wan Qiuqiu also finally realized the benefits of working with Qingjun. That was freeloading. Qingjun actually had a personal chauffeur. Wan Qiuqiu was shocked. She originally thought that Qingjun did not drive because he did not have a driver's license. Who would have thought that it was because he was too lazy to drive? In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Wan Qiuqiu would always get off the car a few hundred meters away from the company. Although the employees in the company did not know Qingjun, she did not know why she always felt guilty. When they arrived at the company, Tu Nan and the others were smiling as if nothing had happened. Wan Qiuqiu still had one thing to figure out. She pointed at Tu Nan expressionlessly. Are you Southern Black Sesame? Tu Nan, are you Kongshifu instant noodles? Fu Zicheng, cough cough, are you better than dumplings? The Jiaofan was so scared that she could not speak clearly. I'm sorry dumplings, I'm wrong no. It's sister-in-law. Oh my god. I'd better commit seppuku. Mr. Waha was calmly drinking his Waha, as if he was not involved in this matter. Wan Qiuqiu put her hands on her hips and glared at them. The young men were suddenly like eggplants that had been hit by frost, half wilting. Didn't they say that they would solve the couple's problems? Why, in the end, were they the ones who suffered? Tu Nan silently swallowed his tears. His annual leave was already gone, and his year-end bonus was probably gone too. On one side, the horse incident was causing chaos. On the other side, the real female lead, Su Being, was facing the worst moment since her rebirth. Ever since she quarreled with Guyu, Guyu did not answer her calls. When she went to his house, Guyu was always not around. She did not know where he was. Everyone in the family was asking them what was going on and why the engagement date had not been set yet. Su Being was under so much pressure that she almost broke down. At this moment, she received news that Guyu had re-entered the Jiaqing selection. And his performance was not bad. The blood in her limbs flowed backward. Her hands and feet were cold, and her head was buzzing. It was as if she had lost the first prize lottery ticket that was within her reach. She could only watch helplessly as the prize money disappeared without a trace. She did not expect that in just a few days, Guyu would pull himself together and enter the competition again. Su Being could not see Guyu, so she contacted Guyu's parents. She said that the two of them had quarreled and that Guyu had been ignoring her recently. Finally, after much effort, she managed to contact Guyu. Su Being hurriedly went to his house to apologize. She wanted to go in, but Guyu coldly stopped her at the door. Guyu said, "We're already done." Su Being gritted her teeth. "I can't accept this." Guyu looked at her flustered appearance. The innocent girl in his memory seemed to have disappeared with time. He did not know when she had grown up, and when she had become so complicated. Guyu sighed softly and said in a gentle voice for the last time, "Go, Being. Don't come again." There had never been a beginning between them. Su Being was still unwilling to give up. She looked at Guyu with tears in her eyes. "Brother Yu, I was careless with my words. Please don't take it to heart. We've known each other for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Guyu furrowed his brows. "People change." Su Being's face turned pale. "What do you mean? Are you saying that I've changed?" Guyu sighed again. "Let's go back." Guyu changed so quickly that Su Being could not believe it. She suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Guyu's wife from her previous life had appeared? Su Being's chest heaved up and down. Her breathing was short. She asked in a trembling voice, "Do you have someone you like?" As soon as she said that, even Guyu was stunned. Guyu pursed his lips. An untouchable figure appeared in his mind. Maybe. Su Being felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She immediately burst into tears and ran away. Guyu watched her leave. In the end, he did not chase after her. Wanchocho sneezed. Strange. Who was talking about her? The divorce agreement had only been signed. It had not been notarized yet. Wanchocho planned to get the green booklet first. Then, she would continue to live with Qingjun Clang. Clang. Wanchocho rummaged through all the drawers. She could not find the divorce agreement. Finally, she found it at the bottom of the drawer. Then, she found the place where the agreement was signed. It was a big hole. Wanchocho immediately called Qingjun. He did not pick up. Wanchocho continued to make calls. She took out another handwritten agreement. Fortunately, the handwritten agreement was not damaged. However, Wanchocho only saw the name on it today. Xianxia? This guy actually signed Xianxia. She thought it was Tihuaxiao. Wanchocho was speechless for a moment. She was really defeated by Qingjun's brain circuit. Wanchocho dialed the number again. Qingjun finally picked up. Wanchocho said angrily, "Come back and get beaten up." On the other end, Qingjun said slowly, "Have you spent all your money?" Wanchocho, "I haven't spent much money yet." "No. Look at what you've done. Were you the one who destroyed the agreement?" Qingjun's tone was very innocent. "How is that possible?" "It was probably bitten by a rat." Wanchocho, "It was definitely a huge rat named Qingjun." Wanchocho was very calm. "Where are you? I'll go and find you." Qingjun remained silent for a few seconds. "I'm on a business trip." His voice was erratic, and it sounded like he was lying. As soon as Qingjun finished speaking, Tu Nan's loud voice came from the other end of the phone, "Boss, are you done with the call?" Wanchocho, Qingjun, and Tu Nan. Wanchocho, "I'll go to the company right away. Wait for me." That day, she was so obsessed with Qingjun that she forgot the following procedures. Wan Qiuqiu was a little depressed at the moment because she didn't understand why Qingjun did this. Wan Qiuqiu hung up the phone, changed her clothes, and went to find Qingjun. The company was not far away, and Wan Qiuqiu soon arrived. There was no work today, and Elder Meng was on vacation. Wan Qiuqiu also had a day off. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Her footsteps were very fast, and her high heels made a clicking sound. She almost bumped into the other party when she turned a corner. Wan Qiuqiu's vision went dark. Fortunately, the other party reacted faster than her and firmly held Wan Qiuqiu's arm. Sorry, Wan Qiuqiu looked up with lingering fear, and saw that it was Gu Yu. She was a little surprised. Gu Yu? Why are you here? Gu Yu smiled and said, I have something to deal with. Are you here to work? Wan Qiuqiu nodded. I have something to deal with. Gu Yu, then let's go up together? Okay. Due to the previous embarrassing incident, Wan Qiuqiu didn't take the initiative to ask about Gu Yu's situation, lest he misunderstood. The two of them didn't walk fast. Gu Yu was very self-aware and kept a distance. He also spoke with a sense of propriety. They chatted about the recent situation. Wan Qiuqiu saw that he was in a good mood and was happy for him. Gu Yu and Su Bing would be engaged soon. Su Bing's beautiful days were coming. Wan Qiuqiu was following Gu Yu up the stairs of the building. At the same time, Qingjun was walking out of the door. Wan Qiuqiu turned her head to chat with Gu Yu with a smile on her face. Suddenly, Qingjun's figure appeared in her line of sight. She was so scared that she jumped 3 feet high and almost sprained her ankle. Be careful. Gu Yu supported Wan Qiuqiu. Wan Qiuqiu stood up straight in shock and breathed a sigh of relief. The bag she was carrying fell to the ground and all her things spilled out. In addition to her cell phone and scattered cosmetics, 2 documents fell out. The words divorce agreement came into view. Gu Yu looked at the agreement in a daze and then looked at Wan Qiuqiu. Ah, sorry. Wan Qiuqiu hurriedly picked it up and stuffed it into her bag rudely. Gu Yu looked up and saw Qingjun with one hand in his pocket. He walked down the stairs in a few steps and went past him to support Wan Qiuqiu. He asked gently, Are you okay? Wan Qiuqiu hit him angrily. Her small action was a little intimate. It's all your fault. You came and went like a shadow. Let's go. Okay. Wan Qiuqiu greeted Gu Yu and was directly pulled down by Qingjun. Gu Yu watched the two of them leave. His mind was full of the divorce agreement. For a moment, he actually forgot what he was here for. Wan Qiuqiu followed Qingjun out of the company building and walked on the street outside. The smile on her face when she was talking to Gu Yu just now was gone. She had a straight face, as if someone owed her money. The two of them tacitly walked to a cafe, sat down, and ordered a bunch of snacks. It was not until the onion rings, chicken rice, potato rolls, fries, and drinks were served that they officially started the conversation. Wan Qiuqiu asked, Why did you break the agreement? Qingjun asked slowly, Why do you want to get a divorce? Wan Qiuqiu was stunned. What do you mean? Do you have someone you like now? No. Is your current life comfortable? It's comfortable. So, it's better to wait for you to change your mind before getting a divorce. Wan Qiuqiu was stunned by Qingjun's words. She inexplicably felt that what he said made sense. She fell into deep thought and carefully thought about the logic behind it. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was not unreasonable. Wan Qiuqiu was even more depressed. She was depressed because she was actually persuaded by Qingjun. She ate fries gloomily and gave a rebuttal. There will be a second spring. Qingjun said, Okay. Therefore, Wan Qiuqiu, who had 3 seconds of memory, completely forgot why Qingjun broke the agreement. In the evening, the department said that there would be a dinner party. Elder Meng was not there, but Wan Qiuqiu was inevitable. Although she could ask Tu Nan to refuse, Wan Qiuqiu felt that it was better to have a dinner party and blend in with the environment. She had been in the company for so many days. In fact, she had been dealing with Elder Meng and Tu Nan. She did not know what the employees were thinking. As soon as Xianxia entered the private room, several young men started to make a fuss. Yo, 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 the beauty is finally here today. Some people were not convinced by her. After all, the game was still in production. They could not feel Xianxia's real ability. Naturally, they thought that she was a paratrooper. Xianxia sat politely on the side of the girls. There were a few scattered around, and they had different expressions. It was probably a feast at Hongmen. Xianxia smiled and greeted them. Someone directly snorted. Hypocrite. She did not take it seriously. She sat steadily on the chair with a very good attitude. Everyone had started to chat. Naturally, they were curious about Xianxia's identity and kept asking. Xianxia only said that she was married, which made several male employees feel sad and retreat. As they chatted, the dishes were served. Xianxia focused on eating. She heard a few girls snickering next to her. Look at her. She must be a country bumpkin. Yes, it's like she has never seen a big meal before. Xianxia, who was eating, suddenly turned around and stared at those girls. When she was not smiling, the ends of her peach blossom eyes were raised, and there was a bit of fierceness in them. The girls were scared and immediately shut up. The next second, the fierceness in her peach blossom eyes turned into a smile. Sorry, I made a fool of myself. No, no, they quickly shook their heads. Xianxia had a beautiful face. At first glance, they knew that she was not to be trifled with. They immediately realized that Xianxia was not a person who could be bullied. For a moment, they were a little angry. The girl next to her whispered, "Ignore them. They like to play in groups." Xianxia smiled. Thank you. How could they not buy wine when eating? Red and white wine were placed in a circle and they all persuaded her to drink. The men in the department did not persuade their female colleagues to drink. The only toast was to Xianxia. It was also a blessing for the new employee. Xianxia could not refuse, so she had to drink a glass. Her alcohol tolerance was not high. She could get drunk just by drinking red wine. Sure enough, after a while, Xianxia was a little tipsy. The party was about to end. There were already several male colleagues who were eager to send her home personally. Although she was married, it was good to be closer. After all, she was a beauty. Looking at her a few more times could increase one's lifespan. Xianxia was a little dizzy. She covered her head with one hand, narrowed her eyes, and sent a message to Qingjun, "Come and pick me up." Then came the location coordinates. The colleagues were still noisily fighting over who would send her home. Xianxia walked out of the private room, rubbed her eyebrows, and waved her hand to refuse. At this moment, a figure walked forward from the corridor. His walking posture was very casual, but his presence was very strong. The group of colleagues who were noisy instantly fell silent. The noisy corridor was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This man was, a dark shadow was cast in front of her, blocking the light above her head. Xianxia rubbed her eyes uncomfortably and looked up. Qingjun was standing in front of her. His back was facing the light, so she could not see his expression clearly. She only knew that his eyes were staring at Xianxia. She suddenly went forward and hugged Qingjun enthusiastically. Her voice was long and sweet. "Brother Jun, you're here." The colleagues around him were dumbfounded. Qingjun's back was very straight and stiff. Like a piece of wood. However, Xianxia did not feel anything. Her soft body was like a vine, tightly wrapped around his body. In front of so many people, she buried herself in Qingjun's chest and rubbed against him hard as if she had cartilage. She could not stand steadily and insisted on sticking to Qingjun. Her little face was bright red, like the sunset hanging on her white and tender cheeks. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were watery and moving. The surrounding employees whispered about the identity of this beautiful man. It seemed that he should be Xianxia's husband. A talented man and a beautiful woman. The two of them had such a good relationship that it was really enviable. Under their gaze, Qingjun lowered his head and pulled Xianxia away as if she was a piece of sticky candy. Xianxia was a little reluctant. At this moment, her head was dizzy and she did not know what she was thinking. She opened her arms and stood on the spot. Her eyes were hazy and she looked like she could fall to the ground at any time. She said, "Carry me." Qingjun. The surrounding male colleagues were almost in admiration of Qingjun's self-control. If it were them, how could they withstand such a coquettish beauty? The man who stood on the spot sighed. The next second, he did something that no one expected. He suddenly squatted down, hugged Ruanchocho by the waist, and stood up. The drunk Ruanchocho hung on his shoulder as if he was carrying a bag of rice. He sighed slowly and weighed Ruanchocho as if she was a piece of pork. "You're so heavy." The onlookers? Was this something that a human could say? Ruanchocho, who was half asleep and half awake, heard Qingjun's words very keenly. She slapped Qingjun's shoulder. With a slap, Ruanchocho said fiercely, "Put me down." Qingjun ignored her resistance and carried the bag of rice. "Oh no," carried Ruanchocho away. The onlookers looked at each other in silence. Ruanchocho was very noisy along the way. Sitting in the taxi, she kicked and twisted her legs. Qingjun was already thinking about whether he should get a riot fork to hold Ruanchocho down so that she would stop making trouble. The driver didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Your little girlfriend is very noisy." Before Qingjun could answer, a head suddenly popped out from behind the driver's seat. Her hair was disheveled like a female ghost, and she said angrily, "We're married." The tire suddenly turned on the asphalt road, making a squeaking sound. The driver was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Please take care of her." She fell head first into Qingjun's arms. The culprit, Ruanchocho, muttered in a low voice, "Who is that? So fierce?" Qingjun silently covered her face. The taxi suddenly braked, attracting the attention of the nearby patrolling police. They followed in their cars. The patrolling police sitting in the front passenger seat saw the driver driving with cold sweat on his forehead. The man in black sitting in the back had his head lowered and his hands covering the woman's face. The woman lying on the seat was still struggling weakly. Her movements were soft, and it seemed like she had been drugged. Patrolling police, oh, just like the police Duani Hong in the movie Burning Heart, the patrolling police's eyes froze in shock and anger. He pointed at the driver in the driver's seat and roared, "Stop the car. How dare they kidnap and sell a woman? That's terrible." The driver immediately panicked. In a moment of desperation, his mind was in a mess. He wanted to step on the brakes, but he was confused. The car that was driving smoothly a moment ago suddenly sped forward. The patrolling police hurriedly sounded the siren and took out the loudspeaker. "The people in front, don't run." Fortunately, Qingjun was calmer and immediately ordered the driver to stop. The car ran for a few hundred meters and finally stopped under the siege of several patrol cars. Ruanchocho, who was in his arms, was still in a daze. "Are we home?" Qingjun. It seemed like they were going further and further away. The patrolling police asked them to hand over their ID cards. Fortunately, Qingjun had his wallet with him and had his ID card. The patrol officer made a few phone calls to verify the couple's information before he said resentfully, "A young couple playing around." Ruanchocho, who was unaware of the whole thing, was still leaning on Qingjun in a daze and sleeping soundly. Qingwan called the chauffeur and sent them home. He was still carrying Ruanchocho like he was carrying rice. In her sleep, Ruanchocho only felt that her head was heavy and her feet were light. Her stomach was a little stuffy. Finally, she was placed on the bed. She turned over and didn't sleep well. Her slender legs kicked around and her shoes fell to the ground. She started to roll into a ball and take off her coat and sweater. Seeing that her white and flat belly was about to be exposed, Qingjun's movements were faster than her. He directly wrapped Ruanchocho with the blanket. Both sides of the blanket were tightly covered and Ruanchocho was tied up like a mummy. Unable to struggle, Ruanchocho closed her eyes and began to moan. "Brother June. I want to drink water." As she spoke, Ruanchocho licked her lips and revealed the tip of her pink tongue. Qingjun suddenly felt that he should also drink a glass of water. He took out a straw and put it in the glass. Ruanchocho drank half of the water with her eyes half open and finally stopped complaining about her thirst. Qingjun put down the glass and was about to leave when Ruanchocho suddenly turned over. She moved with all her strength and her whole body was like a wriggling silkworm. She rolled down from the edge of the bed with the blanket and directly pressed Qingjun to the ground. He supported himself with his elbows on the ground and groaned. The blanket spread open and Wan Qiuqiu's soft body pressed against his. Her long hair scattered over his shoulders, neck, and face. His breath was filled with Wan Qiuqiu's unique fragrance. The two of them were buried in the soft blanket as if they were snuggling up to sleep. Qingjun was motionless like a stone. Wan Qiuqiu, who was in his arms, smiled sweetly and called out in a daze, "Brother Jun." This call was delicate and soft, as if she was acting coquettishly and flirting at the same time. Qingjun's expression was very calm, but the red tips of his ears betrayed him. She leaned on his chest and fell asleep for a few seconds. Suddenly, her hand touched his chest. Where is the drumming sound coming from? Qingjun held her hand calmly. Sleep. But, sleep. Oh. The bedside lamp in the bedroom was on and the warm light shone on the two of them. Wan Qiuqiu's even breathing sound came from under the blanket. Qingjun was lying on the ground. His elbow hurt because of the floorboards, but he did not move, which was rare. He sighed softly. Then, he sighed again. Wan Qiuqiu frowned in her sleep. Strange, why is the drumming sound getting faster and faster? The next day, Wan Qiuqiu woke up with a head full of sweat. When she woke up, she found that she was wrapped tightly in the blanket and could not move. She did not take off her sweater and pants. It was as if she was being roasted in a stove, which made Wan Qiuqiu's mouth dry. She quickly picked up the half-empty glass of water on the bedside table and gulped it down. Wan Qiuqiu changed into her pajamas and went out energetically. However, she saw Qingjun coming out of the kitchen with a carton of milk in his hand. Wan Qiuqiu said, "Oh my God! What happened to your eyes?" There was actually a day when Qingjun had dark circles under his eyes. Qingjun looked at her quietly and did not want to say anything. Wan Qiuqiu only remembered that she had drunk wine last night and sent a message to Qingjun. After that, she could not remember anything else. Judging from the fact that she woke up in bed, Qingjun must have had a hard time bringing her back. Wan Qiuqiu felt a little guilty. Sorry, I didn't do anything excessive, right? Although Qingjun did not say anything, his eyes told her that she had gone too far last night. Wan Qiuqiu was too embarrassed to ask. She thought that she had vomited on Qingjun. It would be even more embarrassing if she asked. In order to repay Qingjun, Wan Qiuqiu readily accepted his order and worked hard to cook a big meal. After eating and drinking, Qingjun no longer complained with his eyes. The two of them returned to the harmonious atmosphere of the past. After eating and resting, Wan Qiuqiu saw that Elder Meng had sent her a message. "I heard that you were carried back by your husband like a rice bag?" Snickering, everyone in the department saw it. Ha 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 ha. Wan Qiuqiu, she secretly gritted her teeth and looked at Qingjun with a fake smile. "How did I come back yesterday?" Qingjun lied without any desire to live. "I carried you back." Wan Qiuqiu, with your back or shoulders? Qingjun. "I forgot." Wan Qiuqiu, you're dead, really. White Dragon Horse's real name was Bai Long. The voice message it sent to Wan Qiuqiu was very sweet. It was not at all like the heroic voice in the game. She greeted Wan Qiuqiu excitedly and told her the time and place. There were many players in the same city in the gang. Unexpectedly, White Dragon Horse was not far from where Wan Qiuqiu lived. It was only a half-hour drive. This time, it was a small gathering. There were about 5 or 6 people, all of whom were good friends. Only then did Wan Qiuqiu dare to go. They booked a private room in a restaurant owned by Hoof Chaotian's family. Hoof Chaotian's family was well off. Both White Dragon Horse and Hoof Chaotian were well off. Offline, they were a couple. They used couple accounts to play games. The rest were Dang Bai, Iami Liangchen, and Meat Bun Hitting Dog. Wan Qiuqiu could not help but smile when she saw the names. The weather outside was still cold. Wan Qiuqiu casually put on a down jacket, a pair of jeans, a scarf, and a hat before heading out. By the time she arrived at the restaurant, the others were already there, and they were already chatting animatedly. Wan Qiuqiu pushed open the door of the private room and took off her hat. The people who were chatting happily suddenly froze. They looked at each other, not daring to recognize the beauty in front of them. Even though she had no makeup on and did not even put on lipstick, she was still beautiful beyond compare. Xianxia smiled and said, "Hello, I am Xianxia. F***ck." The only girl in the room exclaimed, "You hit it too well." I'm shocked. Which family's fairy is this? The atmosphere that was still stiff a moment ago suddenly became lively again. They called out Xianxia's name enthusiastically. It was as noisy as a bird's nest, leaving Xianxia speechless. The few of them introduced themselves one after another. To Xianxia's surprise, Deng Baiyu was a high school boy. He was young but very cool. He wore a baseball cap and crossed his arms. A chuckling man slung his arm around Bai Long's shoulders and said, "I am her little puppy." "No, you're an old dog." Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Hoofs to the sky?" The man's smile was a little awkward. "Yes, that's me, Wei Tian." Xianxia sat on the chair with her hoofs to the sky, which was also Wei Tian. She chuckled and said, "Where's the guru?" The moment he said that, the rest of the people perked up their ears. That's right, that's right. What does the guru look like? Do you guys live together? Are you guys married? A bunch of questions were asked in an incessant manner. Xianxia replied, "Just a normal person." Bai Long clicked his tongue. "What's the difference between you and Lu Chandong who doesn't know how beautiful his wife is?" "Xianxia," Bai Long said, "I really did not expect you to be so beautiful. If I knew, why would Breeze and Buying be so smug? They even boasted about how beautiful you are." "What a joke." Xianxia shook her head helplessly. "Everyone has their own characteristics. There's no comparison. If I were the guru of the old country, I would choose you too. Unfortunately, you have a guru who is even better." At this point, Bai Long lowered his voice and said nervously, "Did you know that they broke up?" Xianxia, huh? Who? It's the guru of the old country and Breeze and Buying. Breeze and Buying's best friends are complaining in the group. She said that the guru has been seduced by some shameless vixen. Xianxia was too lazy to care about other people's opinions, but this matter really shocked her. They broke up? That's not right. According to the plot, Guyu was about to achieve success and his wedding with Su Bing should be right after. How could the two of them break up at this juncture? How did Guyu pull himself together? Xianxia's head was full of question marks. Could it be that Guyu's wife from his previous life had appeared? Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Who knows? Anyway, there are all kinds of rumors. Look, the guru of the old country is in the middle of a competition. He's in the limelight. If I were Breeze and Buying, I would probably regret it to death. Let her get carried away. Wei Tian chimed in. Little baby, I'm here. Don't think about other men. The others were disgusted. The few of them chatted animatedly. When the menu was served, Xianxia symbolically ordered a dish and let the others order the rest. This time, since it was Wei Tian's treat, Xianxia had no choice but to accept. When the dishes were served, Wei Tian warmly greeted everyone. Eat, eat. Our chef is not good at other things, but he's great at cooking fish. You can all try it. Xianxia picked up her chopsticks, but a pair of dark eyes suddenly appeared in her mind. She was originally a little hungry, but she immediately lost her appetite. Xianxia, she didn't pick up her chopsticks for a long time. Bai Long looked up in confusion and saw Xianxia looking around nervously. She didn't even let go of the window. Bai Long, what are you doing? Xianxia. Nothing. I'm just a little nervous. Although she didn't tell Qingjun, she wasn't eating alone, was she? Xianxia was about to go crazy because of Qingjun. She simply turned her phone to silent mode in case Qingjun sent a message. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief and eat with everyone. The others, were all the Almighty's women so strange? Everyone had a good meal. They added each other on WeChat and made plans to have a picnic or go hiking on the weekend. This was the first time Xianxia had friends in this world. She happily exchanged WeChat messages with everyone and made plans to meet up again. It was snowing lightly outside, and the sky was a vast expanse of white and silver. Xianxia wrapped herself in a coat. The others offered to give Xianxia a ride, but she politely declined. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, it was a good time to go out for a walk. Xianxia half closed her eyes and enjoyed the feeling of the snowflakes hitting her face. At this moment, she heard a familiar chuckle. Xianxia opened her eyes in surprise. It was Guyu. Guyu was wearing a long gray trench coat and a scarf today. He looked gentle and elegant. He walked down from the building opposite and saw Xianxia from afar. He quickly walked up to her. His footsteps were a little excited, but Xianxia didn't notice it. Xianxia was a little surprised. Why are you here? What a coincidence. How many times have we accidentally bumped into each other? Guyu smiled slightly. I'm here to see an acquaintance. Have you eaten? Xianxia, I'm done eating. I'm about to go back. Since I'm driving, let me give you a ride. No need, no need, Guyu was very insistent. I'm considered half a Jiaqing Reserve employee. Let me send you back. We'll be colleagues in the future, and we'll have more opportunities to meet. Xianxia couldn't refuse, so she sat in the back seat. Guyu drove very steadily. It was snowing heavily, so he deliberately lowered the speed. Perhaps it wasn't just because of the weather. The air conditioner was turned on at full blast. Xianxia warmed up and rubbed her hands with trembling hands. Guyu glanced at the rearview mirror and smiled. Is it cold? Yes, it's fine. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. She didn't know how to talk to Guyu. Her mind was filled with what the white dragon horse had said about the relationship between Guyu and Su Being. This matter had nothing to do with her. Xianxia just thought about it in her heart and then threw it to the back of her mind. Guyu talked about the recent situation in a gentle voice. He didn't hide anything from Xianxia. Xianxia was a little overwhelmed. He mentioned the recent progress of the national quiz contest and his plans for the future. It was as if he was introducing himself to Xianxia. Xianxia felt strange. When she thought about Su Being, Xianxia didn't want to think too highly of herself. She could only look out of the window and pretend that nothing had happened. Guyu had one hand on the steering wheel and looked at the road ahead. He said calmly, about the divorce agreement I saw the other day. I'm sorry for being presumptuous. But the two of you. Xianxia didn't want to say too much, so she just said perfunctorily, it's just a small argument between husband and wife. Don't mind it. Guyu glanced at the rearview mirror again and looked at Xianxia thoughtfully. When they got home, Jingjun stayed in the study and didn't come out. Xianxia changed her clothes and suddenly couldn't find her phone. She tossed and turned, but couldn't find it. In the end, she had no choice but to ask Jingjun for help. Knock, knock, knock. Xianxia knocked on the door. Jingjun, hurry up and call my phone. I can't find it. Jingjun walked out of the door and called Xianxia. There was no response for a long time. Xianxia was a little confused. That wasn't right. She remembered that she had turned the silent mode back on. Jingjun, who was leaning against the door, suddenly straightened his body. He looked up slightly and glanced at Xianxia slowly. He didn't look happy. Xianxia didn't notice Jingjun's stare. She was still looking around the sofa and bed. It didn't occur to her at all that she might have left her phone outside. That's strange. Where did it go? Xianxia rubbed her hair with a distressed look on her face. Jingjun's phone showed a text message from the other party. Is this Xiao? I'm Guyu. You left your phone in my car, so it's not convenient for you to answer the call now. Send me the address and I'll send it to you. Jingjun. Xianxia was still looking around for her phone and didn't notice Jingjun's reaction at all. Speaking of which, she could occasionally hear rustling sounds at night when she was half asleep. Could it be that a rat had really entered the house? Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly turned on the flashlight of her phone, in case she touched something she shouldn't touch in the dark corner of the house. Just as she was sweating profusely, Jingjun's fingertips quickly tapped on the keyboard a few times. I'm Qingjun. Xiaoqiu is busy and can't answer the phone. I'll send you the address. After about a minute, the other party sent a reply saying that it would be sent over later. Xiaoqiu half knelt on the ground and stuck out her butt. After she changed her phone, she left her original phone at home. If she really couldn't find it, she could only make do with it. She held the old phone and shone the flashlight under the sofa to see if the phone had fallen down the seam in the middle of the sofa cushion. Qingjun, who was leaning against the door, had thought of 10,000 interrogation methods, but before he was ready to implement them, Xiaoqiu suddenly stopped moving. She slowly sat up and turned her head around fiercely. Qingjun? Xiaoqiu pulled out several snack bags from under the sofa expressionlessly. There were potato chips, ice cream, crisps, and Wang snow biscuits. What they had in common was that they were all snacks that Xiaoqiu usually forbade Qingjun to have at hand. The two of them looked at each other. This was Qingjun, who suddenly became less aggressive. This was Xiaoqiu, who was glaring at him. No wonder you sit on the sofa every time you come back. Fasting? Is there anyone who fasts like you? Xiaoqiu thought of every time Qingjun sat on the sofa like a wandering ghost. How could he be hungry? He was clearly guilty. Most importantly, he actually threw the snack bags under the sofa without any scruples. Qingjun, actually, it was the rat who did it. Xiaoqiu, can you make up more lies? She stared at Qingjun. Why did you hide it here? Qingjun answered slowly, I forgot. His gaze was erratic, and he had a feeling that he wasn't telling the truth. Xiaoqiu was silent for a moment before saying, don't tell me you're still waiting for me to sleep before continuing to eat. In the evening, I heard the sound of rustling. It was like the sound of a mouse gnawing on wood. It was definitely Qingjun, that dog of a man, who had put on earplugs and an eye mask while she was sleeping, went to finish the rest of the snacks. Xiaoqiu's mood was complicated. She didn't know what to say. Qingjun glanced at his phone and said gently, I'm going down to throw away some trash. Oh, remember to wear a coat. Although Xiaoqiu didn't know why Qingjun suddenly wanted to go down and throw away the trash, she encouraged him to walk around in any way. Qingjun had a chauffeur when he went out. She was really afraid that if Qingjun did not leave, he would grow up in this house. Qingjun put on a down jacket and went out. Xiaoqiu continued scrolling through her phone. After searching for a long time, she suddenly realized, Qingjun went out empty-handed. Why would he throw away the trash? Was he going to throw himself away? The weather was dry and cold, and it was so cold that it made one's bones creak. Qingjun wobbled downstairs. An Audi was parked downstairs. Guyu, who hadn't seen him in a long time, was leaning against the car with his arms crossed. He seemed to be deep in thought and didn't notice Qingjun's approach. His sneakers made a pitter-patter sound when he stepped on the ground. Guyu raised his head and was stunned for a moment. He then smiled at Qingjun. It's you. Qingjun snorted in a nasal voice. It was obvious that he didn't even want to use perfunctory words on him. Qingjun stretched out his hand and opened his palm. Guyu immediately understood what he meant. Guyu took out a phone from his pocket. Qingjun deftly picked it up and deleted Guyu's text history right in front of him. Guyu watched his actions and didn't stop him until Qingjun finished his series of actions and stuffed the phone back into his pocket. He looked at Qingjun and said, I saw the divorce agreement. Qingjun replied slowly, it's already been torn. Guyu pursed his lips and said, don't worry. I won't do anything that's out of line. Qingjun glanced at him from the corner of his eye and didn't say a word. As a man, I want to say that if you continue to be so passive, you'll get a divorce sooner or later. Guyu paused for a few seconds. His brown eyes blinked quickly as though he was recalling a scene. He laughed self-deprecatingly. As a man, I also want to say that I'm very jealous of you. When Xiaoqiu mentioned Qingjun in the car, she was obviously protective of him. Regardless of whether it was love or not, there was indeed a trace of bond between them. Although it was delicate, it wasn't necessarily easy to shake. Qingjun didn't say a word the whole time. His expression was indifferent. Guyu stopped speaking and nodded perfunctorily in a nasal voice. He put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. Guyu said, I don't mind waiting a little longer. Qingjun didn't look back as he stepped on the steps. From Guyu's angle, he could only see that he was standing motionless on the spot. Qingjun said slowly, "At your age, you're already going downhill. If you have time, why don't you think about how to plan for the future? Don't waste your time on a hopeless goal." Guyu, such a slow and venomous tongue, was truly heart-wrenching. Although Qingjun was a few years older than him, he had already become a boss after he became famous at a young age. Now, he was keeping a low profile. Unlike him, he was still struggling for the future. Qingjun was right. Between the two of them, any normal person would make a decision on who to choose. Guyu said with a serious face, "I know. I'll work hard." Qingjun nodded and went upstairs unsteadily. When he got home, Wan Qiuqiu was baffled to see Qingjun in a good mood. Wan Qiuqiu asked suspiciously, "Did you eat something?" Qingjun's eyes seemed to be a little disgusted. "I'm not you." Wan Qiuqiu, she was actually speechless. Qingjun changed his shoes and took out a cell phone from the pocket of his down jacket. He handed it to Wan Qiuqiu. "It's yours." Wan Qiuqiu was surprised. She immediately took the phone and opened it excitedly. Sure enough, everything was as good as before. She asked in surprise and joy, "Where did you find it?" Qingjun lied calmly, "In the corridor." Wan Qiuqiu had long forgotten to ask Qingjun why he didn't mention the trash downstairs. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, it's not lost. A lot of inspiration is in the note. It hasn't been saved in the cloud file yet." Wan Qiuqiu hurriedly moved all the important information to the cloud file to avoid losing it. While Wan Qiuqiu was busy, Qingjun returned to the study, closed the door, and sat on the computer chair solemnly. He turned on the computer and looked at the screen for a long time in silence. Then, he typed a few words. On the search bar, it was written, "How to pursue a woman quickly and efficiently." The next day, Wan Qiuqiu went to work as usual. She hitched a ride with Qingjun and got off a few hundred meters away from the company. She happened to be seen by a few people in the department. After lunch, many employees found out that the parachutist Wan Qiuqiu looked rich, but in reality, she couldn't even afford a car. She could only take a taxi to work every day. It must be very hard. When Wan Qiuqiu got off work, she received a few messages in the group. They were all messages saying that they could take her home on the way. "Wan Qiuqiu?" She quickly replied in the group, "Thank you for your kindness. I have a car." Xiao Feng from the department was one of the people who laughed at Wan Qiuqiu that day. She pretended to be kind and said, "Oh, it's not safe to take a taxi so late. You're so beautiful." Wan Qiuqiu, I have a car to take me." Everyone thought that she was forcefully saving her dignity. There were very few cars in the company. The luxury cars parked in the parking lot below had long been counted clearly. If someone really took a car, the news would have spread in the company. Wan Qiuqiu's rejection was like she was trying to save face for herself. It made the men feel protective of her. They didn't take good care of such a beautiful woman and let her take a taxi to work. It was such a waste. After work at night, Wan Qiuqiu was about to contact Qingjun to go home. Suddenly, a few girls came up to her with a smile and said that it was on the way. Wan Qiuqiu sincerely didn't want to go with them. Qingjun was a confidential person. He occasionally appeared in the company through the VIP channel, and only when the employees were at work. Not many people knew about Qingjun's identity. They were all the company's top management, and confidentiality was strict. The reason why he didn't want to expose himself was very simple. It was too troublesome to socialize. He only wanted to do what he liked. Dealing with other people was not within this range. When the employees appeared, Qingjun definitely wouldn't appear. The girls didn't want to leave. Wan Qiuqiu was anxious for a moment and could only follow them to the parking lot. Wan Qiuqiu lowered her head and quickly sent a message to Qingjun, "I won't look for you first. I'll meet up later." "Hey, who are you texting?" Xiao Feng insensitively came forward. Wan Qiuqiu immediately covered the phone screen. Wan Qiuqiu said indifferently, "Nothing." "Oh, right. What does your husband do?" When the topic of Wan Qiuqiu's husband was mentioned, the girls immediately gathered around with interest. Qingjun was so stunning that they were stunned. They didn't even take a photo of him. They only knew that he was Xianxia's husband. They didn't know anything else. Xianxia frowned. Nothing. He's just an ordinary employee. They didn't believe her. They were sure that Xianxia only wanted to hide the treasure and didn't want to tell them. Xiaofeng winked. How's that? Xianxia suddenly stopped. They were excited when they saw Xianxia suddenly stop. They were a little embarrassed and thought that she was going to get angry. Xianxia didn't want to have conflicts with others for the sake of stability in her job. She didn't want to make things difficult for Tunan and the rest. She endured and said, I'll wait for someone. You can go. They knew that there was $1 million Land Rover parked beside Xianxia. After all, Boss 2 had sat in this car before. They thought that Xianxia wanted to use their boss car to show off. They couldn't help but smile at each other. Sure enough, what's the use of being good-looking? She didn't even have money. Looking at how her husband treated her that day, they might not even have a harmonious love life. After getting a satisfactory guess, they were satisfied and went to drive their own cars. They drove around in front of Xianxia to show off their Dior BMW. They successfully received an awkward look from Xianxia because she didn't have a car. Then, they left. Xianxia stood at the same spot and sighed. Look, everyone had a driver's license. She was the only one who didn't. She felt that she was behind the times. At night, when she went home with Qingjun, Xianxia once again mentioned that she wanted to get a driver's license. Qingjun was silent. You want to use a Q flying car? Xianxia said, how can I do that? There's no reference value. No matter what, I have to use a Grand Theft Auto or a cart. Xianxia swore in a Cantonese accent with her broken Mandarin. Sooner or later, I'll drift in the parking lot and become the most handsome car among all the car owners. That night, Xianxia slept very soundly. She dreamed that she had become a driver whose driving skills were comparable to those of the Fast and the Furious. She could control the steering wheel to her heart's content and step on the accelerator to drift. In the quiet room, there was a sudden thud. It was the muffled sound of a foot heavily stepping on the bed. Sitting in the living room, Qingjun was quietly tearing open a bag of Marisol when he heard the thud. He trembled and the whole bag of Marisol fell to the ground, announcing his death. He sat on the sofa and fell into silence. This incident showed that it was really not easy to sneak in. There were all kinds of scandals in the company, so Xianxia didn't really care. She had already thought of enrolling in a driving school after the new year. After she got her driver's license, she could buy a car. Xianxia did some calculations. It was still possible to buy a cheap car. When she got her salary this month, she could treat Qingjun to a big meal. Xianxia also had another secret. When she was chatting with Tunan and the others, she inadvertently learned that Qingjun's birthday was on the first day of the new year. It just so happened that Xianxia had saved up her salary this month. She could give Qingjun an unforgettable birthday. Xianxia had always had a mysterious sense of ceremony towards holidays. This originated from her birthday. She was born on February 29th. It was a birthday that could only be celebrated once every 4 years. She liked the atmosphere of celebrating her birthday very much. Unfortunately, she didn't have it often. There were only a few birthdays that no one remembered. Xianxia thought that even if it was to celebrate her and Qingjun's rebirth in this world, she had to plan well. Today, Qingjun was not in the company after work. Xianxia planned to go shopping by herself. She was wrapped in a long windbreaker, wearing a mask and a scarf. She walked very quickly in the cold wind. Perhaps it was because her period was coming, Xianxia really wanted to eat dessert, especially half-cooked cheesecake. She remembered that there was a shop nearby that had good desserts, so she went there excitedly. Xianxia's footsteps were very fast. The cake shop was only a few hundred meters away, so it took less than 10 minutes. She had already thought of what to eat. She also wanted to bring some for Qingjun. At this moment, someone suddenly called her name from behind. Xianxia. Xianxia turned around blankly. Behind her stood a middle-aged man who was also covered up tightly. He was wrapped in a down jacket. He was short and fat, and his eyes looked very kind. Xianxia was stunned. You are? The other party smiled slightly with a mysterious expression. I want to talk about Jiaqing. Xianxia, what? If you want to talk about business, you shouldn't be looking for me. No, no. The man waved his hand. I came from a rival company in Jiaqing. Xianxia? Let's sit down and talk. Are you interested in a 10 million deal? Xianxia was shocked. On the one hand, she was shocked that the other party was so rich that he could ask for 10 million. On the other hand, there was someone who was stupid enough to come to the lady boss to talk business. It seemed that he was looking for trouble. Xianxia looked at the time and confirmed that it was still early. She said casually, let's go. There's a dessert shop up ahead. Let's sit down and talk. The man's surname was Linley. He introduced himself at the beginning. Xianxia asked, is it Rui Feng Company? You really know what's good for you. Linley gave her a thumbs up. He felt a little proud that their company was in the limelight. Anyone who mentioned it would think of it immediately. In fact, Xianxia had only heard Tunan mention it. This company was used to making gimmicks to make games, and the quality was uneven. They had a dark history of doing dirty things, and they had scammed other companies before. They had the means to tarnish their reputation first. But compared to Jiaqing, there was still a gap. Xianxia calmly took a sip of cappuccino. Go ahead. I'll tell you the truth. 10 million, just to buy a few sketches. You know what I want. Jiaqing Games haven't released concept art yet, right? The core characters and backgrounds need these sketches. I hope they haven't been released to the public. Xianxia suddenly understood. You want to use some tricks to make Jiaqing plagiarize? Smart. As long as they had the original sketches, they would have the ability to release them before Jiaqing. Jiaqing had invested a lot in the game this time. If something went wrong, it would be a great loss. In order to express our sincerity, we'll give you 3 million first. The rest of the money, we'll hand over the goods. What do you think? Without waiting for Xianxia to think, he added, don't worry. If you're afraid of the company pressuring you, we'll get you a green card and let you live abroad comfortably for a few years. It was uncertain whether the Jiaqing would rule the world in a few years. Xianxia blinked and said, let me think about it. I think you're a smart person. Linley flattered her. Xianxia smiled mysteriously. I think so too. So, she went back to discuss it. Who knew, she might be able to earn a few million on the side. By the way, why did you come to me? Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you? Don't worry. We have our own ways. Linley looked as if he had everything under control. In fact, as early as a few days ago, the vice president's mistress had mentioned that her best friend knew someone who worked in Jiaqing. She was a paratrooper and probably had an unclear relationship with a high-ranking official. When the vice president heard what his mistress said, he even forgot to take his Viagra. He immediately asked his mistress to contact her best friend excitedly. They had a good talk in private. The other party said a lot of details, and they could almost match up one by one. The woman surnamed Sue said something very important. The paratrooper named Xianxia loved money very much. She even married an emotionless husband for money. Before she could get a divorce, her husband's family business went bankrupt, and she endured it for the sake of a house. How could a woman who loved money not be tempted if she was given 10 million yuan? In order to satisfy Xianxia's greed, they made a lot of preparations. Their goal was to get the original draft of Jiaqing. When a woman became ruthless, she could scare people to death. For money, she could betray herself, and of course, she could betray her sugar daddy. Thinking of this, Linley lowered his voice. His chubby face was like a steamed bun, which made Xianxia feel a little amused. I have a presumptuous question. Is your sugar daddy the boss of Jiaqing? Xianxia was a little stunned by his question. Xianxia thought about it. It seemed to be the case. Her sugar daddy was Qingjun. Wasn't Qingjun the big boss of Jiaqing? Xianxia nodded seriously. That's right. But don't tell anyone. He doesn't want others to know. Okay, I understand. Linley made an okay gesture. I hope you can think about it carefully. With this much money, even if you buy a house, it will increase a lot in a few years. You're so young, you can do anything. Painting hurts your hands. Xianxia nodded. Don't worry. I will definitely think about it. Xianxia spoke with conviction. Linley thought that she had already tested his camp. He raised his coffee cup to Xianxia and cheered for their friendship, for their common interests. Linley finished the drink in one gulp. Then, his face that looked like a steamed bun scrunched up bitterly. It was so king bitter. I forgot to add sugar. The two of them reached a friendly cooperation, and Xianxia promised him along the way. She watched Linley leave. This big brother had already arranged a time to meet again. After all, the situation was urgent, and they had to race against time to drag the Jiaqing down. Xianxia happily hummed a song. When she returned home, she called out Qingjun's name as soon as she entered the door. June, where are you? Come out, I have something to talk to you about. Following Xianxia's words, the bathroom door opened. Qingjun, who was wearing pajamas, had the steam from the bathroom on his body. His skin was wet, and his wet hair was constantly dripping with water. He casually wiped it off with a towel. His milky white skin was a little red from the hot steam, and he had a lazy look on his face. His collar was a little loose, revealing his slender and beautiful collarbone. In front of such a beauty, Xianxia was a little dazed. She swallowed her dry throat. Her face flushed red. Although she was used to seeing Qingjun, this guy was still damn good looking. Qingjun walked in front of her and examined Xianxia's appearance. His black eyes were deep. He lowered his head, and the distance between the two suddenly closed. She could almost smell the hot steam from his body. Xianxia stuttered, "What are you doing?" He asked seriously, "Have you caught a cold?" Xianxia. Can you stop cursing me? She was so distracted by Qingjun that she nearly forgot what she was going to say. Xianxia snapped back to her senses and glared at him before continuing, "It's like this. Someone came looking for me today and asked me to steal a few Jiaqing original arts." Qingjun slowly stopped drying his hair. Do you think we can do this business? Xianxia blinked her eyes slyly. The couple exchanged glances. It seemed like it would work. If the other party wanted Jiaqing's original art, then she would give him the original art. That was what Qingjun had said. However, the original art was the concept art that had been rejected in Plan A and could no longer be used. Since they were here to court death, she would feel guilty if she didn't earn their money. After Xianxia finished her discussion with Qingjun, she had a small meeting with Tu Nan, Old Meng, and the others. Old Meng decided on which designs to give and even gave her the designs that she disliked the most. After discussing the details, Xianxia sent a message to Linley, "I've got the thing. When shall we meet?" Linley was extremely excited when he received the message. He asked Xianxia to go to the dessert shop that day and reminded her to be careful not to be discovered by the company. Of course, Xianxia agreed. The wind was still chilly today and Xianxia was shivering from the cold. When she arrived at the dessert shop, she immediately saw a chubby figure. It was indeed Linley. Linley was eating a piece of 1,000-layer cake. His face was stained with cream, but he didn't realize it. Xianxia smiled and walked up to him. She looked at Linley as if she was looking at a pile of pink money. He was adorable no matter how she looked at him. She laughed. Although Linley was used to seeing beauties in the business world, he was still a little embarrassed when Xianxia caught him in an awkward position. Especially when she looked at him with a yin-yin smile. Linley quickly wiped his mouth with a tissue and asked Xianxia to sit down. "You can order something." Xianxia ordered a cup of pearl milk tea to warm her hands. Linley asked, "That thing?" Xianxia raised her eyebrows. "You have to keep it well. It wasn't easy for me to get this." Of course. Xianxia placed the USB on the table and pushed it over. Linley quickly picked it up and carefully wiped it a few times before putting it in his black briefcase. Xianxia looked at his extremely careful movements and found it funny. Linley said, "I'll pay you 3 million first." You'll have to wait until our company reaches the next step. Xianxia lifted her eyelids. For a moment, her expression actually resembled Qingjun's. Her sharp eyebrows were slightly raised, and even her tone was leisurely and gentle. Don't tell me you're thinking of breaking the agreement. Of course not. Being stared at by her like that, Linley felt goosebumps all over his body. He immediately waved his hand. What if we get a fake map? Wouldn't our losses be in vain? So, wait for us. I'm sorry, but I don't have the patience. The most I can do is wait until you release the concept art for the game. Xianxia crossed her arms and crossed her legs. Or you can choose to refuse. I've already recorded our conversation last time. If you don't pay, I'll expose Jiaqing. Whose money isn't earned, don't you think so? Linley wiped his cold sweat. I have to go back and discuss it. Xianxia smiled faintly. I advise you to think it through quickly. As far as I know, Jiaqing's official announcement is only a few days away. The next day. At a certain golf club. Linley stood to the side and asked the caddy to leave. He lowered his head and reported Xianxia's words to the vice president. The vice president narrowed his eyes and smacked his lips. Then why aren't you speeding up? What about the money? Give it to her first. When the time comes, there will be plenty of ways to make her spit it out. He sneered. His little lover at home had to be properly rewarded. Thinking of this, the vice president was a little restless. If they said that he didn't know how to manage the company and that he only knew how to squander with his family's money, wouldn't he succeed? He had already thought about how he was going to stand on the stage and talk about his achievements when he held a celebration after his success. As for that woman, she dared to threaten the Nangong Outyin. She was simply digging her own grave. Xianxia received the money from Rui Feng Company. The first 3 million, the second 7 million. Just like that, she received 10 million yuan. It made her feel an unreal sense of happiness. The other party was indeed a veteran. Their methods were extremely subtle. Xianxia counted the zeros in her bank account and suddenly experienced the excitement of winning the lottery. God, earning money was too easy. Xianxia leaned against the door frame seriously and looked at her phone as she said to Qingjun, "Stupid people have a lot of money." This saying is true. Qingjun was busy eating breakfast. He made a glass of milk and poured a bag of cereal into it. The cereal was baked fruit cereal. It was crunchy. While Xianxia wasn't paying attention, he poured it into the cereal as high as a small mountain. Xianxia heard the noise and turned around to see Qingjun's little movements. Stop. No matter how low-calorie food was, it couldn't withstand eating like that. Qingjun stopped, somewhat disappointed. While Xianxia wasn't paying attention, a lot of crunchy and sweet cereal fell out and almost rolled out of the bowl. Xianxia was speechless. Stupid people have a lot of money. Who was he talking about? Let's split the money. The main contribution is from the company. I'll take 30% and you take 70%. How about that? If you think it's too little, we can talk about it again. Xianxia pulled out a chair and sat across from him. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were astonishingly bright and flashed with the brilliance of wealth. Qingjun, crunch crunch crunch. Xianxia, you think it's too little? You take 80% and I take 20%? Qingjun, crunch crunch crunch. Xianxia, hey. Qingjun finally looked up from the bowl of cereal and said slowly, I'll give it all to you. Xianxia was stunned and said, although you have money, you can't give it all to me. Qingjun continued, you keep it first. I'll ask you for more when I run out of money. Xianxia. Wasn't that nonsense? It's the joint property of a couple. It's the same no matter who holds it. His tone was very calm. After saying that, he lowered his head and continued to chew on his cereal and dried fruit. Xianxia couldn't argue with him. She could only scratch her eyebrows and say, okay, I'll hold on to it first. She didn't need the money. It wasn't a bad idea to leave it in the bank and raise interest. Rui Feng's actions were very fast. Before Christmas, they had actually worked overtime to release the official concept art and trailer. It looked like they were doing it right. Before this, Jiaqing's game name had already Ben announced. It was called Chivalry. Rui Fang used a similar name. It was called Chivalry. The other party obviously paid for the announcement. All the big marketing accounts reposted it and praised the game to the heavens. They said that the game had hired a very good designer and would be released with a new look. It was trending all day. There were all kinds of theories. Netizens who played games often were full of doubts about Rui Fang. After all, it wasn't like they hadn't done things like selling dog meat under sheep's clothing. Many people also hoped that the company would make new changes. At the same time, there was a trend on the internet. Some people said that Rui Fang's new game was similar to Xianxia's. They both had very classic colors and were very eye-catching. However, when it came to the actual production, Xianxia was still better. At the same time, Xianxia, which was supposed to release the trailer the next day, suddenly stopped. They said that there was a problem and that the official trailer would be released in 3 days. When the news came out, netizens were shocked. They didn't know what had happened to Xianxia. This was the first time they had delayed the release. Could there be a problem? Rui Fang was overjoyed. Sure enough. That woman didn't give a fake image. There really was a problem with Xianxia. Xianxia's employees were in an uproar. Other than the company's executives, no one knew what the problem was. Someone started a rumor that there was a spy in the company who leaked the company's original draft. They also secretly pointed the name of the spy to Xianxia. When Xianxia arrived at the company, she immediately noticed that some of the employees were looking at her strangely. Xianxia had been high profile when she came in. She was used to people's strange looks and naturally didn't think much of it. Until someone secretly said behind her back, "Look, she can still come to work after betraying the company." Tunan sent Xianxia a message. Someone in the company spread the rumor that you betrayed the company. There's probably a spy in Rui Fang. Sister-in-law, you have to bear with it. We'll hurry up and find the spy. Xianxia was stunned. She immediately replied, "Okay, I won't go anywhere." Sitting in the office, Elder Meng asked leisurely, "How about it? Do you want to relax?" Xianxia, relax? Elder Meng's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Let's watch One Punch Man together. You'll fall in love with Saitama-sensei." Xianxia. No, I'm not interested in bald guys. As they were talking, Linley sent Xianxia a message, "Pay back half of the money, and I promise you won't be held accountable by the Xianxia." How about it? Xianxia directly blocked him. Was he crazy? He wanted her to pay back half. The entire afternoon, Xianxia's employees were in a state of panic. A few people were called in one after another. Everyone knew that it had to be about the new game. If there really was a mole, it would be the worst thing possible. There were also some onlookers waiting to see when Xianxia would be called in. In just a few hours, Tunan found the person who started the rumor. Fortunately, he was on guard and used the carrot and stick method to finally find Rui Fang's cannon fodder. Xianxia knew the mole. It turned out to be Xiao Fang from the design department. Xiao Fang's performance had always been good, but she was still resentful that she hadn't been promoted. She didn't know when she joined forces with Rui Fang. Before this, Xiaoqing's original game design had a few small accidents. Fortunately, they were quickly resolved. Now that everything was connected, it was obviously Xiao Fang's work. Under Tunan's interrogation, she stuttered and admitted it. When she learned that Xianxia had betrayed the company, she followed Rui Fang's instructions and spread rumors in the pantry. They all thought that the company's main target would be the culprit of the lost draft, which was Xianxia. Who would have thought that the other party would start to find the person who started the rumor? In the face of Tunan's stern expression, Xiao Fang panicked and said, "Impossible. It's definitely Xianxia who stole the company's draft. Why didn't you pursue it? It's not fair." Tunan didn't have his usual gentle smile. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. "That's another matter. You'll have to bear legal responsibility for what you did. Don't think about mingling in the industry in the future." "Xiao Fang, how could you be so stupid?" Xiao Fang was so scared that her face turned pale. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't think it would be so serious. Please forgive me. I don't want to leave Xiaoqing." In the face of her pleas, Tu Nan was indifferent. Pack your bags and go back to Rui Fong. This is not your home. Tu Nan was relieved that he had eliminated the mole in the company. According to the original plan, Xiao Fong would get a promotion and a raise after this game and get more secrets. It was just that he didn't know how many of them there were in the company. It was really worrying. As soon as he thought of a certain someone who was still sleeping at home, Tu Nan was full of resentment. He wasn't happy. He also wanted to be a hands-off boss. Xiao Fong cried and left with a box of things. The gossip in the company spread very quickly. Everyone was talking about it. Within a few minutes, Xianxia was invited to Tu Nan's office. The employees sitting in the office were in an uproar. Some people couldn't hold back their curiosity and pretended to go to the bathroom when they passed by Tu Nan's office. Through the frosted glass, they were shocked to see Xianxia, who was supposed to be scolded, sitting in a chair. Their handsome chairman too was actually nodding and bowing with a smile on his face as he handed her a cup of coffee. The employees who were watching this scene. Oh my God, what did they see? At the same time, the vice chairman of Rui Fong still hadn't received the latest news from Xiao Fong. He only knew that Jiaqing was now thoroughly investigating the mole. That greedy woman probably didn't have a good ending. He stood in his office with a golf club in one hand and sneered. It's getting cold. Let the Jiaqing company go bankrupt. The internet was flooded with publicity about Rui Fong's new game. They were stuck at this crucial point, obviously trying to steal the spotlight from Jiaqing. And Jiaqing, who was supposed to release a new game, also disappeared. No one knew what happened, but all kinds of rumors and gossip spread, making Jiaqing stay on the hot search list for a few days. Tu Nan, who was sitting in his office, almost applauded. This is a good move. Although the company didn't lack money, it was wonderful to be able to stay on the hot search list for a few days without spending money and not be afraid of losing popularity with the audience. He followed Qingjun's instructions and posted on Weibo on the afternoon of the third day, saying that he would see him at 9 p.m. Saturday night was the best time for traffic. Everyone was waiting for Jiaqing's concept art to see if the rumors were true, that Jiaqing didn't dare to release it because they clashed with Rui Fong's design. What could be changed in 3 days? Everyone was waiting for Jiaqing to make a fool of themselves. Rui Fong, on the other hand, pretended to add fuel to the fire by saying that good designs were not common. Jiaqing had always been known for its distinctive style, so how could it possibly collide with them? This was simply a nonsensical matter. Jiaqing, which was firmly at the top of the hot search list, finally released the concept art and trailer at 9 p.m. Chivalry. At the beginning of the video, there was an overwhelming amount of snow. The entire country of snow was covered in ice and snow, and there was no trace of people. Accompanied by the rustling of the jackdaws, a cold sound of the flute suddenly sounded. The sound was delicate and strange, making people tremble. The black jackdaws in the endless snow suddenly stopped in the wind, and in an instant, they fell into the snow like withered leaves, lifeless. The camera lifted from the ground, and there was no trace on the snow, but a figure walked by without anyone noticing. In the world of ice and snow, he was wearing black linen clothes, a rusty sword at his waist, and a bamboo hat covered with a layer of snow. His face couldn't be seen clearly, leaving behind an ordinary, thin, and small figure. Where he walked, there were no footprints at all. This was how the legendary Zhonghu unfolded. The short 2-minute video was quickly finished, and the netizens were dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, the number of comments and reposts increased exponentially. Even the Jiaqing employees were shocked by the popularity of the post. Holy shit! What kind of immortal style is this? That's so cool, Waldemar. When will the server be released? I'm going to cry. The Jiaqing didn't disappoint me this time. For the trailer, I'll give it full marks. All that was left in the comments was a bunch of screaming words. Not long after, the Jiaqing occupied half of the top 10 trending searches. They were all keywords related to the game. The number 1 trending topic was #begging Jiaqing Daddy to open the server. On one hand, they were praising Jiaqing's new game for being more innovative and intricate than the previous one. On the other hand, they were discussing fervently who were the artists behind the original art. It was simply an immortal painting. Tu Nan sent a voice message to Xianxia. His tone was light and excited. Sister-in-law, you're famous. Xianxia. Why did that sound so weird? The Rue executives were still waiting for Xiaoqing to close down. When Linli saw the one-sided reviews online, his face suddenly changed. He called the vice president nervously. Take a look. Something doesn't seem right. The vice president was hugging his little lover and whispering sweet nothings to each other as they waited for the celebration dinner at night. He was coaxing his little lover to buy a few apartments when he received Linli's call. His heart thumped and instantly sank into a bottomless abyss. The vice president pushed his lover away and hurriedly turned on his phone. A flood of positive comments greeted his eyes, and he cursed inwardly. Xiaoqing had posted 2 Weibo posts. One was a concept image, and the other was a trailer for the first play. Trembling, he clicked on the concept image. If the first image was a little similar, then the rest was completely different. Not only were the character designs, but the background costumes were also much more advanced than the ones Xianxia had given them. It was completely different. Oh no, his face was pale. He clenched his teeth and clicked on the trailer. After watching half of it, he was so angry that he couldn't stop breathing heavily and his face turned red. The little lover behind him didn't cover her body. She leaned forward and hugged the vice president. Buy our love nest, buy my ass. I don't have any money, and you still want a room. The vice president flew into a rage and pointed at his little lover mercilessly. Ask your best friend to come over. What's her name? Su Being? You have to compensate me. Compensate me. Before he was angry enough, the vice president remembered something. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. He completely understood now. That woman named Xianxia wasn't a traitor. She was Xiaoqing's lackey. Before he could settle the score with Xianxia, he remembered something more important. Oh right, there were still marketing accounts that hadn't been removed. The marketing accounts didn't receive the news of the removal of the business. They thought that Rue Feng had a big move that he hadn't made yet. One by one, they took screenshots of Xiaoqing's concept map and Rue Feng's concept map according to the format they had agreed on beforehand. The main idea was the same. Xiaoqing's design was copied from Rue Feng's, right? Why did it feel like Rue Feng's design was more advanced? Originally, no one thought about Rue Feng. They were all celebrating in Xiaoqing's base camp. Seeing the marketing accounts trending searches, the netizens immediately began to mock them. Are you crazy? You still want to scam us? Don't you know who's more advanced and who's less advanced? Scammers even dare to touch Xiaoqing. Disgusting. I'll never play your rubbish game. Are the marketing accounts blind? Wow, Rue Feng's trending searches are really not worth it. They even put the concept maps of the 2 companies together. Come on, are you sure this isn't a public execution? Which stupid teammate of Rue Feng bought the trending searches? Give me 10 Xiaoqing. The netizens' ridicule immediately pushed this marketing account to the trending searches. In addition to the Xiaoqing games, the top 10 trending searches were Rue Feng is scamming us again and everyone is responsible for boycotting Rue Feng's games. The vice president's face turned green when he heard the news. He quickly asked his secretary to contact them to remove the trending searches. The marketing accounts also deleted the relevant Weibo posts. As soon as they deleted, their actions became more obvious. The netizens ridiculed them even more. They also created various mocking emojis for Rue Feng and ran to Rue Feng's official announcement to have a lively meeting. Rue Feng immediately called for an emergency meeting with the senior management. They had already prepared for the celebration party. Vice President Nangong wore a specially bought suit and was seen by the president. He was so angry that he almost wanted to kill this son of AB*TCH on the spot. Are you here for the wedding? Who told you to dress so well? Facing other people's mocking or indifferent gazes, he was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. He didn't have the prestige he usually had in front of his subordinates and mistresses. He sat in his seat embarrassedly. This was because his actions would have a very serious impact on the company. He had originally planned to file a lawsuit with the Xiaoqing to ask for money to make up for the loss of this operation. Now, he didn't get a single cent, and that greedy woman didn't return the money either. The vice president was so angry that he almost went to heaven. After being scolded, he asked his secretary to contact Tu Nan, but he found out that the other party was busy at the moment and didn't have time to answer the phone. Wasn't this looking down on him? Vice President Nangong directly snatched the phone and answered it. He said angrily, "That woman named Ruan Chocho embezzled 10 million from me. Your company dares to harm me. I want to sue her. I want to sue your company." The secretary on the other end of the phone said very gently, "Okay, your complaint has been recorded. We will definitely deal with it when we have time. I hope you have a good mood." Bang! The phone was hung up. On the other side, the Jiaqing Public Relations Department was about to die of laughter. They watched as the Jiaqing kept rising in popularity. In the end, it became the first non-celebrity gossip to be removed from Weibo's trending searches. Ruan Chocho sat in her office and browsed through the messages one by one. Many VIPs were praising that the animation design this time was more detailed than before. They were praising the animators to the sky. Ruan Chocho ran excitedly to Qingjun's room and waved her phone at him. Look, so many people are praising it." Qingjun had just replied to Tu Nan's message. He looked up and saw that Ruan Chocho's cheeks were a little red from excitement. Her eyes were bright and shining with a rare brilliance. She held the phone and leaned forward. With one hand on Qingjun's shoulder, the distance between the two of them instantly shortened. The screen reflected their faces that were very close to each other. He unconsciously straightened his back and his body was a little stiff. However, on the surface, he was still calm and composed. The curtains were drawn, and the room was dark. A man was sitting on a leather sofa with his legs crossed and his body swaying slightly. His eyes were fixed on the two women in front of him. One of them was crying, and the other was clenching her fists with no expression on her face. They were Su Being's best friends, Xiao Lanlan and Su Being. A few muscular men in black put their hands behind their backs and looked at them coldly. "When do you plan to pay back the money?" Nangong Outyen finally asked slowly. "I don't have that much money. Please spare me." Xiao Lanlan was overcome with grief and sobbed violently. Her tears mixed with the non-waterproof mascara and slid down from the foundation, leaving 2 wet stains, causing Nangong Outyen's face to twitch. "How did he fall for this thing in the first place?" Su Being gritted her teeth. "Shouldn't you look for Ruan Chocho?" "Look for her?" Nangong Outyen was not angry. Instead, she laughed. "She's in cahoots with the Jiaqing boss. Aren't you asking for trouble if you want me to blackmail her?" "How is that possible?" Su Being boasted that she knew Ruan Chocho very well. A woman like her could be summed up with vulgar makeup. If she had the ability, she would have already hooked up with a better man than Chengwan. Why would she waste her time with someone like Chengwan, who was just waiting for death to come? Moreover, if Ruan Chocho was really with the Jiaqing boss, why didn't she divorce Qingjun? This obviously didn't make sense. Su Being was unwilling to accept this. During this period, she had tried all ways to repair her relationship with Gu Yu, but there seemed to be a thick barrier between them that prevented Su Being from touching him. She thought that when the Jiaqing suffered a heavy blow and Gu Yu was depressed, she would have another chance to cherish it. It was like being reborn. Give her another chance. This time, she would definitely be loyal to Gu Yu. Her stubborn look made Nangong Outyen, who was used to seeing flirtatious beauties, feel a little moved. "You don't have to pay me back." A pair of black leather shoes stood on the ground and took a few steps forward before finally stopping in front of Su Being. The man lifted her chin with his fingertips, his eyes cruel. "Use your body to pay for it." Her close friend's face turned pale. "Ao Tian. I thought you." "Shut up. I've long lost interest in a withered woman like you." With a look from him, the black-clothed man beside him covered Xiao Lanlan's mouth and dragged her out, leaving Su Being trembling alone. Even though Su Being was brave, her mind went blank in the face of such a scene. Nangong Outyen's playful voice came from above her head. "I've never been stingy with women. House, car, jewelry, whatever you want, I'll give you." Boom. The door was suddenly slammed. The other 2 brawny men looked at each other and immediately walked to the door. Through the peephole, they wanted to see which blind person wanted to court death. In the next second, there was a loud crash, and the door was slammed open, hitting one of the brawny men hard. A figure rushed in, and without waiting for Nangong Outyin to shout, he immediately knocked the two of them to the ground. Su Bing really cried this time, "Brother you! Who are you?" Nangong Outyin was so angry that his face turned green, but he did not dare to attack. Gu wiped the blood off his hands, grabbed Su Bing, and coldly glanced at Nangong Outyin. "If there's a second time, I won't go easy on you." After that, he pulled Su Bing and left. Along the way, Su Bing's heart was beating like a drum, and she was overjoyed. She cried and laughed, and did not even bother to wipe her tears. Gu was sitting in the driver's seat. When he received the news, he was in a hurry and did not even have time to change his suit. Originally, he had been invited to the Jiaoqing annual meeting. Now, his main task was to send Su Bing home safely. Su Bing sat in the back seat, wrapped in Guyu's jacket, and shrank into a ball miserably. Her eyes were shining as she stared at Guyu. "Brother you! If it weren't for you today, Bing." Guyu pursed his lips, and his expression was much more serious than usual. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and tried to calm his tone. "Why are you entangled with them?" I was innocently implicated." Su Bing immediately felt wronged and her eyes reddened. "My best friend got me into trouble." His silence made her feel uneasy. It also made Su Bing suddenly realize why Guyu was here. How did he know? She suddenly became nervous. "Brother you, don't try to do something you shouldn't do." His lips moved, but he didn't say anything else. He only took a deep breath. "This is my advice as your brother." The word brother was like a needle stabbing Su Bing's heart, and she almost suffocated. The two of them were silent the whole way. When they arrived at the door, Su Bing trembled and didn't want to get out. Guyu helped her out of the car, unlocked the door with Su Bing's key, and let her sit on the sofa. Su Bing lowered her head and didn't say anything. Guyu poured her a glass of water, but she said softly, "Can you sit with me for a while? I'm really scared today." Guyu glanced at the time. There were still more than 10 minutes before the annual meeting started. They would be late anyway. He sat on the other sofa. Su Bing's eyes flickered. An inexplicable courage supported her, making her think of the medicine she had stored in the cabinet for a long time. She thought that perhaps sometimes she had to cut off all means of retreat in order to walk down this path with more determination. Xianxia was going to attend the annual meeting today. During the meeting, Tu Nan would introduce Xianxia's achievements to shut everyone up. Xianxia was dressed very simply. She put on light makeup, wore a small black dress, and wrapped a thick and warm coat. The real boss Ching was still at home playing on the computer, looking like an outsider. For a moment, she didn't know if she should be envious or admire Tu Nan's courage. The annual meeting was held in an expensive hotel. As soon as Xianxia appeared, although she was dressed very simply, she was still like a spotlight, attracting a lot of people's attention wherever she went. She politely greeted a group of people she didn't know. Fu Zicheng and his Jiao fan stood by the side and poured wine. They stole a few glances at Xianxia and said, "Sister-in-law is the prettiest. Look at how useless the two of you are. Can't you take the initiative to find a partner?" Tu Nan took a glass of champagne and mocked them. "You speak as if you have one. Moss is thicker than the city walls." Tu Nan said, "Get lost. The Jiao fan is different. He cares about old times." The Jiao fan blushed. "Don't say any more." Although they said that, they didn't want to go up and greet Xianxia. They didn't want others to gossip. Xianxia nodded and smiled at them from afar. She was graceful and lovely. Their hearts rippled, and they instantly fell into a beautiful reverie of having a wife. Elder Meng was dressed very well today. Recently, his wife was pregnant with her second child. He didn't seem tired at all, and his words were full of love for his wife and children. Xianxia was very envious. A good marriage could change two people. Elder Meng and his wife must be very happy. Last night, I dreamed that a wild man was interested in my wife. I was so scared that I broke out in cold sweat. But I can't tell my wife. Do you know why? Xianxia subconsciously followed his question and asked, "Why?" Elder Meng snapped his fingers. "Your question is very meaningful. Because it involves a comic called Nana. Nana also dreamed that her boyfriend cheated on her, and then she was really cheated on. Do you want to eat sushi? Xianxia chose to interrupt his magical train of thought. Okay, okay. Elder Meng picked up a few pieces of tuna sushi and suddenly asked mysteriously, then do you know which anime characters like to eat sushi? Xianxia said, ah, someone seems to be calling me. Xianxia finally got rid of Elder Meng's spell. She breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Meng usually had a good personality, but he had a problem. Every time he talked about anime, it was no surprise that he would talk about anime. It was said that he met his wife at an anime convention. Their hobbies were surprisingly the same. Occasionally, they quarreled because they didn't get along. It could be said that they were very cute. In about 10 minutes, Tu Nan would go on stage to host the annual party. Xianxia thought that she would go on stage later, so she quickly put down her plate and planned to reapply her lipstick. After Xianxia finished reapplying her lipstick, she came out of the bathroom and bumped into Guyu. He looked a little strange. His white shirt was wrinkled, and his face was red. He stood in front of the public sink and splashed water on his face. He lowered the temperature over and over again to calm himself down. Xianxia was a little surprised. Guyu, what's wrong with you? Guyu was in a rare panic. He awkwardly wiped the water on his face and said in a hoarse voice, don't come close to me. I think I drank medicine by mistake. He supported himself with one hand on the sink. His upper body was soaked, but his skin was red. Even his eyes were red. Xianxia had read a lot of novels. When she remembered that Guyu was the male protagonist of the novel, she immediately understood. Don't tell me you're under an aphrodisiac, shoo. Guyu endured the pain and said, I only realized that something was wrong when I got here. I can't go to the hospital like this. Just pretend that you didn't see it. Hurry up and leave. Under his confused gaze, Xianxia looked around. Xianxia thought that it was strange. Where was the female protagonist of the antidote? Could she be waiting in a small room? Looking at Guyu's pained expression, Xianxia remembered that he had to make an appearance in Jiaqing today. He couldn't embarrass himself. The situation at the moment was indeed a little bad. Xianxia had an idea. She said calmly, brother. Wait for me here. I have a way. Guyu? Guyu immediately thought of Su Being when he felt that something was wrong with his body. It was Su Being who poured him a glass of water and gently persuaded him to stay a little longer. Guyu had known her for many years. Even if they were not married, they were childhood sweethearts. He had never been able to be cruel to Su Being, which led to today's disaster. Su Being sat on the sofa and sobbed. She kept apologizing and saying that she was in the wrong. The temperature of the air conditioner in the room was a little high. After a while, their mouths and tongues became dry. Guyu drank half a glass of warm water and glanced at the time. He decided to leave later. Su Being's soft and gentle voice sounded beside his ear. Brother you. Unknowingly, she was sitting closer and closer to him. He did not know if it was intentional or not, but her collar was open, revealing her soft and fair skin. Su Being's teary eyes looked weak and sad. It made him unconsciously want to protect her. It was like a ball of fire rising from his chest. Su Being's hand landed on his knee. Guyu was a little annoyed because another face suddenly appeared in his mind. It made him feel unbearably ashamed. He stood up abruptly. He did not even bother to take his jacket. His tone was colder than usual. I'm leaving first. Where are you going? Sorry, I have something to do, you can't leave. Su Being tried to hug him from behind, but Guyu pushed her away mercilessly. He was a little too strong. She fell to the ground and was a little stunned. Guyu strode out of the door and slammed it shut. Su Being cursed inwardly. She rushed forward to chase after Guyu. By the time she caught up with him, Guyu had already driven away. Su Being turned pale with fright. The first thing that came to her mind was not whether Guyu would embarrass himself in the middle of the event. She was worried that another woman would take advantage of the situation and take advantage of him. Guyu drove to the hotel. The hotel for the annual party was only a 10-minute drive away. He arrived very quickly. According to the schedule given by Tunan, the introduction of the newcomers would take about an hour, so it didn't matter if he was a little late. It was a little stuffy in the cramped car. Guyu opened the window and let the cool breeze blow on his face to calm down his restless blood. His heart was about to explode, which gave him an uneasy premonition. This feeling of uneasiness reached its peak after arriving at the hotel. Guyu awkwardly hid in the bathroom and let the cold water splash on his face to wake him up. His whole body was hot and unbearable, and a certain part of his body reacted so obviously that Guyu realized that he had been drugged. As for who it was, he immediately had a candidate in mind. It was also the person Guyu would not trust the most. He did not expect that Su Bing would actually use such a despicable method. Guyu don't even know where she got the medicine, or when she got the idea. He couldn't even take care of himself at the moment. He could be seen by others at any time, but Guyu wasn't willing to give up the opportunity to appear today. Why did things always go wrong at the critical moment? Guyu desperately restrained his impulse. He couldn't wait to take a cold shower immediately. At this awkward moment, the person he didn't want to see the most appeared in front of him. It was Xianxia. Xianxia told Guyu not to run around and that he could hide in the bathroom first. She ran all the way back to the lobby on the second floor. Tunan was already standing on the podium, ready to go on stage and give a speech later. Xianxia. Oh no. She had to hurry up. When no one was paying attention, Xianxia stopped a waiter. It was a young boy. She pulled him aside. The boy blushed and stuttered, "What's wrong?" Xianxia said with a serious face, "Do you have ice?" "Yes, we do." The waiter thought that she wanted an iced drink. "I'll get it for you." "Okay, give me a bucket." "A bucket?" The waiter was shocked by Xianxia's words. Xianxia put her hands together and said softly, "Also, give me an empty bucket. A basin is fine too. Please, I need it urgently." Is it okay to freeze ice cubes?" "Yes, yes. Please hurry up." "Thank you." Xianxia didn't know where the female lead went, and the sudden development of drugging was also very unexpected. However, at this critical moment, it was obviously not suitable to detoxify the poison herself. Tonight's appearance was equally important to Guyu. He definitely didn't want to miss it. Guyu was a very enterprising person. Therefore, Xianxia had to use a strong drug. The waiter was very helpful. After a while, he came back with a bucket. Xianxia took it with difficulty. "Hello, do you need me to help you?" He couldn't bear to see her like this. "Please help me find a suit." "Do you have a spare in the hotel?" "I'm about 1.8 meters tall. Don't be too small." "Oh, by the way, get me a towel too." Time was tight, and there was no time to get a room. Xianxia could only let Guyu suffer a little and make do in the bathroom. When Guyu saw Xianxia coming over with a bucket of ice and an empty bucket, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xianxia's face was deep. "Have you heard of the ice bucket challenge?" Guyu went into the bathroom. For safety reasons, Xianxia shamelessly waited outside the men's bathroom. At this time, there were very few people in the bathroom. Xianxia waited for a while. When she heard the sound of water in the bathroom, she gradually relaxed. At this moment, a man walked down the corridor. He was an employee of the company. When he saw Xianxia, he was stunned at first. Then, he pointed at the men's bathroom awkwardly. "That," Xianxia asked sincerely, "are you in a hurry?" "I'm not in a hurry, the men's bathroom is broken. You can go to the other one." The two of them stared at each other. For a moment, the atmosphere was very awkward. The man scratched his head. He didn't dare to ask Xianxia how she knew that the bathroom was broken. He could only say embarrassedly, "Then I'll go to the other bathroom." Xianxia still looked sincere. "Have a good time in the bathroom." After watching the man leave, Xianxia wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. She felt that she had lost all her face today. She was afraid that the next day, there would be rumors in the whole company about why Xianxia stayed motionless in the men's bathroom. Guyu would never forget this night for the rest of his life. He filled the empty bucket with water, scooped ice cubes into it, and poured it on his body. This cycle repeated over and over again. He felt the biting cold over and over again. His muscles were stiff, his face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. However, he gritted his teeth and endured. He gritted his teeth and poured the ice water. His mind was full of the future and the past. He thought of many things. Since he was a child, his parents taught him to take responsibility. However, from this moment on, he could no longer bear the identity of an older brother. The last trace of warmth he had for Su Being was poured with ice water. His heart was cold, and his head was numb. Until the end, he still couldn't feel any hot emotions. He wiped the water stains on his body with a wooden face and changed into a black suit. The shoulders were a little narrow, but the size was still suitable. Guyu walked out of the door with the bucket. His face had returned to its usual calm and gentle state. If it weren't for his wet hair and pale and stiff skin, his current predicament would have been exposed. Xianxia said, "Leave the bucket here. Someone will come to collect it later. You tidy up your appearance here. I'll go over first to avoid suspicion." Xiao. Xianxia turned around with a puzzled expression. He retracted his outstretched fingers and pursed his lips into a straight line. Looking at the beautiful face, he restrained his emotions. His tone and emotions were just right to express his gratitude. "Xianxia, thank you. I'll definitely remember today's kindness in my heart." Xianxia was amused by his serious look. She slapped Guyu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Hey, don't be so polite. Behave well later." Guyu looked at her and smiled. He grunted in acknowledgement. On the other side, Tunan stood on the stage. He was burning with anxiety when he didn't see Xianxia and Guyu. He gave a look to the Jiao fan and the others to look for them. When the newcomers were introduced later, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves if both of them weren't around. As he was speaking, Xianxia walked out from the side. The Jiao fan heaved a sigh of relief and jogged to Xianxia. She asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, where did you go?" Xianxia tidied her hair and said, "I went to the bathroom. Sorry, my stomach is a little upset." "That's good. Hurry up and get ready." Xianxia arrived just in time. In the vast sea of people, Tunan found her at a glance. He very naturally changed the topic to the grand introduction of the newcomers. The first to appear was Xianxia. Tunan took a step forward. Xianxia walked onto the stage and stood in the middle of the crowd's discussion. Tunan cleared his throat and said, "Before this, some people doubted our Miss Ruan's ability. Here, I want to clarify 2 points. First, our selection is very fair. Miss Ruan came to Jiaqing with an absolute lead in the voting. This is something that everyone can see. There is no such thing as internal stripping. Secondly, and most importantly, Miss Ruan is the main creator of our new game, Tale of Wuxia. She added a lot of her own inspiration into the game and brought us quite a surprise. She has contributed greatly to this success. Here, please give her a round of applause." Tunan's words caused an uproar in the crowd. They didn't expect that the central idea came from Xianxia. The originally disdainful looks turned into admiration and recognition. At first, the applause to welcome Xianxia was frivolous because everyone was cheering for her appearance. But this time, most of them were sincerely applauding for her. When the applause stopped, Xianxia was infected by their emotions and was somewhat happy. Her hand holding the microphone trembled slightly, revealing her emotions. But she was very calm on the surface. She didn't even stutter in her introduction and "thank you." She finished speaking smoothly. Tunan was originally prepared to save the scene and thought of how to continue the conversation for Xianxia. She was so natural and unrestrained that Tunan secretly gave her a thumbs up. Xianxia bowed. When she was about to leave the stage, Tunan smiled and said, "Well done. I was almost scared to death." Xianxia's stiff expression almost made Tunan laugh. If it wasn't for the occasion, he would have teased this cute little sister-in-law. Xianxia walked down the stage and was greeted by Guyu, who was dressed in a suit. The two looked at each other and smiled. The moment they brushed past each other, Xianxia whispered, "Good luck." "Thank you." When Guyu went on stage to introduce himself, Xianxia was already ready to slip away. She told Elder Meng and quietly took her coat. She also asked the obedient and good-tempered waiter to pack a lot of food home. Xianxia thought that the real big boss should also eat at the company's annual meeting, instead of staying at home alone. In the hustle and bustle, no one noticed that she had quietly disappeared. The door was opened. There was only a small light in the living room, which was dim and lonely. Qingjun, who was sitting on the sofa with one hand behind his head, seemed to be in a daze. Hearing the movement, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia with some surprise. He asked slowly, "Why are you back so early?" Xianxia shook the heavy bag of packed food in her hand and smiled. "I'm back for the annual meeting." "What do you think, boss?" He was stunned for a moment. His tone was still gentle, but it was tinged with warmth. "Okay." At the company's request, Xianxia opened a Weibo account. After thinking for a long time, she finally thought of a name that had nothing to do with Qiu. It took her a day and she almost died on the spot. According to the secretary, when Boss Tu heard Xiao's name, his facial muscles twitched. His eyes looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. He knocked on the table and said, "Fat bird first. This name is pretty good, pretty good." Xiao could already imagine Tu Nan's expression of wanting to laugh but not being able to do so. Didn't he think this name was very cute? Xiao expressed that she was very satisfied. The Weibo account Fat Bird First was created with the title of the Artist of Gallantry. In addition to the company's official announcement, it immediately attracted the first batch of onlookers. They rushed into Weibo and only saw one Weibo post, "Fat Bird First, hello, what are you guys eating tonight? Let me know." Therefore, the netizens who originally came to confess immediately forgot their original intention and left comments on Weibo about their dinner. Many people's pictures were pushed to the front row. A good interaction turned into a large-scale dinner exchange. It was a strange scene. 2 hours later, Fat Bird Flying First updated his Weibo with a few simple words, "Dinner." The accompanying picture was an unfiltered picture of delicious food. There were a few home-cooked dishes on the table. There were meat and vegetables. The red and green colors were very beautiful. Paired with 2 bowls of white rice, it looked very appetizing. They really wanted to go up and eat. "Wow, is this made by the blogger? She can draw and cook. She's simply a little fairy. Who's the person next to her? I'm jealous. I want to eat too. The life of a fairy. I'm very jealous." Those who didn't know would think that it was a food blogger. The style of Weibo had completely deviated to something unrelated to the company. The comments were only left with confessions and foodies. There were a few brainless haters, but they were immediately suppressed. Like stones sinking into water, they disappeared without a trace. Xiao had opened a Weibo in her previous life, but the number of fans was much smaller than now. At that time, she also shared her drawings and had nothing to do. Occasionally, she would post some photos of tourist attractions. The number of active fans was not many, but it was harmonious. Now, the number of fans had increased. Xiao received many private messages and mentions in one night, which made her a little nervous. Fortunately, there were only a few people who wanted to find trouble with her. Of time. And the number. In just a few days. Xiao was surprised. "I didn't expect there to be so many people. For a blogger like her who rarely posted and didn't know how to manage her business, she should be very indifferent. That's to be expected. You. It. E2. Qiu. Of. 2. My. Then. Old Meng put a bag of winter dates on Xiao's desk. "This is a specialty from her hometown. She said she would give you one. Don't think it's ugly. The dates are crispy and sweet. They taste good." Xiao thanked him hurriedly. During this time, the attitude of the company's employees towards Xiao had changed a lot. Not only were they more respectful to her, but they also did not dare to talk to Xiao easily. They looked at her as if they were looking at a big boss. Even Boss Tu was respectful to Xiao. They would be looking for trouble if they did not know what was good for them. At first, Xiao wanted to integrate with the company's employees. Later, she thought it through and realized that she did not have to force herself to integrate with them. In the beginning, she was parachuted in halfway. Her position was not low. Now that she was a core employee, she could not integrate with them. It was a burden for both of them. Hearing Xianxia's words, Old Meng smiled and said that it was good that she had thought it through. Guyu did well on the day of the annual meeting. Recently, he was very popular. He was interviewed many times and his handsome face could be seen in many online media. His appearance was as good as his personality. How could such a person not attract fans? Xianxia met him once in the company. Guyu was very polite and very gentlemanly. The two of them avoided talking about what happened that day. She didn't know who had drugged Guyu, nor did she know what had happened between them. However, when Xianxia saw the interview, the media asked Guyu if he was in a relationship. He said that he was single. Xianxia knew that Su Being's path was not as simple as it was in the book. At this time in the book, when Guyu was asked this question by the media, he had a gentle smile on his face and openly announced that he was his fiancée. He did not intend to avoid arousing suspicion at all. His actions attracted a wave of fans. After the new year, at the beginning of January, he would participate in the competition as a member of the Jiaqin Club. This would be Guyu's last competition. It would also be the most glorious battle of his life. After winning the championship, his wish would be fulfilled. He would move from the front of the stage to behind the scenes and enter the second stage of his life. It had to be said that Xianxia admired men like Guyu, whether it was in the book or not. He was gentle and strong. Now that things had developed to this point, Xianxia did not know who Guyu would end up with. Perhaps after a while, he would coincidentally meet his wife from his previous life. It was hard to say. "Miss Ruan, we're home." The driver reminded Xianxia. Xianxia came back to her senses and thanked him. She carried the dates home. She shrunk her head into her hat. Her hands were stiff and cold from the cold. She only had 2 fingers left to carry the bags. She shivered as she walked home. There was only a small light in the living room. The curtains were drawn, so it was a little dim. Xianxia was stunned and asked, "Qingjun?" The bathroom door was opened. Qingjun wiped his wet short hair and said slowly, "Yes." Xianxia raised her eyebrows suspiciously. "Why are you taking a shower at this time?" Qingjun's eyes drifted, but his expression was still very calm. "I want to take a shower." Xianxia was speechless. It was an unconvincing and meaningless reason. This was the 4th time recently that Xianxia suddenly saw Qingjun coming out of the shower when she was looking for him. Qingyuan usually came and went like a ghost. If she didn't occasionally get up in the early morning and late at night to go to the bathroom, she would almost think that this guy never took a shower and would even stretch out his legs and stare at her with his eyes wide open. The two of them looked at each other. Xianxia could not help but walk forward. She grabbed Qingjun's arm and sniffed him hard. Under the dim yellow light, the two of them stared at each other. The scene was unbelievably beautiful. Xianxia's soft and cold fingers clasped tightly onto his warm and firm arms. She could smell the steam and the scent of the shower gel on his body. She raised her head. Her pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were slightly raised. Her rosy lips curved into a beautiful arc, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. Her face was a little red. Her eyes were shining like the countless stars in the Milky Way. Then she said faintly, "Why do you spray perfume after taking a shower?" "Qingjun, you smell wrong." "Xianxia, I just smelled it 2 days ago." "It's Gucci men's perfume, right?" "Qingjun, you smell wrong." "Xianxia, more than 1,000 yuan." Qingjun was not confident. "You smell wrong." A certain someone refused to admit it. Xianxia originally wanted to give Qingjun a bottle of perfume as a birthday gift. However, after trying a bunch of perfume, she found that the smell was not as good as Qingjun's clean and fresh scent. Besides, there were not many opportunities for him to spray perfume. It would be better to buy a gift bag of snacks to make a certain someone happy. Now it seemed that Qingjun liked perfume, thus, Xianxia misunderstood. Xianxia said, "I'll go wash the winter dates first." After that, she walked towards the kitchen, leaving Qingjun standing there alone. A cool breeze blew. He thought silently. This was not what the tutorial said. Which step did I go wrong? Oh, by the way, what are your plans for the New Year holiday? To Ruan Xiuqiu's surprise, Qingjun said in a gentle tone that he was going on a business trip. Business trip? Ruan Xiuqiu was confused. Why do you have to go on a business trip on New Year's Day? Who would work? Qingjun wiped the water droplets on his hair. I have personal work to deal with. Ruan Xiuqiu was a little distressed for a moment. Then wouldn't her plan be ruined? Plans could never keep up with changes. Ruan Xiuqiu had to put aside her plan to give Qingjun a birthday surprise for the time being. Qingjun only said that he had to go on a business trip because of work. Unfortunately, it happened to be the New Year's holiday. Ruan Xiuqiu thought about how to proceed with the plan as she munched on the winter dates, one after another. So, the next day, Ruan Xiuqiu went to work with a red pimple between her eyebrows. She secretly took out a small mirror and looked at her face. If she had known, she would have covered it with concealer. Now, she had a bright red pimple. She was teased by Elder Meng for a long time, saying that it was a cinnabar mole from her previous life and that she should cherish it. Ruan Xiuqiu was very unhappy with her sad face. When she was drawing in the afternoon, she put a red mole between the eyebrows for the valiant heroine. Elder Meng took a look and said, "Oh, this is a bit interesting." Ruan Xiuqiu was expressionless. Please treat every woman with a cinnabar mole well. Elder Meng laughed. In the evening, the fat bird flew first and posted on Weibo. Little fairy with pimple, heart. The accompanying picture was still in black and white. The heroine was sitting on a branch of a big tree with one foot on the branch and a grass in the corner of her mouth. She was bored and in a daze. The only different color was the bright red cinnabar mole on her forehead, as if the whole picture had come to life. In just an hour, there were tens of thousands of comments. A lot of people praised her for being cute. Ruan Xiuqiu set the sketch as her profile picture. The secretary sent a message to Ruan Xiuqiu, saying that Tu Nan had just finished a meeting and was sitting in his office to deal with work. It was convenient for him to talk to Ruan Xiuqiu. Ruan Xiuqiu got the message and trotted to Tu Nan's office. Tu Nan was still like an elite 1 second, but the next second, when he saw Ruan Xiuqiu, he instantly became a shameless bootlicker. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful today. Sister-in-law, sit down. What do you want to drink? Sister-in-law, have you been busy with work recently? Sister-in-law, Ruan Xiuqiu, stop, stop, stop. She was dizzy from being called sisters-in-law by Tu Nan. Tu Nan turned serious in a second. Is there a problem at work? No, it's actually a private matter. Tu Nan secretly wondered if the couple was having a cold war again. He pulled a chair and sat opposite Ruan Xiuqiu. He looked like he was all ears. Go ahead. Ruan Xiuqiu asked cautiously, where is Qingjun going on a business trip on New Year's Day? New Year's Day? Business trip? Tu Nan was stunned. He did not receive any news that Qingjun was going on a business trip. Moreover, how could he let his boss go on a business trip at this time? He was the person who was most unwilling to move. If there was no one else to do it, he would rather be lazy and not accept the cooperation. However, Tu Nan realized that his boss must have lied to his sister-in-law. As a loyal and professional bootlicker, he was very dedicated to his job. He immediately cooperated with Ruan Xiuqiu and said, yes, I'm going on a business trip. I'm quite busy. Ruan Xiuqiu let out a long sigh of disappointment. It seemed that Qingjun's business trip was not going to change. Then, the restaurant and movie tickets that she had booked in advance would have to be cancelled. The surprise that she had prepared would also be cancelled. Tu Nan asked, sister-in-law, what's wrong? Do you have something to say? Nothing, I just didn't expect someone to work during the holidays. Ruan Xiuqiu stood up. I thought we could celebrate the New Year together. By the way, is his business trip far away? Tu Nan coughed dryly. It should be quite far, I guess. Ruan Xiuqiu, ? It's in that H city. It would take more than 3 hours to fly from H city. It was indeed not close. Wan Qiuqiu understood that the possibility of Qingjun coming back early was not high, so she had to completely give up the plan. After Wan Qiuqiu left, Tu Nan had already filled in 10,000 small dramas in his mind. Although he did not know what the couple would do, Tu Nan still adhered to the good qualities of an employee and kept Qingjun's secret at all times. As for what exactly was going on, Tu Nan did not have the courage to ask Qingjun. He could only silently swallow his doubts. When he thought about how his boss would praise him when he knew about his painstaking efforts and cooperation, he would definitely give him a promotion, raise his salary, marry a rich and beautiful woman, and reach the peak of his life. Cough, 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 there was no need for a promotion. He was already about to rise to the sky. Tu Nan was very satisfied with his smart behavior of acting according to the circumstances. Wan Qiuqiu was busy canceling all kinds of appointments the whole night. Because it was a holiday, the appointments were very busy. Wan Qiuqiu's cancellations caused her to lose a lot of deposits, which was very painful. She was counting the money painfully and did not notice that Qingjun had glanced in her direction several times. An hour later, Qingjun finally realized that he had been completely ignored. He was wearing a black sweater and trousers today. His collar was a little loose, revealing his slender collarbone. His skin was milky white, unlike the usual pale skin that was often not exposed to sunlight, and there were no spots or traces of pores. Wan Qiuqiu was envious of his good skin. Qingjun sat next to Wan Qiuqiu and pressed the channel a few times. The TV suddenly jumped to an interview. The person being interviewed was Guyu. Wan Qiuqiu was distracted when she suddenly heard Guyu's voice. She subconsciously raised her head. Oh? It's Guyu? As soon as she finished speaking, the TV screen went black. Qingjun calmly hid the remote control. The TV seems to be broken. Wan Qiuqiu. Do I look like a 3-year-old? Although she was a little puzzled by Qingjun's behavior, Guyu was currently signed to Jiaqing and was an official employee of Jiaqing. Wasn't it the boss's duty to increase the ratings and see how the employees would perform? However, Wan Qiuqiu was too lazy to ask more. Qingjun always did things for no reason, and she was already used to it. Wan Qiuqiu said, "Then I'll go back to my room. Good night." There was still one more day of work before she could have a good rest. Wan Qiuqiu was already prepared to sleep until the sky turned dark and eat takeout under the blanket. Bang. This was the sound of the door closing. Qingjun, who was sitting on the sofa, was silent. He quietly took out a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips from under the sofa and ate them while thinking about the next step of his plan. He was supposed to get information from Wan Qiuqiu today, but he had already failed halfway. However, he still had a plan to salvage the situation. He was very confident. Qingjun did as he said. He packed his suitcase early in the morning and looked like he was ready to go on a long trip. Wan Qiuqiu was busy changing her clothes and did not forget to remind him to bring the things he should bring. Qingjun looked indifferent, as if he was going out to play. Wan Qiuqiu looked at him and was anxious for him. If time allowed, she would have to watch Qingjun put everything into his suitcase one by one. Before Wan Qiuqiu left, she said, "Be careful on the road. I won't send you off." Okay. And Wan Qiuqiu almost blurted out a happy birthday. She thought for a moment, touched her nose, and said, "Forget it, it's nothing. Take care of yourself." Although Qingjun was quite worrisome, he was still fine. Without her, there should not be any problems. After watching Wan Qiuqiu leave, Qingjun waved goodbye to her politely. As soon as the door closed, he immediately started to move. According to the strategy guide, he planned to prepare a beautiful candlelit dinner. Of course, candles, red wine, and steak were indispensable. Wan Qiuqiu did not know that Qingjun was lying. She was a little absent-minded the whole day. Since Qingjun was not around, she should go to the company's party and sing and eat with everyone. Even after work, she was still not sure if she should go to the party. When Wan Qiuqiu thought of going back to an empty house, she suddenly felt a little bored. An idea flashed in her mind, why don't I just buy a plane ticket to celebrate the festival with Qingjun? They would definitely discuss business during the day, and they could celebrate together at night. Going to another city might be a good choice. Wan Qiuqiu was a little excited when there was an occasional trip. She was a person of action and meant what she said. She told the driver that she still had something to do and immediately took a taxi to the airport. On the way, Xianxia quickly booked the ticket. Fortunately, she had her ID card with her. However, she did not bring her cosmetics. She could only buy some travel clothes at the last minute to make do. The nearest flight was at 9 o'clock in the evening. It would be almost 8 o'clock if she arrived at the airport at this time. It should be faster if she did not need to send her luggage. Xianxia ran quickly as soon as she got out of the car. Along the way, she took the ticket and went through the security check to find the boarding gate. She was very efficient and successfully arrived at the boarding gate before 9 o'clock. The check-in had already started. Xianxia lined up for the check-in and sat in her seat. She was lucky enough to buy a seat by the window. However, this time, she was not in the first-class cabin. Qingjun was not next to her. Sitting next to her was a couple. The man was a little distracted and peeked at Xianxia a few times. When his girlfriend found out, she pulled his ear and changed seats with him. Only then did he stop. There were still a few minutes before the plane took off. Xianxia turned on her phone and opened the chat history with Qingjun. Xianxia, I'm going to find you. Are you surprised? The plane will take off soon. I'll see you in a few hours after that. Xianxia turned off her phone and leaned against her seat to rest. Qingjun, who was ready, was patiently waiting at home for Xianxia to come back from dinner. Then, he received a message from Xianxia saying that she was looking for him. Qingjun, where was she going to find him? In the sky, he reacted very quickly and directly called Tunan. Qingjun rarely called Tunan. When Tunan saw the caller ID, he was shocked. He ignored his blind date's reaction and immediately went to the side to pick up the phone. Boss, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're working overtime again? Qingjun's voice was faint. Did you tell her where I went? Tunan was stunned at first. Then, he realized who Qingjun was referring to. I casually came up with H City. Why? Don't tell me sister-in-law went to find you? F***CK. Tunan's response was the sound of the phone being hung up. He pulled a long face and suddenly forgot that he was still on a blind date. Oh no, this time I'm in trouble. After Qingjun hung up the phone, he immediately called Xianxia. When he called, there was only a prompt, sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. He picked up his coat and rushed to the airport to check Xianxia's flight number. Xianxia almost fell asleep. She only felt that she had slept for a long time, but the plane still did not take off. At this moment, the broadcast on the plane sounded, and a gentle girl slowly said, passengers of this flight, due to a sudden snowstorm at the destination, the weather is bad and we can't take off. We can only temporarily cancel this flight. We are very sorry for the impact. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding passengers began to complain. Probably no one had expected such a situation to happen. Generally speaking, the flight would be cancelled about a day in advance. How could they change it now? Needless to say, the other flights to H City must have been cancelled. Xianxia was also stunned. Her first thought was that Qingwan wouldn't be trapped there, right? The flight attendant was still comforting everyone's emotions softly. Uncontrollable factors like the weather affecting the flight were inevitable. Xianxia could only take out her phone and plan to cancel the flight and go home to sleep. As soon as Xianxia turned on her phone, she saw several messages from Qingjun. I'm not on a business trip. You got off the plane before it took off. I saw that the flight was cancelled. Where are you? I'm at the airport. Qingjun's series of messages shocked Xianxia. Then, she realized. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Qingjun did not go on a business trip? What was this guy doing? Xianxia followed the other passengers off the plane and called Qingjun. As soon as she stepped out of the door, snowflakes fell from the sky. Xianxia shivered and found that the ground was already white. The phone screen showed that she had called the other party. The next second, the phone was frozen and ran out of battery in an instant. It automatically shut down. Xianxia. Don't die. F***CK. She did not bring her charger. At this moment, Xianxia only felt 10,000 alpacas galloping in her heart. She walked quickly to the airport, praying that she could borrow a charger later. When she returned to the hall, there was a sea of people, and she could not see Qingjun at all. Xianxia rebooted her phone with a headache. Fortunately, there was still 5% battery left. Xianxia successfully turned on her phone. She saw several missed calls from Qingjun. Xianxia immediately initiated a video call. With a beep, the other party picked up. Xianxia said, "My phone is about to lose power. Where are you?" On the other end of the video, Qingjun was also standing in the airport hall. There were people coming and going behind him, so Xianxia couldn't see his coordinates at all. Qingjun said, "Stay where you are." Xianxia, His phone was turned off again. Xianxia. She was speechless. Just as Xianxia was looking around, Qingjun's slow voice came from behind, "What are you looking at?" Xianxia was so frightened that she almost jumped up. She turned around and saw the calm Qingjun standing behind her. Xianxia didn't know whether to be surprised or frightened. She glared at him. "What's wrong with you? Why didn't he go on a business trip?" Qingjun's eyes drifted. "The weather is not good. Cancel it." Xianxia. "Isn't your flight during the day?" "Yes, it's cancelled." Although Qingjun answered very calmly, Xianxia's sixth sense told her that Qingjun must be lying. But, forget it. Originally, it was to celebrate his birthday. No one would have thought that something like this would happen. Xianxia sighed. "Let's go home." The two of them took a few steps forward. Xianxia glanced at Qingjun and then looked at Qingjun again. Qingjun couldn't help but check if he had the same hands and feet. "Hey," Xianxia asked, "were you in a hurry when you came?" Qingjun rarely sweated, but at this moment, the roots of his hair were soaked with water. The sweat on his neck dripped down and wet his collar. He was silent when he walked, as if he was usually calm and composed. However, the signs on his body told Xianxia that he must have undergone intense exercise just now. Qingjun was quiet for a second and replied in a gentle tone, "It's because of the snow." "I see." Xianxia suddenly understood. Thinking about it, how could Qingwan possibly rush here because of her? He had a habit of doing everything slowly, and even went to drink a glass of water during a competition. With such a slow personality, he probably wouldn't be in an anxious mood. The two of them went out, and the rustling snowflakes hit their faces. On the way to the airport, there was no sign of snow at all. However, in a short time, the road was already a vast expanse of white. Qingjun called a taxi. The two of them sat in the back, and neither of them had the intention to speak first. Xianxia glanced at him. "Aren't you curious why I came to find you? You want to go out and play?" He gave the most likely answer. Qingjun immediately ruled out the possibility that Xianxia would run to another city because of him. "You guessed wrong." The driver turned on the radio. The host was counting down and was about to play a song to celebrate a Happy New Year's Day. Although this was not a suitable time, there was no cake, no beautiful atmosphere, no blessing songs, and there was a long snowfall outside the car window, covering the sky and the earth. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was suddenly touched. When the host counted down to the last number, she took out a small piece of cake that had been tilted into a lump from her bag and said to Qingjun, "Happy birthday." Happy songs sounded from the radio. The driver turned up the volume so that it almost covered Xianxia's words. Qingjun's eyelids were originally lowered. After hearing Xianxia's words, he was instantly stunned. His slender eyes stared at Xianxia, and he didn't say a word. When his dark eyes stared at someone, it made people feel nervous. The same was true for Xianxia. Xianxia coughed dryly. "Aren't you going to say something, Mr. Qing? Don't tell me you dislike my cake because it's too ugly?" Xianxia looked down at the soft cake. Yes, it was indeed ugly. She planned to take it back into her bag. However, Qingjun suddenly took it, just like how he suddenly took away Xianxia's sheep dung ball. He held it in his hand, opened it, and took a bite with a fork. "Don't say it's not delicious." Although there are not many pieces left in the cake shop, this one was definitely the best looking before it was disfigured, so. "It's delicious." His eyebrows were relaxed, and his voice was very low. He took another big bite as he spoke. Xianxia was really afraid that he would choke. What she didn't know was that Qingjun had never celebrated his birthday since his mother passed away. The birthday cake was a memory from many years ago for him. The greasy sweetness on the tip of his tongue was familiar yet strange. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Although she knew that Qingjun was a foodie, things like birthday cakes were more of a kind of mood. She said, "Do you know that the movie and restaurant I booked were cancelled? I'm so angry. If you didn't cancel your flight unexpectedly, I really wanted to beat you up." Cough, cough, cough. Qingjun suddenly coughed. Qingjun, who was eating the cake, immediately realized that if Xianxia saw the dinner that had obviously been prepared at home, she would probably face a storm in her life. "Xianxia? What's wrong with you?" "Qingjun, I think I choked. Let's go to the hospital, the emergency room." Xianxia responded to him with a death stare. "Do you think I'm stupid? Most people couldn't choke on a cake and be hospitalized. Besides, Qingjun obviously looked fine and could speak normally. How could he choke?" Xianxia was speechless. "Are you looking for trouble?" What she didn't know was that a certain someone's desire to live that he hadn't experienced for a long time suddenly came online. Qingjun ate half of the cake and there was cream on the corner of his lips. He held the cake and looked out of the window. After a few seconds, he said faintly, "My heart doesn't feel well. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup." Xianxia glanced at him. "Did you suddenly stop? Or are you going to become a deity? Congratulations, you've succeeded in fasting." Qingjun, after a while. "Qingjun, I think, shut up." Xianxia was a little puzzled. Why did Qingjun suddenly want to go to the hospital? Qingjun was still looking out of the window at the flashing buildings and asked, "Let's go shopping." "Don't you like shopping the most?" "Xianxia, it's already midnight. Which shop will still be open?" "Taobao?" Qingjun asked seriously, "Is the Taobao shop open?" "Xianxia. What do you want?" The man sitting on the other side lowered his head when he heard that. His hand tightly gripped the plastic box of the cake. His hair was still wet and drooped down. His slender and thick eyelashes covered the emotions in his eyes. His whole body exuded a pitiful aura like a baby, making people feel sorry for him. He whispered, "I don't want to go home." He would die. Xianxia instantly thought of many things. Qingwan had probably spent his birthdays with his mother in the past. Now that he was home, he was reminded of the past and must be feeling very sad. Thinking back to the time when she lived alone, Xianxia felt sad. She patted Qingjun's shoulder and comforted him softly. "Since you don't want to go back, let's find a place." How about going to the cinema?" If they wanted to find a place that wasn't crowded, only the cinema might be able to accommodate the two of them. As for the hotel, they couldn't even think about it. At this time, there must be couples applauding everywhere. Qingjun quickly agreed. Therefore, when they were only a few kilometers away from home, the driver turned and took them to a cinema. After paying, Xianxia walked out of the cinema, trembling, and saw Qingjun taking out the cake box. Xianxia was a little amused. "There's only 1 or 2 mouthfuls left. If you don't want to eat, then forget it." Qingwan replied, "I haven't finished eating." Qingjun was indeed a homebody expert. Xianxia agreed with his behavior of not wasting food. The two of them entered the cinema. At this time, there was no one waiting in the hall. There were only a few waiters who were playing with their phones. Their arrival immediately attracted their attention. Several people greeted Xianxia and Qingjun enthusiastically, giving Xianxia the illusion that she was being served in a restaurant. Let's buy 2 movie tickets. It's the latest screening." "Alright. Set meal for 2, a large portion of popcorn." "Alright, no problem." The waiter stuffed a large bucket full of popcorn. Xianxia trembled when she took it, afraid that it would spill on the ground. Fortunately, Qingjun moved quickly and helped her catch it. Xianxia held 2 cups of cola. The two of them were just in time for a comedy movie and entered the cinema in a few minutes. After the drinks were placed, there were only a few couples in the cinema. They sat in the last row, and only Xianxia and Qingjun sat in the center. Xianxia was a little depressed. Are they stupid? Sitting in the last row to watch a movie? The movie effect is very poor. Qingjun didn't answer her. He put the popcorn in Xianxia's arms and said calmly, I'm going out to take a call. Huh? Okay. Xianxia watched Qingjun leave and suddenly froze. The movie hadn't started yet. Why did Qingjun go out to take a call? Qingjun, who walked out of the cinema, leaned against the wall and sent a message in the chat group. Qingjun, who's awake? It's urgent. Tunan immediately jumped out in the group. I'm here. Ever since Qingjun hung up the phone, he was a little absent-minded. The overseas returnee who went on the blind date was a smart person. She realized that Tunan wasn't very interested in her, so she politely found an excuse to leave. Therefore, Tunan still couldn't get rid of his singlehood on the last day of the year. He was anxious on the way home. He didn't know what was going on between Qingjun and his sister-in-law. Tunan didn't expect that Xianxia would chase after Qingjun. His sister-in-law looked soft and weak, but she was actually very bold. Unable to sleep at night, Tunan tried to relieve his anxiety by playing Fight the Landlord. At this time, he received a message from Qingjun. As if he had been pardoned, he immediately became a bootlicker. Qingjun sent him a private message. Qingjun, come and get my keys. Help me go home and tidy up my room. Tunan? Qingjun, clean up all the decorations in the living room. Here are the coordinates. Tunan, boss, can I ask why? Qingjun, no. Tunan. I'll go and find you right away. If the boss said it was good, then it was good. If the boss didn't want to ask, then don't ask. Tunan knew the rules of a bootlicker. He was full of energy and told himself that he must seize the opportunity to make Qingjun forget what happened today. Qingjun returned to the theater again. The movie was about to start. He sat next to Xianxia and glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eye. She was watching the advertisement on the big screen with great interest while eating popcorn. Xianxia handed the popcorn to Qingjun eat. To her surprise, Qingyuan actually refused. Xianxia was in disbelief. Qingjun had never refused her when it came to food. She asked carefully, are you really not feeling well? Qingjun, when the movie started, the theater was dark. Xianxia could vaguely hear rustling sounds behind her. Xianxia couldn't help but look back. As far as her eyes could see, there were several young couples who were either cuddling sweetly or kissing passionately. She and Qingjun sat upright in the center. It was as if they were on an island and didn't fit in with their surroundings. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder you're sitting in the last row. Why did you come here to be intimate? Before she finished speaking, Xianxia's head was pressed by Qingjun's hand and turned back. His voice was slow as he said, watching a movie. Oh. As they spoke, Qingjun glanced at his phone. I'm going out to take a call. Are you really okay? Xianxia was a little worried. It's nothing. Qingjun walked out of the theater. Tunan was waiting at the door. When he saw Qingjun, he smiled awkwardly and said, Boss, good evening. Qingjun took out the key from his pocket and handed it to him. Take a picture when you're done. Okay, no problem. Tunan saluted him. I promise you, I'll definitely complete the task. The next second, Tunan successfully received a cold glance from the boss. He realized that today's accident was caused by him. He immediately bade farewell with a gloomy face and ran to complete the task given by the boss. Xianxia watched the movie with relish. She took a big gulp of iced cola and burped. Qingjun sat beside her and helped Xianxia hold the popcorn. Xianxia lowered her voice and asked, Is it about work? Qingjun, yes. At the same time, Tunan quickly arrived at Qingjun's house. He carefully turned on the lights and was shocked by the scene in front of him. The curtains were drawn, and there were scented candles in the room. The table was covered with a tablecloth, and there were red wine and wine glasses on it. There was also a cold steak. The boss was simply making a big move. Tu Nan was stunned by his old-fashioned way of wooing his wife. In his mind, how could Qingjun arrange such a dating scene? It was simply impossible. It turned out that the cold-hearted boss was like this when he was in love. Not to mention, it was quite cute. Tu Nan chuckled and suddenly realized that he looked a little wretched. He coughed dryly and decided to quickly start the rescue operation. Although he didn't know why Qingjun wanted him to clean up these things, Tu Nan decided not to do anything unnecessary and cause trouble. He forgot that Qingjun wanted him to put the things in Qingjun's study and put them all in the kitchen. He neatly cleaned up the candles and tablecloth, put the wine and food back in their original places, and finally put everything back in place. Tu Nan wiped the sweat from his forehead and decided to give his housekeeping aunt more money. Housework was not easy. Money was really not easy to earn. After Tu Nan put everything away, he took a photo and sent it to Qingjun. After Qingjun checked it and confirmed that there were no problems, he replied with an okay so that Tu Nan could successfully retreat. He put away his phone and his movements were very steady. There was no other reason. Wan Qiuqiu didn't stay up late for a long time, so she fell asleep in the second half of the movie. Unknowingly, she fell asleep leaning on Qingjun's shoulder. She slept very deeply. Her soft cheek rubbed against his shoulder, and her eyes were closed. In the dim cinema, she slept so peacefully. Qingjun didn't feel sleepy at all. He sat up stiffly and pressed down the armrest so that Wan Qiuqiu could sleep more comfortably. Wan Qiuqiu smacked her lips and said something in a daze. She fell asleep in Qingjun's arms. He subconsciously hugged her. She was soft and fragrant, like a ball of soft cotton candy. She was so light that he felt it was unreal. He whispered her name, Qiuqiu, Qiuqiu. The person in his arms slept very deeply and didn't seem to want to wake up. Qingjun helped her comb her scattered hair. Wan Qiuqiu felt itchy in her sleep. She frowned impatiently and suddenly grabbed Qingjun's hand. She was sleeping soundly. Her soft fingers hooked around his. Just as she was about to let go, the man reacted quickly and held her hand. His palms were sweating, but he didn't let go. Wan Qiuqiu muttered uncomfortably in her sleep, hot. It was like holding a soldering iron. It was hot and hard, and she couldn't get rid of it. She heard a low good girl in her ear. The voice was soft and hoarse, and it made her heart itch. Wan Qiuqiu fell asleep again in a daze. In the morning, when Wan Qiuqiu woke up, she found herself lying in Qingjun's arms. She blinked and realized that the scene in front of her was a bit like the plot of an idol drama. Wan Qiuqiu looked at Qingjun's face and smiled sweetly. Good morning. The two of them looked at each other, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Qingjun sighed. My legs are numb. Wan Qiuqiu, Qingjun returned home after being hammered. Wan Qiuqiu, who followed him, didn't seem to have slept well. She changed her shoes and went to wash up first. It was the first day of the new year. There should be a good breakfast. Wan Qiuqiu planned to make breakfast after washing up. She went to the kitchen and opened the fridge. Suddenly, she found steak and red wine inside. She opened the cabinet above the range hood, and there was a pile of red candles inside. Wan Qiuqiu? What was going on? Wan Qiuqiu rummaged through the fridge. The steak should have been bought yesterday. There was no steak at home before that. The red wine and candles were also bought. The ingredients and utensils were for 2 people. Everything happened when she was at work. So, Wan Qiuqiu came up with several possibilities. First, Qingjun did not go on a business trip at all. Instead, he invited another dog to have a candlelight dinner at home when she was not there. Second, Qingjun's business trip was cancelled, so he decided to invite another dog to have a candlelight dinner at home. Third, Qingjun had a dog. Wan Qiuqiu believed that one thing could not be convicted based on imagination and weak evidence. She had to find other evidence. She closed the fridge door. Holmes came online instantly. Its eyes were as cold as lightning, and it quickly searched for traces of the room. A woman's meticulousness was terrifying. Wan Qiuqiu checked at the door and found 2 traces of mud on the carpet, which had dried. The marks left by her and Qingjun's shoes were wet. It had just snowed last night, and the carpet had been washed. It must have been left by a third person. Next, Xianxia successfully found a few strands of black hair on the sofa and the dining table. In Xianxia's mind, she immediately imagined the image of a short-haired woman. While Xianxia was imagining the two of them having a secret relationship, Qingjun changed into loose pajamas, rubbed his eyes, and walked out of the study lazily. The two of them looked at each other, staring at each other. Xianxia! Exclamation point. Qingjun? Question mark. I think we have to talk about this formally. Xianxia patted the table and said seriously, didn't we agree that if one of us has someone he likes, we can part on good terms? Qingwan's eyes suddenly became a little strange. Just now, he was still confused and undisciplined, but when Xianxia finished speaking, his eyes instantly became sharp and piercing. It was a little scary to be stared at like this all of a sudden. Xianxia was startled and then realized that it was not right. It was Qingjun who did not keep the agreement. Why was she feeling guilty? Xianxia stood up straight and tried to oppress him with her momentum. Do you still remember? Qingjun walked to the coffee table, bent down slightly, and picked up an orange. After a while, he said slowly and carelessly, I don't remember. Xianxia did not expect that Qingjun would be so shameless. She took the evidence and walked behind Qingjun. She grabbed his arm and tried to lay her cards on the table with Qingjun. Then I'll be frank, the man who was peeling an orange suddenly turned his face away. His hair was fluffy and messy, falling on his full forehead. His thin lips were pursed, and his drooping eyes were long and slender as he glanced sideways at Xianxia. Xianxia was like a weak herbivore that had been captured by a large carnivore. She actually became nervous. She realized that the distance between the two of them was a little too close, so she subconsciously took a step back. Her calf hit the corner of the sofa, but her upper body subconsciously leaned back. She lost all her strength and fell on the sofa, uncontrollably letting out a small cry of surprise. Qingjun took a step forward towards her. His figure was tall, and the light shone on his body. His black shadow shrouded her. He easily supported the back of the sofa with one hand, and his arm was next to Xianxia's ear. His back was to the light, so she could not see his eyes clearly. Xianxia could smell a very faint sour and astringent smell of oranges. She suddenly realized that this fellow was actually trying to use seduction to make her forget about this matter. No. Can. Although you are very good-looking, we still have to talk about the dog, because I don't want to get involved in other people's relationships. You have a dog? It means you have someone outside. Qingjun was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly understood that Xianxia did not want to talk to him about Gu Yu. His tense body relaxed a little, and he asked, why do you think so? What's with the steak and red wine in the fridge? You know it in your heart. Don't play dumb with me. Xianxia was about to raise a few strands of hair in her hand, but she found that she didn't know when they fell to the ground. She looked around with a face of annoyance. There's hair, where is the hair? It ran to. That's Tunan. Qingjun said. Xianxia, huh? Why did Tunan run here? Qingjun's eyes drifted. He said that we were going to celebrate the festival together. So, Tunan knew that you were not going on a business trip, so he came to celebrate the festival with you, but forgot to inform me? Qingjun chose to respond to Xianxia. Yes. This is too much. How can you be so careless? Qingjun was about to nod and continue to respond, but Xianxia's angry face suddenly turned into a sneer. You think I will think so, right? So, why didn't he inform me, and why didn't you inform me? You can even eat steak and drink red wine with a clear conscience. Good for you, you don't want me to eat alone. You want me to waste money on a wasted trip? Seeing that things were getting more and more complicated, Qingjun's desire to survive flared up. Actually, this is all prepared for you. Do you think I will believe it? Too many lies were told, resulting in no one believing the truth. Pinot Chaowan paid a considerable price for this. Not only did he not have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but Xianxia didn't say a word to him on the first day of the new year, treating him as heir. She only cooked for one person, took the bowl back to her room and finished eating, leaving only Qingjun standing alone in the dining room. He sighed. Qingjun returned to the study silently, turned on the computer, went to the homepage of Dang Dang, and swiped to a book he had bought. teach you how to quickly and efficiently get girls to like you. For the first time in his life, he gave a moderate review and added a comment, useless. The book was gloriously sacrificed in the trash can. The most unlucky one was Tunan. After a nap, he woke up to find that the boss and lady boss had blocked him. With tears in his eyes, Tunan sent a message to his circle of friends, "I will never bootlick a dog again," within a few minutes. Tunan's father sent a WeChat message, "When did you raise a dog? Why do you want to bootlick a dog?" Tunan's mother, "Did you drink too much again? Delete it quickly. It's not good to let other girls see it." Tunan. In the evening, Xianxia sat on the sofa and played a game of PUBG. She was very depressed, especially when she fell to the ground several times and was crazily ridiculed by her teammates, which made her even more depressed. "Sister, if you don't know how to play, then don't play. With this skill, you'd better AFK. Xianxia. Do you want to die?" She was about to buy a hack and go back to torture them before she banned them. At this time, Qingjun came out of the study. Xianxia sighed and forgot that she was still angry. She quickly called out to him, "Do you know how to play this game? Come and help me. Help me." With one hand in his pocket, Qingjun walked to Xianxia's side with a tired expression. Just then, he heard a somewhat wretched boy's voice, "Miss, call me hubby, and I'll give you an 8x scope." Xianxia felt a murderous aura out of nowhere. Her back was numb, and goosebumps appeared on her skin. The sofa sank, and Qingjun sat beside her. His body still had the fresh smell of a shower. The next second, that fresh smell completely enveloped Xianxia's whole body. He put one hand over Xianxia's right shoulder, and the crook of his arm pressed heavily on her shoulder. The two of them were very close. Xianxia turned her head and almost touched his neck. She was inexplicably nervous. Qingjun picked up his phone and said briefly, "Watch." Xianxia was a little confused, "Watch what?" Qingjun's fingers could be said to be quite nimble. Xianxia watched as he quickly changed his gun, ran 2 steps left and right tentatively, and fired a shot. When the shot missed, the others began to laugh at him. "Hey, is the girl angry? Hold the gun well." Qingjun's face was expressionless. Amidst the laughter of his teammates, he suddenly blew up the head of a player who was sneaking up on him. Xianxia. His teammates were also stunned. After a while, they said, "F***ck. What happened just now? Did you accidentally hit him? Or did you buy a hack?" Bang! With another bang, he killed the player who was hiding in the corner and preparing to launch a surprise attack. His teammates were dumbfounded by this scene. They were laughing at Xianxia just now, and for a moment, they were embarrassed. At that moment, Qingjun aimed at them, and before they could react, he threw a grenade, and his teammates died on the spot. Only a few people were left in the voice chat, and Qingjun turned it off. They were all reported. Xianxia, who had been watching the whole time, couldn't help but be shocked. "I thought you didn't know how to play this kind of shooting game." Qingjun calmly grunted. However, it was more than enough to deal with this kind of trash. Xianxia remembered that she was still angry with Qingjun, but the two of them were still close to each other, so Xianxia couldn't bring herself to be angry. She cleared her throat, took back her phone, and asked expressionlessly, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Qingjun's eyes lit up. "Sweet and sour fish, oh, noodles, okay." Qingjun, Xianxia put an egg and a half on her noodles and gave Qingjun half. That half was to thank him for taking revenge in the game just now. Qingjun looked at the half egg in front of him and felt very gloomy. But he knew that if he opened his mouth and said no, not to mention the egg, he wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. He decided to eat half of the egg first, in case the egg disappeared. Xianxia asked, "What about the steak?" Qingjun was very witty. "Deal with it as you see fit. Then treat it as a side dish for tomorrow's lunch. It's still edible after heating it up." The next day, Qingjun waited patiently until lunchtime. He opened the lunchbox and found that there was only half a piece of steak in it. Qingjun, Tunan glanced at it and asked in surprise, "Boss, can you eat enough with this?" Qingjun looked at the culprit with faint eyes. Tunanru asked with cold sweat on his forehead, "Do you want me to buy lunch for you?" No need. It turned out that you couldn't offend a foodie, and you couldn't offend a chef. Xianxia ate 1.5 pieces of steak and side dishes for lunch and almost died. She suddenly felt guilty. She didn't know if Qingjun was full. His appetite was much bigger than hers. Elder Meng, who was beside him, tooted and said, "Your lunch is too sumptuous. You're rich. It's free. It's a waste not to eat it." She thought about it for a while and decided to give Qingwan an extra meal at night. She didn't want to dream about the sound of mice gnawing at things in the middle of the night. Xianxia was quite busy today, so she worked overtime until the evening. By the time she finished her work, she was so tired that her back was stiff. It took her a while to stand up straight. She stretched on the spot and her phone beeped. It was a message from Qingjun. "Qingjun, is it over?" Xianxia, "Yeah." At this time, all the employees had already left. Only the technical maintenance department and customer service department were still on duty. Xianxia was about to go to the parking lot when she walked out of the office and saw a familiar figure. She was shocked. "How did you get in?" It was Su Bing. After not seeing her for so many days, Su Bing no longer had her usual radiance. Her skin was dull, and her eyes were haggard. She had lost a lot of weight, but her eyes were filled with stubbornness, and it was shocking to see. "If you're here for Guyu, he's not here." "I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you." Xianxia. Su Bing enunciated each word clearly as if she was biting Xianxia, causing her to involuntarily feel a chill. Xianxia calmly took a step back. She didn't know how Su Bing got past the security guards and ran into Jiaqing's building. She even accurately found the first floor where Xianxia was. At this time, Xianxia couldn't avoid her. She could only hope that the remaining employees of the company would quickly realize that something was wrong with them. "I really didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it." Su Bing squeezed out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "If I'd bumped into Guyu that day when you were drunk and calling out your name, I would have thought." "I thought." She thought that Guyu had found his wife from his previous life. Who would have thought that it was Xianxia? Su Bing thought about how shameless Xianxia was to seduce Guyu before getting a divorce. If it weren't for the fact that the situation didn't allow it, she would have slapped Xianxia and disfigured her innocent face. How could she not know what kind of person Xianxia was? If she really had the ability to draw, she would have been able to fool the two of them. How could she have ended up like that in her previous life? "I thought that I was the only one." Su Bing pursed her lips. "You too, right?" Xianxia, "What?" "You too. You have to start over." Judging from Xianxia's appearance, she should have been reborn earlier than her. That was why she had the upper hand. Su Bing only hated herself for being too careless. She didn't expect that there would be a second person who was reborn. That was why Xianxia had the upper hand and led to the current embarrassing situation. Xianxia suddenly understood. Did Su Bing think that she had also been reborn? Perhaps it was true that she had been reborn. However, she had been reborn in another person's body. She also knew the story that Su Bing didn't know. Xianxia shook her head. "I don't understand what you're talking about. If it's about Guyu, I'm sorry. It's impossible for us to be together. I won't give him any chance. She could get a divorce and be with someone else, but that person would never be Guyu." "Then what do you mean? How many do you still want to keep? You have a good plan. You have a lover outside, but you still have a husband at home. You pretend to be innocent. It's really disgusting." Su Bing's words were very unpleasant. Xianxia didn't want to argue with her. If there was a dispute in the company and the matter was blown out of proportion, it wouldn't affect Su Bing's departure. She still had to continue working. She knew what Su Bing was thinking. She was just deliberately looking for trouble and wanted Xianxia to create a scandal. Xianxia didn't fall for it. She imagined Su Bing as a moldy potato, and her heart suddenly felt lighter. "You can go." Xianxia's tone was very calm. "The security team will be here soon. There are still many employees in the company who haven't gone back. I hope you can think it through. If you make a big fuss here, Guyu will only dislike you more." At the mention of Gu Yu, Su Bing smiled nervously with tears in the corners of her eyes. He doesn't like me. Does he need this little reason to find a reason? Wan Qiuqiu was stunned. She only thought that Gu Yu and Su Bing had a conflict, but she didn't expect there to be a rift between them. Looking at Su Bing's desperate expression at the mention of Gu Yu, Wan Qiuqiu realized that perhaps, without her knowledge, the relationship between the male and female leads had changed drastically. Taking advantage of her stunned moment, Su Bing said in despair, "I can't live a good life." "Why can you?" How could her white moonlight, her childhood sweetheart, revolve around such a woman? She couldn't accept it. Su Bing only wanted to blow this matter up. She wanted Wan Qiuqiu's reputation to be tarnished and she couldn't get out of the mud. Only then would Su Bing be satisfied. Wan Qiuqiu didn't wait for the others to go upstairs. Seeing that Su Bing's expression was getting more and more strange, she cursed in her heart and glanced at the emergency exit. It seemed that she could only escape. At this moment, Su Bing's eyes turned cold and she pushed Wan Qiuqiu with all her strength. Su Bing's plan was to wait for Wan Qiuqiu to fight back. She would scream desperately to attract the attention of the security guards. It would be best if she could make it to the top search and let them see how unbearable the so-called artist Wan Qiuqiu was. Wan Qiuqiu wanted to dodge. But after a day of work, her body was stiff. She tried to twist her body, but she didn't have time to react. Her body was faster than her nerves and she fell backward. The back of her head was about to hit the corner of the table. If things went wrong, he might lose his life. It's over, it's over, it's over. Wan Qiuqiu thought miserably that this collision wouldn't kill her, right? Su Bing let out a scream. Someone moved faster. A figure quickly moved forward and grabbed Wan Qiuqiu. Wan Qiuqiu's vision blurred. Her arm was tightly grabbed and she rolled into a strong embrace. The other party fell heavily to the ground and made a muffled groan. Wan Qiuqiu was so frightened by the dangerous scene that her mind went blank. She was stunned for a few seconds before she hurriedly called out Qingjun's name. "Qingjun! Qingjun! Are you okay?" Qingjun, who acted as a human cushion, fell heavily. His expression didn't change at all, and he didn't even frown. He looked at Wan Qiuqiu without blinking. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. That was an emotion that Wan Qiuqiu had never seen in Qingjun's eyes before. But she didn't have time to think about the real reason at the moment. Wan Qiuqiu was afraid that she would crush Qingjun. Before she could sit up, her waist was tightly wrapped around by a strong force. She almost couldn't breathe. She listened to Qingjun's beating heart with some panic. His muscles were tight and stiff like a stone. Only the hand on Wan Qiuqiu's back was trembling. The trembling was very obvious. Wan Qiuqiu lay on Qingjun's body and didn't dare to breathe. She watched as blood seeped out from Qingjun's shoulder. His gray sweater was dyed with a dark red color. It looked ferocious and terrifying. Wan Qiuqiu was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. "You're bleeding. Let's go to the hospital." "Don't move. Don't move." Qingjun's voice was hoarse, but he didn't loosen his grip. "Let me hold you for a while." It was like a dream, but because of the pain, it was so clear that he couldn't bear to let go. Su Bing, who was next to him, was scared silly. She was about to turn around and run away, but she was blocked by Tu Nan and the other security guards. The security guards directly stepped forward and grabbed Su Bing, not giving her any chance to escape. Tu Nan rushed forward anxiously. For a moment, he forgot that there was someone else beside him. He quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed 120 as he asked about the situation. "Boss, are you okay? How's sister-in-law?" Su Bing was stunned in place. "Boss? Sister-in-law? Wait, isn't Tu Nan the big boss of Jiaqing?" She suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Legend had it that there was a mysterious big boss in Jiaqing who had never shown up. The rumors were very mysterious. Could it be that Qingjun was him? Su Bing's face was pale and she fainted on the spot. Qingjun's right shoulder was scratched by the shards of an empty ink bottle that had fallen to the ground. In a moment of desperation, Wan Qiuqiu did not notice that the ink bottle had fallen. Fortunately, her clothes blocked more shards of glass from piercing her skin. Wan Qiuqiu was worried. Qingjun was brought to the hospital to treat his wound. Su Biying, who had fainted, was dragged to the hospital for a diagnosis. Fortunately, it was only hypoglycemia. She was unconscious and was receiving N4 drip. She would probably wake up soon. Xianxia was restless. She turned around and around, making Tunan dizzy. Tunan could not help but laugh and ask, "Sister-in-law, why are you so anxious?" "It's just a small injury. It's my fault." Xianxia had a chance to escape, but she did not make up her mind at the moment, which led to Qingjun's unexpected disaster. Usually, his body was very flexible. If he had not sat on the chair for a whole day, his body would not have been so stiff that he could not move, and he would not have been pushed down by Su Biying. According to Tunan, Su Biying entered the company through Xiaofeng, who had already resigned. Xiaofeng had a good relationship with several of the security guards. In a short while, Tunan had already dismissed several of the security guards. The police who rushed over asked about the situation, and Xianxia answered truthfully. They had already obtained the surveillance video upstairs. When Su Biying woke up later, they would take a statement and go back to check the video. Because it did not cause any direct harm to Xianxia, Qingjun's injury was not serious. Su Biying's actions did not constitute jail time. Xianxia just wanted to stay away from Su Biying. This woman was crazy. Who knew who would be bitten like a mad dog next? Qingjun came out. Tunan was about to go forward, but was pushed by Xianxia. He then touched his head embarrassedly. His boss probably did not want him to rush forward. It was better to leave some space for the couple. "Are you okay? Are you okay? Does it hurt? Did you hurt your tendons? Can you still use your arm?" Xianxia was really frightened. If something happened to Qingjun's arm, it would affect him for the rest of his life. No matter how much she tried to compensate him, it would be useless. Qingjun's wound looked scary, but in fact, it was very shallow. It would recover in a few days, so it didn't hurt at all. But when he saw Xianxia jogging over with a face full of anxiety and nervousness, his calm expression instantly turned into a frown. "It hurts. Quick, sit down and rest. Do you want some water? I'll pour it for you." "All right." Tunan, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. The boss was too shameless. Qingjun was drinking warm water, and Xianxia was busy taking care of him, almost letting him lie down on the bed to sleep. Tunan's face twitched as he watched. When he received a death stare from his boss, he immediately started sweating profusely and pretended not to see anything. At this moment, a nurse came in and told them that Su Biying had woken up. Qingjun subconsciously stood up, but Xianxia grabbed him and coaxed him like she was coaxing a child. "Just sit here and don't move. We'll be back in a while." Tunan, "Qingjun, sister-in-law, you stay here and accompany the boss. It's not a big deal over there. I'll go over and take a look." Xianxia, "But, it's okay, leave it to me." Xianxia watched Tunan go to another ward. Facing the police's questioning, Su Biying pursed her lips tightly and stared at the ceiling without saying a word. It was not until Tunan entered the ward that she regained her consciousness and looked at Tunan in disbelief. "I just want to ask a question." Facing Su Biying, Tunan didn't have the lively and friendly attitude he usually had with Xianxia. His eyes were as cold as ice, and when he glanced at her, it made her feel cold. "I don't care what reason you have or what doubts you have. You have to understand that you trespassed on Jiaqing's grounds and almost hurt someone. Qingjun is the mysterious big boss, right? Am I right?" Su Biying completely ignored his words and muttered over and over again with a pale face, "I want to see Qingjun. I want to see him." When she became agitated, red blood gushed out of the transparent tube. The nurse beside her quickly held her down and calmed her down. "Xianxia is a liar. She's no different from me. She's just good at pretending. Don't be fooled by her. She was going to get a divorce. She must know that Qingjun has so much money, so she didn't want to get a divorce." Tunan said to the policeman beside him expressionlessly, "Get a doctor to check her mental state. I have reason to suspect that she has bipolar disorder and paranoia. Maybe it's better for her to stay in the sanatorium and recover before coming out." "Okay, we'll contact the doctor tomorrow." On the other side, Xianxia was peeling an orange for Qingjun. Qingjun sat obediently on the hospital bed and waited for Xianxia to bring the orange to his mouth. He silently looked at Xianxia, who was focused on peeling the orange without blinking. Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. She glared at Qingjun in annoyance. "What are you looking at?" "Qingjun, I'm afraid that you'll eat the orange." "Xianxia, Qingjun, peel the white veins clean." "Xianxia, I advise you to be kind." "Thank you." Because Qingjun was injured and it was because of Xianxia, she couldn't do anything too excessive to Qingjun. If it were according to her usual habits, Xianxia would have killed him on the spot with a Pegasus meteor hammer. He wouldn't be looking for trouble here. She fiercely peeled the orange and handed it to Qingjun. Qingjun looked innocent. "It's my fault." Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. Just as she was about to get angry, Qingjun immediately frowned and said weakly, "My shoulder hurts. It seems that my bones are hurt." All right, she endured it. Xianxia patiently peeled the orange and put it in his hand. Qingjun ate the orange quietly and contentedly. "Why did you keep hugging me at that time? Are you out of your mind?" Xianxia thought about it later. Qingjun's expression was indeed not right at that time. He was like a fish out of water. He hugged her waist so tightly that she almost couldn't breathe. Xianxia almost thought that Qingjun was interested in her. Otherwise, why would he hug her so tightly? Qingjun was silent for a moment and said, "I'm not out of my mind. Don't tell me you're worried about me." Xianxia teased him. "Yes." "Xianxia, I knew you wouldn't." "Yes, yes, yes?" She was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Qingjun to respond according to what she said. In Xianxia's mind, there was no such thing as love in Qingjun's world. On this matter, she and Jiao Fan were strangely in agreement. Both of them believed that Qingjun could reproduce asexually and give birth to his own offspring to ensure that the family line would not die out. Therefore, she immediately ruled out the possibility of Qingjun liking her. "Xianxia, why are you so serious? Don't make me think that you like me." Qingjun held the orange in his palm. The soft orange petal was pressed against his moist skin. He was about to say the words in his heart. The next second, Xianxia frowned and said, "That's very bad." His gaze froze. Before Qingjun could ask why, Tunan pushed the door open and walked in. He said, "Why is that woman acting like she's crazy? She even asked Guyu to come over. If Guyu has something to do with this matter, then I really won't let him off. It has nothing to do with anyone else. She just wants to vent her anger on me. No matter what, she has to bear the consequences. How can she hurt people casually?" "But..." Tunan looked at Qingjun in distress. "Boss, it was a slip of the tongue. What do you think we should do?" Qingjun came back to his senses. His expression was very calm and his tone was slow. "Since it's exposed, then let it be." As they were talking, Guyu came over. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Su Being struggling on the hospital bed. Her hair was messy and her eyes were red. She looked a little scary. Guyu was silent for a moment and said, "Are you done? Brother, you came to see me." Su Being looked wronged. "Listen to me. You've all been deceived by Xianxia. She's not who you think she is at all. She's just pretending. Stop talking." Guyu's eyes were stern. There was no trace of his usual gentleness. He walked to Su Being's bedside. "If you continue to cause trouble, I'll tell Uncle and Auntie everything about you. I can't control you anymore." No. Her parents were still looking forward to her wedding with Guyu. A few days ago, they were excitedly discussing the location of the wedding. Su Being definitely didn't want them to know that there was no possibility between her and Guyu. She didn't want to be seen as a joke by those despicable people. Su Being helplessly grabbed Guyu's clothes. "Believe me, okay? She already knew that you would have a meteoric rise. She didn't divorce because she knew that Qingjun was rich and a big boss. She's not sincere at all." Su Being. Guyu was obviously furious. "Did Uncle and Auntie teach you to slander others' reputations?" Su Being bit her lip unwillingly. I'm not lying. Xianxia was definitely not a kind person. Once there was another person with a higher status, she would definitely fly into the arms of another person without hesitation. Guyu looked at her with disappointment and indifference. There are already reporters waiting outside to make groundless accusations. You'd better be quiet and not talk nonsense. If Tunan wants to sue you, I won't stand on your side. Su Bing couldn't believe it. You're going to stand on Xianxia's side? Why? Who's the childhood sweetheart you've been with for years? Guyu tugged at the corner of his clothes. My sister Bing is no longer around. After that, he turned and left. Guyu walked out of the ward and bumped into the man leaning against the wall. He was wearing a black coat, and his back was leaning against the cold tiles. There was no expression on his face. She glanced at Guyu with a pair of slanted eyes. Even her gaze was indifferent. Almost ridiculously, Guyu instantly thought of Li's sight through the computer screen. Back then, he had also looked at Guyu, who had overestimated himself. It really made people feel angry and helpless at the same time. How's your shoulder? Is it seriously injured? Guyu had injured her wrist a few months ago, so she felt a little sympathetic toward her. Qingjun withdrew his gaze. Even his eyes were filled with a sense of coolness. He sneered slowly, not to that extent. That's good. Right, where's Xianxia? Qingjun cast a sidelong glance at him, too lazy to answer. There were only a few words written in his eyes, it's none of your business. Tunan was dealing with Su Bing's matter and the eager media waiting outside. Naturally, he had no time to care about Qingjun. Of course, Qingjun didn't need him to care about him at all. Therefore, the errand task of buying Yakult fell on Xianxia. Qingjun only wanted to send Xianxia away and say a few words to Guyu. I won't allow anyone to hurt her. Guyu's eyes were solemn. I think the same as you. Do you still remember what I said before? Don't waste time. Guyu frowned. Hey. Guyu, why are you here? Xianxia's voice came from afar. Is it because of us? Thinking about it, Su Bing didn't know many people here. There was no other way except to ask Guyu to support her. Guyu realized what Xianxia hadn't blurted out and subconsciously retorted. I'm not here to speak for her. It's okay. Everything depends on the evidence. Xianxia shook her head and didn't want to talk about Su Bing anymore. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Guyu asked with concern. Xianxia smiled and said, no, Qingjun suddenly groaned and happened to interrupt the conversation between the two. Xianxia's gaze quickly shifted to Qingjun. Does your arm still hurt? And why did you run out without permission? Under Guyu's flabbergasted gaze, Boss Qing, who had been careless and cool just a moment ago, relaxed by half. His sharp aura instantly disappeared. He weakly covered his injured shoulder and said, I couldn't find you. I was a little worried. Xianxia really wanted to roll her eyes and ask him who asked her to buy Yakult in the first place. But every time Qingjun showed weakness and looked weak and pitiful, weak and helpless, Xianxia couldn't bring herself to bite him. She sighed. Didn't I say that I'll be back in a while? Let's go. Okay. Qingjun followed Xianxia into the ward, leaving Guyu surprised and bitter. He really didn't expect that Qingjun would use such a despicable method one day. He didn't know what kind of mood the person involved was in when he was worried about personal gains and losses. To be honest, he was envious and jealous to death. The doctor reminded Xianxia about the specific matters. The main thing was to not touch water, not to do strenuous exercise, and to rest quietly. It was originally just a small injury, so the doctor didn't intend to give any medical advice at all. But Qingjun, who was next to him, stared at him until his scalp tingled. The doctor thought that it was a good thing for the relationship between husband and wife, so he seriously told Xianxia a lot of unnecessary things to pay attention to. Xianxia wrote them down one by one. When the two returned home, Qingjun sat on the sofa and said, I want to eat stewed lamb chops. How can you eat lamb chops when you're injured? Then the fish, you can't eat fish either. What if the wound gets infected? Xianxia was afraid that the wound would drag on for too long, and it would be bad if Qingjun couldn't work normally. You can eat porridge these days. Eat light food. When the wound gets better, you can eat a big meal. Qingjun realized that he was digging his own grave and immediately took measures to remedy it. My wound seems to be better. Ruan Qiuqiu glared at him. You don't want to die for food? It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Go for a checkup in a week. God not only closed the window, but also locked the door so that no light could come in. Qingjun collapsed on the sofa. This time, he was really paralyzed. Was it too late to regret now? Su Biying had been tortured for the past few days. She had just settled down in this strange yet familiar city and found a new job. Because of the farce in Jiaqing, the boss of her new job was probably informed that Su Biying's job was gone and that Guyu was unreliable. She had very little savings and never had a sense of crisis. When she came out of the police station, she suddenly realized that if she didn't find a way to remedy the situation, she was afraid that she really had to go home. At this time, Su Biying only thought of one person. In despair, she found the business card and called the other party. When the phone was picked up, Nangong Outyin sneered. Why? You're calling again? Didn't you run away with your lover? Su Biying stood in the cramped house. This single apartment was only about 40 square meters. The appliances were old, and there was nothing she wanted. She was now living the same destitute life as in her previous life. How could she allow herself to repeat such a despairing life? No, absolutely not. Su Biying grabbed the phone. The glory and wealth in her mind were like bubbles and disappeared in an instant. She just wanted to live a better life. Was that wrong? Why did they always look like they thought that she had committed a terrible crime? Su Biying was not reconciled. She wiped away her tears. Her heart was full of despair. Guyu was completely out of the picture with her. It was even more impossible for Qingjun. How could a person like him fall in love with someone else? She only had one way now, and that was to cling to Nangong Outyin. Although he was not a good match, compared to Guyu, he had nothing but money. But, being rich was also his strength. Her voice continued to tremble. I want to be with you. Nangong Outyin snorted and said in a contemptuous tone, do you think I'm a scavenger? Don't joke around. I never pick up second-hand goods. Su Biying, who was called a second-hand good, held the phone tightly. Her whole body trembled and she was so angry that she almost fell out with him. She patiently held back and said, what if I have something on Jiaqing? Nangong Outyin said coldly, do you think I'll still believe you this time? Su Biying took a deep breath. Why don't we meet and talk? When Ruan Qiuqiu's unbearable past was exposed in front of the world, she wanted to see what they would do. The Jiaqing scandal was spreading like wildfire outside. It was said that the company's big boss had finally revealed himself. The rumors were very mysterious, and Tunan was also very busy. When Qingjun's photo was exposed, the entire internet was in an uproar. At the same time, everyone focused on one thing, damn. Was the Jiaqing boss so good-looking? Even the paparazzi's high quality did not diminish his looks at all. Not only did Jiaqing not lose its reputation by hiding his identity. On the contrary, Qingjun's photo caused a huge wave of female fans. They flooded Jiaqing's official Weibo account to call him hubby and begged Qingjun to debut. He was so popular that he could be called a top celebrity. The official Weibo account, which had been silent for a long time, only made a Weibo post. It was an emoticon, don't even think about it. At the same time, there was a comment saying that Qingjun had been married for many years. His wife was the painter Fat Bird First. The couple had kept a low profile for many years, and neither of them revealed their identities. Another group of people went to Fat Bird First's Weibo to seek confirmation. After circling around, they saw that Ruan Qiuqiu's Weibo had been updated and had become a fan. Therefore, without Ruan Qiuqiu's knowledge, she had an affectionate nickname. Boss's delicate wife. Ruan Qiuqiu, who saw this nickname online, was speechless. The company's employees were even more shocked. They originally thought that Ruan Qiuqiu was just a paratrooper who had some relationship with Tunan. Who would have thought that she was the legendary mysterious CEO's wife? She was too close to the people. She was so simple that they did not realize it at all. In other words, the boss's wife was among them. Not only did they not cherish the opportunity, but they also urged him to drink. Recalling the ugly expression on Qingjun's face when he brought Xianxia home that day, the faces of the colleagues who urged him to drink turned green. They wrote a self-reflection letter overnight and asked for it to be forwarded to Tunan. In comparison, the real big boss was leisurely at home. He drank 2 bowls of porridge. Xiaoqiao's cooking was very good. Even if it was just plain porridge, it could be eaten a lot with savory and sour side dishes. However, he couldn't stand eating porridge every meal. He ate porridge every day until Qingjun. It was as if he had become that bowl of porridge. Xiaoqiao, on the other hand, gave herself preferential treatment and ate everything. While slurping the noodles, she reminded Qingjun not to eat too much salted vegetables as it was not good for the wound. Qingjun requested for the nth time on the same day, "Let's go to the hospital. My wound seems to have healed." Xiaoqiao said unhappily, "It's only been 2 days. Are you a god?" It was hard to say whether he was a god or not. If he continued eating like this, he might turn into a devil. Qingjun sighed faintly. Xiaoqiao noticed that he was staring at her noodles. She hugged the bowl and said, "Do you think I'm disturbing you? Then I'll go back to my room and eat." Qingjun, "No need. Let's go to the hospital after eating." Xiaoqiao, "Just what was this guy obsessed with? Wasn't he the one who cried out in pain 2 days ago? One person was eating porridge, the other was slurping the noodles." Xiaoqiao unilaterally thought that the scene was very harmonious. After dinner, Qingjun washed the dishes and walked into the bathroom with a towel. He was stopped by Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao said, "Righteously, didn't you promise me that you won't shower for the next few days? Your wound will get infected." It was fine if he didn't shower for a day, but if he didn't shower for 2 days, he would always feel that there was a moldy smell on his body. Qingjun said, "I'll stink." Xiaoqiao replied matter-of-factly, "If you stink, then you stink. Isn't there a phrase called stinky men? If you don't even like your own smell, how can you expect others to not dislike you?" Qingjun was silent. He couldn't refute her? The 2 of them started a tug-of-war. Finally, Qingjun compromised and agreed to let Xiaoqiao take a shower. However, he couldn't wash his hair. Thus, Qingjun asked Xiaoqiao to help him wash his hair. Washing his hair was such a simple thing. Xiaoqiao agreed without hesitation. Qingjun took a shower and his body was wet. He wrapped himself in his pajamas and stood in the bathroom. Xiaoqiao, who followed him in, looked around. Although the 2 of them had been together for a long time, Xiaoqiao had never entered Qingjun's bathroom. It was much cleaner than she had imagined. There were blue tiles, clean mirrors, and shelves. There weren't many things, but they were all in good order. "Wow, the bathroom is quite beautiful." Xiaoqiao took the bath towel and patted Qingjun's neck, asking him to lower his head. Qingjun obediently lowered his head. He was very tall, which made the basin shorter. It looked a little out of place. Xiaoqiao muttered, "Why are you so tall?" "It's to compliment you." Hearing this, Xiaoqiao was stunned. Then, she put on a fierce face and pressed his neck, "You're still being naughty at this time. Stand still, I'm going to turn on the hot water." Xiaoqiao really shouldn't have thought too highly of Qingjun. From the beginning to the end, she hadn't stopped. "The water is too hot. It's a little small. It's cold. Heat it up a little." "Shampoo, shut up." Xiaoqiao was a little fierce. Qingjun, who lowered his head, was muffled. After a while, he said slowly, "The shampoo got into my eyes." I'm sorry. It's all your fault. Why didn't you say so earlier?" After washing his hair, Xiaoqiao took the hairdryer and dried his hair. She turned on the hot air and gently blew Qingjun's hair. Qingjun's hair looked a little messy and curly. His black hair looked very soft, but in fact, it felt hard and prickly. Xiaoqiao scraped his hair like she was scraping a corn field to dry his hair faster. Qingjun's voice was very low, "Can I ask why?" The noise of the hairdryer was a little loud. Xiaoqiao said, "What?" "Speak louder." "Why do I feel bad?" "Bah." The cord of the hairdryer was a little short. When Wan Qiuqiu pulled it, it suddenly fell out of the socket. The buzzing sound just now disappeared in an instant, and she happened to hear Qingjun's words clearly. Wan Qiuqiu reacted for a few seconds before she realized that Qingjun seemed to be talking about the incident at the hospital that day. It could be said that this guy's reaction arc was very long. 2 days had passed, and he could still think of this matter to ask. Wan Qiuqiu really admired him. When his hair was almost dry, Wan Qiuqiu rubbed his head and took back the cord of the hairdryer. I know you. A man's self-esteem, even if it's hypothetical, he still cares a lot about it. It's like this. The reason is very simple. It's because we don't have feelings for each other. If we have feelings for each other, it will be very bad. In comparison, Wan Qiuqiu's feelings for Qingjun were more like a friend, a relative, and a special person who could be relied on. But at the same time, Wan Qiuqiu was also very rational. In terms of feelings, she always knew how to restrain herself to avoid unnecessary hurt. She was very self-restrained and avoided making mistakes. She believed that Qingjun was even more so. Qingjun's character was that he lacked emotional dependence, which was why he paid special attention to her. There were too few female characters in his life, which was why he felt that her existence was more special. If Qingjun changed the environment, he would definitely not feel that she was particularly reliable. Wan Qiuqiu had always thought so. When it came to cooking, there were many people who could cook better than her. When it came to painting, she was not irreplaceable. It was easy for a big company like Xianxia to find some talented painters. When it came to appearance, it was even more ridiculous. Her appearance was not as good as Qingjun's. If he wanted, there were many excellent girls waiting in line. She had a bad temper and was unwilling to admit defeat. She always bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Qingjun, relying on Qingjun's good temper. She had a lot of bad habits. It would be strange if Qingjun liked her. Although Wan Qiuqiu always ridiculed Qingjun, that there were still girls who were reluctant to part with him, she knew in her heart that Qingjun's excellence was not something an ordinary person like her could handle. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, there were times when she was confused by that face, but she had never thought of Qingjun at all. Don't think too much, Mr. Qing. If there is really a good girl, hurry up and make your move. You are not young anymore. Wan Qiuqiu put the hairdryer in the drawer. It's not a good thing for me to always linger, right? Qingjun was silent for a long time. No. Wan Qiuqiu walked a few steps and did not hear clearly. She was stunned for a moment and turned around. What did you say? I said, ding ding dong dong. The ringtone of the mobile phone interrupted Qingjun's words. He picked up the mobile phone and saw that it was Tunan calling, so he picked it up. Boss, someone leaked sister-in-law's black material. I checked it and it should be Rui Feng Company. It is still being dealt with. Don't let sister-in-law go online. She will definitely be unhappy if she sees it. Of course, it would be best if Qingjun did not see it. All kinds of rumors were spreading on the internet. The so-called classmates and former friends came out to prove that Wan Qiuqiu's private life was dissolute. After getting married, she still flirted everywhere. Jiaqing's big boss was cuckolded and did not know it. It was simply stupid. There were a few very realistic composite photos attached. Even Tunan was shocked at first, thinking that sister-in-law really did such a thing. Qingjun's tone was very calm. I know. After that, he hung up the phone. Wan Qiuqiu asked, what's wrong? She could see that Qingjun's expression was not very happy. Qingjun stood up, grabbed Wan Qiuqiu's arm, and pulled her to sit on the sofa in the living room. He pressed a few times on his mobile phone, and when he handed it to Wan Qiuqiu, the screen showed that it was Happy Candy Crush. Wan Qiuqiu was a little puzzled. What? Play to the 20th level. Wan Qiuqiu? Qingjun put one hand in his pocket and picked up Wan Qiuqiu's mobile phone. No cheating. Wan Qiuqiu thought that it was a joke. Happy Candy Crush was a game that even 3-year-old children could play. Wouldn't it be easy to play to the 20th level? Qingjun took her mobile phone into the study. Wan Qiuqiu was not worried that Qingjun would look through her mobile phone, so she focused on playing. How could she be looked down on by Qingjun because of this kind of game? An hour later. Xianxia, I am about 1.5 years old. While Xianxia was busy playing games, Qingjun was in the study dealing with some matters. Of course, he was familiar with these photos. Xiao's former lover had threatened him and sent him these photos. Tunan was afraid that Qingjun would get angry and do something irrational. Who would have thought that Qingjun would be so calm? His counterattack came with ferocity. The photos were spread all over the internet by marketing accounts. After a while, the Jiaqing provided proof that the photos were fake and became a hot topic. The evidence was clearly pointed out and slapped in the marketing accounts' faces. The lover's past was completely exposed. He had been fooling around with many women, had a messy private life, and had been cut off by his parents. He was desperate and wanted to scam others. These photos had been used as evidence of the so-called threat a few months ago. After being exposed, he had been holding a grudge, so this was a clumsy attempt to smear his reputation. Almost all the marketing accounts that had reposted the photos were sent a lawyer's letter and told that evidence of their rumor had been retained and that they were going to sue them. The harsh words were associated with the Jiaqing's previous behavior of spending a lot of money to fight a lawsuit for the sake of their reputation. They immediately admitted defeat and deleted the posts with an apology letter. Then, more evidence of Rui Feng's company was exposed. They had planted spies in the Jiaqing, wanted to obtain Jiaqing secrets, tried to buy the Jiaqing's original manuscripts, and many of their dirty deals were exposed. The Jiaqing had been accumulating this evidence for a long time. They had been waiting for an opportunity, and this was just the right time. Rui Feng pretended to say that Jiaqing wouldn't have such a scandal. Below the post, netizens were all mocking him. Of course they wouldn't have such a scandal. You were the one who arranged it. F***ck, why didn't I realize that Rui Feng was such a drama queen? If he has the time, he might as well play games. He stole someone else's original manuscripts and still sucks. He's a hopeless fool. Vomit/vomit, damn, he pretended to be stupid last time, and now he's doing it again. Does he think everyone is stupid? This is bad, little brother. The Jiaqing came to slap him in the face. Why aren't you coming up to take the beating? Rui Feng didn't make a statement and pretended to be dead. Then, another shocking piece of news came out. The lady boss of Jiaqing had an affair with the esports player of the club, Gu Yu. For a time, there were different opinions. The informant claimed that he was Gu Yu's childhood sweetheart and provided evidence, including some chat logs when they were playing the game As You Dream. He also claimed that it was the Jiaqing's lady boss who ruined their relationship. The situation reversed once again, and the onlookers were dumbfounded. The Jiaqing club's competition would start in a few weeks. If this rumor was true, the Jiaqing club would be severely criticized. It would be difficult for Gu Yu to continue participating in the competition. First of all, Gu Yu's Weibo account immediately released a statement saying that he had no personal relationship with the lady boss and that his colleagues could prove it. Next, the players of a dream token also stood up. Back then, there were quite a lot of people who paid attention to what happened in the game. A few of the players from Moonlit Dance's guild had Weibo accounts, and they all spoke up to prove it. Then, everyone quickly realized one thing. Wait, the Jiaqing's big boss is Li Site? Li Site is Chirp's husband? Chirp's the fat bird who drew the line first? The two have been married for many years? F***ck, Li Site's fight over a woman quickly became the #1 trending topic, and the netizens were all dumbfounded. That was too cool, everyone's attention was quickly diverted. Immediately, there were marketing accounts that sorted out the ins and outs of the matter, and some of the original posts floated to the front page from time to time. Players came out to defend themselves, and the whole story was formed. It turned out that the informant had a one-sided crush on Gu Yu, and the two of them were not together. Not only did the informant spread rumors on the internet, but she also tried to provoke the player, Chirp's lady boss, who was the Jiaqing's lady boss, but she was slapped in the face. The whole thing was a one-sided story from Breeze's lady boss, who was now the so-called informant. In the chat logs she posted, Gu Yu never promised anything. Su Being immediately turned from a victim to a victim of persecutory paranoia, and her alternate account was attacked until it went silent. This time, she really felt what real cyber violence was. The netizens had a hard time. They ran to Jiaqing's official Weibo to watch the drama, then to Rui's side, then to Su Being's alternate account, then to Gu Yu. Finally, they ran back to Jiaqing to watch the drama, then to Clumsy Bird First's Weibo to comfort her. Who would have thought that the person involved was still struggling and unable to extricate herself from the joy of it? After finally calming down, Jiaqing gave another heavy blow. The official Weibo released a statement, which roughly meant that Jiaqing would no longer cooperate with Rui's partner, and the innocent would be innocent. Under the official Weibo post instantly turned into a lively comment, and it was pushed to the top of the comment section. Also, our boss said that divorce is impossible. Snicker, as soon as this comment came out, everyone was in an uproar. Although Jiaqing had a big business and a bright future, it could be said that it was very decisive and very bold to give up many collaborations because of Rui's matter. Weibo simply became a carnival for netizens. No one knew which marketing account immediately jumped on the popularity, but it listed all the companies that Jiaqing and Rui's partner companies. Jiaqing's partners were all big brand companies, and the official Weibo playfully posted evidence of their cooperation with Jiaqing, with pictures attached, allies. Don't fire. Those who were watching the drama ate the drama, and those who were eating dog food ate dog food. It forcefully helped Jiaqing's new game, Tale of Wuxia, gain popularity. Wan Qiuqiu's Weibo had completely fallen. There were comments that comforted her, those that were watching the drama, those that were wishing her well, those that were envious and jealous, and there were also comments that begged them to quickly get married. Immediately, someone reminded them that she was already the boss's wife, and the comments that asked for marriage quickly turned into dog food. Tunan called and asked, "Boss, do you want to show up for a meeting?" Qingjun, yes? Just like Iron Man announced that he was Iron Man, and Black Panther announced that he was Black Panther. Are you going to do the same? Qingjun, with a bang, Tunan's phone was hung up. In the new year, Tunan felt that his career was in jeopardy. Of course, if he knew that he had interrupted his boss's confession a few hours ago, he would probably choose to die on the spot without hesitation. Wan Qiuqiu was struggling with Anipop. Suddenly, the door to Qingjun's study was pushed open. He was holding Wan Qiuqiu's phone and placing it on the coffee table. Wan Qiuqiu subconsciously curled up on the sofa and hugged the phone to her chest so that he wouldn't see it. Qingjun glanced at Wan Qiuqiu and asked, "How many levels have you passed?" Wan Qiuqiu. Don't ask. Qingjun, ? Wan Qiuqiu chose to exit the game and delete it, then said in a serious tone, "I've passed too many levels. I'm afraid that I'll scare you, so I won't let you see it." He took the phone and said slowly, "I've logged into my WeChat account." Wan Qiuqiu. In this way, wouldn't Qingjun be able to see her weak level record when he downloaded the game again? Don't download it. She supported herself with one hand on the sofa cushion and hurried forward to snatch the phone. Qingjun's arms were long and raised high. Wan Qiuqiu pounced but didn't manage to grab it. Instead, she fell head first into Qingjun's body. Qingjun was caught off guard and fell backward. His whole body sank into the soft sofa, and Wan Qiuqiu fell on top of him. Although Qingjun usually had the habit of staying at home, his body wasn't soft at all. Wan Qiuqiu, who didn't feel any fat, felt as if she had bumped into a wall. She was dizzy from the impact and didn't even realize that she was hugging Qingjun in an ambiguous position. Qingjun, who was sunk into the sofa, looked at her and forgot to move. His arms were soft and fragrant, and the fragrance was filled with the scent of Wan Qiuqiu's shower gel. Her hair smelled very good, which made Qingjun feel very strange. How could a cheap shampoo have such a fragrant smell? Wan Qiuqiu's body was unbelievably soft, as if she had no bones. For the first time, he had the urge to pinch and pinch. "Why are you like a brick? It hurts." Wan Qiuqiu rubbed her nose and suddenly remembered that Qingjun was still injured. "Ah. Is your arm okay?" She quickly straightened her body, making Qingjun feel a little empty and disappointed. He said, "It's okay. Do you want to open it and take a look? I'm afraid that the wound will be pressed." Qingjun, "No need." Wan Qiuqiu, "Let's take a look." Qingjun's tone was firm. "No need." Wan Qiuqiu took this as a man's pride. Who would have thought that it was just because Qingjun's wound had already scabbed and couldn't be any better? If she found out that he was pretending to be pitiful, wouldn't he be dead meat? Today was another day where the husband and wife's brain circuits were not on the same line. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The two of them looked at each other, and Xianxia guessed. Did you order takeout? Qingjun. No. Other than takeout, who else would knock on the door? Not to mention other people, even Tu Nan was not allowed to visit by Qingjun. This house was like his private territory, and no one was allowed to come out. At this moment, Xianxia's phone rang. It was actually Chu Wei? Qingjun glanced at the name displayed on the screen, and his eyes were very indifferent. He was about to open the door when he was stopped by Xianxia. No, you're injured, and you're too weak. Let me do it. Xianxia had no idea that Mr. Qing had already torn Rui Feng apart on the internet because of her. At this moment, she was like protecting a little chick, blocking Qingjun behind her. She quickly tidied up her hair and clothes, waiting for Chu Wei to hang up the second time before she slowly walked to the door. What a joke, the stepmother wanted to come and get a share of the action. Did she really think that they were stupid and rich? Xianxia opened the door. Chu Wei looked anxious and nervous. He was about to continue knocking on the door when he met Xianxia's gaze. Xianxia crossed her arms leisurely and stepped on the door frame, blocking Chu Wei's path. I'm sorry, the floor is still wet. If you have anything to say, let's talk at the door. The wind is blowing, so I'm more awake. Chu Wei's face darkened at her sarcasm. Chu Wei couldn't sit still after finding out that Qingjun was the boss of a Jiaqing company. She hadn't found a good next employer, so she just had to pretend to be polite with Qingjun's father. Who would have thought that she would receive such great news? She was simply stunned by the wealth that fell from the sky. Qingjun's father's company had lost half of its value and was in a half-dead state. How could he be worth more than Qingjun's stepmother? She happily changed into a new set of clothes and planned to come over to ask for forgiveness. She knew that Qingjun was soft-hearted and cowardly. He would definitely help the poor couple in distress. This child didn't experience much motherly love. She just had to give him what he wanted. Thinking of this, Chu Wei squeezed out tears and looked pitiful. Qingjun, your father is lying in the hospital with a sudden stroke. You should go and see him. Qingjun's father was indeed in the hospital not long ago. The reason was, Qingjun was angry at him. He didn't expect that his son, who he usually scolded as a good-for-nothing, was actually the boss of a Jiaqing company. He was like a stone thrown into a corner. He had already thrown it away and hated it, but now he was suddenly told that it was actually a priceless jade. This psychological gap was simply too big. Father Qin was prideful and arrogant. He thought of how Qingwan would look at him indifferently every time he reprimanded him, jumping up and down like a clown. At the thought of how his relatives and friends would view him as a useless father, his blood pressure soared and he fainted on the spot. As soon as Qingjun's father was hospitalized, someone informed Qingjun. He didn't even think about being filial. Xianxia looked at Chu Wei's pretense and couldn't help but say, "You're really considerate. Remember to put on eye makeup and fake eyelashes before coming over to inform us. How can you be so morally abducted? He's lying in bed. Do I have to work hard to stay by his bedside? I'm not his nanny." Xianxia stared at him. And Xianxia was so angry that she laughed. Is he awake? Chu Wei was stunned. Not yet. It must have taken a lot of effort for you to come all the way here personally for something that could have been done with just a phone call. Chu Wei looked up at Xianxia, her fake eyelashes trembling as if she was about to cry. However, she met Qingwan's eyes behind Xianxia in an instant. That pair of slender, sleeping phoenix eyes were usually half closed as she casually listened to their conversation with the side of her face. At this moment, he was looking at her. There was no emotion in his eyes, but it made Chu Wei panic. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. Chu Wei said, "The treatment costs a lot of money. I know we shouldn't, but since he's your father, let's help him." Qingjun's answer was very calm. "I sold the company to treat him. You? How can you be so cruel? He's your father. I know I'm in the wrong. I'll ask for your forgiveness, but please don't hurt the relationship between you and your father because of our personal grudges." Wan Qiuqiu finally understood. It turned out that Chu Wei was here to ask for money. As a stepmother, I didn't do my duty. It's my dereliction of duty. Don't worry. I'll treat you and Qiuqiu very well in the future. I promise you. Wan Qiuqiu got goosebumps when she heard Qiuqiu. She didn't feel good. She faked a smile and said sweetly, Auntie Chu, don't worry. I'll take care of Jun. You don't have to worry. You should go back and take care of your husband. Chu Wei's expression was a little stiff. You little girl, how can you say that? If it weren't for her, would Wan Qiuqiu be able to enjoy such a luxurious life? She really didn't know what was good for her. Jun, say something for me. How can you let your wife be so rude? Wan Qiuqiu said, sorry, he listens to me. Jun, okay. Chu Wei was so angry that her face was distorted. I'm also a mother-in-law. Shut up. Wan Qiuqiu was shocked. This was probably the first time she saw Jun show signs of anger. Although his expression was very calm and his tone was flat, his eyes were staring at Chu Wei. They were so cold that it made people's scalps tingle. His slow voice was like a warning at this moment. You're not worthy. Chu Wei was scared silly by his expression. Jun didn't want to stay on her for more than a second. He grabbed Wan Qiuqiu's arm, pulled her behind him, and slammed the door. Wan Qiuqiu realized that Jun was really angry. She carefully tugged at his sleeve and asked, Are you all right? I'm fine. Jun had already returned to normal when he looked at her. Wan Qiuqiu breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chu Wei is like a sticky candy. Maybe there will be other ways. No. He would take care of it. He promised her, so she didn't have to worry about these things. Jun suddenly reached out and touched her soft hair. His movements were very gentle, as if he was comforting a small animal. Even his tone was almost gentle, which was rare. Wan Qiuqiu turned her head away uncomfortably and avoided Jun's hand. Don't take advantage of me. Jun looked innocent. Take advantage? He looked like he was saying, does Wan Qiuqiu have such a thing? Wan Qiuqiu, for the sake of Jun's injury, she endured it. Since Jun didn't want Wan Qiuqiu to care about it, Wan Qiuqiu decided not to care. Jun had his own way to deal with it. Chu Wei suppressed the anger in his heart and returned to the hospital. Jun's father had already woken up and was in a good state of mind. When he saw Chu Wei walk into the ward dressed to the nines, he immediately became angry. Where have you been? It's because of you that I was bullied. Jun doesn't know what's good for him. I slap. Jun's father cared a lot about his face. When he found out that Chu Wei had asked Jun for money while he was unconscious, he was instantly furious and slapped him. Chu Wei was stunned. You dare to hit me? You're shameless. I've never seen a woman as greedy as you. The more Jun's father spoke, the angrier he became. He was so angry that he felt dizzy. Suddenly, his whole body twitched a few times and he fell on the bed. This time, he really had to be hospitalized. Jun sent someone to pay for the treatment. The assistant was really meticulous. He reimbursed Chu Wei's medical expenses and did not give him a single cent more. Chu Wei was so anxious that his eyes turned red. However, he had no other choice but to wait for Jun's father. She wanted to ask the assistant for money, but the gentle assistant pushed his glasses up. The bodyguard behind him walked forward and stared coldly at Chu Wei. She was so scared that her legs trembled. The assistant smiled. If you're short of money, I have a channel here to sell bags and jewelry. Don't worry, I'll give you the highest price. Chu Wei's lips twitched awkwardly. No. After waiting for so long, she had not been able to get a single cent from Jun. Instead, she had spent a lot of money to please the assistant. The assistant, on the other hand, accepted the money without any hesitation. He never knew what it meant to take money to do things. Chu Wei wanted to cry but had no tears. On the other side, Wan Qiuqiu went online and found that the number of her fans had increased several times in just a few hours. The comments were filled with blessings, envy, jealousy, and hatred. She was stunned for a moment. Through the comments of the netizens, she figured out what was going on. When she went to the company, the employees treated her politely. They served her as if she was an emperor, which made Xianxia feel a little uncomfortable. Did she really understand what it was like to be the wife of a CEO? Thinking of the netizens calling her the little wife of a domineering CEO, Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. She did not know what to say. Qingjun's injury was much better. He had to go for a checkup tomorrow. He seemed very happy. Xianxia sat on the sofa and asked Qingjun to peel a grapefruit for her. She lazily pressed the TV button. There were only a few things on the TV. It was very boring. Xianxia looked at it and felt sleepy. She yawned and closed her eyes. When Qingjun finished peeling the grapefruit, she fell asleep. Recently, she had been too busy with work. When she closed her eyes, there was a hint of green around her eyes. It was obvious that she was tired from working overtime. The living room was very quiet. There was no sound at all. Qingjun looked at Xianxia. She was sleeping very soundly. Her eyebrows were furrowed. It seemed that she was not calm in her sleep. He did not know what kind of dream she was having. He gently pushed her. Xianxia fell on him in a daze. She mumbled that she did not want to get up. Qingjun stood up so that Xianxia could lie comfortably on the sofa. He found a blanket and covered her with it. At this moment, Xianxia had fallen into a deep sleep. She did not move at all. Her breathing was even. He was about to leave, but his footsteps paused. He turned around and squatted in front of Xianxia. Recalling Xiao's words, Qingjun sighed. After a while, he said softly, "I'm afraid it will be very bad." It was too difficult to hide his feelings. He could not do it. After saying this, he stood up and left the living room. The lights were turned off. In the dark living room, it was quiet. Xianxia, who was supposed to be sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes. Her body was wrapped in a warm and soft blanket. She looked like she was in a daze, staring blankly at the ceiling. Xianxia woke up when Qingjun covered her with the quilt. She complained in her heart that he was indeed a straight man. He didn't ask her to sleep on the bed. If she slept on the sofa all night, her neck would be stiff. After thinking about it, Xianxia felt a little embarrassed to wake up now. She had to continue to pretend to sleep and wait for Qingjun to leave before she moved to the bedroom. She heard Qingyun's footsteps stop. After a few seconds, the footsteps got closer, and there was the sound of squatting shoes rubbing against the ground. Xianxia thought that this dog man was going to secretly take snacks and was about to catch him. Then, Qingjun's words made Xianxia completely stunned. She didn't dare to open her eyes. Fortunately, Qingjun didn't find anything wrong with her. He stood up and went back to the study. The light was turned off. Xianxia opened her eyes and was silent for a long time. She didn't sleep all night. The next day, Xianxia got up very early. After making breakfast, she was ready to go to work. When Qingjun came out of the study, Xianxia was not in the house. "My God, what's wrong with you? Were you abused?" Elder Meng's reaction was very exaggerated. Xianxia, with two panda eyes, looked very tired and didn't want to talk to him. She waved her hand weakly, "Let me have a rest." Elder Meng asked with concern, "How are you? If you don't feel well, you can ask for leave and go back to sleep." If she could sleep, she wouldn't be like this now. Xianxia sighed deeply. "I'm fine. Maybe I'm a little stressed recently and didn't sleep well. I'll be fine after a while. Young people shouldn't always stay up late." Elder Meng poured a glass of water and handed it to her. "Don't be stressed. Do you want to go to the Comic-Con this weekend? My wife has a set of cosplay costumes. Do you want to come?" Elder Meng's eyes flashed with a strange light as he said this. He had discussed it with his wife several times and agreed that it would be interesting to take Xianxia to play together. It was boring for young people to always be serious. "Xianxia. I'd better not disturb you too." Her mind was in a mess now. How could she have the leisure time to go out with Elder Meng and his wife? "Ah, right." Xianxia stopped Elder Meng and said, "Our work has come to an end. That's right, that's right. We can have a long holiday starting from this weekend. Seriously, do you want to consider playing Tsunade? My stomach hurts. I'm going to the bathroom. Xianxia was quick-witted and used the pee escape skill. Elder Meng smacked his lips in disappointment. Even a pretty girl like Xiaoqiao can do it. Tunan did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that something was wrong with his sister-in-law these days. She always avoided him during work hours and worked even harder than usual. She worked overtime even when she didn't need to. She left early and returned late every day, just like a workaholic. He purposely found time to look for Xianxia. Xianxia was holding a paintbrush and making changes to the painting. Tunan knocked on the door and entered. Sister-in-law? Xianxia was shocked. She patted her chest and said, "Why did you suddenly come in?" "I knocked on the door. You were too engrossed." Tunan had an innocent look on his face. "Why don't you have the air of a big boss? Who would come to the employee's office every 2 or 3 days like you to chat?" Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Tell me, what's the matter?" "I'm close to the people." Although he only kissed his sister-in-law. Tunan laughed and said, "It's nothing. I just saw that you've been working so hard recently, so I came over to talk." Xianxia glanced at him unhappily. "How can there be a boss like you who worries about his employees working overtime?" "I'm just concerned about your married life." Tunan consciously pulled out a chair and sat down. He tried to get some useful information. "It's almost the holiday. Are you going out with the boss?" "Don't get the wrong idea." When Qingjun's true identity was exposed, Xianxia finally figured out that it was they who helped her get the computer. Her so-called 3-day trip was also Tunan's trick. She thought that when she transmigrated to another world, she would be like other people with a golden finger and be 100 times luckier. Later, she found out that all her luck was given to her by Qingjun. Thinking of this, Xianxia pursed her lips and did not say a word. Tunan did not know that they did not have feelings for each other when they got married. He thought that the young couple had a quarrel. Seeing that there was still a month until the Chinese New Year, of course they should go out and have fun during the holidays. Tunan had no hope of getting out of singlehood, so he could only freeload off other people's love and do something good for his boss. In a split second, Tunan was filled with sorrow and tears. "Sister-in-law, you don't know. Our little group of single dogs has betrayed me. Jiao Fan and Fu Zicheng, those 2 heartless dogs, have run away. They're going to spend the Chinese New Year with their girlfriends." Xianxia was a little surprised. "Is that so? Congratulations to them. But Jiao Fan, wasn't he still thinking about Enro? He went to the United States in the name of a business trip." Tunan clicked his tongue a few times. Who knows what will happen to them in the future? Xianxia was surprised and could not help but laugh. Everyone is looking forward. She should also look forward. The topic went astray. Tunan could no longer remember what he had planned to talk about with his sister-in-law. He got a drink, a few candies, and some snacks and dried fruits from his sister-in-law. He talked about his prospects for marriage and finally left under the urging of his secretary. After leaving Xianxia's office, Tunan was stunned. "Hey, what was I going to say just now?" The little secretary was speechless. She had long been used to the fact that the powerful and perfect president in the outside world was actually a silly husky. She showed a professional smile and said, "The video conference will start in 10 minutes. Please get ready first." Xianxia sat in her office. She had finished all the work for the current stage. It should be very easy to find someone else to take over. It was getting late. She lay on her chair and scrolled through everyone's Weibo. A group of people were waiting to show off their affection. Xianxia rubbed her eyebrows and attached a hand-drawn sketch. It was still the heroine sitting on the tree last time. This time, she did not have a sword at her waist. The heavy bag on her back swayed back and forth. She put her hands behind her head and bit a blade of grass in her teeth. She walked slowly towards the sunset. "Fat bird flies first, let's go home." Back home. Qingjun came out of the kitchen with a bottle of Yakult in his hand. His loose pajamas made him look lazy. Wan Chocho asked naturally, what do you want to eat tonight? Qingjun, Manchu Han Imperial Banquet. Wan Chocho. Please be human. Dio Yutai State Banquet. What do you think I am? A food ordering machine? Wan Chocho slapped him on the arm. If I have this ability, why don't I be a chef in a Michelin restaurant? Qingjun seemed to have discovered a new continent. Michelin, don't even think about it. Wan Chocho interrupted him expressionlessly. It seemed that every day the topic started with what to eat. Finally, the two decided to eat dumplings. Wan Chocho cut the meat and vegetables and let Qingjun chop the stuffing. She prepared the dough skin. Only the sound of the kitchen knife falling on the chopping board could be heard. The whole house was filled with smoke and fire. When Wan Chocho was done, she suddenly heard the sound of chopping stuffing disappear. She turned around and saw Qingjun with his back to her. He was staring at the stuffing on the chopping board, testing the edge of tasting it. Wan Chocho. You can't eat raw meat. There are parasites. A few minutes later. Qingjun, who was caught red-handed, sat on the chair obediently and watched Wan Chocho teach him how to make dumplings. After watching it a few times, he frowned as he found it troublesome. He scooped a spoonful of stuffing and covered the dough skin. Then, he put a piece of dough skin and pinched it tightly. Wan Chocho. What are you doing? Qingjun, full moon. Wan Chocho, why did he have to find excuses to be lazy? He quickly pinched a few more dumplings. First quarter moon, last quarter moon. Wan Chocho. When Wan Chocho scooped the dumplings out of the boiling water and put them on a plate, Qingjun's faint explanation sounded at an inappropriate time. Monkey fishing for the moon. As the saying goes, when one can't bear it, there's no need to bear it anymore. Wan Chocho's mind was full of Wu Song fighting the tiger and Lu Ti punching Zhengguanqi. Qingjun ate the dumplings very obediently with a bun on his head. He didn't say anything about the moon anymore. Wan Chocho ate a few mouthfuls and suddenly felt that it was tasteless. She held her chin and looked at Qingjun. There was a burst of sadness in her heart. It was as if she had drunk 2 bottles of Xianxia water and found out that she had to drink another bottle of it. It was like giving away a puppy that she had raised for a long time. It would be a lie to say that she was cool. Qingjun swallowed a mouthful of dumplings and said, "So, what happened?" Compared to his appearance, he seemed to be more sensitive than expected. Wan Chocho's heart was stifled. She said in a neutral tone, "I'll be fine if you don't make me angry." The two of them had dinner, ate fruits, and played with their phones for a while. Just like any ordinary couple who had a 7-year itch, they slept in separate rooms. When Wan Chocho was about to enter the bedroom, Qingjun suddenly stopped her. You don't want to talk about it? Wan Chocho, we'll talk about it when you come back tomorrow. The next day, Qingjun went to the company, but Wan Chocho did not go. She pulled out a suitcase and sat on the bed in a daze. There seemed to be only a few things in the house that belonged to her. Wan Chocho sat in front of the empty suitcase for a long time. Qingjun was absent-minded in the company the whole day. He glanced at his phone from time to time. His actions were so obvious that Fu Zicheng could not stand it. "Boss, if you want to go home, you can go home. We'll do the rest of the work." Qingjun, okay. Fu Zicheng? He was just being polite. Qingjun closed his laptop and left Fu Zicheng with his back view. Tu Nan, who followed in, was stunned and asked Fu Zicheng, "Boss, where are you going? Don't we have to work overtime tonight?" Fu Zicheng said with a bitter face, "Yes, and we have to work overtime." Tu Nan? Question mark. Qingjun took the car directly home. He walked downstairs and looked up. The lights in Wan Chocho's bedroom were not turned on, and it was dark. This gave him a bad feeling, and he could not help but quicken his steps. He opened the door, and the lights in the living room were not turned on. The house was full as if there was nothing missing, but it was also empty as if there was nothing. He slowed down his steps. There were 2 agreements on the coffee table. It was written in black and white. It was a divorce agreement. Wan Chocho's name was neatly signed, and it stated that she was willing to give up all her assets. There was also a short letter from Wan Chocho. "I'm sorry, let's part on good terms. The resignation letter from the company will be leaked. I can only trouble you and Tu Nan to hire new people. Take care of yourself and eat less junk food. Also, Qingjun, don't come looking for me. I will not be your chef. Wan Qiuqiu was very timid. She knew that she could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. If Qingjun showed weakness again, she would really make a mistake. She could only sneak away when Qingjun was not around to avoid the embarrassment of divorce. Qingjun's face was expressionless. His face was pale, and his eyes were dark and lifeless. He walked to Wan Qiuqiu's room and turned on the lights. The room was no different from usual. She did not take many things with her. Even the small jewelry and scarves on the dressing table were still the same. He stood there stiffly, as if he was thinking about something, but also as if he was in a meaningless daze. He took out his phone and bent his fingers. After a long silence, he dialed Wan Qiuqiu's number. The sweet voice of the customer service lady sounded, "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." He sent a WeChat message, but it showed that he was not a friend of the other party. Clang, the phone fell to the ground. Wan Qiuqiu deeply felt that the plot in novels where people left as they pleased was simply a lie. She dragged her suitcase and took a taxi, asking the driver to take her to a place dozens of kilometers away from her residence. There was a terrible traffic jam on the road, and Wan Qiuqiu could only watch as the taxi's meter kept turning and the fare rose. Wan Qiuqiu was so distressed that she wanted to get out of the car immediately and drag her suitcase to the end of the road. Things were different now. The treatment of having a driver to pick her up and down had completely become history. Don't even think about it. Wan Qiuqiu thought that fortunately, she still had the money she got from her plastic best friend so that she could have a place to stay. From now on, she was no longer the CEO's delicate little wife, but an ordinary person who was about to face the problem of renting a house. The taxi was still moving slowly. Perhaps the driver couldn't bear it, but he looked at Wan Qiuqiu in the rearview mirror and said, "Madam, if you're in a hurry, you can take the subway. It's Friday rush hour and the traffic is very bad. It might take more than an hour." Wan Qiuqiu glanced at the meter. Big Brother was right. A few minutes later, the taxi stopped by the roadside. Wan Qiuqiu took her suitcase to take the subway, but suddenly realized that she didn't have a bus card, so she hurried to get one. The problem was that she didn't have any change on her, so she had to go to the bank to get some change. After getting the change, she finally got on the subway. At this time, Wan Qiuqiu was so tired that she was sweating. But she had to cover herself up tightly with a mask and a hat to prevent others from recognizing her. Even so, her beautiful figure and pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were still eye-catching. In addition, the clothes she was wearing were not cheap, so she was surrounded by people wherever she went. Some people even thought that she was a celebrity and approached her to ask for her autograph. Wan Qiuqiu had a headache. She suddenly regretted that she shouldn't have looked for trouble just to save money. When they arrived at the hotel, Wan Qiuqiu booked a single room. The receptionist looked at her name and said with a smile, "Ah, you have the same name as the Jiaqing boss." Wan Qiuqiu said modestly, No, I'm not as beautiful as her." If people who knew Wan Qiuqiu heard this, they would definitely be shocked by her shamelessness. The hotel was an ordinary chain hotel. Fortunately, the equipment was still new. Sitting on the bed, Wan Qiuqiu rubbed her hungry stomach and decided to order takeout. It was a good deal with the spicy hot pot. Wan Qiuqiu took a bite and frowned. What about the tens of thousands of good reviews? She would rather cook a pot of it at home. She sighed and suddenly lost her mood. She ate a few mouthfuls perfunctorily before lying on the bed in a daze. By this time, Qingjun, who had received the message, should have accepted the reality. She didn't dare to hear Qingjun's voice, so she changed her phone number and blocked Qingjun on WeChat. From now on, she would have nothing to do with Qingjun. Wan Qiuqiu had already thought it through. Tomorrow, she would buy a ticket to another city where no one would associate her with the Jiaqing lady boss. If she changed her hairstyle, wore ordinary clothes, and didn't have a chance to take care of her face, it wouldn't be long before she became a woman who could only be considered good-looking and drowned in the vast sea of people. Did he regret it? Perhaps, Wan Qiuqiu regretted it for a moment. Like normal people, she was greedy for a comfortable and decent life and hoped that she could work less. Such selfishness would occasionally emerge. But Xianxia couldn't do it. She couldn't reciprocate Qingjun's feelings. At this time, if she let him deepen his love and made an irresponsible promise, it would be no different from fraud. That night, Xianxia thought a lot. She was really slow when it came to relationships. When she thought of how Qingjun had hugged her so tightly and trembled, and how she could still say that she would divorce him if she had a new lover, she was drowned in shame and self-blame. Xianxia couldn't say the words of divorce to Qingjun in front of him. If she did, Qingjun would be hurt several times more than now. She could only be a cowardly deserter. Alas, there were frozen dumplings and cooked food in the fridge, enough for Qingjun to eat for a day or two. By then, Qingjun would have a new cook and a new life. He would gradually forget about her. Even if he left her, his life would still be the same. Qingjun had lived for so many years and knew much more than she did. He would definitely take good care of himself. However, it was not certain whether he would take care of himself with junk food or takeout. If it weren't for Tunan's shrewdness, Xianxia would like to ask him to take care of the boss's food. The next day, Xianxia went to a hairdresser downstairs to cut her hair short. The hairdresser, Teacher Tony, had been sighing about how beautiful her hair was and how good its color was. There were not many customers in the shop, and the hairdressers were all watching from the side. They were all like shy girls, but they didn't dare to approach her. Teacher Tony bought Xianxia's hair. Xianxia felt a little heartache. For the sake of money, she finally accepted the reality of her short hair. After the hair was cut short, it was very different from the previous image. If Xianxia's wavy hair was unconsciously charming, her short hair now was more lively and playful. She looked like a young and beautiful female high school student. No one would suspect her even if she mingled in a high school. Customers came in one after another, and they were all guessing which high school she was from. Xianxia was melancholic and happy at the same time. Her mood was very complicated. After cutting her hair and buying a few cheap clothes, she looked more like a little girl who didn't have much money. A few boys in high school uniforms passed by and whistled. They laughed and pushed each other to ask for Xianxia's contact information. Xianxia could only tell herself that she didn't want to lower herself to their level and coldly refused. "You're still a little chilly. Hey, which school are you from? I'll go and find you after class tomorrow. Are you a freshman or a sophomore? A junior?" Junior my ass. Xianxia really wanted to catch a few immature hooligans and teach them a lesson. She glared at them and pretended not to hear them. She took out her phone to check the tickets. Then, Xianxia suddenly became confused. Wait, why are there no more tickets? When she saw the two words Spring Festival, she suddenly realized that she had caught up with the Spring Festival rush. The ticket price was not low. Xianxia carefully considered for a moment and decided to buy a ticket and leave. She bought a plane ticket a few days later and prepared to plan her life in the hotel. What should she do next? Xianxia did not expect that Qingjun's reaction was bigger than she had imagined. Ever since Xianxia left, Qingjun seemed to have disappeared from the world and disappeared without a trace. At first, Tunan did not react. He found that his sister-in-law had blocked his messages and his phone number had become invalid. The others suffered the same treatment. They looked at each other and did not know what had happened. When he could not contact Qingjun, he realized that the situation seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. Usually, at this time, the house was noisy. There was the sound of the hairdryer, the sound of shoes stepping on the floor, the smell of cooking, and the noise of soap operas. Even if they were doing their own things and closed the door, it was very peaceful. When he came back, he could always see her. The gastritis, which had not occurred for a long time, began to torment his nerves. There was a nauseating feeling, as if the gastric juice was constantly rolling and dancing to a disco. He had not eaten for a long time. Only the illness would remind him in time to take care of his body. Qingjun was wearing loose pajamas and his face was calm. Half of his eyelids drooped as usual. He opened the fridge, took out the dumplings that Xianxia had frozen, and boiled them in the boiling water. The fire was too strong. In a moment of daze, half of the dumplings were boiled and the fillings rolled out, turning into a bowl of meat soup. He turned off the fire, scooped the soup into a bowl, and put the bowl and chopsticks on the table. A pair of chopsticks and a bowl made the dining table much bigger than usual. Endless loneliness took hold of his heart and squeezed it. Qingjun picked up the chopsticks, but his mind was wandering. Soon, the steaming soup gradually cooled down and solidified. A thin layer of oil floated. He felt like he had eaten 10 big bowls of pork dumplings. He was full and greasy. Knock, knock, knock. Tunan knocked on the door. A big man shouted with a sobbing tone, "Boss, say something. Don't take things too hard." Qingjun walked slowly to the door and opened it. Tunan was so anxious that his eyes almost turned red. "Where's sister-in-law? Where did she go? You can't quarrel so fiercely. Why can't you talk things out?" After being in a daze for a long time, Qingjun said to himself, "She's gone. She would never come back again." This was the second time Tunan saw Qingjun with such an expression. The last time was when Qingjun's mother passed away. Tunan almost cried. His eyes were red, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Sister-in-law, she has been buried?" Qingjun, in response to Tunan, the door was slammed shut. Wanchocho sneezed. Strange. Who was talking about her? Qingjun's name flashed across her mind. Wanchocho was stunned for a moment and suddenly sighed. She had been thinking about whether Qingjun had been eating well. She was probably used to being a chef and was afraid that Qingjun would kill himself. However, Wanchocho still believed that the occasionally reliable Tunan would take good care of Qingjun. With him around, she was relieved. Wanchocho took a plane to another city. She had randomly picked the coordinates on the map. The prices in this city were lower, and the transportation was convenient. It was considered a livable city. She checked the house on the app in advance and communicated with the landlord. After confirming that there were no problems, she moved in. The house was an apartment-style residential building. It was a small single apartment, so it suddenly looked cramped. Wanchocho walked around and found that there were too many things missing. She sat on the sofa and made a long shopping list. She locked onto the nearby supermarket chain and changed into a coat to go shopping. Pots and pans, firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea were all necessities. Before she had checked half of the items on the list, the shopping cart was already full and could not be stuffed. It was at least a few dozen kilograms. Wanchocho had to buy the first batch and carry everything back before buying the rest. Just as she was about to line up to pay the bill, someone called her name in surprise. "Wanchocho?" The other party's tone was obviously hesitant and in disbelief. Wanchocho heard the familiar voice and subconsciously wanted to turn around, but she reacted quickly and covered her face. She said in a muffled voice, "Sorry, you've got the wrong person." "It's you." It was Guyu's voice. He was carrying a few bags of fruits in his hand and walked over quickly. He was sure that Wanchocho had really cut her hair short and dressed very differently from before. "Why are you here?" She even looked like she was shopping. Guyu's gaze fell on Wanchocho's shopping cart and became even more uncertain. Wanchocho knew that pretending was useless. She frowned and let go of her hand. "You don't have to ask. It has nothing to do with you. Are you alone?" He accurately sensed the truth. Wanchocho looked away. "It has nothing to do with you." Guyu queued behind Wanchocho. The two of them were silent. It was so awkward in the noisy supermarket. It was as if a laser was shining on Wanchocho's head, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Before Qingjun made it public, Wanchocho would definitely keep it a secret. She would not let anyone know about their divorce, including Guyu. Soon, it was Wanchocho's turn. She had bought too many things and filled 2 large shopping bags. They looked even heavier than Wanchocho. She blushed with effort and pretended to pick up the 2 oversized shopping bags with ease, but her arms trembled after a few steps. "I'll do it." Guyu took a step forward and helped Wanchocho pick up a shopping bag. He stuffed a small bag of fruits into her hands and picked up another shopping bag. Wanchocho hurriedly said, "Actually, there's no need, just take it as me repaying your kindness. It has nothing to do with anything else, okay?" Yu carried the bag and walked out of the supermarket quickly. Where do you live? Xianxia pointed in the direction of the bachelor apartment reluctantly. This was supposed to be a secret club. She never expected that she would be caught red-handed by Yu on the first day. Yu smiled. What a coincidence. Why are you here? Xianxia asked gloomily. Was it because of the protagonist's halo that she would bump into him or Sue being wherever she went? My hometown is in this city. It's a coincidence that my home is only a few kilometers away from here. I bought some fruits on the way. I see. Xianxia felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping in her heart. What kind of luck was this? The house she chose casually was actually near Gyu's hometown? She felt like she was going to die. Fortunately, Gyu did not like to ask questions. When the two of them entered the apartment, Gyu put down the two bags. He looked around the apartment and said, Did you just come here? Yes, a woman should be careful living here. Let me check if there are any problems with the equipment. Xianxia scratched her hair. Actually, there's no need. Gyu looked at her. Her short hair was a little messy. She did not look like a woman who had been married for many years. She was simply a little girl who had not grown up. He could not help but smile. He shook his head and went forward to check the equipment for Xianxia. He tightened the loose screws and made sure that there were no problems before he was ready to leave. Xianxia gratefully walked him to the door. Suddenly, she remembered that Gyu still had fruits at home. By the way, your fruits, it's okay. Just take it as a small gift to congratulate you on your new house move. Gyu's face suddenly became serious. If there are any problems, remember to call me. Don't refuse because of your pride. Okay, thank you. Xianxia closed the door and leaned back against it. She slowly slid down to the wooden floor and sighed. She covered her cheeks. It's over. Gyu must have noticed that something was wrong with them. As expected. Gyu did not say anything on the surface, but he found an excuse to give Xianxia things every 2 to 3 days. Sometimes it was meat, sometimes it was vegetables and fruits. Xianxia rejected him directly at first, but she could not resist Gyu's sincere persuasion. In fact, he did as he said. He gave her things and occasionally said a few words to ask about Xianxia's recent situation. After that, he left without any intention of being ambiguous. Xianxia gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Occasionally, she would symbolically ask Gyu to bring home some snacks and other food that she made herself as a token of gratitude. No matter what, Xianxia never had the intention of asking him to stay for dinner. Recently, she had taken on a private job and was part-time drawing for other people. She was earning some money and her life was gradually stabilizing. Gyu was sincerely happy for her. Before he left, Xianxia gave him a box of snacks. Gyu took it solemnly and said goodbye to her before he went downstairs. The corners of his lips curled up unconsciously. When he turned the corner of the building, a dark figure brushed past him. Gyu was preoccupied and naturally did not notice that the other party seemed a little familiar. Qingjun took off his hat and turned around to look at Gyu's back as he left. He looked up at the building where Xianxia was and then turned to the corner of the street where Gyu had disappeared. He fell into silence for a long time. After a while, Qingjun took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. His calm voice was very clear in the quiet courtyard. Call Gyu back to the club for any reason. Xianxia was on her way home. Recently, Gyu no longer appeared in Xianxia's life again and again, which made her feel relieved. She did not have to rack her brains on how to reject Gyu anymore. She was carrying a bag of vegetables. It happened to be a supermarket sale, so it did not cost much. It was difficult to cook for one person. She often habitually cooked a big pot of food for 2 people. She could only eat by herself until she felt nauseous and did not want to see it a second time. Xianxia had a headache when she thought of cooking tomorrow. She would rather be lazy and order takeout. These vegetables could be stored for a few days. Xianxia's footsteps were not slow. She had to be careful when living alone. It would be very dangerous if she was targeted. But at this moment, she had a strange feeling that made her scalp tingle and her whole body feel uncomfortable. Xianxia looked back. In the past few days, she had been having this strange illusion, causing her to have nightmares at night. There were not many pedestrians on this road. No matter how bold Xianxia was, she was still a little scared and could not help but quicken her steps. At this moment, there was a roguish laughter behind her. "What are you afraid of? Little girl, where do you live? I'll send you up." Xianxia was about to throw a bag of vegetables at him, but someone was faster than her. He punched the man's face to one side and his nose bled. After another punch, the man began to scream in pain and shouted that he wanted to call the police. Xianxia was shocked by the unforeseen event in front of her. When she saw clearly who hit the man, she could not help but be stunned. "Qingjun?" Qingjun shielded her with one hand and lowered his head as he stared at the man who was lying on the ground and crying for his parents. The coldness in that pair of slender eyes made the man tremble. He forgot to call the police and hurriedly ran away, scared out of his wits. Xianxia still had lingering fears. "Wait a minute. How did you know that I'm here? Have you been following me for a few days?" "Qingjun. I'm just passing by." "Xianxia, Qingjun, didn't I tell you not to look for me?" Xianxia took a few steps back and stood still. "Thank you. I'll be more careful in the future. You should go back now." Qingjun did not reply and just stared at her silently. "You should go." Xianxia sighed. He still did not say a word. Xianxia turned around and continued to walk in the direction of her apartment. Qingjun, who was behind her, seemed to be afraid that she would get angry. He followed her from a distance and did not get close to her. When Xianxia went up the stairs, he stood at the entrance of the neighborhood and looked at the lights on each floor. Xianxia went back to her apartment and locked the door. She did not see Qingjun's figure through the peephole. She hoped that he had left. It had started to snow outside. It was so passionate that it felt like a confession. It was so beautiful that it was astonishing. Xianxia opened the window a crack to let in some wind. At this time, she inadvertently glanced and found a black figure in the vast expanse of white. He was sitting on the steps, motionless. Snow was falling on his body. His back view was lonely and desolate. Xianxia closed the window. She told herself that she couldn't repeat the same mistake. She couldn't be soft-hearted. Qingjun was not a child. He would naturally go back when the snow was heavy. She didn't need to worry about him. Xianxia pretended not to see it and changed her clothes to cook. Outside, the snow was falling even harder. This was probably the heaviest snow of the new year. The gray sky was plated with a layer of orange halo, and the whole world was buried in a white sea. The glass window was covered with a layer of fog, and she couldn't see the situation outside. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, walked to the window, and waved her hand casually. The blurry scene suddenly became clear. She looked down from the glass window and almost didn't see Qingjun. He was still sitting on the steps, motionless for a long time. His body was covered with a layer of snow, as if he wanted to be integrated with the heavy snow. Tisk, Xianxia frowned in annoyance. Was he crazy? She walked around the house aimlessly for a few times. Finally, she couldn't make up her mind. She didn't know when the snow would continue. If Qingjun really sat for a night, he might have a high fever. He never cherished his body, as if the torture and pain he suffered had nothing to do with him. Xianxia put on her coat, poured a bottle of hot water, and quickly went downstairs. Qingjun was still sitting on the steps, like a stone. With his absent-mindedness, it was good that he could wear a down jacket without Xianxia's reminder. Xianxia walked behind Qingjun and called his name. "Qingjun," he looked up, and the snow on his body fell to the ground. His face was much paler than usual. His lips were so light that it was almost impossible to see, and his eyelashes were covered with frost. When his pair of lifeless eyes looked at Xianxia, they finally became a little bit more lively. "Are you crazy? Why don't you go home in such a heavy snow?" There was a long silence. He said in a hoarse voice, "I don't have a home." His words were too sad, like a soft thorn in Xianxia's heart. For a moment, she couldn't speak. Xianxia took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. She squatted beside Qingjun and patted the snow off his body. Then, she stuffed the warm thermos bottle into Qingjun's arms. When she touched Qingjun's fingers, they were as cold as ice. She could not help but frown. Qingjun didn't say anything the whole time. He just stared at Ruan Qiuqiu's movements. When Ruan Qiuqiu's gaze turned to him, he lowered his head as if he was afraid of annoying Ruan Qiuqiu. "Let's find a hotel to sleep in." Ruan Qiuqiu stood up straight. "After you sleep, fly back on the nearest plane and don't come back." Qingjun did not respond to her for a long time. He asked, "Is it because of me?" What? What Ruan Qiuqiu didn't know was that Qingjun had arrived earlier than she had expected. He found her according to the address, but saw that Ruan Qiuqiu had cut her hair to her ears. It was as if she had made up her mind to completely break with the past. He stopped in his tracks and didn't move forward until Ruan Qiuqiu disappeared at the corner of the street. "You hate this kind of pestering, right?" So, in order to avoid him, she would rather go to another city and change her hairstyle, just to get rid of him. Ruan Qiuqiu didn't know how to continue, so she had to avoid the topic. "You should go back quickly. It's not easy to take a taxi when it's dark." "I'll go first." She turned around. At this moment, a hand grabbed the corner of Ruan Qiuqiu's clothes and blocked her way. He didn't use much strength. As long as she pulled with a little force, she could break free. "Don't play the same trick again." When he said don't go, Ruan Qiuqiu couldn't be soft-hearted anymore. "I like you." The sudden confession made Ruan Qiuqiu stunned on the spot. The man sat on the steps, frozen stiff. The breath he exhaled instantly condensed into white mist. However, he stubbornly and pitifully pulled the corner of Ruan Qiuqiu's clothes. It didn't look like a confession at all. It was more like a begging, hoping that Ruan Qiuqiu could share a little warmth with him. There was a dead silence between the two of them, and only the whistling of the wind continued. "You should go back." Her tone suddenly became cold. "Don't come back again." Ruan Qiuqiu pulled his hand away and walked straight to the building emotionlessly. She thought that she had to be cold so that Qingjun wouldn't have any hope for her. She rejected him so straightforwardly. People like Qingjun, who were afraid of being hurt, would definitely not have the idea of pestering her anymore. At this moment, Ruan Qiuqiu heard the sound of a water bottle rolling on the ground. Before she could turn around, a strong force hugged her body tightly. He hugged her tightly from behind, as if he was afraid that Ruan Qiuqiu would run away. He didn't want to let go for a moment. Ruan Qiuqiu was shocked. She bumped into Qingjun's arms and couldn't move. She was in a daze. Such behavior was simply too unlike Qingjun. "I beg you." His attitude was submissive, and his tone was weak and pitiful. If Tunan and the others saw Qingjun begging like this, they would probably be scared to death. It was difficult for Ruan Qiuqiu to harden her heart to reprimand him. She only felt that Qingjun's skin was very hot, like a stove. It was so hot that it was somewhat abnormal. Did he have a fever? Before Ruan Qiuqiu had time to ask Qingjun, he let go of his hand and fell to the ground unconscious. The way he fell heavily in the snow frightened Ruan Qiuqiu. Qingjun. Qingjun had a high fever and was brought to the hospital by the ambulance. Ruan Qiuqiu was burning with anxiety. Fortunately, she confirmed that Qingjun was fine. He just had a fever and hadn't eaten for a long time. His mood was fluctuating, and that was why he fainted. Sitting by the bed, Ruan Qiuqiu sighed and didn't know what to say. "How did you survive until now? You're so old, but you still don't know how to take care of yourself." Qingjun was on an 4 drip and hadn't woken up yet. His forehead was boiling hot, and his fever had not subsided. He was mumbling nonsense. Ruan Qiuqiu leaned closer to hear him clearly. He kept muttering not to go, and even his hands were weakly flapping. Ruan Qiuqiu was afraid that the needle on the back of her hand would stab other blood vessels. She grabbed Qingjun's hand that was on the 4 drip. When their fingertips touched, Qingjun was faster than her. He grabbed her hand tightly as if he was bitten by a tortoise. It was as if he suddenly took a breath and stopped talking nonsense. However, his hand had no intention of letting go. Ruan Qiuqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I really owed you in my previous life." That was why he asked her to pay the debt. Wan Xiaoqiu's hand was gentle and small, weak and boneless. Qingjun's hand was broad and strong. He covered her hand and held the back of her hand. His palm was a little hot. Wan Xiaoqiu's heart trembled. She secretly criticized Qingjun for taking advantage of her unconsciously. She sat by the bed and looked at Qingjun's appearance. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Qingjun seemed to be a little thinner and more haggard after not seeing him for a few days. Wan Xiaoqiu sighed again. She couldn't bear to see other people's pitiful appearance. If Qingjun went on like this, how could she refuse him? After Qingjun woke up, he had no intention of letting go of her hand. The nurse who came to change the drip was envious and amused. Wan Xiaoqiu was thin-skinned. She blushed awkwardly and asked Qingjun to let go. Qingjun began to play dumb. Blood is flowing out. Qingjun was hit by a hammer before he had to let go of her hand. After that, wherever Wan Xiaoqiu went, his gaze followed. If Wan Xiaoqiu wanted to go out to get medicine, Qingjun would definitely follow behind her with the drip bottle, as if he was afraid that she would run away. Even a thief wouldn't stick so close to her. Wan Xiaoqiu felt stressed. She peeled an apple for Qingjun. Qingjun stared at her intently. People who didn't know what was going on would think that they were watching a movie or something. I'll buy you some food. Don't go. He subconsciously grabbed her wrist again. Wan Xiaoqiu. You have to eat. Qingjun answered her with a silent look. Wan Xiaoqiu had no other choice but to buy the food from the hospital and ask the nurse to send it over. Qingjun had been staring at her for a long time, which made Wan Xiaoqiu feel uncomfortable all over. If it weren't for the fact that she was still sick, Wan Xiaoqiu would have slapped him. After eating, Wan Xiaoqiu was about to get up, but Qingjun immediately followed her. I'm going to the toilet. I'll follow you. Wan Xiaoqiu glared at him. Sit down. While Qingjun was in a coma with a high fever, Wan Xiaoqiu sent a message to Tunan. Fortunately, there was a record of Tunan's phone number, so she wouldn't miss it. She reported her coordinates and waited for Tunan to come and pick her up. When Tunan arrived, Qingjun was asleep. Wan Xiaoqiu quietly walked out of the ward. When she saw Tunan, Tunan's eyes were filled with tears. People who didn't know what was going on would think that something had happened. Sister-in-law, Wan Xiaoqiu, ? Hadn't they just not seen each other for a few days? Why did Tunan have such deep feelings for her? Why did he look like he had experienced a life and death separation? She didn't know that she had already died once in Tunan's heart. Take good care of Qingjun's sister-in-law. Where are you going? Don't come looking for me again, and don't call me sister-in-law. Wan Xiaoqiu's heart was in a mess. How could she not feel sad when she saw Qingjun like this? However, she had to take the initiative and resolutely cut off Qingjun's last trace of feelings for her. She had to let him stop thinking about her. Time would take away everything. No, you can't leave. Tunan looked anxious. Boss, he hasn't eaten or slept for a few days. If this goes on, he will die. He's just taking things too hard. He'll be fine after some time. When he's hungry, he'll eat. When he's sleepy, he'll fall asleep. His body will help him adjust. Wan Xiaoqiu turned her face away. We're all adults. How can we not survive without each other? Boss will. For a moment, Wan Xiaoqiu couldn't find a reason to refute. Wan Xiaoqiu almost didn't understand what she was thinking. She couldn't be cruel enough to leave Qingjun with a fever behind, and she couldn't accept his confession either. Wan Xiaoqiu felt as if there were two little people tugging at her heart, which made her upset. Ever since her parents divorced when she was young, both parties had been much colder to her after they started a new family. Ever since she went to university, Wan Xiaoqiu had never asked them for money. She had practiced her culinary skills and was used to living alone. She was very clear about it. Perhaps it was because Qingjun had similar experiences with her that Wan Xiaoqiu unconsciously felt a little more gentle towards him. However, this didn't mean that she wanted to become his wife. Although she said it casually, Wan Xiaoqiu had never thought of experiencing a relationship or even getting married. Tunan stood in the corridor with a serious expression, as if he was examining something from Wan Xiaoqiu's heart. Sister-in-law, don't always try to avoid things when you encounter them. you will definitely regret it in the future. Wan Qiuqiu rubbed her short hair in annoyance. Was she avoiding things by behaving like this? Tunan seemed to be right. I'll go first. Wan Qiuqiu's tone sounded as if she was fleeing. Where are you going? Qingjun's slow voice suddenly sounded behind her. Wan Qiuqiu felt as if needles were pricking her back. She was about to leave when Tunan laughed awkwardly and let the two of them have a good chat. He quickly walked into the ward. Qingjun pushed the support for the infusion bottle with one hand, which made a screeching sound on the smooth tiles. Wan Qiuqiu's back was very tense. She stood up straight, cleared her throat, and said, "Let's talk things out. I just treat you like a friend, so. Then let's try." Huh? Her surprised gaze met Qingjun's eyes. The two of them looked at each other, and Wan Qiuqiu repeated, "Try? What?" Qingjun's tone was slow, as if he was talking business. "You can treat it as a blind date and try to get along with me. Don't feel pressured." Wan Qiuqiu was shocked. How can this be? We've lived together before, so we're familiar with each other's daily routines. There's no contradiction in that. That's true. You don't dislike interacting with me. I'm not bad in all aspects. It seems so. Most importantly, I like you very much, so you don't have to worry about a one-sided effort. Then why not give it a try? If you still think that it's impossible, we can get a divorce and I'll let you go. What he said made a lot of sense. These were all conditions that were advantageous to her. Wan Qiuqiu was once again successfully convinced by Qingjun's paradoxical logic. But, if I still can't fall in love with you? She really didn't want to break Qingjun's heart, but this was an unavoidable problem between the two of them. If he left at that time, he would have given Qingjun hope and then given him despair. Wouldn't that be even more painful for him? Qingjun said slowly, "Let me be reconciled. If you still fail after trying." She thought for a moment. Qingjun seemed to be right. But she still felt that something was not right. Wan Qiuqiu was lost in thought. She tried hard to find a way to refute Qingjun's words, but she couldn't think of anything. Qingjun was the only one who could propose a blind date in marriage. She asked Qingjun again and again, "Have you thought about it? Are you sure you want to do this? Actually, if you want to start a family, there are better choices than me." "I won't," he answered without hesitation. There couldn't be a better choice than her. Wan Qiuqiu was about to say that she would think about it again, but Qingjun had already walked in front of her. He lowered his head and slowly stretched out his hand under Wan Qiuqiu's gaze. His voice was very low, but unexpectedly gentle. "Let's go home." Go home? At this moment, Wan Qiuqiu was strangely moved. Tunan stood at the door of the ward and leaned against the door to eavesdrop. He wished he could wear a hearing aid again. He only hoped that his boss would be manly enough to hug his sister-in-law and kiss her. After hearing nothing for a while, Tunan sneakily poked his head out and met the eyes of Qingjun and Wan Qiuqiu. The two of them stood at the door and looked at Tunan sneakily poking his head out in a slightly wretched manner. The word awkward was written all over Tunan's face. "Ha ha ha, are you okay?" "Qingjun, get out." "Tunan. What was this called, getting rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness?" "Bah. He was not a donkey." "Heartless?" Why did this word sound a little strange? Wan Qiuqiu agreed with Qingjun's suggestion, although she still felt that it was a little strange. She felt that she was being trapped by Qingjun's logic. Qingjun quickly booked the plane tickets. Wan Qiuqiu said with a distressed face, "I just bought everything, and I just paid the rent." If she had known that it would end like this, she wouldn't have worked so hard to tidy up the house. She was really crazy. Qingjun was very calm. "I've already bought the house." Wan Qiuqiu, "Ah? So, just leave the house there." Wan Qiuqiu was speechless for a moment. "So what if you're rich?" "You're really amazing." Qingjun booked the plane tickets for the night and couldn't wait for the whole night. It was as if he was afraid that Wan Qiuqiu would wake up and not follow him back. He just wanted to hurry up and kidnap Wan Qiuqiu back. "I have to go back and pack my things." "Okay." Qingjun put on his coat and stood up from the hospital bed. Wan Qiuqiu was stunned and said, "Just stay here." "Okay." With that, he was already following behind Wan Qiuqiu. Wan Qiuqiu, was there any use in regretting it now? Wan Qiuqiu had ordered Qingjun not to get too close to her. This dog of a man was suspected of taking advantage of her first, so Wan Qiuqiu had to be careful. She walked in front and Qingjun followed behind. The two of them kept a distance of about 1 to 2 meters. Along the way, Wan Qiuqiu was in a daze. She didn't know if her decision was right. Just as she was in a daze, she slipped and fell in front of Qingjun. "Wan Qiuqiu, I hate snowy days." Qingjun dawdled and didn't go forward to help Wan Qiuqiu for a long time. Wan Qiuqiu deeply felt that she had been deceived. She stood up awkwardly and glared at Qingjun. "Why didn't you help me?" Qingjun looked righteous and said slowly, "Didn't you say that I'm not allowed to get close to you under any circumstances?" Wan Qiuqiu's voice was faint. Some people are alive, but they're already dead. He still wanted to develop a relationship like this? She might as well hope that a tsunami would sweep the two of them to an island and have no choice but to be together for the sake of reproduction. Wan Qiuqiu really wanted to use all the complaints in her life on Qingjun alone. She glared at Qingjun angrily, but Qingjun looked at her blankly. Wan Qiuqiu was even angrier. Wan Qiuqiu went upstairs to pack her things. Qingjun entered the room and looked around. He suddenly felt that this house was not bad. However, the single bed had to be replaced with a double bed. He walked to the kitchen and opened the cabinet. There was only a pair of bowls and chopsticks inside. Boss Chang's mood suddenly became sunny. Wan Qiuqiu was packing her clothes. When she turned around, she saw Qingjun standing in the kitchen in a good mood. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. "I knew you were only thinking about food. This guy couldn't be putting on a show for the sake of food, right?" Wan Qiuqiu suddenly felt that there was a possibility. Wan Qiuqiu couldn't tell whether it was right to agree to Qingjun's proposal rashly. She even felt that she had foolishly boarded a pirate ship. However, she suddenly realized that Tu Nan was right. She couldn't always run away like this. "Let's go." Wan Qiuqiu called Qingjun. "We still have to catch a plane later." The two of them went out. Qingjun helped Wan Qiuqiu drag her suitcase. Wan Qiuqiu followed beside him. The scene was surprisingly harmonious. Gu Yu, who had rushed over by plane, saw this scene. He was stunned and watched their backs as they left. He was as stiff as a piece of wood. Then, he smiled bitterly and laughed again. He shook his head and didn't know what to feel. The little hope that surged in his heart was instantly shattered. He laughed at himself for being so ignorant. He took out a ticket from his pocket. It was a live ticket for the competition a week later. He had originally reserved it for Wan Qiuqiu, but it seemed that he didn't need it now. Gu Yu was silent for a moment. Then, he simply tore the ticket in half. There were some things that didn't need to hit a wall to see the results. He was never a villain who interfered in other people's relationships. Although he was very reluctant, however. Since it was wrong, he couldn't continue. Wan Qiuqiu sat in the seat of the plane. There were still more than 10 minutes before takeoff. Qingjun, who was beside her, kept looking down at his phone. At this moment, he was in high spirits. He didn't look sick at all. If it wasn't for his high fever, Wan Qiuqiu would have suspected that he was pretending. "What are you looking at?" she asked casually. Qingjun immediately turned off his phone. If he turned on his phone at this time, he would definitely see the search results, how to make a girl's heart flutter quickly and efficiently. The answer of the highest number of votes was that when a person's heart beats faster in a dangerous situation, they would have the illusion that their heart flutters. It suggested that they go for thrilling rides or haunted houses. Qingjun fell into deep thought. After the plane took off, Wan Qiuqiu was sleepy. At this time, Qingjun suddenly asked, "Do you want to go to the amusement park?" "Why do you suddenly want to go to the amusement park?" "It's a blind date." "Don't you want to go out on a date?" It seemed to make a lot of sense. Qingjun continued, "There's a complete amusement park nearby. We can go there on weekdays." Wan Qiuqiu's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since she went on a pirate ship, a roller coaster, or a haunted house. It would be good to go out and play once. Xianxia was a little awkward at first. After all, when she came back this time, it was not just the two of them living together. But soon, Qingjun showed her that this man probably treated her words as air. When they got home, he seemed to have forgotten what she said and took out a bag of chips and started chewing. "Why didn't you eat the leftovers in the fridge? What have you been eating these days?" Qingjun's tone was uncertain. "Air. I guess." Xianxia. "What the hell? Don't tell me you only ate one meal these days." "No." Qingjun retorted slowly. "There's also a bucket of instant noodles." Although the noodles were thrown away after a few mouthfuls. Xianxia had no doubt that if Qingjun was given a chance, he could go from fasting to immortality. He was just short of passing away at home. The two of them had a simple meal. Qingjun's fever had subsided, but he looked a little tired. He took some medicine and sat on the sofa. Xianxia tidied up and got ready to sleep. Thinking that she had to continue going to the company, she felt embarrassed. She had dug the hole that she had dug and now she had to dig it herself. It could be said that she reaped what she sowed. She went back to her room to rest. She did not sleep well that night, and her mind was full of thoughts about the future. Would she have a future with Qingjun? Xianxia was not sure. She turned over and could not sleep. Her mouth was a little dry, so she decided to get up and drink some water. She opened the door and saw a dark figure sitting on the sofa in the living room. Xianxia was so scared that she almost jumped 3 feet high. "What are you doing?" Was he secretly eating in the middle of the night again? Qingjun rubbed his eyes. It seemed that he was not asleep. Xianxia did not know that he was afraid that she would run away in the middle of the night, so he stayed in the living room in case Xianxia ran away again. "Go back to sleep." "Okay." Xianxia drank a glass of water. Qingjun was still sitting on the sofa, motionless. She blinked and asked, "Didn't we agree to go to the amusement park tomorrow? How can I have energy if I don't sleep?" Qingjun just said slowly, "Go to sleep." "All right, good night." Qingjun watched her figure disappear behind the door. The bedroom door slammed shut, leaving him alone on the sofa. It was late at night, but he was not sleepy at all. In the dark living room, Qingjun silently took out his phone and reviewed the process for tomorrow. The roller coaster and the pirate ship were both necessary attractions. If Xianxia dared enter the haunted house, they would be the last attraction. In Qingjun's mind, the scene of Xianxia screaming and then pouncing on him appeared. He found it even harder to fall asleep. After Xianxia drank a cup of water, she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes, it was already late in the morning. She opened the door as usual and yawned lazily, only to find that Qingjun had fallen asleep on the sofa. "You still haven't woken up?" As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Qingjun opened his eyes. He rubbed it slowly and said, "I accidentally fell asleep." In fact, it wasn't until morning that he finally felt sleepy. "Are we still going to the amusement park today?" "Yes," Qingjun answered firmly. "All right." Looking at Qingjun's appearance, he seemed to be more looking forward to the amusement park than she was. The two of them ate sandwiches, changed their clothes, and took a taxi to the amusement park. There would be fewer people in winter. Recently, it was the exam period and not a rest day, so there were very few people in the amusement park. The two of them wore masks and hats. The security guard stared at them sternly for a long time, as if he was staring at two criminals. "Wait here." "Xianxia? What for?" Holding the ticket in her hand, she eagerly looked at the projects in the amusement park. It didn't take long for Qingyuan to return. He was holding 2 ice cream cones in his hand. Xianxia gave him a death stare. "Why did you buy these?" Qingjun answered matter-of-factly, "It's always like this on TV. But it's January now." Qingjun, "Yes." Xianxia. Not long after, the ice cream cone in her hand was about to harden into a lump of ice. Xianxia licked it, took a bite, and immediately began to gasp for air. The ice cream cone was so cold that it almost froze her head. She grimaced, causing Qingjun to turn around. "Is it hot?" he asked very sincerely. Xianxia put on a fake smile. I advise you to be kind. Xianxia licked the ice cream cone for a long time. During this time, Qingjun ate a few grilled sausages and patiently waited for Xianxia to finish. Finally, after licking the ice cream cone, Xianxia's frozen head sobered up a little. Qingjun asked slowly beside her, "What do you want to do, a roller coaster?" "Okay." Xiao's voice trembled as if she was still holding on in fear. In fact, she was just shivering a little because of the cold and trembling because of excitement. Boss Qing misunderstood the situation. There was no need to line up at this time. The two of them got on the roller coaster and sat in the first row. Qingjun wanted to be considerate of Xiao's body and let her sit in the middle. Who would have thought that Xiao liked to hold on so much that she wanted to sit in the first row no matter what? The two of them fastened their seatbelts. Qingjun said, "If you're scared, you can tell me." Xiao, "You too?" Qingjun, ? A sudden sense of uneasiness enveloped him. Xiao lowered her voice and said excitedly, "Do you know, I used to ride the roller coaster more than 10 times a day. I really, really like it." Qingjun, before he could say anything, the roller coaster started moving. Xiao screamed. It was far from the sobbing Qingjun had expected, although it could be considered a scream. She happily watched them slowly climb to the highest level. Her eyes were wide open. Not to mention being afraid, she almost laughed out loud in excitement. Whoosh, the roller coaster suddenly slid down. The scenery that flew past at high speed was like a phantom, and it was almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Xiao's heart pounded, which made her relax and free. She felt the blood in her body boiling. She was so excited that her face was about to turn red. When the roller coaster slowed down, she turned her head and saw Qingjun sitting side by side with an expressionless face. The wind blew his hair a little messy. His body seemed to be a little stiff, and his lips were tightly pursed. Xiao said loudly, "Don't tell me you're scared." Qingjun, "No." The roller coaster suddenly slid down again. Xiao could only hear the whistling wind in her ears. She couldn't hear what Qingjun was saying at all. Xiao maintained her excited state the entire time until the roller coaster slowly came to a stop. "Let's do it again." "Qingjun, do you want to change?" "Wow, I'm so happy." Boss Qing had never had the experience of going to an amusement park before. Until today, when he sat on the roller coaster whistling up and down, the cold wind slapped his face like a slap, making him feel pain. Only then did he realize. Since he was born, he had never realized that he was actually afraid of heights. Xiao laughed like a 200-pound fatty beside his ear. At this moment, Qingjun was still calm and collected. Even if he realized that he was afraid of heights, he wouldn't show it. Qingjun glanced at Xiao from the corner of his eyes. Her hair was blown loose by the wind, and her eyes were narrowed with laughter. They were like two curved crescent moons, shining brightly and dazzlingly. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Qingjun thought, is this fear or excitement? He looked at Xiao, forgetting the whistling wind and the rapidly changing scenery. He just looked at her silently. Finally, the roller coaster slowly came to a stop. Xiao's face was red. She rubbed her cheeks and looked at Qingjun. Qingjun's face was expressionless, but his face was a little paler than usual. "Are you okay?" Xiao finally found her conscience. "Do you want to rest?" How could he show his fear at a time like this? "Qingjun, I'm fine." "That's good." He slowly stood up, slowly stepped out, and slowly walked down the stairs. He was as stiff as a robot the entire time. Xiao confirmed again, "Are you really okay? You can rest here for a while. I'll go over and continue playing." Boss Qing insisted that he was fine. "All right." Xiao said, "I'm going to play on the pirate ship next. Do you want to come?" The man sitting on the chair was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Okay." The result of trying to be brave was, Qingjun was dragged onto the pirate ship like a dead dog. There were only a few tourists in the amusement park, and the most excited one was probably Xiao. After a few games, her cheeks were red, her eyes were sparkling, and her hair was a bit messy from the wind. Xiao looked like she hadn't had enough. She looked around, looking for other interesting attractions. What else do you want to play? Wanchocho called Qingjun. Qingjun sat on the bench with a blank expression. His eyes didn't even move, which made Wanchocho think of Xiang Lin's wife. His eyes rolled from time to time, proving that he was still a living thing. Xiang Lin. No, Qingjun, how are you? Are you not feeling well? Qingjun kept silent for a moment. I'm fine. The Canyon of the Brave over there looks very interesting. Do you want to try it? Qingjun said, let's change it. What do you want to play? Haunted house. If Wanchocho was not afraid of heights and liked to play exciting attractions, then she should be afraid of haunted houses. When a girl saw a ghost, wouldn't she cry and run into the arms of her boyfriend or husband? After Qingwan regained his spirit, he was still struggling. Wanchocho fell into deep thought. A picky player like her would not enter a haunted house in a normal amusement park. Because the props were shoddy and the staff were not dedicated enough, the atmosphere was not scary at all. Not to mention that some staff were even more cowardly than the tourists. They were scared to tears by Wanchocho, and she was blacklisted because of that. Wanchocho still remembered going to an abandoned hospital-themed haunted house a long time ago. The scene was so scary that it made Wanchocho feel a little scared. Then, the young man of the couple in front of her was so scared that he wet himself. The scene was very awkward. Wanchocho was also very embarrassed. No matter what, she couldn't immerse herself in it. But I don't know if the haunted house will be scary. Seeing Wanchocho's hesitant expression, Qingjun was relieved. He stood up and said slowly, let's give it a try. What if Wanchocho was scared to tears? An amusement park should be full of fun. Wanchocho followed Qingwan to the haunted house to play. After the staff gave them instructions, the two of them confirmed that there were no problems and walked towards the entrance. This time, there were only the two of them. They were probably going to enjoy a VIP ghost feast. As soon as she entered the room, it was pitch black. Qingjun's voice rang out beside her, if you're scared, just grab my arm. Wanchocho agreed without hesitation. That was if she was really afraid. As she spoke, a hand suddenly dropped down from the dark sky. It was pale and powerless, and its fingertips were stained with blood. It almost hit Wanchocho's face. Wanchocho was shocked. The effect was pretty good. The atmosphere was perfect. It exceeded her expectations, so she had to give it a high score. Qingjun didn't hear Wanchocho's movement, so he subconsciously turned around. Then, he met the eyes of a female ghost hanging in the air. The staff acting as the female ghost had probably never seen such a good-looking man before. She instantly blushed, opened her mouth wide, and her facial features twisted together in a weird way. Wanchocho whispered, it's a little scary. Qingjun turned his head stiffly, trying to maintain his calm. He finally heard the subtext that he imagined. When he was about to lend his shoulder to Wanchocho, Wanchocho happily added another sentence. That's great. Qingjun, ? He had a bad feeling about this. Let's go, let's explore the more interesting rooms. Wanchocho grabbed his arm as he wished, but it wasn't the result he wanted. Wanchocho was focused on exploring the scariest rooms. She was having a lot of fun. She suddenly opened doors, suddenly opened cabinets, suddenly discovered new hidden doors, and was obsessed with all kinds of surprises. She even chased after the ghosts with a prop chainsaw. Qingjun watched as Wanchocho got more and more excited as she played. He couldn't stop her and had long forgotten about his existence. When the staff heard that there were two good-looking tourists, they were all very excited. Even the staff who were resting put on their clothes and came out to scare them. The female ghosts all ran over to watch Qingjun. Wanchocho felt a strong stimulation and suddenly felt that the ticket for the amusement park today was worth it. She suddenly realized that Qingjun seemed to have disappeared. Qingjun? Where are you? Wanchocho called his name. Here. Qingwan struggled to get away from the group of female ghosts. His face was expressionless, and he didn't look relaxed at all. Wanchocho joked, are you afraid? Qingjun. No. Ah, behind you. Wanchocho suddenly pointed behind Qingjun and screamed. He reacted quickly and grabbed Xianxia's wrist and took a few steps back. When he looked back, he found that there was nothing. It turned out that Xianxia was deliberately scaring him. Xianxia almost bent over laughing. She never realized that Qingjun had such a cute side. "Don't be afraid. Don't worry, I'll protect you." Xianxia patted her chest and signaled Qingjun to hold on to her. "Let's go, we're not far from the finish line." In Qingjun's imagination, Xianxia would hide in his arms and cry out that it was so scary and ask to be petted. Now, why did it feel like it was the opposite? Xianxia was very protective of Qingjun like a boyfriend. Qingjun was holding her wrist. She didn't know when, but his hand slipped away silently. Gradually, his fingertips fell down her wrist and finally gently held her finger. Xianxia was so focused on the haunted house that she didn't even notice that she was holding a dog's hand. Qingjun was also distracted. In the dark and empty haunted house, his heart was beating faster and faster. All his attention was focused on Xianxia's hand. Sure enough, under fear, one would have the illusion that one's heart was beating faster. Then what about Xianxia? Wow! Look, it's the woman with the split mouth. Xianxia excitedly pointed at a certain spot. The female ghost, whose mouth was about to reach her ears, looked at Qingjun with a smitten smile. Qingjun, this time, Xianxia had a lot of fun. Even when they were out of the haunted house, she was still reluctant to leave, but she was dragged out by Qingjun. Before they knew it, it was already evening. The sky was gloomy, and there were clouds floating in the sky. Xianxia touched her empty stomach and finally remembered that they hadn't eaten dinner. "Let's go eat." There were many small stalls outside the amusement park, selling snacks like oden, cold pot skewers, fried skewers, grilled squid, and so on. The two looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. Xianxia followed Qingjun and ate happily, her mouth full of oil. Qingjun ate a piece of octopus ball. Xianxia leaned forward, picked up one, and stuffed it into her mouth. "It's delicious." Her mouth was stuffed with food, so she could only give a vague comment. Qingjun's expression was warm. The noisy smoke and the dim yellow light fell on his body, making his eyes look more beautiful than usual. The passers-by were all stunned. He looked at the woman beside him. She was delicate and cute, and her eyes were bright. His eyes couldn't help but soften. At this time, he heard the discussion of the crowd. "It's the older brother with the younger sister, right? The girl looks so young. Maybe they're a couple, the kind that's 5 or 6 years apart. Maybe they're father and daughter. The man's baby face doesn't show his age." Xianxia, Qingjun was definitely unhappy on the way home. He didn't say a word and was silent the whole time. Xianxia looked at Qingjun's father and said, "You still want to talk about age?" The original owner was originally a few years younger than Qingjun. Now that Xianxia had cut her hair, she looked even younger. No wonder people said that. Qingyuan looked very young, but she looked even younger, which was why she was misunderstood. "Xiao." His tone was calm, but he looked like he wanted to say something. This made Xianxia nervous. "What's wrong?" she asked. "I want to say it?" Xianxia didn't know what she was nervous about. "There's a pepper on your teeth." Xianxia's face turned red. She became angry from embarrassment. She grabbed a pile of snow and threw it at Qingjun. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" At this moment, she just wanted to take out a small mirror to check her appearance. This was too embarrassing. Qingjun, who was hit by the snow, was indifferent. Actually, he was just joking. Xianxia's teeth were clean and white. There was nothing on them. While Xianxia was unprepared, he suddenly turned around and threw a snowball at Xianxia's head. There was a smashing sound. Xianxia's heart turned cold. In her heart, Qingjun was also cold. She was very vengeful. She turned around and threw a snowball at Qingjun. She didn't hit Qingjun, but she was hit by another snowball. The two of them went back and forth for a long time. Xianxia suffered heavy casualties. Finally, she couldn't help but yell, "Why won't you let me win?" Qingjun looked surprised. Even his tone was slow. "Aren't we having a competition?" Wanchocho. At this moment, Qingjun stepped forward. Under Wanchocho's gaze, he bent his knees slightly, put his hands on his thighs, and aimed his face at the snowball in Wanchocho's hand. You can throw it at me. Wanchocho held the snowball in her hand, and her heart suddenly softened. Forget it. She threw the snowball away. Let's go back. The two of them walked harmoniously on the road. Facing the cold wind, Wanchocho sneezed. Qingjun sneezed as well. Oh no. Was he going to catch a cold at night? The two of them sat on the sofa. Their postures were well behaved, and their cheeks were red. The two of them simultaneously put a towel on their foreheads, lay on the sofa, and waited for the takeout fever medicine to arrive. Qingjun, sigh. Wanchocho, sigh. End of chapter 57. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.